to argue whether it was Gao Yi or an unknown person who continued writing. But what do you base it on when you say that only 80 chapters of the original manuscripts were written by Mr. Chao Shuichen? Based on what are you saying that the 120 chapters consisted of someone else continuing the writings and were not the original works of Mr. Chao Shuichen? Just based on a bet that a Qing dynasty's poet work had mentioned the words of 80 chapters. Zhang Ye lost it and said laughingly, "You're getting pretty agitated." The history department student was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. How can I not be agitated? What you have said undermines all our knowledge of the novel. Have our history classes all these years been wrong? Has such a stupid mistake been committed for all these years by our country's education world? Not even getting the author of one of our 4 great classical novels correct. This was also the main reason why everyone did not believe Zhang Ye. So many experts, so many enthusiasts. Are you telling me that all of them had been wrong? That's impossible. Even though the saying goes that the truth is often in the hands of only a few, but regarding this method, this wasn't even fewer than a few. You're the only one with such a perspective. One was the education world, and the other was the academic world. Both were the authorities amongst authorities. The other was Zhang Ye, the hooligan of the literary circle, the thorn in the broadcasting circle. Who do you think deserved to be trusted more? The answer was clear. There was not even a need to ask. We might not have any proof to refute you with. Right, but neither can you refute our views. Take, for example, Journey to the West. If you wanted to say that this novel was not written by Wu Qingjin, but instead written by his twin brother, and that his twin brother also took up the name Wu Qingjin since he was young enough to impersonate him, and only his family knew that Wu Qingjin was not Wu Qingjin, but his brother instead, but no one else knew that this Wu Qingjin was not that Wu Qingjin, and took it that Wu Qingjin was just Wu Qingjin. If you really wanted to insist, couldn't it be said in that way too? If someone had made such a claim, and even if there was no proof, no one could refute it, then would that mean that the author for Journey to the West would also have to be changed? If that was it, then the literary world would be in a mess. Instead, Zhang Ye said, "Who says that I do not have evidence to refute?" The third-year student from the Chinese department, Senior Zhou, said, "But the information you had earlier were," Zhang Ye said with a snigger, "that was just the opening to bring everyone up to speed and get them into the mood. Since I dared to make such a claim, I would obviously have my own evidence and information to back myself up. So then, I would first like to ask everyone about something. Other than Gao Yi's version, did the earliest manuscripts for Dream of the Red Chamber, whichever version it might be, have records of the novel after the 80 chapters?" Everyone was dumbfounded. "Is there? I don't know. Oh, let me do a search." The students had all taken out their cell phones to go online to check. Professor Zhang also frowned and closed his eyes, trying to remember. A Department of the Literary Arts student suddenly exclaimed, There's an ancient manuscript here that is 120 chapters." Zhang Ye smiled. "This student, could you check once more to see which year that manuscript was printed in? I can tell you that this ancient manuscript was originally only 35 chapters and had been edited and added on after 1791 when it was republished. It had been edited to fit in Gao Yi's intact edition. He had also done his homework." The liberal arts student checked and then did not speak anymore after that. It was true. Professor Zhang, Chang Kaiga, and Jin Shuquan all realized it too. It was strange, but there really wasn't any. Zhang Ye said. So the most complete ancient manuscript that everyone has read before would be Gao Yi's compilation, which was printed and published in the year 1791. And with that, I have a question. Why is it that before this version, all the ancient manuscripts that existed did not have any version that exceeded 80 chapters? If it were just one version, it might pass. But why were nearly all the versions like this? Yao Mi spoke. Because the ancient manuscripts were lost and damaged badly. This world's ancient manuscripts for Dream of the Red Chamber were really in tatters. But Zhang Ye said, "Isn't that too much of a coincidence? Doesn't anyone have a suspicion about this? Some manuscripts only had a little over a dozen chapters left. Some others had a little more and managed to have 40 to 50 chapters intact. But all of these manuscripts that were much older than Gao Yi's version did not have any records of anything over 80 chapters. Then in 1791, a full version that had 120 chapters suddenly emerged. This does not make sense from a logical point of view. Isn't that a little too strange? If the last 40 chapters had been written by Chao Shuoqin, then why didn't anyone besides Cheng Weiyuan and Gao Yi manage to copy it out? And no one managed to buy any of it off the gray market? With so many chapters, even if not all the chapters were copied, at least a portion of it could have been copied. But why was it that before Cheng Weiyuan and Gao Yi, no one had managed to copy even one chapter of the last 40 chapters? With this question asked, everyone was stumped. Even a few Peking University teachers, who had studied and researched about Dream of the Red Chamber, momentarily choked. Chapter 308, One Bombshell After Another. Senior Song spoke. It might be a coincidence, and not considered evidence. Zhang Ye shook his head. Coincidence cannot explain it. The only explanation is that only 80 chapters of Chao Shuoqin's Dream of the Red Chamber were transmitted and seen by Gao Yi. He seriously studied it, and then carried on writing the story. Gao Yi was very lucky. He saw a more complete ancient version of the 80 chapters that none of us have ever seen. Of course, there are things that he modified and filled in the blanks, but there were no major changes. Senior Song insisted. Then why couldn't it be Gao Yi obtained the 120 ancient chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber before arranging and publishing it? Zhang Yi did not answer the question, but rather asked, has anyone heard of a person known as Ziyanzhai, Red Inkstone? Senior Song shook her head. Many Peking University students also shook their heads. Only a history department junior said in a crisp voice, I think there was an ancient text. I remember the name as Ziyanzhai's second annotations to the story of the stone. However, this ancient book only had a few rounds of circulation only. It is extremely incomplete. The comments in it are all baffling. So many expert scholars and rhodologists do not count it as an ancient text. They find that it lacks the authority and might have been blindly written. The students checked on the internet, and indeed, there was such an ancient text. Well said. Zhang Yi smiled. Ziyanzhai's ancient book is not looked up to by people because of two reasons. First, it's because it's too incomplete, and second, because it's hard to understand. Hence, no one has seriously researched it. Even if one were to research it, it would be in passing, without paying close attention to it. But I have something to tell everyone now. You can't say he blindly wrote it just because you can't understand it. This would be disrespectful to academia in itself. Actually, Ziyanzhai's ancient text is the only version of Dream of the Red Chamber that has been spread down with the greatest authority. In his previous world, Ziyanzhai's ancient text was passed down with the most complete and detailed evaluations. He had seen the original version before. How can it be? Senior Song refused to believe. Many Peking University students also shook their heads. Zhang Yi said with a mocking smile, You say that Ziyanzhai was just blindly writing? It is only because the people who researched Ziyanzhai's ancient book could not understand what he was saying. Others might not understand, but I do. I believe if everyone keeps thinking based on the establishment that Dream of the Red Chamber only has 80 chapters, you will also be able to understand it. He took out another piece of information. It was information readily available in this world. Although Zhang Ye had seen the original versions of Ziyanzhai's ancient text, most of it had been lost in this world. He could not use that as proof, and could only use available evidence. Everyone looked up. Zhang Ye pointed to the projector. Ziyanzhai had this comment. Jiao Baoyu later ends up choking on sour porridge in the dead winter, sobbing in a winter night covered in rags. I want to ask, in the first 80 chapters of the 120 circulated chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber, was there ever such an episode? No. Was there any such an episode in the last 40 chapters? Also no. He then pointed. Ziyanzhai's comments also included the fact that Xiaohong had helped Baoyu into the temple of the prison god. But was there such an episode in the last 40 chapters? Also no. Even the temple of the prison god did not appear in the last 40 chapters. In addition to this, Ziyanzhai even mentioned in his comments a title of one of the chapters after the 80th. It was called Shui Bao Chai, borrowing phrases, admonished, Wang Shifeng, reckoning fate, made a heroic stand. Was there such a title in the last 30 chapters? Still no, Senior Zhou said. This evaluation itself is not authoritative. Zhang Yi retorted. Then what is authoritative? An ancient piece of literary information is not considered authoritative, but a rhodologist's research ends up being authoritative? Is there any logic to that? When we study Dream of the Red Chamber, we need to rely on existing information. Also, do you think an ancient person like Zhang Ye had nothing better to do? He wrote some brainless things just to mislead everyone. About that, Senior Zhou was stumped. Senior Song argued. Maybe Zhang Ye interacted with Chao Shuiqin before and thought that Chao Shuiqin would write it in this manner. A plot and title was revealed to him, and in our present-day language is considered an outline, but it is very possible that Chao Shuiqin did not write in accordance with his original intentions. Zhang Ye looked towards her and said, "Don't you feel that Zhang Ye's tone in his comments were too affirmative?" His tone was not talking a bit about Chao Shuiqin's ideas in some hearsay manner, but like he had read or known the story after the first 80 chapters. Zhang Ye was very sure. Hence, Zhang Ye's comments cannot be understood by people. This is because in this story, after the first 80 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber, it was not the original intent or written by Chao Shuiqin, but followed up by Gao Yi. Zhang Ye is a key person in the study of readology. He might have been Chao Shuiqin's wife or Chao Shuiqin's father, or even Chao Shuiqin's close friend. We do not know the specific details, but we can be sure of one thing. This Zhang Ye was not a person who copied Dream of the Red Chamber after simply borrowing it. You can tell from the comments. Zhang Ye was involved in the entire creation process of Dream of the Red Chamber. He had read, communicated, and discussed with Chao Shuiqin before writing those comments. Another bomb. It set off once again in the auditorium. Zhang Ye, who was never really paid attention to by rhetoriologists, actually ended being said by Zhang Ye to be the most authoritative person who had participated in the creation of Dream of the Red Chamber. You just won't give up unless you say something astonishing. The Peking University students were once again pelted by bombshell shrapnel. They looked blankly at each other. A Peking University female student from the history department argued, "Even if what you said is reasonable, there is no historical records of a person like Zhang Ye. It is just a pen name. He comes from unknown origins. We don't even know if he is male or female. Of course, we can't believe his words. We cannot use it as evidence." Zhang Ye was amused. "I can't accept what you just said." From the comments, we can already tell that Zhang Ye and Chao Shuiqin are extremely close. We just do not know the exact identity of Zhang Ye. He is not someone of unknown origins. If we consider Zhang Ye to be someone of unknown origins, then according to what you said, then Chao Shuiqin himself is also a person of unknown origins. In academia and readology, no one actually knows if Chao Shuiqin is Chao Yang's son or Chao Fu's son. Hence, identity cannot be used as rhetoric to deny evidence. Chao Shuiqin's identity was also unknown. The face of female student from the history department changed colors before she finally sat down crestfallen. Furthermore, I believe many people have not discovered, and even numerous rhetoriologists have not noticed this. Zhang Ye projected another piece of information. As you can see, this is one of the ancient texts of Dream of the Red Chamber. It was copied by handwriting and has many more mistakes. The typesetting also seems problematic. Compared to many ancient texts, it is not worthy, but this ancient text contains a very important bit of information. Look at this. Do you see it? This line seems to be a mistake. There seems to be an additional few words. These words, if just read simply, would seem incomprehensible, but what if you do this? Zhang Ye took another document and placed over it. Everyone gasped. It matched. Why is this line the same? This is Zhang Ye's comments. Holy **T. Why are Zhang Ye's comments in other ancient texts? Professor Zhang and company looked alarmed. The strokes and writing was clearly different and was written by two different people, but they were exactly the same. Zhang Ye maintained his smile. This was a smile of self-confidence, because he knew he had control of every piece of information. The research of Dream of the Red Chamber had already reached a point where almost nothing could come out of it. Many things were already fact. Zhang Ye was also a broadcasting host by training, so his eloquence was excellent, so everyone present, or even everyone in the world, could not win a readology debate with him. He said, "Now it's very clear, right?" The person who wrote this ancient text also referenced Zhang Ye's version. Here, his mind might have wandered and ended up making a mistake while copying. He lifted it without any modifications of Zhang Ye's comments in a baffling manner. It has nothing to do with the following text. Many people have seen it and thought it was a typo or a mistake, so no one paid much attention to it. However, I have studied it, and everyone can see that this line was actually a sentence Zhang Ye injected into one of the chapter titles. And it was the original words. Zhang Ye projected another piece of information. If everyone still does not believe this ancient text, there's also this paragraph. This is even Gao Yi's version, and is also the 120 circulated chapters. The information wrote. They continued on their way to Shichun's apartment. Being younger and more immature than the other cousins, Shichun was much more frightened by this visitation and, at first, seemed to be quite bewildered by it. It took all of Shifeng's efforts to calm her down. Unfortunately, while they were searching in Picture's trunk, they came across a large packet containing 30 or 40 silver medallions. So instead of evidence of immoral conduct, one had found stolen goods. There was also a carved jade belt buckle, a pair of men's boots, and a pair of socks. Zhang Ye looked at the audience. There's this line, so instead of evidence of immoral conduct, one had found stolen goods in there. If a meticulous person were to flip through the ancient text of Dream of the Red Chamber, he would realize there was no such line. Only Zhang Ye's edition has it. This line is in no way Chao Shuichen's original text. So instead of evidence of immoral conduct, one had found stolen goods. This is simply Zhang Ye's own comment. And coupled with the previous information, I want everyone to take a clear look. Look, the origins come from here. And clearly, Zhang Ye's ancient text was many years before Gao Yi's edition. Of course, it couldn't be Zhang Ye erroneously copying Gao Yi's ancient text. That is illogical. Hence, this is how a mistaken portion from Zhang Ye entered Gao Yi's version. This was because Gao Yi was using Zhang Ye's ancient text as a template. It's really true. What does this say? Right? What does this represent? A few students could not help but ask. Even Professor Zhang spoke up. What is your opinion? Zhang Ye smiled. For this situation, I believe, or can even say that I'm certain that all the ancient texts of Dream of the Red Chamber were actually copied from Zhang Ye's second annotations to the story of the stone. This includes Gao Yi's version and all the derivative Dream of the Red Chamber versions. All this came from Zhang Ye's evaluations. And as previously mentioned, the most complete ancient text Gao Yi had which no one had seen before can, in fact, be concluded to be Zhang Ye's version. It's just that one of Zhang Ye's versions was too incomplete. It did not hold much meaning even when we discovered it. However, what Gao Yi obtained was Zhang Ye's most complete edition of the first 80 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber. So by inference, Zhang Ye's comments are too valuable and can be considered very reliable. Hence, the Zhang Ye comments about things past chapter 80 that I previously mentioned have been established. That is to say, the last 40 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber was in no way written by Chao Shuichen. Are you serious? Holy sh**t. The Peking University students rioted. Even Professor Zhang and a few teachers, who had a relatively deep understanding of Dream of the Red Chamber, clearly showed a look of shock. Through Zhang Ye's evidence and information, along with his analysis and reasoning, it did sound possible. Wu Ziqing smiled. She no longer pretended to play with her cell phone. The Chinese departments Chang Kaiga and Zhen Shuquan were also visibly shaken. Chapter 309. This is the precursor of rewriting history. The auditorium hushed up. It was yet another comment that challenged everyone's knowledge. A lot of them were busy thinking and digesting this argument of Zhang Ye's. Offstage in a corner, a Peking University Economics and Management Department male teacher in his 50s couldn't help but ask, where did this Zhang Ye come from? Beside him, a history department's female teacher said, you don't know him? The male teacher said, I don't really follow the news nor pay attention to the entertainment and literary circles. The female teacher said, this Zhang Ye has a bit of a name in Beijing. His literary qualities are very high. The Economics and Management Department male teacher said, I can see that. That's why I'm curious as to where this genius appeared out of. I like Dream of the Red Chamber very much too and have spent a portion of my time reading up about reviews and analysis of Dream of the Red Chamber, including some expert scholars and readology talks. But to question who the author of Dream of the Red Chamber was, only Zhang Ye alone dares to offer this view. He's really not simple. Watching Zhang Ye, who was in a relaxed state on stage. He said, "Have you all realized? Up until now, he has not used a script. He's only brought some information up on stage, and the rest was done off script. It seems like he has already fully digested the knowledge of Dream of the Red Chamber right into his bones." The female teacher did a slight kowtow, saying, "This opinion is really a novel way of thinking. If Zhang Ye did not mention it, then no one might ever consider it or question who the author of Dream of the Red Chamber was." Blinking, she added on, "But even though his arguments make sense, I still have reservations on it." The male teacher acknowledged, "We will still need to continue listening on. Just this bit of evidence alone won't do. To reverse the widely accepted view of the novel, he would have to offer solid proof that no one would be able to doubt and use extensive literary evidence and multiple points of view to prove it. Otherwise, no one would accept it." Behind them was a new trainee teacher who said, "I think that's all to it. After all, the Redologists have already researched Dream of the Red Chamber for so many years without progress. All the literary evidence would have been looked through more than once already. Would evidence be so easy to find? The fact that Zhang Ye has managed to find these evidences to support his argument is already a miracle." The reporters were also whispering among themselves. The Peking University students were all speaking in hushed tones. "That's too godly. This perspective is too scary. If it's real, then the literary world will become a mess. This is the first time I've witnessed that a lecture on Dream of the Red Chamber could be given this way." From before Zhang Ye arrived at Peking University, from the time when Zhang Ye was first announced to be joining Peking University's Chinese department, many people had doubted his standard and qualifications. The students might have been interested in Zhang Ye and were hoping for such an unique style of teacher, but that was mainly from the perspective of entertainment. If they were to seriously consider how good of a teacher Zhang Ye would be in appreciation of the classics, then I'm afraid that these Peking University students did not expect much either, not to mention the members of the education and literary world. Even Peking University's Chinese department's colleagues, the professors and teachers, kept a doubting and even distrustful attitude towards him. They were all very judgmental of Zhang Ye. And when Zhang Ye mentioned that he would be speaking about the Dream of the Red Chamber, that no one else would dare to touch, it had caused another shocking reaction. Everyone's distrust towards him had become stronger and stronger, like Professor Yen of the Chinese department, like Dean Chang Kaiga and company. They all took Zhang Ye to be a maniac. But as the hour passed, at this moment right now, as the first lesson was coming to a close, many people had now reversed their contempt and looked seriously at Zhang Ye as a person for the first time, to consider the inconceivable viewpoint. Whether or not Zhang Ye was correct, however much they did not want to believe his view, they could only put down their resistance and pride now and admit that Zhang Ye's understanding and research of Dream of the Red Chamber had reached a pinnacle. Professor Zhang, Professor Yen, teachers of the Chinese department, even Professor Wang, who had previously taught this class, without a doubt, they knew they could not stand up to Zhang Ye in the field of Dream of the Red Chamber research. In this field, Zhang Ye's alternative way of handling the issues had left a majority of them convinced. Just the evidence that all of the manuscripts originated from Xianzhai was enough to cause a stir in the world of Redology. This was a big discovery. This was a breakthrough for Redology research. Even that poem dedicated to Gao Yi by the Qing dynasty poet was valuable research information. Having listened to Zhang Ye's lecture until now, many people were left feeling incredulous. Why? Why was it that such key information and documentation had not been discovered by anyone until this moment? Was it that it had been discovered before, but not taken to be important? Why did it have to be Zhang Ye alone who realized this point? This meant that he alone had king disprove the whole Redology world. More than 10 seconds passed. People finally came out of their pondering states. Senior Song breathed in and raised her hand. Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye kept the projector transparencies and smiled. Little Song, go ahead. Your discovery indeed seems very valuable, but, Senior Song stubbornly insisted, even if many ancient texts of Dream of the Red Chamber originated from Xianzhai's edition, if we want to force it, it still doesn't answer the problem. We can't use Xianzhai's comments to say that the last 40 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber were not written by Chao Shuochen. Even if Xianzhai was extremely close with Chao Shuochen and might have participated in discussions and the creative process, I still have the same thing to say. It is possible that when Zhang Ye wrote those comments, Dream of the Red Chamber was still not completed yet. Later on, Chao Shuiqin changed his mind and did not follow his original intentions. You previously refuted me saying that Zhang Ye's tone was very affirmative and said that he had seen the entire Dream of the Red Chamber. That still lacks evidence. Professor Zhang nodded. Little Song's sharp question was good. Academic research had to be as such. By continuously picking at flaws in an argument and continuously searching for problems, only then could you see things clearer. As Senior Song was saying, her thoughts became clearer. So although many things make sense according to Zhang Ye's words from inference, and people of that era had never seen the entire Dream of the Red Chamber, while Zhang Ye, who was very close with Chao Shuiqin, only had a general idea and outline of the story, resulting in Zhang Ye having such comments. This also led to the ancient texts being passed down without the complete 120 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber. They could not record it down because no one had seen the ending plot. After Chao Shuiqin finished writing Dream of the Red Chamber, the manuscript was for some reason sealed and saved, but was found many years later by Gao Yi. Only then was it spread during that period. As for why Gao Yi referenced Zhang Ye's comments and had erroneously included it in the circulated version, this also indicates the level of Gao Yi's academic rigor. When he supplemented Dream of the Red Chamber, he studied Zhang Ye's comments, and maybe even the complete 120 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber that was passed down contained in Zhang Ye's comments. As a collator, he ended up making a mistake, so the 120 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber was still written by Chao Shuiqin. That's right. That was well said by that student. Mighty Senior Song. Well said. If we depended on guessing like that, then everything would be able to make sense. Teacher Zhang Ye's opinions can't really hold water. That's indeed our straight-A student, Senior Song. The students of Peking University were suddenly enlightened. A few Peking University teachers also looked towards Senior Song and thought to themselves what a smart student she was. However, Zhang Ye did not mind and instead smiled. He looked at Senior Song and said, "Then according to what you say, people from that era have never seen the complete Dream of the Red Chamber." Senior Song affirmed, "It has to be so. According to this inference, your opinion will be overturned. If the complete 120 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber was first spread by Gao Yi, the comments of Zhang Ye would not be able to hold." Zhang Ye smiled as he shook his head. "You don't agree?" Senior Song leered at him. Zhang Ye said, Actually I'm very happy. Why? Because when I first put out my views, everyone was thinking that I was making excuses. They thought that I was using some unreliable information with biased assumptions to make my arguments. But it seems that you all have realized that this situation is now switched." Senior Song immediately blushed, "But I'm not forcing my argument and using biased assumptions. It might be a possibility. No, it has to be like that." "Are you sure?" Zhang Ye asked. "I'm sure," Senior Song insisted firmly. "Then you must put a question mark to the word sure." Actually, people from that era had read Dream of the Red Chamber. Zhang Ye had already finished all his preparations. So how could he be stumped by a student? He pulled out a document and projected it. "Everyone, please take a look at this." "What is that?" "Poem." "Another poem?" Everyone stared at it with rapt attention. "Do not ask about the marriage of the gold and jade, for it is like a spring dream when gathered, or smoke too soon departed. Its magical spirit lost, the stone returned to the foot of Green Sickness Peak, where even its ability to speak was all in vain." Everyone looked at each other. "What poem is this? Why haven't we heard of it before?" Zhang Ye said, "This document took me a long time to find in the internal system of Beijing Library. The person who wrote this poem is named Fu Chaoming. Trusting my word, he was a small noble of the Qing dynasty. However, he was not very successful. By his time, his family had declined. His poems were also not that great. It was lower in quality than your average poems. He was not famous. The poems he wrote were mostly for his own pleasure, or spread amongst his relatives and friends. The poem anthology's name is Anthology of Green Smoke and Locked Windows." Everyone was baffled. Who was this person? Some people searched on the internet, but found nothing. Zhang Ye scanned everyone's expression and said, "From the looks of it, no one knows this person, but please remember Fucha Mingyi. When studying Dream of the Red Chamber, this person plays an important role. If everyone looks at the poem projected on the screen, it's clear that it is writing about Dream of the Red Chamber. What's the meaning of the poem? Dream of the Red Chamber has a story of a marriage of gold and jade. He was saying, don't ask about it. It's unbearable to recall it. Why? This was because Fucha Mingyi had seen both the marriage of gold and jade that was like a spring dream when gathered. Then he had also seen the part of how smoke too soon departed. Fucha Mingyi had seen a complete version of Dream of the Red Chamber. Someone raised his doubts. Is there such a person in history? That's right. Why hasn't the readology world verified this poem before? Is this really writing about Dream of the Red Chamber? Then why has no one discovered it before? What's so surprising for him to have read Dream of the Red Chamber? Right? I have also seen the 120 chapters. It too has a beginning and an end. Senior Song also raised many doubts, as people threw questions at Zhang Ye. In this world, Fucha Mingyi was someone no one paid attention to. As his poetry standard was mediocre and was not considered famous, no one paid him attention. Besides, the anthology of Green Smoke and Locked Windows was incomplete. The original words mentioning Dream of the Red Chamber no longer existed. Out of the 20 poems that wrote about Dream of the Red Chamber, only 3 or 4 were left on this planet. Without a title, without any fame, and it being too obscure, it caused the readologists of this world to not discover it. However, Zhang Ye, as a person who had crossed universes, knew the importance of this person and these poems. If no one else could discover this poem, then Zhang Ye, who knew the truth, could easily find it. It couldn't be said that he was of a higher learning than this world's readologists. It could only be said that Zhang Ye had seen more than them and knew about things that they didn't. Zhang Ye said, I see that all of you have many questions. It's all right. I will answer them one by one. First, let's talk about when Fucha Mingyi wrote this poem. According to my verification and research, Fucha Mingyi's anthology of Green Smoke and Locked Windows would list down his poems according to its year. A piece of information was projected on the screen. Take a look. This is all verified information. Everyone can see clearly that the poems at the end of Anthology of Green Smoke and Locked Windows were completed in 1781. And the poem that was about Dream of the Red Chamber, I showed everyone was before this. And that is to say, Fucha Mingyi had finished reading a complete Dream of the Red Chamber before the year 1781. However, when did Gao Yi's 120 circulated chapter version of Dream of the Red Chamber appear? It was 1791. Senior Song was stunned. Many other people were also stunned. Zhang Ye chuckled and said, so the point Little Song inferred and guessed could not be established. Before Gao Yi, there was someone who had seen the complete Dream of the Red Chamber. However, that was not the 120 circulated chapters. Senior Zhou supported Senior Song by saying, even if someone else had seen it, that's not considered proof. This Fucha Mingyi might have seen it, but it might be some ancient manuscript that was not copied by others. So others had seen it, and that complete version of the manuscript was obtained by Gao Yi. Only was it released by Gao Yi many years later. Zhang Yi chuckled. Did you notice? The grounds on which you are arguing are narrowing and are becoming more and more subjective. Senior Zhou denied with his neck tensed. But that's the case. All right, then let me show everyone else a poem. It is also a poem written by Fucha Mingyi about Dream of the Red Chamber. Zhang Ye said, if the previous poem was incomprehensible or you could not understand that it was about Dream of the Red Chamber, then this poem will be irrefutable proof. The information was projected. How many springs, indulging in gold and jade, last, the young scion of a noble house ends in emaciation. Where did the powdered rogue go, letting down Shi Jiluan of yesteryear? Zhang Yi explained, what does it mean? He says the Jia clan lived a life of opulence, but it would not last many springs. It meant such opulent lives could not last long, not more than a few springs. Then we would immediately remember the first 80 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber that we have read. It clearly states that when the 3 springs have gone, the flowering time will end, spring griefs and autumn sorrows were by yourselves provoked. It says the life of luxury only lasts 3 years. Clearly, Fu Mini had seen such a prophecy in the first 80 chapters, but at the same time, he had also seen the novel's main character, young scion of a noble house, Zhao Bayu. And what was the final impression? Emaciation, which means reduced to skin and bones. Many people were deep in thought. Professor Zhang and a few others were still constantly savoring that poem. Zhang Ye looked at everyone. Then, I would like to ask, in the 120 circulated chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber, did Zhao Bayu ever end up in that state? Was he emaciated? Not at all. Hence, the complete version of Dream of the Red Chamber Fu Mingyi read is completely different from the 120 circulated chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber that you have all read. This is because the last 40 chapters every one of you have read was continued by Gao Yi. It was not Chao Shuichen's original work. This proof was indeed rather important. A few Peking University professors looked at each other. Oldly, what do you think? A Chinese department teacher asked another. History department teacher. The history department teacher pondered for a moment. I will need to verify it first. As he said so, he picked up his cell phone and made a call to a few friends. Hello, can you help me to check out some information? Regarding someone named Fu Mingyi. Zhang Ye's shocking remarks no longer only affected the literary and education world. Even the history world could not escape its clutches. A third-year history department senior said, "Are the words of this Fu Mingyi reliable?" Zhang Ye laughed. "I have some information here about Fu Mingyi. Please take a look before you decide if he's to be trusted or not." After he put up the information for everyone to see, he said, "The information shows that Fu Mingyi was born later than Chao Shuichen, but that they still belonged to the same time. They had a time where their lives crossed, meaning to say when Chao Shuichen was alive, Fu Mingyi was also alive. The information also adds on to say that the both of them had lived in the grounds of the capital in the same suburbs, so it was very likely that these two people had met each other before." Senior Song no longer said anything. Many others were trying hard to digest all the evidence that Zhang Ye had presented. Zhang Ye said, "Everyone can think about it as you listen to me speak. The second half of the poem is also a very important piece of evidence. Where did the powdered robe go? It talks about the young women in the book who disappeared in the end. In the phrase, letting down Shi Jiluan of yesteryear, the ancients liked to use allegories. Shi Jiluan was a person from the Western Jin dynasty. His name was Shi Chong, and he was a wealthy politician who led a licentious life. However, this person's fate ended up very tragic. He lost a power struggle, and when his political rivals surrounded his manor, his concubine, named Lu Zhu, made her move. To express her resistance and loyalty to Shi Chong, she ran to the top of the mansion and jumped off, killing herself. This became a famous historical event, known as Lu Zhu's jumping. Shi Chong was actually a terrible person and was not worthy of being pitied. From our current-day viewpoint, what Lu Zhu did was nothing to sing praises about, but it's because of this. When Fu Mingyi saw the ending of Dream of the Red Chamber, he felt mixed emotions. When the Jia clan was annihilated in the end, there was no character like Lu Zhu that appeared. None of those powdered young women stood forward to show any bit of resistance. So what Fu Mingyi saw was a tragic ending. It was an ending with the Jia clan leaving the landscape desolate and bare. This was Chao Shuichen's original intent and word of Dream of the Red Chamber. Everyone was once again riled up. No one could think clearly anymore and did not know how to rebut him. So Zhang Ye said, "So putting 2 and 2 together, the answer becomes clear. If we had to force it by saying that Ziyanzhai had only heard of Chao Shuichen's outlines and ideas when Dream of the Red Chamber had not been completed in writing, and after that when it was finished, it was sealed away, and thus no ancient manuscripts covered the novel after the first 80 chapters? Then how do we explain the existence of these poems by Fu Mingyi? Isn't this already detailed enough? He had obviously read the ending of Dream of the Red Chamber with his own eyes, and it was a different version to that of the 120 chapters that we have read today, and he even read it many years before Gao Yi. Against this backdrop, who could explain as to why such a strange situation came about? Silence. Anyone? If not, then I will explain. The current version's last 40 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber were not written by Chao Shuichen. Zhang Ye asserted once more. At this moment, that history department teacher's friend had gotten back to him. He clearly had a friend who worked in a library. He had called them to check for him internally, so they managed to get the information very quickly. Oldly, how was it? Does this person and those poems really exist? When the history department teacher got off the call, he nodded solemnly at his colleagues saying, Zhang Ye's speaking the truth. At least all of that information can indeed be verified. Fucha Mingyi really wrote those poems. His life and background were also as Zhang Ye had put it. Then he proceeded to show them the cell phone with the information that his friend had sent to him. And it's not only these two poems, but there are others too. Although these poems did not mention explicitly Dream of the Red Chamber, their phrasings and meanings were clearly referring to Dream of the Red Chamber. But because this information was too obscure, if you did not pay close attention to it, you'd miss this information. Professor Zhang, who was seated further away, shifted seats when he heard them. He also took a look at the information. The Peking University teachers nearby were convinced at once, not at Zhang Ye's perspective, but at his ability to do research. Such obscure information. A person like that who wouldn't raise an eyebrow of others. You could even find them. You were even able to discover such a source of information? From this alone, those Peking University teachers and professors thought that Zhang Ye was really crazy. They had already known this host named Zhang understood the three kingdoms rather well and could speak about it rather interestingly. But who would have ever thought that his research and study of Dream of the Red Chamber would be so meticulous? It didn't even matter if his research was correct or wrong. To them, Zhang Ye was already way ahead of all of the rhodologists. Wu Ziqing smiled elegantly once more. Looks like teacher little Zhang is able to carry out his responsibilities for this course. The Chinese department's professor Yin Jiantao said with a heavy expression. Many of these arguments and the evidence still needs to be verified. He still despised Zhang Ye, who came through the ranks of broadcasting rather than history or literature. But others did not feel the same. Anyone present could tell that if Zhang Ye could provide even stronger evidence later, wouldn't this be a precursor to rewriting history? Chapter 310. The first lesson is over. Peking University. In the auditorium, many of the reporters were trying their best to take photographs. Many of the Peking University students were hungry for more. Compared to those experts or teachers, the students were much more receptive to fresh perspectives or opinions that subverted their understanding. They could accept and understand much more easily, and thus a group of such students were already hooked by interest towards the research and logical reasonings of Zhang Ye's argument. They all were thinking how Teacher Zhang Ye would continue on from here. Teacher, do you still have more evidence? Teacher Zhang, I have a question. Are you really able to explain all of the logical errors in Dream of the Red Chamber? The Peking University students said one after the other, all scrambling to get their questions answered. It was already 11:30 a.m. The school had initially planned for Zhang Ye to have 1 hour to give his lecture for appreciation of the classics, but it had already exceeded the time slot by quite a bit. Zhang Ye looked at his watch and spoke into the microphone. Sorry everyone, I cannot answer everyone's questions during today's lesson due to time constraints. Those students who are interested can look for me after class to discuss. I also welcome any students who are not in my elective class to come and listen in on my second lesson. I welcome anyone who seeks to learn more about literature and those who love classical novels to join me as well. So then, we will be ending today's lesson here. Class dismissed. With that, Zhang Ye started packing his teaching materials from the projector and left the stage. There was no applause. There was not a single applause. Instead, it was replaced by a surge of students rushing forward. The moment Zhang Ye got off the stage and was preparing to leave via the aisle, he was surrounded by a large group of Peking University students. Teacher Zhang, what will we be tested on for our elective class? Will we be tested on Dream of the Red Chamber? Can you give us a clue about what's examinable? Teacher, I still don't really understand your perspective. Could we discuss it? At this moment, the students of Appreciation of the Classics class had already recognized Zhang Ye's position as their lecturer. Zhang Ye had used his knowledge to shake up these students. If the students had only respected Zhang Ye because of his talk show, his poems, or just because he was such a straight talker, then now the students were convinced by his solid and impressive lecturing skills. Even if someone did not agree with Zhang Ye's views or did not like his behavior, no one would be able to cast any more doubt that Zhang Ye did not know how to give lectures? Who said that as a host, Zhang Ye would not know how to teach students? Who said that an outsider of the education world would not know how to give a lecture? The netizens, industry insiders, and experts of the education world that had cast doubt on Zhang Ye before now seemed quite laughable. From the beginning, he threw out his argument and enticed the audience through his speech. The details were slowly revealed as he spent the entire lecture pushing out his logical reasoning in order of succession. What's more, Zhang Ye was doing all of it off script in front of them, and without even a backup script highlighting his lecture pointers. The lesson was even done in a Q&A format, taking questions and debating about them. No one would know when and what these students would ask, yet Zhang Ye had countered them with extremely well thought-out answers. He even managed to pull them back to his original main argument and drive his point home. He had used the questions from the students to reinforce his views and created a more visual and impactful understanding of them. What was key was that this lesson was very interesting and no one had fallen asleep from the beginning till end. Not a single person in the more than 1,000-strong audience lost focus. The entire lesson was all within Zhang Ye's control. They were all led by the nose by Zhang Ye's bombshell. As such, the students had a very memorable lesson and gained more knowledge as well. The education world experts still looked down on this host, Zhang Ye. They were still biased against a person who was not from their industry. T. With the standards set by his performance today, even a professor with more than 10 years of experience would not do better than this, right? They couldn't possibly deliver the lecture better than teacher Zhang Ye, right? All right. Even though there were professors in Peking University and Tsinghua University who had the same standard as Zhang Ye's lecture delivery and could do it with such interest, logic, and impact, would they be able to do so for a whole hour? Surely they would not be able to do so without a script. But Zhang Ye could. From this alone, no one in the education world would dare say they could do better than Zhang Ye. This teacher was too interesting. This was why the students had all surrounded Zhang Ye. Of course, the group of reporters were even crazier than them. More than 20 reporters rushed forward and squeezed in trying their best to take some pictures, while others held out their voice recorders. Zhang Ye, please accept our interview. I'm a reporter with the Beijing Times. Teacher Zhang, do you realize that your lecture today is going to cause a huge stir? This is only your first time giving a lesson as a lecture, but you've already thrown out such a shocking theory. How many people do you think will accept your views? Teacher Zhang, please tell us about your thoughts. What you said today was too shocking to the people. No, it's too shocking to the world. Why did you not raise these views before? Did you just discover the shocking secret to dream of the Red Chamber recently? Zhang Ye raised his hand. Please let me through. I will not be giving any interviews today. If there's a need, you may contact the relevant agencies in Peking University, and if they allow it, I will give an interview. Sorry, please excuse me. He was not here as a host, but as a teacher of Peking University. He would need to handle the issues of interviews carefully. The system and characteristics here were different from a television station. The school's principals did not encourage a teacher to do informal interviews. The security team had also come to maintain order. After being tussled left and right, Zhang Ye was finally escorted out safely after 7 to 8 minutes. It was only giving a lecture, but it felt like he had gone to war. Zhang Ye was at a loss at whether to laugh or cry. He had intended to interact for a short while with President Wu and Dean Chang. The university and department leaders had come specially to listen in on his lecture, so it would have been rude if he just left without saying anything. But there was no other way now, as he could not find them anymore, even after looking left and right. He could only avoid the people and quickly walk back to his office. At the other end, the auditorium's dedicated staff doorway, Wu Ziqing, Chang Kaiga, and company were walking out together with a camera crew member as well as the website administrator. They were discussing as they walked. Did you get the whole lesson? Wu Ziqing asked. The cameraman, who was in his 40s, said, Yes, I've recorded everything. The website administrator said respectfully, President Wu, it is standard practice for all our past public lectures to be uploaded onto the Peking University website, and also a publicity and showcase for us. But this time, Teacher Zhang Ye's lecture on Dream of the Red Chamber, should we not post it up? Wu Ziqing laughed gently. Why not? Secretary Jin Shuquan said, There is quite a bit of information overload for this lecture. and much of Zhang Ye's views have not been verified yet. If we post this, it will inevitably cause a commotion. Right now, only a small group of students are slightly convinced by Zhang Ye. They still do not fully believe, let alone others. What more, those education and literary circles experts. They would surely make a fuss. Chang Kaiga sighed. There's already a big fuss going on now. Even if we do not post it, when those reporters get back, they will still publish it. We should take the initiative and post it first instead. At least, Zhang Ye's views will be presented with details, rather than letting the reporters take his arguments out of context and have the possibility of an even greater negative reaction. Wu Ziqing said, Dean Chong is right. Just like Zhang Ye said himself, the more truth is debated, the less obscure it becomes. Having some controversy is a good thing. Yan Jiantao raised his eyebrows in disagreement. Will that really not be a problem? If it is not handled properly, our Peking University will become the target of criticism. After all, Zhang Ye is now a lecturer of Peking University. If his views are made known, then whatever trouble that comes along with it will also have to be handled by Peking University. And furthermore, little Zhang's point of view has not been perfected or elaborated in full. He's still so young and wouldn't be able to handle the pressure from outside. What if the lessons turn out to be a mess later? Wouldn't it be better if we delayed it for a few more days before posting? To see if Zhang Ye has any more new evidence to show for. Wu Ziqing said flatly. There's no need to wait a few days. To the website administrator, she said, clean up the recording and post it up. Yes, President Wu. That person acknowledged. Then, Wu Ziqing said to Yan Jiantao, Professor Yan, I know that you have always been very stringent towards academic issues, but issues related to Dream of the Red Chamber are not something that we can be overly stringent with. There are already all sorts of unsolved mysteries to it, and at this point of time, being stringent is no longer the single most important factor. A daring questioning and view of it would be the most important thing. I believe that teacher Little Zhang also wishes to be doubted from the outside world and the world of readology. Only if that happens would there be more analysis and more debates. With more opinions and views, we will be able to finally gain a clearer understanding and solve this mystery. This should be a good thing. She smiled as she was saying. As to whether teacher Little Zhang will be able to handle the pressure from outside, I don't think that we should even be worried about it. You could worry about anything. Everything has a chance to go wrong. But when it came to resisting pressure, a person like Zhang Ye would definitely have no problems handling it. Professor Zeng was jubilant when he heard these words. Professor Yin probably does not know the background of teacher Little Zhang. Back then, during the hijacking of plane, Zhang Ye, who had never piloted a plane, stood forward at the most critical moment and landed it safely. He saved over 100 lives. We cannot use logic to deduce what this man is thinking. Chang Kaiga, the other teachers and Peking University staff who were present, had also heard a little about Zhang Ye's miraculous stories. Their expressions broke out into wry smiles. Of course, everyone tacitly knew that there was no reason to worry about Zhang Ye about handling pressure. In 2 live broadcasts, he had scolded his leader once and criticized the SARFT in the other. With all that pressure from the second incident, Zhang Ye could still scold the SARFT with a poem a day in a carefree manner. It could be said that he was the type who fought even harder the more pressure there was. This was the sort of literary hooligan he was. If he couldn't take the pressure, then no one in this world would be able to take it either. Chapter 311. Poked a hornet's nest. It was lunch break. Peking University Chinese Department. In a teacher's office, some lecturers brought lunchboxes in. Beside the water dispenser, there was a microwave oven, so a simple reheating would do. There were other lecturers who were heading to the canteen to get their meals. At this moment, Zhang Ye returned. A young female lecturer glanced at him. Teacher Zhang, your class is over? Zhang Ye nodded and said, I just finished. The female lecturer smiled and said, How did your first class feel? Zhang Ye said with a hearty laugh, It was not bad. It was quite fun having so many people listen to my lecture. Fun. The female lecturer gave him a thumbs up and said with amusement, With your hosting background, you must definitely have the proper nerves for it. You must also have seen all sorts of situations. Thinking back to my first class, it was even some small, ordinary class. There were only about 30 or 40 people, but I was so nervous that I began stammering. I nearly screwed up the class. By the way, I heard there were too many students coming to listen to your class, and there were even quite a few reporters, making you run a public lecture in the end. Zhang Ye acknowledged. It was held at the auditorium. You sure are popular. Normal teachers like us do not enjoy such treatment. Let's not talk about having so many people attend the class. It would be something worth rejoicing if students don't skip class. The female lecturer said in a self-deprecating manner. The other Peking University teachers did not pay much attention to Zhang Ye. Some ate, while others busied themselves with work. There were at most a few people who glanced at Zhang Ye before lowering their heads again. Only this female lecturer, who was about the same age as Zhang Ye, chatted with him. One could see how unpopular Zhang Ye was. Oh, what did you lecture today? The female lecturer asked. 3 kingdoms? Zhang Ye sat back at his seat and said to the neighboring female lecturer, No, I taught Dream of the Red Chamber. Ah, Dream of the what? You taught Dream of the Red Chamber? The female lecturer was stunned and felt her mind spinning. The other Chinese department teachers in the office also became speechless upon hearing that. They all looked towards Zhang Ye. All of them had classes in the morning, so they did not know what had happened in the auditorium. Teacher Wu, who was about to become an associate professor, said, You can even teach. Dream of the Red Chamber? Little Zhang, this is a university, not a variety program. You have to be rigorous in academic stuff. Zhang Ye said casually, I know. The female lecturer was at a loss for words. You sure are bold. Professor Wu and the other teachers all shook their heads slightly. Zhang Ye kept his documents and was about to go downstairs to get food. However, he guessed that many reporters were gathered in the canteen or somewhere nearby to lunge at him, so he did not go there. Instead, he went to a small nearby grocery store to buy a hamburger. He heated it in a microwave oven before returning to the office to eat it. As he chewed on his hamburger, the other teachers were enjoying their meals. Just as people were having their lunch, Peking University's official website posted a recording of Zhang Ye's lecture. There was nearly no cuts, and the entire lesson was uploaded. Zhang Ye did not watch it, but was searching for information on the internet while eating. He was preparing for tomorrow's lesson. The female lecturer sitting beside him was very curious. She wanted to know how Zhang Ye lectured on Dream of the Red Chamber. So she loaded the video, since she had nothing to do. Following that, she constantly cried out, F***K. This is... what's up with this information? Su Na's exclamations made all the other teachers in the office speechless. Teacher Su, a female teacher in her 40s, put down her teaching material, saying, What are you watching? Why the commotion? My heart nearly jumped out because of you. Su Na was still in a state of shock. I'm watching a recording of teacher Little Zhang's public lecture. Hurry up and watch it. It's no trifling matter. No one has ever talked about Dream of the Red Chamber in this way. Little Zhang's class. Really? All right, let me take a look. I have read Dream of the Red Chamber several times. There are so many logical inconsistencies. There's no way to teach this class, right? From the ruckus caused by Su Na, the curiosity of the other Peking University teachers were piqued. They all loaded the video up. The video was a bit long. Some people jumped to the main points, while others watched from start to finish. It would not have mattered if they didn't watch, but everyone showed the same expressions as Su Na. What is the situation? Holy sh**t. This class is defying the heavens. How can Dream of the Red Chamber not be written by Chao Shuichin? But what teacher Little Zhang says makes sense. The evidence provided is also very strong. Su Na supported Zhang Ye. Professor Wu and another teacher shook their heads. That doesn't explain anything. It has not been verified. So how can you speak rubbish? The female teacher in her 40s said, Little Zhang, your class is going to cause chaos. Zhang Ye lifted his shoulders and smiled. It's all right. I'm already mentally prepared. A debate was launched in the office immediately regarding Zhang Ye's public lecture. A teacher felt Zhang Ye's evidence was very reasonable. Teacher Su Na had her reservations, while the other teachers were adamant. They felt Zhang Ye was being too irrational. How could you teach something that was not verified? If that were the case, couldn't you have rested on your laurels and taught 3 kingdoms? It might not be interesting, but it would not have stirred such a controversy. This theory of yours is enough to ***king poke holes in the world of history and literature. Indeed, the external world went into chaos. No, it would be more appropriate to say that the heavens were overturned. Once the Peking University's official website posted the video, many people rushed to watch it. For example, Zhang Ye's old friends and colleagues, or his hardcore fans, or those experts and professors from the academia world who doubted Zhang Ye's lecturing ability. There were also netizens who liked to join in a bustle. After all, the news of Zhang Ye joining Peking University was still hot. Many people knew about it. Although people did not care much about Zhang Ye's classes, they also wanted to take a glance at it once the video was out. Yes, a large number of people only wanted to glance at it. But after this glance, none of them were able to close the video. His new friends were stunned. His old friends were also stunned. Holy mother *** king **t. This is crazy. My titanium. Dog eyes are blinded. I feel like Earth can no longer stop teacher Zhang Ye. Dear, hurry up and watch this. Face-smacking Zhang has caused trouble again. This time he is not smacking his leader or unit's or relevant department's face, but he's smacking the entire world's face. I'm completely convinced by teacher Zhang. He is too good at stirring up trouble. Beijing television station. In a small office, Xiao Lu, Da Fei, and the Ho twins finished watching Zhang Ye's public lecture recording in shock. Then after staring all day blankly, they either smacked themselves in the forehead or fainted. Ho Di shouted F***K before saying, I finally realized that if teacher little Zhang does not cause a commotion a day, he won't be able to sleep well that night. Xiao Lu said, this time he's doomed. Ho Ge said, that's right. Zhang Ye is going to cause public outrage. Xiao Lu said in a panic. When he took up teaching duties at Peking University, many industry insiders were not optimistic about it. They were all scolding him. Now with this, wouldn't teacher Zhang Ye become the target of public censure? Everyone's firepower will be focused on him. No, I have to give him a call. He can't say that or he won't be able to carry on in the industry anymore. How many people is he offending? Da Fei stopped her. Don't make the call. Don't you already know teacher Zhang's temper? When has he been afraid of offending others? He would ignore it even if others criticize him. That temper of his probably is afraid that he offends too few. Teacher Zhang is the kind of person who gets more excited the more people he offends. Beijing radio station. Wang Xiaomei had finished her work late at noon and had just returned to the office to eat. The moment she stepped in, Big Sis Zhou and Auntie Sun shouted, Xiaomei, hurry up and watch this. Watch what? Wang Xiaomei leaned over, and she saw Zhang Ye saying calmly in his public lecture. The last 40 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber was in no way written by Chao Shuiqin. Wang Xiaomei exclaimed and returned to her seat with a calm expression. She continued eating, but as she ate, she began to lose her appetite. She clutched her hair, at a loss whether to laugh or cry, and muttered to herself, this Zhang Ye. Shanghai, Weiwa Company. Zhang Ye's colleagues were all dumbfounded. After watching the video, Zhang Han shouted 3 times, Holy sh**t, Holy sh**t, Holy sh**t. After Dong Shanshan finished watching, she did not say a word. After half a minute's silence, she stood up and went to the recording studio to record her program. She was already at a loss as to what to say. A hospital in Beijing. Deputy Station Head Jia, who was in an orthopedic ward, was watching Zhang Ye's video on his cell phone. He did not have the patience to finish watching it. He only watched the first 10 minutes before stopping. He closed the video and took a deep breath and suddenly erupted in laughter. This Zhang Ye has really sent himself to his death. On the web, on the newspapers, all the relevant news reports came out one after another. It was all rushed out by the reporters who had personally attended the public lecture. Zhang Ye has once again launched his missiles. Zhang Ye's Peking University public lecture. Questioning Dream of the Red Chamber's author. A person challenging the entire literature world. Peking University lecturer Zhang Ye. The last 40 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber were written by someone else. When Zhang Ye kept a low profile, he did it very well, but whenever he rose up, it would always be stunning. For example, it could be said that he poked a hornet's nest today. The literature industry was stunned. The education industry was stunned. The history industry was also stunned. The people who held authority in these industries publicly criticized Zhang Ye. They also believed that Zhang Ye was not suitable as a lecturer and guessed that there would be problems with his first lecture. Zhang Ye's notoriety was already not something a few people knew. However, no matter how they thought of it, they never expected Zhang Ye to publicly challenge what the entire country, or even the entire world, had considered conclusive. Numerous industry insiders appeared. Some were from the education industry, some from the literature industry. There were even people with authority in the field of history. As for those rheologists and rheology enthusiasts who had disappeared for a long period of time, they also could not sit idle. They all appeared to point their spears at Zhang Ye. Chapter 312. Zhang Ye's response. Let the world laugh about me. On Weibo, it immediately became a war zone. Zhang Ye, can you not speak nonsense? Don't insult my Dream of the Red Chamber. How can the 120 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber be continued on by someone else? Zhang Ye, I can ignore what you had previously said. I can treat it as funny musings. I also acknowledge your literary standard, but don't you mess with Dream of the Red Chamber. This is a classic in my heart. This is one of the 4 great classical novels of our country. How can you doubt it? Peking University is really blind to invite such a lecturer. I already said that Zhang Ye wouldn't do. As a host, how is he to teach? Let Zhang Ye get lost. Don't lead our children astray. What is he teaching? The army that denounced Zhang Ye drummed up their war gongs. Many parents of Peking University students appeared and collectively protested on Weibo, requesting Peking University to fire Zhang Ye. However, there were people who supported Zhang Ye. Have you seriously watched what teacher Zhang Ye taught in his class? Don't just boo along with others, all right? Just to look at the news on the newspapers, and you came here to scold? Just a scan of the opening parts of the video, and you came here to shout. I implore you to watch it carefully once more. See if what teacher Zhang Ye said was reasonable for yourself. If you don't think it's right, you can step forward to scold him, but you don't even know anything before coming here to boo. What sort of people are you? That's right. I really suggest everyone to watches it carefully. What teacher Zhang Ye says is reasonable. The evidence he produced was very strong. Supporting Zhang Ye. Unconditional support for teacher Zhang. Although I don't believe that the last 40 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber was not written by Chao Shuiqin, I still brainlessly support Zhang Ye. So what if I'm a brain-dead fan? Are you biting me? Don't scold anymore. Teacher Zhang really has the ability to teach. Are there any doubts after watching what he covered in the lecture? Literature has always been like that. It allows for controversy. You can't just insist everyone thinks the same way that you do because you think it's so, right? Just because they think differently from you, you begin to insult them? What sort of logic is that? Don't be fooled by those so-called experts. Dream of the Red Chamber really has something fishy going behind the scenes? I don't know. Compared to those so-called literary experts, I believe teacher Zhang Ye more. I am a person who especially likes Dream of the Red Chamber. I have read it 4 or 5 times. Although everyone is scolding Zhang Ye, I think what teacher Zhang Ye says is not without reason. What if it's true? What if Dream of the Red Chamber was really continued on by someone else? Wouldn't all the logical errors in the book be explained? The only thing I have on my mind is listening to Zhang Ye's next lecture. Ditto. I want to listen to it too. Regardless if teacher Zhang Ye's opinion is right or wrong, this lecture is too interesting. Even those old professors can't teach a class of this standard. Everything is linked and full of suspense. It's really great. Watching teacher Zhang Ye's programs or listening to his lectures are sometimes a form of enjoyment. The country needs someone like Zhang Ye who dares to raise opposite viewpoints. This is a good thing. Besides, there is no problem with the evidence provided by teacher Zhang. Not only are there no problems, but it is also an important discovery in rheology. It has allowed rheology research to take a big step forward. Just this discovery from Zhang Ye and the contributions of those documents should make him impervious to criticism. In my opinion, teacher Zhang Ye is a real scholar and rheologist. He knows his point of view will be attacked, but he still insisted on talking about. This is something worthy of our respect. However, the people who supported Zhang Ye were just a small minority. Furthermore, there were people amongst this small minority who did not fully believe Zhang Ye's point of view. They were all reserved in their beliefs. They were very interested in the evidence brought forward by Zhang Ye, but that was all. Hence, their voices were slowly bombarded by others. The people who opposed this viewpoint were all heavyweight opponents. Renmin University's Professor Ma Hongyuan came out. I already had a hunch that chaos would ensue before Zhang Ye took on his teaching responsibilities. I never expected to be right. Peking University, the best school in the country, a benchmark in the education sector, actually dared to take in a layman like Zhang Ye. What were you thinking? And indeed, the outcome is out. Peking University will have to pay the price for this mistake. From the attitudes of the students and their parents, everyone has feelings of mistrust towards Peking University because of rat sh*t like Zhang Ye. If we let Zhang Ye carry on his nonsense, the consequences will be disastrous. Back then, for analysis of the Three Kingdoms, Zhang Ye had confronted Ma Hongyuan during the recording and smacked his face. Hence, Ma Hongyuan did not hold back this time by adding insult to injury. He was an old foe. Following that, another old foe appeared. Beijing Writers Association's Vice President Meng Donghua criticized, "I watched the entire public lecture. I am now very angry and consumed with rage. How dare Zhang Ye question the four great classical novels? The evidence you provide might seem reasonable and logical, but if you analyze as carefully, these evidence is not authoritative. It is all from people of no importance. Is this considered a contribution to literature? Even this can be considered as informational records." Someone from the Beijing Writers Association also said, "Zhang Ye? What a joke! What a joke!" Yao Jinkai said on Weibo, "Ha ha ha," supporting Zhang Ye's viewpoint. The person Beijing Writers Association said with disdain, "As an actor in the entertainment industry, what do you know of literature?" "I do not know, but I know Zhang Ye knows." Yao Jinkai retorted, "As a small author with sales of 10,000, you dare to compete with Zhang Ye's literacy? Nice, if you are indignant about it. Why don't you compete with him to let me see? Don't you also know a lot? Then show me how much you know." That person immediately stopped speaking. Poems. Couplets. Zhang Ye was invincible in this area. Elder Qian, the judge who Zhang Ye got to know at the Beijing couplet competition, and also the country's Writers Association veteran, suddenly stood forward to support Zhang Ye. The information little Zhang provided is very important in the study of Dream of the Red Chamber. This is undeniable. All of you think it doesn't make sense? You think the information isn't reliable? I'm actually taking the opposite view from you. I am now beginning to doubt the author of the last 40 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber. Little Zhang's explanation is completely sound and supported by evidence and logic. It can definitely stand. Those who criticize Zhang Ye, you can always take out your own evidence to refute him. If you can't refute him, don't shoot your mouth and incur the ridicule of others. Besides, I understand little Zhang as a person. He would not say something without evidence. We have to carry on listening to what he has to say later. However, the criticism remained unabated. Get Zhang Ye to get lost. Don't let him pollute the campus. What is Peking University doing? They are not looking into this matter. Finally, Peking University's official Weibo was forced to make a statement. It openly supported him by saying, "Peking University's trust in teacher Zhang Ye's literary attainments have never wavered. It is impossible to eliminate controversy in academia. This is an important part of the process to advance academic research. We welcome external bodies and industry insiders to scrutinize this process. We also welcome academic experts and scholars to listen in." Teacher Zhang Ye's second lesson of appreciation of the classics has been decided to be held tomorrow at noon. It will still be a public lecture. The venue will be Peking University's grand auditorium that can hold 5,000 people. Peking University's attitude surprised many industry insiders. Some industry insiders, who had good relations with Peking University, also stopped speaking. They never expected Peking University to support Zhang Ye that much. Peking University actually still tolerated him despite saying such treason and heresy. However, there were even more who remained unconvinced. A few publicly recognized rhodologists could not stand hearing this. "All right, since you welcome us, then we will attend the lecture tomorrow. I want to broaden my horizons. I want to see how Zhang Ye will lecture. I'm going to." Young people these days really do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. It's pointless to keep talking here. Let's meet tomorrow at Peking University. We will make Zhang Ye take back his words that insult Mr. Chao Shuiqin. Many rhodologists and industry insiders expressed their intentions to attend the lecture. It could be predicted that there would be a fierce struggle between two equally matched forces tomorrow at Peking University. However, as one of the involved parties, Zhang Ye, who had caused such an uproar, did not appear online. He did not watch any news either. By the time he finished arranging his information, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He was planning on returning home. His contract with Peking University was as an external hire, so he did not need to sit in the office all day. Once he finished his lecture and whatever business he needed to do, he held no other responsibilities. Even the class time was up to him to choose. The class at noon tomorrow was naturally suggested by Zhang Ye. The reason why he did not arrange for the class to be in the morning was to leave some time for society and the industry to digest the content he lectured. This time, Zhang Ye was not trying to fight them, nor was he challenging those who doubted him. Zhang Ye really wanted to reveal the truth of Dream of the Red Chamber. He did not want everyone to carry on being left in the dark. This was his responsibility, the responsibility of a person who had crossed universes. He had to contribute to this world after all, and he was also up to the task. I'll be leaving first. Zhang Ye got up. Su Na, who did not have a class to teach in the afternoon, looked at him. You are leaving, Teacher Zhang? Zhang Ye smiled. I need to go home to prepare for class tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow. I was planning on going downstairs to get a drink. Let us go together. Su Na accompanied him out. I also wanted to ask you some things regarding Dream of the Red Chamber. There are still a few questions I haven't figured out. However, just as they went downstairs, an unexpected scene happened. It was unknown when numerous journalists had arrived, nor was it known how long they had waited. The moment they saw Zhang Ye, they charged forward with their cameras and zoom lenses, surrounding him. Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang. I'm from Jinshe Television Station. I'm from Beihai Province Daily News. Please hold on. Jinshe? Beihai Province? Why did the media from those places come? It was not surprising. These members of the media were stationed in Beijing. As the video released this afternoon caused such a huge stir, everyone had come here without thinking. Back when Zhang Ye made his talk show, it had only attracted the attention of youngsters, but this time, it was the garnered the attention of the entire society. There was no other way about it, as Dream of the Red Chamber was too influential in China. Too many had seen this famous piece of work, and with Zhang Ye openly shelling Dream of the Red Chamber, this not only caused unrest to the literary and historical world, but had also attracted eyes from the whole society. Su Na was also dumbfounded seeing this. In a blink of an eye, she and Zhang Ye were already surrounded by 3 or 4 rows of reporters. With the commotion over here, many Peking University Chinese department students also came over to join in the bustle. Yao Mi, Li Ying, and Li Li, who had just finished classes, also ran over to take a look upon seeing this situation. Today's Zhang Ye was no doubt the center of attention at the Peking University. The students were staring at him, his teacher colleagues were staring at him, as well as the entire society. Zhang Ye apologized. Sorry, I'm not accepting interviews. Please say a word or two. A female Beijing Times reporter said loudly. Another reporter, who held a microphone, said, We just received news that your public lecture tomorrow will be held in Peking University's largest auditorium. This is now the focus of all attention, and there has been more than one academic or radiologist who has expressed intentions to cause trouble for you. What are your thoughts on this matter? Another reporter stirred the pot. Now that society is scolding you for leading people astray, saying that you don't understand Dream of the Red Chamber, and are speaking nonsense. Do you have anything to say? Teacher Zhang, we have been waiting for 3 hours. If you don't say a word or two, we really can't answer to our superiors. A young female author tried soft methods after noticing that hard tactics had failed. The reporters refused to leave as they surrounded him. Professor Zhang was still having class, but he could see Zhang Ye from the window. He only had a wry smile on his face. The other Chinese department teachers also glanced down from the teacher's office windows. They also wanted to hear what Zhang Ye had to say in response to the criticism. As Zhang Ye's hot temper and hooligan nature of scolding people was known by everyone, they wanted to know what surprising words he had to say this time. There were more and more people gathered on the field. Dean Chang Kaiga noticed that the commotion here was too great. It was already affecting the lectures in many classrooms. He could not help but turn gloomy. Hurry up and disperse. Please disperse. However, his words were useless. Su Na leaned her head to the side and whispered, Say a few words, or we won't be able to leave. From the eyes of these reporters, one could tell they were willing to grab onto Zhang Ye's legs in order to not let him leave. Teacher, Zhang, many parents of students are requesting that you be fired. I heard there are students who doubt the contents of your lecture. Now the entire education sector towards you is filled with veiled criticism. What are your thoughts on that? The reporters were full of energy. Regardless if Zhang Ye answered, they just kept throwing questions at him. When he realized that he would not be able to leave if he did not say anything, Zhang Ye calmed his expression and said, I don't really think much of it, nor have any thoughts about it. The female reporter from Beijing Times said, How can that be? Almost everyone is doubting you. If it were me, I would also be infuriated. I have nothing to be angry about. Zhang Ye looked at those reporters and calmly used a very famous Buddhist gatha from his world, as he said softly, Let the world slander me, cheat me, humiliate me, laugh about me, treat me lightly, despise me, dislike me, and swindle me. With a slight pause, he then narrowed his eyes and said, Only to endure it, let it be, let it have its way, avoid it, beat it, be reverent towards it, and not care for it. Wait for a few years, and then have a look at it again. With the gatha out, the entire field tuned silent. Suna suddenly stared at Zhang Ye's face. Chang Kaiga and the surrounding reporters were filled with looks of astonishment. The female reporter from Beijing Times, who was closest to Zhang Ye, gave a look of pleasant surprise. She hurriedly confirmed that the voice recorder had done its job in excitement. It was recorded. She had a feeling that these two lines would definitely become hot. She was not wrong. Zhang Ye was a person who gave polished impromptu speeches the moment he spoke. Every line and poem of his were poetic. Is this a poem? No. It's a Buddhist phrase. It's a gatha. A Buddhist gatha. The students on the field were also stirred up. Yaomi shouted, This saying is so king relieving. So empowering. Teacher Zhang Ye is indeed superior to others. He is a person with great spirit. Li Ying exclaimed, This is the style of a literary master. Zhang Ye smiled. Reporters, can I leave? I still need to go home to prepare for my class. All right. Thank you for this interview. A television station reporter said subconsciously. The other reporters did not want to let Zhang Ye go, but they had all been stunned by Zhang Ye's gatha. In their days, no one dared to stop him. Zhang Ye drove off. A group of people were left behind as they reminisced the two lines. Chapter 313. Losing all decorum with the literary world. Afternoon. On the way home, there was a major intersection up ahead, and there, the traffic light lasted very long. As he waited, he hesitated while holding his cell phone before sending Zhang Yuanxi a short message. Zhang Ye. Sister Zhang, I'm back in Beijing. Slightly more than 10 seconds later, a response came back. You just arrived? Zhang Ye smiled and typed, I got back a while ago. You must not have been following the news. Zhang Yuanxi, I'm out of the country. Zhang Ye, out of the country? All right, when you return, we can have a meal together. We haven't seen each other in such a long time. I expect myself to be in Beijing until the Lunar New Year. Zhang Yuanxi, we'll see. Zhang Ye, all right. Go busy yourself. Zhang Yuanxi, okay. With the traffic light turning green, Zhang Ye stepped on the accelerator. However, he did not keep his cell phone. He gave Rao Aimin a call. After leaving Beijing for a month, he missed Rao Aimin somewhat. The call connected. Zhang Ye said with a chuckle, Hello, landlady auntie. It's me. Rao Aimin's familiar voice sounded. Oh, it's you. I'm carrying groceries on the way up. My hands aren't free, so quickly speak like you are letting out a fart. The sound of plastic bags rubbing against each other could be heard. You bought groceries? Zhang Ye said, Perfect. I'll be there in a while. Set aside some food for me. I haven't tasted your cooking in a while. I miss your food so much when I'm in Shanghai. Then, let me look at the time. For PM. I'll be there at 4 p.m. punctually. All right. Rao Aimin curled her lips. Other than scrounging for food, what else can you do? Zhang Ye flattered her. It's because your food is too delicious. All right. Come on over. I won't be going out then. Help me pick Chin Chin up while you're at it. She will be ending school in a while. Rao Aimin told him. Zhang Ye exclaimed, I just finished classes and had a tiring day. Rao Aimin gave a light laugh. You want to eat without doing any work? Dream on. Do as I say and stop spouting nonsense with me. Zhang Ye began to negotiate. All right then. I'll just pick her up, but I want red braised pork tonight. I'm not doing anything if there's no red braised pork. Take it or leave it. Hurry. She hung up. Just thinking of the food made Zhang Ye salivate. After sending Mom a short message informing her that he was not returning home, he drove over to Beijing No. 2 Experimental Primary School. When his car arrived, school was not over yet. With nothing to do, Zhang Ye smoked in his car while waiting. After a while, there were more and more cars. The parents had arrived. Following that, the school gates opened, and the children began coming out. Zhang Ye threw the cigarette butt and alighted from the car, waiting by the entrance. Teacher Zhang. Isn't this Teacher Zhang? You came to fetch the child? Teacher Zhang, I heard you've become a Peking University lecturer? Although Zhang Ye wore sunglasses, he had previously brought Qinshan to a parent-teacher meeting. A few parents of Qinshan's classmates recognized him. They greeted him. As they were all considered parents or guardians, they did not treat Zhang Ye as a celebrity and began chatting with him casually. Zhang Ye also smiled and began to casually chat with them. Hi, I was just fooling around. With my standards, Peking University will probably fire me before next semester. A pretty figure suddenly appeared. Zhang Ye had sharp eyes and immediately waved his hand. Qinshan, over here. Qinshan turned her head to look in the direction of the voice. Zhang Ye, your aunt is at home cooking. She asked me to come pick you up. Zhang Ye stretched out his hand. Qinshan acknowledged before bidding farewell to two of her classmates. She then walked slowly over to Zhang Ye. Seeing his stretched out hand, she curled her mouth and very reluctantly put her little hand into Zhang Ye's. Zhang Ye, can you not keep holding my hand? I really lose face from this. Zhang Ye smiled while rubbing her head. Little thing. How old are you to know what face is? Qinshan rolled her eyes and smirked. What kind of expression is that? Smile nicely. Zhang Ye brought her into the car before entering from the other side. Then, he buckled up Qinshan's seatbelt before driving off. Qinshan, what? Don't you miss Uncle? You miss me? Nice. I didn't pamper you for nothing. In the district, the duo held hands before riding an elevator upstairs. Hold on. When he came by his rented apartment, Zhang Ye stopped and looked for his keys before opening the door. It's been a while since I've stayed in here. I should open the door to air the room. However, when he opened the door, the moist air he expected was lacking. The tables and chairs were all clean, with not a speck of dust. What's the matter? Qinshan said while carrying her little school bag. My aunt cleaned it. Zhang Ye smacked his lips. Hee. Landlady Annie sure is nice. Just perfect. The landlady's door was open. The fragrance of the dishes that were being cooked emanated out. He heard Rao Imin's voice say, Who's speaking behind my back? Zhang Ye brought Qinshan into her house. Thank you, landlady auntie. You even cleaned my house. All right, I'll wash the dishes after we finish dinner today. I need to reciprocate your kindness. The crackling of flames could be heard from the kitchen. Rao Imin was serving the dishes in the living room. She heard him, but did not look at him. She said, Kid, when have you ever taken the initiative to wash the dishes? I might as well depend on Qinshan rather than you. Saying that, she gestured with her chin to the bathroom. Go wash your hands. It's time to eat. Wash your hands clean with soap. Don't mess around. Nowadays, there is so much bacteria and disease floating around. No one is to eat unless their hands are washed clean first. After saying this, she went into the kitchen to check on the fire of the braised pork. Got it. Zhang Ye and Qinshan said at the same moment. In the bathroom, Zhang Ye skillfully lifted Qinshan up. Qinshan lowered her body to turn on the tap to wash her hands with soap. After she was done washing, Zhang Ye put her down and began to wash his hands. After that, he got a dry towel and wiped his hand dry, while Qinshan used the lower end of the towel to wipe her hands. They had great synergy. After they came out, the duo sat by the dining table. Qinshan banged on the table. I'm hungry. Zhang Ye rubbed his stomach. Hungry. Qinshan smacked her lips. When can we eat? Why don't we eat a bit first? Zhang Ye urged. Rao Imin finally carried out the last dish and said in an exasperated manner, What torture! I worked so hard all afternoon to cook these dishes and have not even tasted them. As freeloaders, you even want to eat first? Go do some work. Little Yi, you go scoop the rice. 3 bowls. Qinshan, go get the chopsticks. This scene had happened before. Zhang Ye liked this warm feeling. It felt like a family, and the bickering was also quite interesting. It was mealtime. Zhang Ye devoured the food. Every time he was around, Qinshan would also have a good appetite. It was as if she was competing with Zhang Ye. She did not use chopsticks to eat the chicken wings, and instead used her hands to directly grab it. Rao leered at the two of them. Chen, don't use your hands. Use your chopsticks and eat properly. And you, how can you become a Peking University lecturer with such table manners? What are you teaching? Physical education. Zhang Ye said, it's delicious. Landlady auntie, you saw me on the news. Who wouldn't know the commotion you've stirred? Up. Rao did not eat at a very fast speed, but in fact, during every meal, she usually ate a bit more than what Zhang Ye and Chen ate combined. There was no other way about it. As a martial arts practitioner, she was particular about nutrition and her food intake. Chen suddenly raised her head. Zhang Ye, does Dream of the Red Chamber really only have 80 chapters? Zhang Ye smiled and said, how do you know about this? You watch my lecture. Chen said in an adultly manner, I overheard the teachers at my school mention it in the afternoon. My form teacher is your fan. Others did not believe, but she said you must be right. With a shake of her head, the little rascal said with a sigh, hi, brainless fans sure are scary. Rao stared at her. Stop speaking like an adult. Zhang Ye smiled and said, help me thank your form teacher. The truth is usually in the hands of the minority. As to the matters of Dream of the Red Chamber, I'll explain it bit by bit in my future lectures. Chen, landlady auntie, when the time comes, you must punctually watch teacher Zhang Ye's lecture. See teacher Zhang's prowess. With him back home, he did not need to pretend to hold back. He was also not as particular with his words compared to what he said in the office, school, or in public. Here, Zhang Ye was completely relaxed. It did not matter what he said. This was his true state of mind. Besides, the landlady knew his true persona, so it was pointless to act in front of her. Rao said in amusement, you still have the mood to brag? Haven't you gone on the web? Kid, you've been labeled as stinking dog sh*t. The entire literary world is denouncing you. Zhang Ye said magnanimously, it's all right. I won't pick on them. Time will prove everything. Rao exclaimed and said sarcastically, you sure are magnanimous. Of course, this bro is now a teacher of the people. I'm a person with stature, so I can't be bothered with arguing with the likes of them. Zhang Ye said with a person of exemplary conduct. But after the meal, when Zhang Ye first went on the net for the first time today and saw the assessment of the outside world, he could not help but jump up and curse. F***K. I thought you guys were just fanning the flames. You bunch of grandsons really dared to scold me. Meng Donghua, Ma Hongyuan, and who were the rest? Rheologists? Even vulgarities were used? King ignored all of you. But you came challenging me? Just because I'm King trying to be a person of exemplary conduct, you really think I'm easily bullied? Initially, he did not read the comments. But after reading them, Zhang Ye found it unbearable. The educational world was better and was of higher quality. They criticized Zhang Ye's teaching from an objective point of view. The historical world was fine too. These academics were particular about evidence. With Zhang Ye listing the documents, some historians were even supportive of his view. Only the literary world. This bunch of people who loved to curse, with a few rheologists leading the way, and Meng Donghua and the Beijing Writers Association aiding them, and literature professor Ma Hongyuan chiming in, a bunch of people were trying to grill Zhang Ye. It was as if they hated him to the bone. A literary author even swore at Zhang Ye directly. In just a short span of a few hours, Zhang Ye had experienced increasing amounts of attacks. It was as if anyone who dabbled in literature needed to curse at Zhang Ye or they would not be able to face others on the street. An insult to the classics. Death is not sufficient for such a crime. Zhang Ye is a black sheep, strongly suggesting the literary world to begin banning Zhang Ye. Right, this kind of demagogue is an insult to the literary world. As a Chinese national, he dares to touch the 4 great classical novels? What state of mind do you have? There were more and more people from the literary circles who were denouncing Zhang Ye. On the web, many people could not longer sit idle seeing Zhang Ye being condemned so badly. The Shanghai Children's Program host, Teacher Chen, posted on Weibo, I'm curious, how did teacher Little Zhang offend you? He just offered a different viewpoint and has sound reasonings behind it. Whether it's true or false, Zhang Ye has provided the necessary evidence. What about all of you? A bunch of people who deal with literature aren't even looking at the evidence, but shooting their mouths off? You just want Zhang Ye dead? and even asked what state of mind Zhang Ye has. I want to ask you what states of mind you people have. Another Hong Kong station host spoke. Since ancient times, cultured people tend to scorn each other. As a host, Zhang Ye stole the thunder of the literary world ever since he debuted. Who wouldn't envy him? A middle-aged man, whose Weibo verification was that of National Taiwan Normal University lecturer, said, "Having an academic discussion is fine, but don't resort to personal attacks. I do not know people like you who dabble in literature, but we research on history. The most important thing is the evidence and the documents. The rigor in academia is what supports an argument. I personally think Zhang Ye's theory is very reasonable. I do not understand why the spears are pointing at him, and it is an attack with no reason." People tended to sympathize with the weak. Many netizens also saw this and began to question their methods. Take out your evidence before speaking. Teacher Zhang Ye has cited relevant evidence. What about you? The literary circle sure is a mess. Teacher Zhang Ye is too good at pulling aggro. That's right. I have never seen the literary world hate a person that much. It's almost unanimous. This must be because Zhang Ye had offended too many people in the past. What sort of state of mind does the literary world have? Finally, Zhang Ye logged onto Weibo in Rao Imin's house. He did not say any superfluous words and immediately began typing a limerick. This was a line in Guadi Gang's crosstalk, but had been slightly amended by Zhang Ye. Rao Imin sat over. "Let me see what you wrote." Chin Chin stood behind Zhang Ye with blinking eyes. "Zhang Ye, are you scolding people again? If I don't scold them, they might really not know what their surname is." Zhang Ye grunted. "Here, look at this bro's limerick." He typed extremely fast. Tap, tap, tap. Very quickly, Zhang Ye's Weibo posted something. 8 things to look forward to. The frosty winter looks forward to spring. The dead of the night looks forward to the morning sun. The beautiful looks forward to sugar daddies. The leisurely mistress looks forward to hooligans. The scholar studying at night looks forward to a female ghost. A single old man looks forward to an aunt. A person in acting looks forward to awards. A person in literature looks forward to the death of his peers. Rao Imin. Chin. In Zhang Ye's world, Guadi Gang had offended the entire crosstalk world and had thrown out such a limerick. In this world, Zhang Ye, who was still mindful of influence and face, could no longer endure it. He finally lost all decorum with the entire literary world. Thinking of the past and thinking of now. When I wrote a poem, you said that poem was bad. When I talked about a matter, you said it was wrong. They were completely concerning themselves with the individual and not the facts. Almost the entire literary world despised me. Go F***K yourself. This bro shall fight it out with all of you from today. Chapter 314. Curse him, curse him, curse him, curse him. Rao's house. The 2 girls were stunned seeing what had happened. Rao Imin said in an amused fashion. "Kid, you are stirring up trouble again?" They were going to far. They really think that I'm afraid to mess with them? Zhang Ye said in a gallant manner. "I even dare to curse the SARFD. Would I be afraid of offending them?" Chin said. "Zhang Ye, you are a Peking University lecturer." Zhang Ye sked. "So what if I'm a Peking University teacher? Even a rabbit will bite when things turn nasty." Rao Imin chuckled and said. But at least he didn't have any vulgarities in it. Zhang Ye had already made his preparations as if he were staking everything on it when he decided to lecture on Dream of the Red Chamber. He knew there would be a lot of objections, but he never expected it to be so huge. Furthermore, the objections did not come from the education or history world. It still came from the literature circles that had a prolonged grudge with Zhang Ye. It was again them, still them, and always them. They did not even look for a reason to rebut Zhang Ye and did not provide any evidence or logic. They just used so-called morals or stood on ethical high grounds to attack Zhang Ye, while deliberately misinterpreting the context. How could he endure this? Indeed, Zhang Ye wanted to contribute to this world, but you can't do this to this bro. You aren't making me feel good? Then don't think I'll make you feel good. This time let us drop all decorum. Since all of you are so shameless, then I shall be also. Anyway, this bro is already so notorious, and has always been shameless anyways. After being magnanimous for slightly more than an hour, Zhang Ye immediately returned back to his ruffian ways. In the end, it was this fellow's natural behavior. On Weibo, Zhang Ye's Weibo post did not immediately appear. There was a new regulation from the relevant authorities. As the limerick had words like mistress and hooligans, this world's Weibo and discussion forums would not censor the words, but would be sent to the backend for review by a specialized auditor. Now, with the new governmental policy, things were stricter. However, there was no need to wait too long. A public figure like Zhang Ye would naturally have priority in reviewing his Weibo posts. Although the Weibo post was not released, as there were no words temporarily, the update notification still existed. People noticed it. Hey, Zhang Ye posted on Weibo. Let me see. Why is it blank? Are there banned words? Haha, I'm slightly looking forward to it. It definitely has to be something important. Everyone, hurry and prop it up. Immediately, a Weibo post from Zhang Ye, which had no words displayed, was forwarded more than 900 times in a short time span of 5 minutes by his fans and busybodies. There were already more than 2,000 comments. Upon seeing this number, many people were alarmed. Holy sh*t. A blank Weibo post is so fierce. Well, it's teacher Zhang Ye's Weibo after all. That's right, Zhang Ye does not shoot his mouth off easily. Every time he speaks, it's king earth-shattering. I wonder what he is going to say this time. Didn't Zhang Ye recite a gatha in the afternoon to reporters? It was quite magnanimous. I also saw that gatha. It was really classic. It has already become my signature. I'm really convinced of Zhang Ye. Everything he says is classic. I have no idea why that bunch of literary people looks down on Zhang Ye so much. What sort of qualifications do they have to do that to teacher Zhang? If they have the ability, come out and compete with teacher Zhang. That's right, the literary world is going too far this time. You can criticize Zhang Ye, but you can't criticize everything about him. That's right. Even though Zhang Ye has a bad temper, he has never committed a heinous crime. Many people from the literary circles and Weibo certified VIPs also paid attention to the post. They did not comment and were waiting to see what Zhang Ye had to say. At the 6th minute, Zhang Ye's Weibo post finally appeared. Everyone felt it was quite ordinary when they saw the first 2 lines. They did not understand the meaning behind it. However, in the middle, when the words looking forward to sugar daddies or looking forward to hooligans, many people were tickled. They could tell this was another limerick and carried on reading. Everyone already knew Zhang Ye's limerick style. The front was usually not important, but the key was the very last line. And indeed, when the final line reflected in their eyes, they were not disappointed. A person in acting looks forward to awards. A person in literature looks forward to the death of his peers. When this line was seen, the blank Weibo post, which was already soaring in popularity, ushered in an explosion once more after a pause. 1,500 forwards. 3,000 comments. Ha. Teacher Zhang Ye's limerick is still so king brilliant. A person in literature looks forward to the death of his peers. That's so funny. I'm dying of laughter. This sarcasm is peerless. I laugh too. To think those bunch of people are from the literature world. Compared to teacher Zhang Ye, their standards of scolding others are so low. Look at how teacher Zhang Ye scolds others. Learn from him. As expected of Zhang Ye. Awesome. He can scold people with new tricks all the time. And it's so artistic and characteristic. You can't find another person like him in China. Many netizens were rolling around with laughter. Many public figures, who had grudges with the world of literature, chuckled and appeared to support Zhang Ye when they saw someone standing up front to challenge the entire world of literature. For example, there was an author who was marginalized by the literature world, forcing him to develop himself in Hong Kong and Taiwan. There was also another literary author who was unrecognized by the world of literature. It was as if they were injected with stimulants. Teacher Zhang Ye, well done. The world of literature is fraught with problems these days. They are too conceited. It is time for someone to make a stand. These side figures, who had been cast aside by the mainland's literary world, were not that famous. They also lacked the strength. Despite resisting when they were ostracized, they did not manage to succeed. But today, Zhang Ye stood forward. What was Zhang Ye's standing in the literary world? Although there were others who acknowledged him, the literary world never gave him a proper place. But even so, the literary circles still had to admit Zhang Ye's influence. Giving him the title of an uncrowned king was not too much. With a top celebrity like him standing forward to lose all decorum with the literary world, it was extremely meaningful, because this was no other person but Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye, whose poems could even shock ghosts and gods. Some people were joyous, while others were infuriated. When many people from the literary world saw Zhang Ye's 8 Things to Look Forward to limerick, they were enraged by Zhang Ye's last sentence. We look forward to the death of our peers. Your sister, Zhang. How could you speak in that manner? Are you never willing to stand down? These people began to attack Zhang Ye because of his poem. Things such as what sort of literary scum, what sort of breeder of chaos, how Zhang Ye doesn't know anything about literature. They all appeared. However, Zhang Ye's fans and many onlookers did not sit idle. With Zhang Ye leading the way, everyone's forceful stance increased. Immediately, they besieged those people from the world of literature who led the way in scolding Zhang Ye. What sort of standards did Zhang Ye's fans have? They were all of extremely low moral standards. Don't forget what Zhang Ye's fan club was in its former state. They were actually a bunch of ultranationalists who cursed people on Weibo all day. This troll army was like a group of bandits. They had no standards to mention of. The moment they went over, they just shot off their mouths. As the saying goes, what sort of general leads what sort of army? Fans of a darn hooligan like Zhang Ye were rarely gentlemen. They were all extremely fierce. The war of words could be described as utter chaos. People like Meng Donghua and Ma Hongyuan were no match for Zhang Ye's troll army. Due to their identity, they could not use vulgarities. They began to lose their ground repeatedly as their Weibo private message inbox began overflowing from curses. Many neutral spectators did not show any sympathy for them. This was because back when Meng Donghua, Ma Hongyuan, and company scolded Zhang Ye, they did so without reason. They never mentioned any of the evidence Zhang Ye provided in class. They just used other stuff to criticize him. They did not talk about things when Zhang Ye used facts to reason with them. Now, Zhang Ye's fans also began to scold them without any reason. They deserved it. The bunch of people from the world of literature asked for it. After the war of words, the internet briefly calmed down. Someone suddenly pondered aloud. Brothers, I remember there was an article on the evening newspapers. Teacher Zhang Ye recited a gatha, saying let the world slander him, cheat him, humiliate him. He would let them have their ways and avoid it. Ha ha ha, you really believe that? In the midst of laughing. Opie, you are too naive. What sort of rotten temper does Zhang Ye have? Just one glance at that gatha, and you know he's just doing so in pretense. If he could let them have their ways and avoid them for a few years, then I won't be eating mutton for the rest of my life. Balls to letting him avoid them. He will curse if he's unhappy. This is teacher Zhang Ye. In the afternoon, numerous people had seen Zhang Ye's gatha. Many people, who did not think nicely of Zhang Ye, immediately looked at him in a different light when they saw the gatha. A few of Zhang Ye's old friends like Hu Fei, Zhao Guizhou, Wang Xiaomei, Xiao Lu, Hou Gu, and Hou Di all nodded their heads slightly. They felt that Zhang Ye had matured. He had matured after becoming Peking University's lecturer. What magnanimity! But now, everyone nearly vomited blood. Endure it, let it be, let it have its way, avoid it, beat it, be reverent towards it, and not care for it. Were all those words just a bluff? They were all nonsense. Those reporters who heard Zhang Ye's gatha in the afternoon when they interviewed him were all stunned. They never expected that Zhang Ye was still such a hooligan after becoming an honorable teacher of the people. Then, Zhang Ye posted another message on Weibo. Let the world slander me, cheat me, humiliate me, laugh about me, belittle, despise me, dislike me, and swindle me. Only 2. Curse him, 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 curse him. Wait for a few days, and then have a look at him again. Zhang Ye chuckled. What do you mean endure it, let it be, let it have its way? That was the original words from his world. But this line represented Zhang Ye's true thoughts. Weibo blew up again. Teacher Zhang, can you not be so amusing? Ha ha ha. Teacher Zhang, the way you curse others is so cool. Ha ha ha, endure my ass. Teacher Zhang, nicely done. Keep your personal style. No matter how others evaluate him, I still like such a Zhang Ye. Chapter 3:15. The landlady Annie on a blind date? The sky was getting dark. It was around 6 p.m. After having a kick from his scolding, Zhang Ye got off the internet in a content manner. He did not look at it anymore. Since he had lost all decorum with the world of literature, there was nothing better to be said. It was easy to tell who was the donkey or the horse by drawing it out to run. We shall have the real fight tomorrow at Peking University. This bro will let you know why the flowers are so red. Leered at him. The number of people you have offended is really increasing. Once you have too many lice, it doesn't itch. Zhang Ye said in a ruffian-like manner. There's nothing to worry about when there are too many debts. Suddenly stretched out her hand. All right, kid, shouldn't you be paying rent? You earn quite a bit of money in Shanghai. Pay up the entire year's rent. Zhang Ye said nervously. Don't talk about money. It hurts my feelings. Looked at him with squinted eyes. Talking about money hurts feelings, but not talking about money might harm you physically. Your sister Rao has been practicing a mystical powered fist and was worrying about not having someone to practice it on. Zhang Ye immediately said happily, Fine. It's just rent. I'll transfer it to you tomorrow. After the hijacking, Zhang Ye had eaten another 10 books of Taiji fist skill experience books, but he knew himself. Even so, he was probably still no match for Rao Qinshan had previously mentioned that when Rao brought her to the rural mountains, a few wolves ran helter-skelter after seeing the landlady. Even F*** King wild wolves avoided her, so even if there were 100 Zhang Yes, they were still probably not her match in a direct head-on fight. Are you still practicing your taekwondo? Rao asked. Hi, it's the same old. Zhang Ye said. Rao curled her lips, saying, Lessen your practice on that. Foreign techniques are just for show. If you really want to strengthen your body, you might as well do some jogging. It's more useful. Zhang Ye acknowledged and did not tell anyone that he knew Taiji fist. I'm exercising every day now. Running, push-ups, etc. Right. When are you going to teach me the 8 trigram palms? Back then, Rao had easily been a pair of pure iron scissors with her bare hands had taken Zhang Ye aback too greatly. It was said to be called hidden force. As for the details, Zhang Ye was not very sure. He always wanted to learn it. Rao did not even look at him and poured some tea for herself. You lack the talent and are too old. You won't be able to learn it even if I teach you. Do your running instead. Zhang Ye smacked his lips. How do you know I won't be able to learn it without teaching me? Qinshan interrupted. Zhang Ye, I'll teach you, but you need to do my homework for me. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. Your uncle Zhang is a famous writer. You want me to do your homework? I can't afford to lose such face. Even if I do it for you, will your teacher even dare face it? Qinshan noticed that he was boasting again and let out a laugh. Her. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Who is it? Rao shouted. It was a young man's voice. Senior sister, it's me. Qinshan blinked her eyes. It's little Lu, Xiao Luzi. Rao smacked Qinshan on the head. She's your aunt's junior brother. You must call him Uncle Lu. Show some respect. As she said, she opened the door. Little donkey, Xiao Luzi. Zhang Ye nearly fainted. Why is your addressing even more derisive? 2 people were standing outside. One of them looked like he wasn't even in his 30s. He was probably the landlady's junior brother. The other person looked like he was in his early 30s. He looked quite handsome. Lu Yuhu smiled and said, Senior sis, I came uninvited. Am I welcome? You aren't. Rao was not polite to anyone. After sizing him up, she said, I haven't seen you for a few months, and you've already fattened to become a pig. Lu Yuhu said embarrassingly, No, I only gained about 4 or 5 pounds. Rao frowned. Have you given up kung fu? No, I just haven't been practicing that much recently. Lu Yuhu entered the house. I'm now at the police academy, so I have more opportunities to practice with guns. After all, it's a new era. Qinshan waved listlessly at him. Little Lu. Lu Yuhu was not upset and was probably accustomed to it. Haha. Qinshan, you've grown taller again. Not bad. Looking at Zhang Ye, he asked. This is, Rao said, my tenant. He rents. Lu Yuhu nodded. Zhang Ye also looked at him. He had never seen the landlady have any friends, nor had he ever seen her interact with others, so he was quite curious. Since this person was the landlady's junior brother, then he too practiced the 8 trigram palms, and from their conversation, he was also a policeman. The 2 men entered the house. Miss Rao, nice to meet you. Chen Feng stretched out his hand to shake hers. Rao Aimin gave him a casual glance before ignoring him. Find a seat. Chen Feng's hand dangled in midair and became a bit embarrassed. He then turned towards Chen Shun, hoping to get out of the predicament. He said, You must be Chen Shun. Nice to meet you. Chen Shun leered at him. Who are you? Zhang Ye pinched the little rascal's head. Speak properly. Chen Shun pouted and said reluctantly to Chen Feng. Nice to meet you too. When Lu Yuhu heard this, he stared at Zhang Ye in disbelief. Holy sh*t. Who was this person? Little Chen Shun actually listened to him? It can't be. However, it was not time for him to bother about this. After easing the situation, Lu Yuhu said with a smile, while putting his arm around Chen Feng's shoulder. Haha, don't mind her. My senior sis has quite a temper. She's cold on the outside, but hot on the inside. Let me tell you, my senior sis is such a homely person. You have not tasted her cooking, but it's delicious. After saying that, he said to Rao Aimin, Senior sis, this is my good buddy, Chen Feng. He's younger than you by a few years. However, it's not much different. His family runs a business, and he is not starting his own business, and doing quite well. As for him as a person, he's also quite handsome. Chen Shun pouted her little mouth. Her. When Zhang Ye heard this, he also realized what was going on. It was a blind date. Rao Aimin did not seem interested. Hey, little donkey, do you have nothing better to do? You dare to come care about your senior sister's matters. Lu Yuhu played the fool. What? Why don't I understand what you were saying? Senior sis, I only mentioned you to my buddy. He heard that you like ancient classical culture and like to read things like Classic of Mountains and Seas, making him wish to have a cultural exchange with you. He's in the cultural business and also likes traditional culture. I think you have things in common, so I brought my friend to get to know you. Nothing else. Rao Aimin leered at him and smiled. I'll leave some face for you in front of outsiders. We'll talk later. Lu Yuhu cringed and began sweating. Don't. I can't talk to you again. I was injured after my last mission. I haven't even recovered yet. Rao Aimin said to Zhang Ye. Little Zhang, bring Chen Shun inside to do her homework. Okay. Zhang Ye dragged Chen Shun to a small room off to the side. He opened the door and entered. As he closed the door, he looked at Chen Feng. He did not feel good. He had been admiring the landlady for so long, but this grandson dares to come for a blind date? It would be strange if Zhang Ye liked him. However, just thinking of the impatient attitude of the landlady, Zhang Ye was relieved. He knew Rao Aimin was not interested. In the room, Zhang Ye. Help me do my homework. Nope. Your aunt doesn't allow me. My aunt isn't around. I can't do that even if she's not around. Do it yourself. Zhang Ye's mind was not here as he pricked his ears to listen to what they were talking outside. Outside the room, after Chen Feng took his first look at Rao Aimin, his eyes had stared straight. With the heating turned on, the temperature was just right. Rao Aimin also did not wear too much, so she was wearing a long gray skirt that reached her ankles. Her top was a tight knitted sweater. The color looked quite old-fashioned and wasn't very bright. However, there was no way to hide her extreme beauty. Chen Feng was very surprised. Such beauty was difficult to find even in the entertainment industry, especially Lu Yuhu's senior sister's figure. With the knitted sweater by her waist, it was evident that there was not a bit of flab on her tummy. Her arms were also not muscular like those who usually practiced martial arts. They were in fact very slender and slim. Well, she probably wasn't up to mark in her kung fu. From Chen Feng's point of view, Rao Aimin probably did not know much kung fu, or how could she not have any muscles? He was pretty familiar with Lu Yuhu, but he did not learn too much about his senior sister from him. He only knew Lu Yuhu had a very beautiful senior sister who practiced martial arts. She was in her 30s and unmarried. She did not work, but survived on the rent from quite a number of properties. That was the limit to his knowledge. Lu Yuhu laughed and said, I'll go boil some water. Have a chat. He then went into the kitchen. Chen Feng repressed his restlessness and said to Rao Aimin, It's our first time meeting, so I'm sorry for my sudden intrusion. I brought some fruits and a toy for the child. I'm also not sure if she will like it. Rao Aimin directly said to him, She doesn't play with toys. Chen Feng acknowledged and quickly changed the subject. He too had heard from Lu Yuhu that old Lu's senior sister's mouth was quite disparaging. He had finally gotten a taste of it. Your sister? How bad are you at chatting? Can't you say something to go along? Or else how are we to carry on chatting? But he did not know Rao Aimin was always like that. Noticing it didn't work, Feng immediately tried to show his good points. He was actually fond of Rao and despite that mouth of hers being so venomous, he felt that it was very characteristic. What books do you usually read? Just the classic of mountains and seas? My company deals with culture, so I have quite a collection of ancient books at home. If you are interested, I can bring them with me next time. If you want any other ancient books that I do not have, I can let my dad know. He can help me find it since he is quite the influence in the cultural circles. It would be easy for him to find ancient books. I don't like the ancient books. Do you have Weibo? No. Shall we exchange chatting IDs? I don't go online. Don't have one. Lu Yuhu was done with the water and came out. He eased the situation. My senior sis isn't interested in technology. Her cell phone is also bought from a long time ago. She prefers the traditional arts. Right, old Chun, didn't you bring a couplet, hoping to find someone to match the second half? Get my senior sis to do it. Right. Chen Feng immediately got his bag and spread out the couplet he had written on the table. Miss Rao, please take a look. I haven't been able to match the first half of this couplet in a while. For once, Rao lowered her head to take a few glances with interest. Lu Yuhu said with a smile, It's not bad, right, senior sis? This couplet is very interesting. It was figured out by old Chen himself. However, he does not have a second half. The couplet might look simple, and it's possible to match it, but it's not easy to match it nicely. Don't you like studying such things? Give it a try. Chapter 316. Compete with Zhang Ye in couplets? In the room, Chen muttered. What are you muttering about? Zhang Ye asked. Chen looked towards the door as she mumbled in her mouth. Someone more pretentious than you is out there. You can hear them too? Zhang Ye was not angry this time. Instead, he said happily, This person is really a little pretentious. Talking about his company, ancient books, and his dad and whatnots. How's that even interesting? Chen said while doing her homework. My aunt would not be interested in him. Zhang Ye coughed a little. Little rascal, then do you think your aunt would be interested in me? You? Chen looked at him for a while. But you can't beat my aunt in a duel. Zhang Ye shrugged. Then if your Uncle Zhang can beat her in a fight one of these days. Chen's mouth twitched. Her. Let us talk when you actually beat her. Stop boasting. You never practiced martial arts. You can't even beat little Lu. Zhang Ye smiled. That might not necessarily be true. He would definitely not be able to beat Rao that was for sure, but her junior was obviously far more lacking than her. Without trying, Zhang Ye also did not know what his kung fu levels were like. He totally had no concept of his strength. In the living room, Rao said, The first half isn't bad. Lu Yuhu urged, Senior sis, give it a try? I don't know such things, I've never learned about them. Rao only cared about drinking her tea. Chen Feng's smile appeared on his face. That's all right. I couldn't match the second verse myself either. We should discuss it together. Who knows when inspiration might strike while we are at it. Rao put down her teacup. I'm not interested to discuss such things. It's getting late, little Lu. Senior sis won't be sending you off. Lu Yuhu lamented. Senior sis, why are you so uninteresting? We're already here, at least give us some face. Old Chen's literary level is very high. You'd know it if you had a chat with him. Didn't you used to say that you appreciated talented people? Old Chun is one of the best out there. It's not that I am boasting for a buddy, but you won't find a few who could match his literary level in Beijing. He has even published an essay compilation before. Chen Feng put on a false front of humility. I'm not that great. Lu Yuhu said, Come on, this is not the time to be modest. My senior sis has even said before that she only appreciates two types of people. The first would be anyone who could beat her in a duel. Another type would be those who are talented. Chen Feng smiled a little. I did do a few years of judo before. Rao laughed. Young man, are you meaning to spar with me now? Young man? Chen Feng knew that she did not treat him as an equal, so he got a little angry. He really did mean it now. If you want to spar, then let's spar. A guy like me can't beat you. Even if you had practiced the 8 trigram palms before, this senior sis status was still just a status. You don't even have muscles, of course I don't fear you. He had learned judo since he was young, but took a break in the middle for some years. His skills were still there. He had gotten to know Lu Yuhu at a gym and would admit that he was probably not his match. In fact, he would be far below his level, but Rao was just a woman. Of course he did not think he wouldn't win. But when Lu Yuhu heard their conversation, he nearly vomited blood. He saw that Rao Imean had already stood up, so he quickly stopped her. Senior sis, cool down, cool down. Old Chen doesn't mean it like that. Of course he's not intending to spar with you. Quickly sit down. You really make me panic when you are like this. Chen Feng was stunned. Old Lu. Lu Yuhu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He looked back to him. Old Chun, just forget it. With those judo moves of yours, you still want to spar with my senior sis? You're really great. Didn't I tell you before? She is our generation's senior sis of the 8 trigram palms. This is not a rank based on age, get it? Not ranked by age. Then could it be ranked by skills? Chen Feng did not really believe this. How could this woman be even stronger than Lu Yuhu? Of course, Lu Yuhu also did not tell Chen Feng regarding some of Rao Imean's things. He could not say it either. The Chinese martial arts world was not something that Chen Feng could understand anyway. After all, he was not from this circle and would not know what the 3 words Rao Imean represented in the Chinese martial arts world. Rao Imean sat back down. Lu Yuhu wiped his sweat. Let's not rough it out, we will get to know each other through culture. Rao Imean rebuked. I do appreciate people with talent, but he's far from it. Do you think your senior sis has never seen the world? Am I so easy to fool? Chen Feng could not take it anymore. He was raging by now. Lu Yuhu immediately said, if this brother of mine lacks the literary talent, then you won't be able to find anyone in Beijing. Of course, I'm talking about the younger generation. Rao Imean was getting frustrated. So are you guys going to scram? Are you asking for a beating? Lu Yuhu knew his senior sis' temper. She had a sharp mouth, but was very soft-hearted. So he cheekily said, match the first verse, and we will go. It's about getting to know each other through culture, so you should try to match it. Rao Imean glanced at him. All right, you're getting bold now, are you? Still trying to impose yourself here. Lu Yuhu said, I brought a buddy along thinking that we could have supper with you, but we've just been here for a few minutes, so how could you ask us to leave? I haven't tasted your famous tremella porridge in such a long time. I really want to have some, and also bring some back too. You said you wanted to discuss literature just now, right? Rao Imean sat with her legs crossed. Yes, my buddy's talent is not something you'd know nor understand. That's why I suggested it this way if you... Lu Yuhu was still intending to boast for Chen Feng. Rao Imean cut him off directly. Little Zhang, come over. The door opened. Zhang Ye had heard what they were talking about initially, but then later on as he was chatting with Chen Chen, he did not hear what came after. Landlord Annie? What's the matter? Chen Chen also followed along out to witness the commotion. Rao Imean sneered at Lu Yuhu, saying, Kid, didn't you say you want to eat supper? Sure, if your friend's literary talent can match my tenant, I'll feed you the Manchu Han Imperial Feast, let alone tremella porridge. When Lu Yuhu heard this, he was pleasantly surprised. Senior sis, you said it yourself. Don't go back on your word. Yeah, I said it. Rao Imean lightly laughed. Lu Yuhu smacked his thighs. Haha. Old Chun, we're going to have a feast tonight. My senior sis is a great cook. Once you've tasted her cooking, you will remember it for the rest of your life. Chen Feng was angered, but still put on a smile. Sure, I would love to try out Miss Rao's cooking to see if it's really as good as old Lu says. Rao Imean sneered. We'll see about that. It's still too early to say. Lu Yuhu and Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh. Compete with a random tenant of yours? What's there to even compete? Does he even know how a couplet looks like and how to match it correctly? Compete with Zhang Ye in literature? Compete with Zhang Ye in couplets? When Chen Chen saw this, she let out a her. Zhang Ye looked at the pretentious Chen Feng and completely lacked the interest. What's there to even compete? Wouldn't he just be bullying him? Landlord Auntie, let's forget it. Rao Imean stared at him and switched her crossed legs. Don't talk nonsense. Chen Chen also stirred him up in an encouraging manner. Zhang Ye, you can do it. What do you mean I can do it? Zhang Ye's bitter smile remained. Compete with an amateur in literature? He couldn't even get interested. All right, then I just need to match the correct couplet? Lu Yuhu said with a smile. Right, come on bro. Zhang Ye. This name sounded familiar. But Lu Yuhu and Chen Feng paid no attention and just looked on with smiles on their faces. Zhang Ye walked over to the table to take a look. First verse. Qin Bagu, Kuan Bagu, Babalish's Gu, Gu Qin Kuan Edng. Divination lot. Qian. Divination lot. Kuan. 8 by 8. A total of 64 divination star. The rules of the universe are set. Zhang Ye's face showed no expression, as if he was indifferent about everything. He knew that Chen Feng was just trying to find a topic to chat about with Rao I mean. This was probably Lu Yuhu's idea, so they thought up of a divination couplet as the first half of a verse. Zhang Ye did not even think before trying to pick up a brush, but realized that there was no brush. Use mine. Chen passed him a pencil. Zhang Ye took it from her, and then proceeded to write below the first half. Luan Jiuxing, FNG Jiuxing, Jujiobixiaixing, Xingsheng Lunfing HMNG. The 9 cries of the Luan. Simurg ***. The 9 cries of the foam. Phoenix, 9 by 9. A total of 81 cries. The melody of man and woman's union. These couplets basically also existed in his previous world too. When the second half of the verse was matched, Lu Yuhu was stunned. Chen Feng was also stunned for a moment. He had earlier said that he had no matching second verse to his first verse, but how could that be? Of course, he actually had a second verse, but it couldn't be more matching than what was written by the young man before him. His opponent's second verse was much better than his, and it looked like he did not even needed to think to come up with such a verse. What was going on? What kind of a person was this tenant? Rao I mean smiled. Is the match acceptable? Lu Yuhu coughed. Senior sis, your tenant. Chen Feng did not concede and said to Zhang Ye, Uzai ti zai shi hdio shi hu shi h, touring the West Lake, holding a pewter flask. The pewter flask falls into the West Lake. A pity for the pewter flask. This was not a couplet that he thought of, but one that he had asked from his teacher. These were the couplets that his teacher had not been able to match or match well. So he had brought them out now since he had been bragging so much earlier. He did not want to lose face in front of his friend and Rao I mean. Zhang Ye said with annoyance. Yu Shishan in Ishan Lu Shishan Shi Shn Ishan. Touring the West Mountains, holding some clothes. The clothes fall off the mountains, a pity for the clothes. Lu Yuhu exclaimed, great match. Chen Feng's expression changed. Kaika bin Zio, Zio gu Zio Jean FNSHCXEO. Beginning with laughter, past laughter, present laughter. Everything can be faced with just laughter. Zhang Ye replied listlessly. DDNNG RNG Tien RNG DUGH Swabi RNG. Magnanimity can contain the skies, contain the earth. So what can't it contain? Chen Feng face darkened. By SH Gu Jiang. Tu Dingi LNHNG R. A white snake crosses the river. A red sun overhead. Zhang Ye yawned. Qing LNG Gu B. Shin P WN Dianjin Xing. An azure dragon hangs on the wall. Multiple golden stars at war. Holy SH *T. That was a riddle-type couplet. His first verse referred to an oil lamp, yet his opponent also answered with a riddle-type couplet verse. A scale. By now, Chen Feng was dumbfounded. Lu Yuhu was also stunned. Zhang Ye was feeling sleepy and said, Is that about it? Yet Chen Feng was still unwilling to cede. He clenched his teeth and said, Kn wa fei wa kn wa ye fei wa. I am not me when you look at me. When I look at myself, I am not myself either. Zhang Ye wasn't too happy by now. Didn't you say we would be doing just one couplet? Is there an end to this? So he immediately answered back, Zhuang shu xing shu, shu zhuang shu, shu ji xing shu. You look like who you impersonate. Whoever impersonates whoever will become whoever. It might seem like this second verse was referring to acting, saying that acting makes you become another person. But when dissected further, why does it feel like this second verse was used to scold someone? Who's acting now? Chen Feng's face almost turned green. But Rao I mean was tickled. What's the matter? Do you still want to compete? Chen Feng did not say anything. Compete? Compete your sister. This person right here had matched them, and not only matched them with perfection, but he had also used it to sarcastically scold him. Even a fool could see that between the two of them, their literary skills belonged to two different realms. Qian Kuan refers to the universe. The simurg, a mythical bird with eagle-like features of Persian literary tradition, has been widely adopted by Western sinologists to translate the analogous Chinese mythical bird, luan, following the lead of the late Edward Schaeffer. The luan should not be imagined, however, as a raptor, since it lives solely on the fruit of the bamboo tree. Chapter 317. Senior sis, you're hoodwinking us buddies. In the room, the atmosphere became awkward. Chen Feng had been raved by Lu Yuhu just a moment ago. and he had even accepted the praises. In the end, a tenant that Rao casually grabbed had managed to match his couplets perfectly. Not only had he matched it, the second half of the couplet managed to lampoon him on his pretense. His face had turned swollen from the smacking. You look like who you impersonate. Whoever impersonates whoever will become whoever. To be able to use couplets to scold people, what F*** king realm have you already attained? Chen chuckled nefariously and said to Zhang Ye, I already knew you could do it. I had my bets placed on you. You playful nymph. Speak properly. Zhang Ye tugged at Chen's head. Rao used the corners of her eyes to look at her junior brother and Chen Feng. Why aren't you speaking? Are you still competing? My tenant's standard is not bad, right? Lu Yuhu said in a depressed manner. Senior sis, what do you mean not bad? Who is this tenant of yours? Although I don't know much about couplets, even I can tell who's the better one. He. Rao kept him in suspense. Chen Feng said helplessly. To be able to utterly convince, this is? AI wait. Lu Yuhu suddenly said, to be able to use couplets to scold people, and is proficient in this arena. Holy shit, he can't be teacher Zhang Ye, right? Right. Chen called you Zhang Ye just now. Zhang Ye smiled. Chen Feng was stunned. Zhang Ye? Which Zhang Ye? It's really you. Lu Yuhu smacked his forehead and looked at Rao at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Senior sis, you aren't being nice. How is Zhang Ye your tenant? Why is he staying here? Hey, to think you let my buddy compete with teacher Zhang Ye in literary standards? Aren't you bullying him? I've seen the news the past 2 days. Teacher Zhang Ye joined Peking University and is teaching in the Chinese department. He is a professional lecturer of literature. What's there to compete? Senior sis, you're hoodwinking us buddies. Not cool. It's really not cool. Chen chuckled. Lu Yuhu stared. Chen, you hoodwinked your Uncle Lu. You didn't even let me know. Rao threw her hands and said, Kid, you were the one who said it yourself. We didn't want to compete. You were refusing to leave and insisting on being a busybody. Who have you to blame? Lu Yuhu. Chen Feng also managed to find a way to escape the awkward situation. If he lost to anyone else, he would really have lost face. However, losing to a Peking University lecturer like Zhang Ye, then it wasn't a surprise. It had to be so. There was no use in being indignant. After all, he was just an amateurish hobbyist, while the other person was a professional. With him specializing it in his profession, being defeated by him in this aspect was normal, as there was no way of competing. Even if his teacher came personally, he was also not likely to be Zhang Ye's match. What more an amateur like him? Chen Feng magnanimously reached out his hand. Teacher Zhang Ye, I've long heard great things about you. Thank you for the teachings from before. Zhang Ye looked over and also shook his hands. Nice to meet you. Sorry about just now. It was nothing much, and you can't say those were teachings. Since the other party's attitude had changed, Zhang Ye did not mind. It was not a fight. I didn't want to compete in couplets. And indeed, he had previously said that. Chen Feng laughed. You wanted to leave me face by not wanting to match the couplets. It was me being rude. However, it's great that I could learn from you. These couplets of mine have stumped my teacher for a long while. If I return with the matches, he will definitely be very happy. If we ever publish it, we will definitely indicate that the second half came from you. Zhang Ye said nonchalantly, no big deal. It was still a bit awkward. Chen Feng pretended to look at his watch. Look at the time. Then we won't intrude on you any further. Old Lu, let us leave. Lu Yuhu smacked his lips and said, but I haven't eaten the tremella porridge yet. What the heck are you eating? Chen Feng had already lost face and was unwilling to stay any longer. He could also tell that Rao was in no way interested in him. There was no meaning for him to stay any longer. Furthermore, old Lu's senior sister was indeed older than him by a few years, so their ages were not that appropriate for one another. Blind dates were all about merry meeting and merry parting. If it didn't work, at least they could be friends. Senior sis, then we'll be leaving. I'll come by again to scrounge for food. Lu Yuhu and Chen Feng bade farewell. No one held a grudge, and could be said that the matters were smoothed over. With them gone, there was only the trio left in the house. Chen blinked her eyes. Zhang Ye, you're awesome. Zhang Ye said proudly, of course. Who do you think your Uncle Zhang is? So awesome. Chen flattered. Zhang Ye turned cocky. That's of course. Then, I really was bullying him. Couplets are a form of attainment in literature. If I claim second, no one would dare to claim they are first. AI, why are you so unusual today? You are so full of praise for me. You have finally recognized your Uncle Zhang's greatness. Yes, I got to know it. Qinshan then took out a book while saying, Zhang Ye, help me do my language homework. Zhang Ye nearly fainted. No wonder you were waiting here for me. Rao Imin tapped on her knees. Do it yourself. Hurry. Qinshan curled her lip like an adult, before reluctantly returning to the small room. Zhang Ye and Rao Imin were the only ones left in the living room. With one man and woman in one room, with no one around them, Zhang Ye's heart began to thump loudly. His hand began to stretch out in a dishonest manner. He touched Rao Imin's waist, and then immediately began moving his hands to her buttocks. All flesh. It was so bouncy. Rao Imin laughed. Kid, you are getting bolder and bolder, right? I endured you once or twice, but you seem insatiable to do a third and fourth time. Do you need a beating? Zhang Ye emboldened himself and whispered, I just missed you. Scram. Take your stinking hands off. Rao Imin leered at him. Zhang Ye put on a brave front and said, Not taking it off. Are you taking it off? Not taking it off. All right. Io. Stop. 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 Don't you move. My arm is breaking. Her. Are you taking it off? Off. 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 Just talk. Don't get rough. Zhang Ye's shoulder was pinched by Rao Imin at his acupuncture points. His entire shoulder and arm went limp. He was not left with any strength. He could no longer boast as it was so painful that he ground his teeth. Rao Imin released his arm and glanced at him sideways. She said softly, Don't you go groping on me in the future. If Qinshan sees it, I'll destroy you. Zhang Ye said without any sense of shame. The child is doing her homework. She won't see it. Rao Imin ignored him and then slowly sat down on the sofa. Crossing her legs, she said, Didn't you say you would be washing the dishes today? After the meal, you went to have fun on the internet. The dishes are still sitting there waiting for you. Go, do some work. Zhang Ye said in confusion, Did I say I would wash the dishes? Rao Imin looked at him with an unfriendly look. Really? All right. I said it. Zhang Ye could only go to the kitchen. Rao Imin broke her composure and scolded him with a laugh. Darn little bastard. Then she said loudly, Don't you do it improperly. Wash them clean. I will check in a while. Got it. Zhang Ye felt like he had been exploited to do labor. Hi. But he had taken advantage of her, and it was not that easy to take advantage of the landlady. Washing the dishes, washing the pot, wiping the table, sweeping the floor. With this, slightly more than half an hour passed. Little Zhang, Rao Imin commanded, Go make a kettle of hot water. Zhang Ye stared. I'm at least a teacher of the people. Are you really commanding me as you wish? Rao Imin stared at him. Then who do you think cleaned your room in the month you were away? Who washed your bed sheets? Who placed cockroach insecticide on your ground? Who swept away the dead cockroaches? Hurry up and do the work. Cut the crap. Even a rabbit is more diligent than you. Zhang Ye was stumped and did not say another word. Fine, work it is. His house had indeed been cleaned up by the landlady nicely. He could not refute that. He finally finished busying himself. It was already past 8. Qinshan came out while rubbing her eyes. Aunt, I finished my homework. I'm sleepy. Okay, go to bed. Rao Imin said. Zhang Ye also said, I'm sleepy too. Rao Imin acknowledged and said, Scram then. Zhang Ye blinked. I'll stay here. I'll tell bedtime stories to Qinshan. I recently created a few children's fairy tales. They are extremely interesting. Rao Imin said with an ambiguous smile. Do you want to leave yourself, or get thrown out by me? Zhang Ye said to Qinshan, Uncle will tell you a bedtime story. Do you want to listen? Qinshan gave a long yawn. No, I'm tired. I'm sleeping now. Saying that, she clumsily climbed upstairs. A drop of sweat flowed down Zhang Ye's head. This wicked child sure doesn't give Brother Zhang any face. If you don't listen to a story, how will this bro sneak into your aunt's bed? Are you leaving or not? Rao Imin looked at him. Zhang Ye said in a thick-skinned manner. I suddenly don't feel tired. Let me stay here for a while. You might not be tired, but I am. Rao Imin raised her chin and stood up with a leg supporting her. Hurry and scram. Go teach your class properly tomorrow and stop trying to stay here. With a pause, she smiled. Kid, you're sure without worry. I already saw that many industry insiders are going to Peking University to listen in on your public lecture. There will be people from the educational and literary world. Who knows what serious situations will arise tomorrow, yet you still have the mood to blabber here with me. Think about how you are going to lecture your dream of the Red Chamber. If you don't do a good job, your reputation will become bad. You won't be able to run away from the title of leading people astray. Remember to save up some money. Don't get fired from Peking University and not be able to pay the rent. Zhang Ye said leisurely. Don't you worry. Since I dared to lecture Dream of the Red Chamber, I definitely have the confidence. I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried most is where to stay tonight. I feel like my house has a dark and gloomy aura and isn't suitable for staying in. I've calculated that the place with the best feng shui is a maisonette-style apartment. AI. Don't do it. Don't. Do it. I'll leave myself. Leaving myself. Thud. The door closed. With a depressed face, Zhang Ye was sent out of the landlady's house. Hi. Life can be described by the phrase loneliness is where the shoe pinches. He could only honestly return to his house and prepare the information needed for tomorrow. Then he laid out his bed before snuggling into it. Tomorrow was an important day. Zhang Ye was done preparing. Chapter 318. The anticipation-filled day. The next day, early in the morning, there was a cold breeze blowing outside the window. Dawn had not come, and many people had just woken up. Some people were getting ready for work. Some were preparing breakfast, while others were getting ready to send their children to school. At this moment, the morning newspaper, as well as some morning news programs of provincial television stations, informed the public that there would be a public lecture talking about Dream of the Red Chamber at Peking University's Grand Auditorium. The news even included video clips of Zhang Ye's lecturing. For example, Zhang Ye's final most crucial words, last 40 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber, were not written by Chao Shuiqin. It was once again reported by numerous media outlets. Although some television stations did not broadcast it, and some people did not pay much attention to it, this level of exposure with yesterday's newspapers and the war of words on the internet was sufficient to let anyone who was interested know. Zhang Ye was once again the focus of the news. Peking University has expressed that it fully supports and encourages this major branching off from established academical knowledge. They have also said on their official Weibo that they support teacher Zhang Ye fully. Whether Zhang Ye is saying the truth, there is no 100% affirmation from authoritative academics in the world of academia. Many academics and experts hold a negative view towards it. Hence, today's second public lecture by Zhang Ye held in Peking University Auditorium is highly anticipated. We shall see what happens. If it is true, it will overturn history. Does Zhang Ye really have genuine talent? Or is he playing to the gallery? Breaking news. After yesterday's report, Zhang Ye once again fired off a limerick on his Weibo. He ended with "A person in literature looks forward to the death of his peers," launching an attack on the entire world of literature. He has attracted public outrage. Under the lead of the Readology organizations, Beijing Writers Association, and other literary organizations, numerous expert scholars have publicly condemned Zhang Ye for his disrespectful and irresponsible behavior. A portion of Readology experts and literary organizations have expressed that they will personally attend the public lecture to cross swords with Zhang Ye. They will debunk his so-called truth behind Dream of the Red Chamber. Now, let us recall the development of the events. The reason for this uproar from the historical and academic world is because of newly appointed Peking University lecturer, Zhang Ye. He threw a bombshell in his first class, Appreciation of the Classics. The matter became more and more fervent. It had reached a climax today. Many people, who were traveling to work, were discussing this matter on the buses and subways. On a car driving along 15th Road. Zhang Ye is a warrior. Haha, that's right. He truly is a warrior. After fighting his unit, he fought his leader, and after fighting his leader, he fought with the SARFD. Now he is going to war with the world of literature. But I've watched his lecture. It's really complete with evidence. I'm not sure about that. No one can say for sure. Whether he's right or wrong, we should know the outcome today. I heard quite a number of experts and professors will be going. Peking University will probably be quite lively. Such discussions occurred in various corners of Beijing. There were even such similar scenes happening in other provinces. Zhang Ye had not only become under public scrutiny, he had also attracted large swaths of societal attention. At home, Zhang Ye himself was still sleeping soundly. The sky brightened up. The sky really brightened up. The sky was extremely bright. Only then did Zhang Ye wake up. When he looked at his watch, well, it was 11 a.m. He had slept quite long, but he was filled with energy as a result. He was in good spirits. He first ordered in some food and then went to shower in the bathroom. After drying his hair, the pizza had arrived. He then began eating. With that, Zhang Ye took his documents and teaching materials before driving to Peking University. Afternoon. It was past 12. The sector around Peking University's Chinese department was packed to the brim. There were numerous cars of reporters parked here. Cars with signboards that said they were visitors drove in. The auditorium that held the public lecture could accommodate about 500 to 600 people. It was not in the Chinese department, but in a building not far off. There were many Peking University staff members guarding the entrance, so as to maintain order and to verify tickets for admission. Actually, there were no tickets. It was just a different format. Peking University students just needed to use their student pass to gain entry. They had to prove they were students of the school. The reporters needed their reporter passes. The number of reporters per newspaper and television station were limited. It could not exceed 3 people. As for some special guests, such as people from the Writers Association or from radiology organizations, they would be specially led into the auditorium after submitting an approval application. Hence, those guests, who swore to expose Zhang Ye, were still not seen yet. In front of the door, there was a crowd of Peking University students. "Don't push me. I can't move. Don't push. Hey, who stepped on my foot? People in front, hurry up. There won't be seats in a while. Let me in. What the heck? Those who block me will die." Many Peking University professors and teachers could not comprehend watching this scene. They were already speechless. On a square in front of the auditorium's doors, there were 2,000 to 3,000 students. Meanwhile, the numbers were constantly increasing. And this did not include those students who had been admitted after using their student passes. It was impossible to imagine that such a scene was a public lecture if they did not know ahead of time. If no one said a thing, people might even think an A or B list celebrity had come here for a concert. There were too many students. The whole scene looked a bit crazy. A few reporters did not immediately squeeze in. They only lined up outside. Since they had nothing to do, they began to interview and film on site. They had obtained the authorization to interview in Peking University. A female host held a microphone and gestured to the camera in front of her. 3, 2, 1. She then said, "Dear viewers, I am now on Peking University's campus. Behind me is the venue for the public lecture of the controversial dream of the Red Chamber. As everyone can see, the square is packed with people. Everyone is lining up to enter the auditorium. Now let us interview a few students." Saying that, she turned around to look for someone. "This student, hello." Yami turned her head. "Ah, the female reporter said with a smile. "Let me interview you. Did you listen to the last public lecture?" "I did." Yami giggled and said, "I'm enrolled in the appreciation of the classics elective." The female reporter said, "That's great. What's your assessment of your teacher Zhang Ye?" Yami chuckled. "Is there a need to ask? Zhang Ye is the most excellent and most outstanding and most humorous teacher in my heart. He is my idol. He is my spiritual guide. He has showed me the way. He has lit the way ahead for me. We adore him for his diligence. We like him, liking his." The female reporter nearly fainted from Yao Mi's words. Oh, I got it." Yao Mi began calling out. Hey, don't go. I'm not done yet. I'm not finished yet." The female reporter thanked the heavens that this was not a live broadcast. What were you even talking about? It was even a prose. Were ladies from Peking University's Chinese department so King eloquent? Lily chortled. Yao Mi's dormitory roommate was also amused. Li Ying said, "Little me, you chased her away from your chatter." Yao Mi felt stifled. Why did she leave? I still wanted to praise my uncle Zhang a few more times. Her father was Zhang Ye's good friend, so she naturally leaned towards Zhang Ye. On the other side, the female reporter interviewed others. "What do you think of Zhang Ye as a teacher?" "I don't really think much of him. I'm not from the Chinese department. He was a Peking University student." "From the math department." The female reporter blinked her eyes and said, "Zhang Ye publicly attacked the world of literature last night on Weibo. Did you see his limerick? How do you evaluate it?" The mathematics department bespectacled boy said, I don't have an evaluation for it. The female reporter exclaimed. You don't have any thoughts at all? The bespectacled boy threw his hands up. What's there to think about? Doesn't teacher Zhang Ye scold others based on an arithmetic progression? Hasn't it always been the case? Female reporter. At this moment, the female reporter and the cameraman saw a girl walk past them. She looked delicate and pretty, and wore spectacles and carried a book. She looked quite knowledgeable, so the female reporter went forward. Student. She had finally seen someone normal. Are you calling me? Senior Song nudged her spectacles and looked over. The female reporter pushed the microphone over with a smile. I'm interviewing you. Do you agree or disagree that the first 80 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber was written by only Chao Shuiqin? Senior Song nudged her spectacles once again and said, Firstly, what you said isn't very rigorous. It should not be the first 80 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber, as the first 80 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber are not considered complete. There are still parts that are lost, so I can't answer your question. You should say the first 80 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber. On the whole, before I can answer you, my view is that I do not agree, nor do I reject it. This is because the evidence provided by teacher Zhang Ye has given me quite a shock. I did not sleep at all last night. I flipped through a lot of documents and was unable to find evidence that could refute what teacher Zhang Ye had said. I realized I couldn't refute his theory. Hence, I tried to find traces of evidence of the 120 circulated chapters to prove teacher Zhang Ye's point, but I also failed to prove anything. It might be because I'm limited in my knowledge. I encountered 13 problems as a result. First, which is the most serious logical problem, the poem by Jia Baoyu that has given all rhodologists a headache. It cannot be explained in any other way. Furthermore, this poem appeared in the first 80 chapters on the whole. Teacher Zhang, you will not be able to avoid that. I am very curious if teacher Zhang will avoid this poem and sweep it under the rug. The second problem is the linking of the last 40 chapters. I do not find it problematic. If the last 40 chapters and the first 80 chapter on the whole were not written by the same person, then this. As Peking University's Chinese department straight as student, Senior Song was a very serious person. Words began to flow from her mouth as she spoke to the camera. There were a total of 13 problems, which Senior Song patiently described each and every one of them. She did not even stammer. It was as if she did not even need to breathe, as she said it with gusto. Oh my God, what sort of people are they? A dark cloud already appeared on the cameraman's forehead. As the female reporter looked at this gentle and quiet girl, she nearly cried out with tears at the sky. Holy sh*t. Can we have a nice chat? Can we speak Mandarin? Holy sh*t. Is there anyone normal here? Is there? Chapter 319, the second public lecture. Outside the grand auditorium, the square was lively. The female reporter and cameraman, who were from Jinshi locality television station, had their hands full. First was Yao Mi from the Chinese department, then the bespectacled male student from the mathematics department, and lastly, with the straight-A student, Senior Song. The Tianjin television station reporter could only feel one emotion right now, and it was that the people from Peking University were totally from a different world than them. She had only wanted to get a simple interview. Why was it so difficult? The 11th problem is, student. That will do. No, I'm not finished. The 11th problem is an important character in the Jia residence. Many Chinese department students knew Senior Song. Even people from other departments had heard of Senior Song. So when they saw the female reporter's expression, they were all extremely amused. Hilarious. Haha, Senior Song is doing it again. The moment academic issues crop up, there's no way to stop her. Those reporters are really unlucky. Of all the students here, they had to pick the straight-A student Song. They even dared ask her about the academic issues of the lecture. This will probably take over an hour to talk about. Senior Song is not called straight-A student Song for nothing. There were all sorts of geniuses in Peking University, and it quite was obvious here today. Over there, Yami made her dormitory mate help her to queue while she went over to the reporter and cameraman to speak well of Zhang Ye. Yet another reporter had their hands full with her, so they quickly escaped and hid from her. The Chinese department teachers had also come. As long as they had no afternoon lessons, they all made their way to the grand auditorium. Seeing the reporter's sticky situation, seeing the crowds of people, Professor Zhang, who had a good relationship with Zhang Ye, smiled, and said, "This scene, I doubt even the auditorium that can hold 5,000 people will have enough seats for everyone." Suna was quite surprised. So many students? Department Dean Chang Kaiga frowned. How many people skipped classes for there to be so many here? Zhen Shuquan quipped. This time, higher management from the school will come to listen in. Let's enter first. I think if we enter late, there won't even be seats for us. Other than the Chinese department teachers, there were also teachers from the history department, as well as other departments here to join in the bustle. After they saw this, they were rendered speechless. Zhang Ye's class was just an elective. It only had about 100 people enrolled in the class, but in the end, the public lecture had such a huge turnout. 5,000 people. What was this? This had already broken the attendance record of Peking University's public lectures. Such a large auditorium was only used for performances during conferences. The school had reserved this location for Zhang Ye to hold his public lecture because they had already expected the turnout to be larger than usual, but they had not expected the seats to be completely taken up. Judging by the situation now, not only would the seats be fully taken up, it would not even be enough to hold everyone. Behind them, they could even see students from their own departments who were supposed to have afternoon lessons. Yet those students were here queuing up for a lesson that they weren't even supposed to attend. It was a torture to compare people. Trash thrown out upon comparison. Zhang Ye's appeal was something that really left these Peking University lecturers with nothing to say, but they also knew they could not compare to him. After all, Zhang Ye's status was still a celebrity, and the things he claimed now were really too shocking. If they themselves dared to claim something like Journey to the West was not written by Wu Qingjin at a place like Peking University, they would also be able to gain attention from the whole of society. But what's important was that they did not dare to make those claims. Zhang Ye offended the literature world yesterday? Yes, he posted a limerick on Weibo yesterday that offended the entire world of literature. Why is he like that? His claims still can't hold any water, and he dares to offend people like that. Our Peking University is an institution of over 100 years. He better not destroy our reputation. I hope that Zhang Ye can bring out some really solid proof today, or else it will not end well. Yeah, when I was outside earlier, I saw Dean Liu hosting some experts from the literary world for lunch. I suppose they will be joining this public lecture later. Zhang Ye has forced himself down a path of no return. Hopefully, he can back his claims up properly. If he can't do so, it would be too embarrassing, not only for himself, but for every one of us at Peking University. The few teachers from the various departments had some worries and concerns. The Chinese department's secretary and dean also had similar thoughts. This was no longer just Zhang Ye's problem alone. It was now a problem of the Chinese department and even of Peking University. If anything went wrong, Chang Kaiga and Zhen Shuquan would have their fair share of responsibility too. And this responsibility was too heavy to bear. Changing the history of one of the 4 great classical novels and misleading the students, it was a responsibility that even they could not take on. If it were just brought up as a point in a normal lecture, it might be fine. It wouldn't spread to the public. Even if it did, they could still control it. But now, it was like water that had been poured. They wouldn't be able to contain it anymore. The entire society already knew of this. There were so many students and so many reporters present. And as if Zhang Ye still did not have his hands full, he even added fuel to fire and offended the entire literary world. The literary world was now taking it up with them and had sent a few dozen members over today. Together with the education and world histories people, it could be said that Peking University was a gathering place of the elite today. Whether they were here to pick a thorn or witness the commotion, they were all here. This Zhang Ye, he really makes others worry. At the same time, as Zhang Ye's car entered the gates of Peking University, a phone call came. Son, it was Mom who called. You've gotten into big trouble this time. Zhang Ye chuckled. Mom, relax. I have a sense of propriety. Mom said angrily. Your dad and I only knew you got into such big trouble after watching the morning news. Are you dying? Why can't you rest a day? You even dare to trample on the 4 great classical novels? Great, now see what's happening? Everyone is scolding you. You really do not know when to stop. Zhang Ye said, I really know what I am doing. All right, Mom, tell Dad not to worry either. I am at Peking University now and have to prepare for my class. Don't say any more. The call ended. Ring, ring, ring. It was Wu Ziqing's number. Zhang Ye hurriedly slowed down his car to pick the call up. President Wu, are you here yet? Wu Ziqing's gentle voice was very soothing to the ears. I'm here. I just passed through the school gates. Zhang Ye said. Wu Ziqing acknowledged. How are your preparations? Zhang Ye smiled and said, pretty much done. It all depends on how I express myself when the time comes. I did not prepare a script. I'm the kind of player that does better on the field. Her. Wu Ziqing said. Then I'm relieved. You really trust me? You aren't afraid I'll screw up? Zhang Ye asked out of curiosity. Wu Ziqing said calmly, since I invited you to join Peking University, then I naturally trust you completely. No matter what others say, just follow your own thoughts and lecture on. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye turned silent. Thank you. Wu Ziqing said. All right, that will be all. I'll be going to the auditorium to listen to your class. I'm honestly looking forward to what you will talk about today. Don't disappoint everyone. Rest assured. Zhang Ye hung up. With such trust from President Wu, Zhang Ye's heart was filled with warmth. This was the sort of feeling that he had never experienced much before. During his time in the radio station, he was seen with contempt by the leaders. When he went to the television station, the leaders sought to suppress him. Even at the online television station, Zhang Ye's unexpected moves and choices, like his talk show, were met with doubt from the leaders and others around him. He was stumbling his way through to get it implemented before the results managed to extend the broadcast run and made everyone recognize his work. Otherwise, the program would have been cut without a moment's hesitation. But here at Peking University, the situation was slightly different. Zhang Ye had not expected to meet such a trusting leader like Wu Ziqing. Compared to casting doubt on one of the 4 great classical novels author, what sort of resistance did he get for proposing to do a talk show that had never existed before? What sort of pressure did he have to deal with for a radio station's children's story program? What problems did he encounter as a lecturer for a lecture room? With such a comparison, all of the issues he encountered seemed so small now, but yet with such an earth-shattering claim that even seemed treacherous, Wu Ziqing had actually been supportive of him. The entire society was scolding him, but Wu Ziqing's support for him had never changed. Zhang Ye liked such trust. He was also grateful to such a trust. Since you trust me, then rest assured. This bro will definitely not disappoint you, nor will I cause you any trouble. After alighting from the car, Zhang Ye went straight to the back door of the grand auditorium. There was a passage for internal use. At this moment, his expression had also turned serious. He had wiped away his relaxed expression. Hey, little Zhang. A familiar face appeared. Zhang Ye looked over and went over. Brother, who you came to? It was Beijing television station's Hu Fei, Zhang Ye's old leader. Yes, I came over to support you. Coincidentally, I know a teacher here, so I'm entering through the back door. This public lecture seats are really not easy to get. I had to cash in a favor before I managed to come here. Looks like I owe someone a debt now. Zhang Ye immediately said. You should have informed me. I would have left a seat for you. Hu Fei smiled until his eyes were aslit. I knew you had to prepare for your lessons, so I didn't want to disturb you. What preparations do I need? It's only making copies of some information. Don't you already know that? When have I ever needed a script? It's all in my head already. Zhang Ye laughed. Teacher Zhang Ye. Another person came from behind again. Hu Fei said, all right, go busy yourself. I'll be going in first. We can talk later. All right. Zhang Ye then turned around and looked. Yo, Teacher Xiaomei. Director Zhao. It was Beijing radio station's broadcasting host Wang Xiaomei and Zhang Ye's former leader, Zhao Guizhou. Zhao Guizhou smiled and said, long time no see. Not bad. The commotions you stir up are getting bigger by the day. Thankfully, I know a dean from the history department. If not, I wouldn't even be able to come listen to your lecture. Wang Xiaomei was the same as always. She did not like to speak unnecessarily. Zhang Ye smiled and exchanged a few words with them. It had indeed been a long time, and it felt really good when he saw them again. Zhang Ye rather missed them and his old colleagues. After Duo left, another person came. Hey, little Zhang. Someone called him. Zhang Ye looked over, and his eyes lit up. Elder Qian. Elder Qian was a veteran in the literary world. He was the head judge of the Beijing couplet competition in the past. He was an old acquaintance that had pretty good relations with Zhang Ye. He had spoken up to support Zhang Ye on multiple occasions. Why have you come? Zhang Ye was pretty happy. Elder Qian stroked his beard. I came to listen to your lecture. Zhang Ye felt overwhelmed and said, "Don't say it like that. I'm not that good." Haha, if you aren't good, then who is? Elder Qian pointed out that there were still many people gradually entering the auditorium through the back door. Those who are here today are all here to listen your lecture. With your talent and knowledge, you have long been qualified to give lectures to others. The evidence you submitted yesterday were critical and also very substantial. I'm actually very curious as well, so here I am. Yes, please do well later. I'm here today as your student. I will listen well. Zhang Ye quickly gave a wave of his hand. Don't say that. You're overpraising me. Elder Qian glanced at him once again. But I have yet to take it up to you, rascal. What's with that? Limerick? You even scolded me along with them. Zhang Ye smiled and apologized. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I was just quick with my mouth, but that limerick was not meant for you. To me, you don't belong to the literary world. You belong to the world of culture instead. The world of culture is on a level higher than the world of literature. Elder Qian said happily, Don't try that with me. Many others gradually entered the auditorium through the back door passage. When they saw Zhang Ye, no one bothered to greet him. Many of them greeted Elder Qian instead. Some leered at Zhang Ye. Some looked at him with slight annoyance. Some people did not say anything and just shook their heads. Clearly, they were likely those who looked forward to the death of their peers, members of the literary world. But Zhang Ye did not see any of the key personnels. They had probably already entered the auditorium. Humph. So this is Zhang Ye. What arrogance. I want to see how he is going to lecture today. Zhang Ye shrugged his shoulders and smiled at Elder Qian. See that? Not many are here to listen to my lecture today. They are all here to watch me make a fool of myself. That's all because you always offend people. Elder Qian laughed, for he was powerless. Your shelling had scolded all of them. But I didn't scold them wrongly. Zhang Ye did not think of it this way. Other than you and a small number of friends from the world of literature, how many people in the literary circles actually like me? Oh, just because I'm a broadcasting major, I can't engage in literature? And I can't do it better than them? Whenever I have a problem, they all besiege me together. Whenever I come up with some poem or essay, they would say that it is not good. What sort of logic is this? When I say that they looked forward to the death of a peer, surely I am not wrongly accusing them, right? Elder Qian said, You have hit out at too many people in this manner. There are still many respected veterans in the literary world who did not criticize you. Zhang Ye smiled. Other than you, I have not come across many others. When something happens, when the society really needs them, all of them go into hiding. They keep quiet, but when all is peaceful, they jump out immediately. They keep to themselves in their nests and only know how to exclude themselves. They use seniority and ranks, waving the flags of morality and criticizing their own peers. They can criticize others, but don't criticize me. This bro doesn't care for the glory or traditions of the literary world. If you criticize me, I will criticize back at you. Do you think they can out-criticize me, or I can out-criticize them? I am a host that makes a living by using my mouth. They want to compete with me in that? Even if I took a handicap of having half a lip, they still wouldn't be able to outscold me. They want to fight me in my occupation? Are they trying to make me laugh? I'll surely fight it out with them. Look at that mouth of yours. Elder Qian shook his head and gave a wry smile. If that mouth of yours were mounted on a spaceship, that spaceship might not even stop after flying out of the Milky Way. Not far away, a few experts from the history circles entered. They happened to hear Zhang Ye's words and nearly stumbled to the ground. There was only a phrase in their minds at that moment. Hooligans were not scary, only hooligans with culture. Knowing teacher Zhang Ye was not as good as meeting him in person. He was more ruffian than the rumors made him out to be. Chapter 320. Dream of the Red Chamber only has 108 chapters. It was almost 1 p.m. Inside the grand auditorium of Peking University. Zhang Ye had arrived, but stayed in the resting room backstage. He could hear the busy chatter in the auditorium, and he understood that all of these people were here today because of him. They were all here to listen to his lecture. At that moment, Zhang Ye felt a rush of adrenaline in his heart. Just like he had mentioned earlier, he was not the type who loved to speak. It was this way at home, and had also been the same at school. He was a low-profile type of person in class and had generally never attracted much attention. But whenever there were activities, like a stage play, Zhang Ye's spirit would perk up. He was the typical field player. The more people there were, The bigger the occasion, the more excited he would be with vigor. How many more minutes? Zhang Ye asked. Teacher Zhang, there's still 10 minutes. An auditorium staff member told him. Okay, the projector and the microphones are all properly set up? Zhang Ye asked. The staff member said, they've all been tested already. Please do not worry. I guarantee that there won't be any problems. We've already tested it a few times. Zhang Ye smiled. All right. Thank you very much for everyone's hard work. Look at you being courteous. Isn't this our job? The few staff members were very courteous and polite. They knew that the focus of society was all on Peking University today. At the venue, the cameras had all been set up. There were cameras that belonged to Peking University and some that belonged to the reporters. They had gained prior approval from the university and were allowed to bring their video cameras to record, but if they wanted to post any parts of the public lecture, they would have to seek approval from Peking University. This was a prerequisite that they had agreed on. There were a total of 7 to 8 video cameras set up. The 50-100 to 60-100 seats were all filled, with none left empty. Many students did not manage to get in too. Wu Ziqing and a few other faces that Zhang Ye did not know were the last to arrive. When they arrived, the people who were seated in the front row greeted them. President Wu. Dean Wang is here too. President Chun, long time no see. This was Peking University's group of leaders. A total of 4 people, each one of them held a very high rank. The highest ranked leader should be the same as Wu Ziqing. After chatting for a while, they all took their seats. Those who greeted them were naturally not ordinary people either. Those who sat in the front row were mostly senior figures and experts of the literature and history world. Take, for example, Elder Qian. President Wu and Vice President Chun both knew him, but Vice President Chun probably knew him better, as the two of them had a long chat. Wu Ziqing was having a conversation with another woman instead. Yin Yu laughed. President Wu, your Peking University really has some talented people. We're doing okay, I guess. Wu Ziqing replied softly. We can't compare to your Writers Association. I didn't expect to see you here today, Vice President Yin. I heard that you've been busy with your book launch. Yin Yu, the National Writers Association's vice president. An author, a scholar, and a rhodologist. Yin Yu's lips curled. I was busy with the book launch, but I couldn't help it. This book was written about the appreciation of Dream of the Red Chamber. But your Peking University's teacher Zhang has totally negated Dream of the Red Chamber with his new claims. I wouldn't be able to publish this now, so I came over to learn. Anyone could hear the sarcasm in Yin Yu's answer. Wu Ziqing put on a demure smile. Let's not say that it's learning, but instead having a discussion. At the other end, a slightly tan-looking middle-aged man said, we won't be able to discuss with Zhang Ye. President Wu, I really respect you. But that Zhang Ye. He shook his head. Elder Qian interrupted saying, Little Yang, why are you bringing your personal emotions into this? Her. The rhodologist, teacher Yang said, Elder Qian, I'm not being emotional here. I'm just someone who looks forward to the death of a fellow peer. So how could I be emotional? Indeed, these people were here with unfriendly intentions. Their words all carried a sting. Professor Zhang tried to put in a good word. Old Yang. Teacher Little Zhang's mouth can be rather vicious, but in terms of literary skills, he is still a professional. If he has offended you in any way, I want to apologize on his behalf to everyone. They were from the Chinese department of Peking University, while many of the guests were experts from the literary world. They basically knew each other, though not well. They had seen or heard of each other, and since this circle was not big, they knew of each other. Old Yang waved dismissively. There's no need for that. Meng Donghua, the vice president of the Beijing Writers Association, was also present. He looked at his watch and said, he's not coming out yet? Renmin University's Ma Hongyuan was amongst them as well. Everyone had gathered here to talk badly about Zhang Ye, ready to see him make a joke of himself. So how could he not join in? Time's almost up, right? Chong. Kaiga looked over to him. Professor Ma cannot wait for it to begin. Ma Hongyuan said impatiently, I still have a class in the afternoon. I will leave after listening for 30 minutes. This little Zhang, does he really have to start on time? So many seniors and industry experts, all waiting for a junior like him. This was precisely what looking for issues to pick on looked like. Many of Peking University's lecturers glanced at him, thinking to themselves that no one begged him to come anyway. Countdown of 3 minutes. Countdown of 2 minutes. During the final minute, Zhang Ye finally walked out from backstage and onto the main stage podium. The applause was sparse and not very synchronized. Only Yao Mi and a few others, who really liked Zhang Ye, screamed and applauded. Although the applause were limited, in the end, it still felt rather lively. "Teacher Zhang's so awesome," Yao Mi shouted. Yao Mi's dormitory mate also began to stir up. "Teacher Zhang, I love you." When those words rang out, the 5,000-seater auditorium also burst out in laughter. The radiologists and writers in the front row shook their heads lightly. This was an academic talk, not some celebrity idolizing event. How could a lesson begin like this? Whatever it was that Zhang Ye did, they would not be pleased with it. They were here today to deal a fatal blow should Zhang Ye's lecture present any arguments with logical errors. The reporters were all putting up their utmost concentration. He's here. Quick, turn on the video camera. Check the image. Don't leave anything important out of the frame." The Peking University students also looked excitedly at the stage. Many of them were curious as to how Zhang Ye would present his lecture today, while some others did not care about this, but were instead here to see what kind of bombshell teacher Zhang Ye would throw out this time. Hu Fei looked at the stage with a smile. Zhao Guozhou and Wang Xiaomei also exchanged whispers. On stage, Zhang Ye stood still as he took control of the microphone and took a deep breath as he looked on at the thousands of people below the stage. He really enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention, just as he liked the famous song, "I Don't Believe" by Zhang Yuanqi. This song essentially depicted him. "I don't believe that my life is worse than others. I don't believe that I have no one bit of talent. I don't believe that I'm destined to be a lowly person. I don't believe that my songs will be left unanswered forever." Today, Zhang Ye's cry had reached far and wide, and he had received everyone's response. He had achieved what he had always been wishing for and looking forward to. He wanted his cry to reach further in the future. This was the path that he was determined to follow. He was extremely determined to stay on this path. "Hello, everyone." Zhang Ye wore a smile as he spoke into the microphone. "Today is a very special public lecture class. We have many school leaders present, as well as many teachers and seniors from the literary and history worlds. There are even a number of reporter comrades here. As a Peking University elective class lecturer, I feel very flattered and surprised, but still, I welcome everyone here. Because of some special circumstances, the school leaders requested that I change the style of my public lecture a bit. I have agreed to it, so I will distribute a few microphones out into the audience, some for my students, and some for the experts of the literary world. As the auditorium is quite big, I wouldn't be able to hear your questions otherwise." A few Peking University staff members went to the floor and handed out the microphones. "Give one to me. I want a microphone too. Over here, bring one for me." Several of the literary world's members all came forward trying to get a microphone, like Yin Yu and Meng Donghua. The rest of Zhang Ye's class students were all concentrated in the front of the middle section of seats. They were all seated together. Yao Mi and Senior Song were both holding microphones as well. Zhang Ye said, "Anyone can bring up any question during any time in my class today, not only my students. But please note not to disrupt the class when you raise your question. It would be best not to interrupt me before I finish speaking about important things." "Don't interrupt you? What do you mean by important things? Then how can you still call this raising a question at any time?" A few literary world members coldly grunted at this. This remark was clearly made at them. Zhang Ye was also very direct, saying, "As for what is important or not, I will be the one to decide." "Heh, you good rascal." A number of the literary world members were extremely offended by this. Professor Zhang, Su Na, and a few other Chinese department teachers all smiled wryly. It seemed like Zhang Ye had clashed with them head-on. The students and a number of reporters were all excited by this remark. The class had not even started, yet the smell of gunpowder was already extremely strong. There's surely going to be a good show to be put on later. Let's start the lesson properly then. Zhang Ye looked at them and said, "If you don't have any intention to ask any questions yet, then please turn off the microphone first. This is to prevent any distractions for others." Finally, Zhang Ye took another deep breath and started the class. In the previous lesson, we've mentioned a lot of things about Dream of the Red Chamber. I've showed a number of documents as evidence to support my claims that the last 40 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber on the whole, was not originally written by Mr. Chao Shuiqin. I'm sure people have verified this information when they got home yesterday. Little Song, have you done the necessary homework regarding this? When Senior Song realized that Zhang Ye had called her out, she calmly stood up and switched the microphone on. I've done so. The evidence that you presented does indeed exist, and I can't argue with any of them for the time being. Zhang Ye looked at the others. Students, who else would like to refute what I presented yesterday? If there's no one, we can continue from there. The Peking University students did not speak. Even those from the literary word were a little hesitant before finally not saying a word. What Zhang Ye had presented as evidence to his claims yesterday were indeed quite substantial. In addition to this, they did not really have any other information that they could use to refute what he said. However, this did not mean that they accepted the evidence. Those few poems were still lacking and were not authoritative enough. Zhang Ye nodded and said, since no one has any information to refute, then let us end the previous lesson at that for now. We will not mention it for the time being. Meng Dongwu was stunned. Ma Hongyuan also frowned. Not mention? This was something unexpected to those literary world members. Yin Yu, the vice president of the National Writers Association, was also slightly surprised. To be fair, the evidence was good and had research value. They had expected that Zhang Ye would try to hammer his points home by repeating that information again and again. Since no one could refute them, nor did they have any materials to do so with, Zhang Ye could bite onto this and not let go. Who'd have thought that he would give up on this? Himself. What was he up to? Without these, could you still go on? Elder Qian lightly nodded his head. In terms of academics, little Zhang was rigorous. He did not grab onto the past, and instead elaborated from different angles. This was the attitude required for one to be an academic, and only through this could they convince everyone. Otherwise, with back and forth debate over the same thing, even if they thought it was quite logical, no one would be convinced by their views. But Chang Kaiga and Jin Shuquan were still a little worried. This little Zhang better not play with fire. Zhang Ye said calmly, I know that everyone is still doubtful of the information that I presented during the first lesson. Some of you might not even believe it, but did not say a thing as you cannot refute it. So why don't we just skip all of this instead? In the previous lesson, I had brought up the points from the angle of historical literature to prove my claims. So then today, I will be chatting with everyone here on the text contained within the 120 circulated chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber. I will present to you a whole different way to back up my claims. Everyone's mind was engrossed by now. The venue had become very quiet all of a sudden. After a second, Zhang Ye opened his mouth. Those who were listening intently enough might be wondering why I phrased my words that way. Yesterday and today's wording, I keep saying chapters after the 80th on the whole. If not, I would say the last 40 chapters of the 120 circulated chapters, but if you recall, I never said anything about the last 40 chapters of Chao Shuiqin's Dream of the Red Chamber in any way. Some might be wondering, why don't I say the last 40 chapters of Chao Shuiqin's Dream of the Red Chamber? Senior Song blinked. Senior Zhou also began recalling. It was really so? Teacher Zhang, you really didn't mention any of that. Why is that so, Teacher Zhang? Yami switched on her microphone and asked. Zhang Ye replied lightly. This is precisely the topic we will be talking about today. Why did I not mention that? Then I will tell everyone right now. Chao Shuiqin's full version of Dream of the Red Chamber was never 120 chapters. Zhang Ye looked at everyone as he once again shocked the reporters, students, and literary world members at the beginning of his second lecture. The real, original version of Dream of the Red Chamber was only supposed to be 108 chapters. Ma Hongyuan sat there speechless. Meng Dongwu and the others from the literary world all smacked their heads. 108 chapters? Zhang Ye, are you intending to tear apart Dream of the Red Chamber, one of the 4 great classical novels, from top to bottom and from the inside out? Holy sh*t. You are spouting more and more nonsense. The students also erupted into a flurry of discussion. Chapter 321. Unprecedented. Huh? What? 108 chapters? That's impossible. I'm fainting. Teacher Zhang won't stop. Till he scares you to death. Why does it have to be 108 chapters? Why is the number so precise? There was quite a stir from the seats. From the Peking University students' expression and speech, they showed their distrust. They could not believe nor accept it. After all, the 120 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber was entrenched too deeply in their hearts. We could forget that you said that the chapters after chapter 80 of Dream of the Red Chamber were written by someone else, but now, great. You even denied the number 120? The rhodologist, Old Yang, immediately refuted, nonsense. Teacher Yang's voice was very loud. The venue quickly quieted down. The students all looked to see who had spoken. As the voice was output from speakers through the microphone, they could not tell the source of the voice. They could look around with their eyes. Finally, they found the person who spoke. Everyone looked towards the first row, where all the figures from the literary world were sitting. Who's that? There's a recording. How can you shout like that? That's a rhodologist. His surname is Yang. I've previously seen his lecture materials. I also know this teacher Yang. He has been studying Dream of the Red Chamber all his life. He's pretty famous. The Peking University students all knew that the literary world was beginning to dismantle Zhang Ye. Meng Donghua also spoke. He was one of the people who held a microphone. He looked at Zhang Ye and said in an impolite tone, "What makes you say that? To study rheology, one needs to talk about evidence. Even though you provided a Qing dynasty poet's poem yesterday, with a note saying chapters after the 80th were all supplemented by Lan Shu. Ignoring the note, even if that were the case, it only mentioned after the 80th. How did this number 108 appear? Is there information recording the chapter titles of Dream of the Red Chamber?" Zhang Yi said calmly. "There are no records." The Writers Association's Vice President Yin Yu said, "Then how do you know?" Zhang Yi smiled and was not bothered by their refutes and doubts. He said, "I previously mentioned that I would not be analyzing them from a historical standpoint with information today. I only want to use the original text to analyze and explain. Sometimes, the information can be a lie, or in various ways, indeterministic. However, we are studying the book, Dream of the Red Chamber, so we need to study its contents. That cannot be a lie. It's also the most irrefutable evidence. Why do I dare say that Dream of the Red Chamber has 108 chapters instead of 120? The proof is in the book." He took out the information. This time, there was a Peking University staff member off stage who helped Zhang Ye sort the documents. According to Zhang Ye's request, he would project it on screen. Everyone frowned upon seeing it. What is that? Isn't this the original text of Dream of the Red Chamber? What's there to see? I've seen it numerous times. Zhang Ye leisurely pointed to the screen. This is the most authoritative 120 circulated chapter version of Dream of the Red Chamber that one can buy on the market. I believe many amongst you have already read it. Some of you have read it more than once, and might have even read it 8 or 10 times. Some might have dissected it in various ways to research it. Then why would I take this out today? The reason is to help everyone recall something. This is because everyone has overlooked important information and missed the great secret hidden within Dream of the Red Chamber. According to my research, I can tell everyone that Chao Shuichen's Dream of the Red Chamber has an internal textual structure. It is a book with a 9 by 12 format. 9 by 12. How can you tell? Why have I never discovered such a rule? The students were surprised. The people from the literary world looked unconvinced. Even rhodologists, like Yin Yu and teacher Yang, had never researched or proved this rule. The people of this world didn't even think of it. This was because they had always believed the 120 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber were all written by Chao Shuichen. Naturally, their thinking was restricted as a result. It was not that this world's people were not as intelligent as those from Zhang Ye's world, but rather it was due to certain objective factors. This conclusion was suggested by Mr. Zhou Ruchang from Zhang Ye's world. Lu Xinwu's The True Ending of the Novel Dream of the Red Chamber also mentioned it. Zhang Yi said to the audience, Chao Shuichen's Dream of the Red Chamber is very strict. In general, every 9 chapters is 1 unit. The book has a total of 12 9-chapter units. With a slight pause, he continued, I can tell many do not believe this. Then shall we discuss this in depth? Yes. Let's look at the first 80 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber that we all can read together. It can be clearly seen that the first chapter to the 9th chapter is a unit, and the 9th to the 18th chapter is another unit. 2 times 9 is 18. Let's first look at the first unit. Does everyone remember what the 18th chapter is about? What is stated in the book? It writes about the imperial concubines paying a visit to her family. The screen changed to chapters 17 and 18 of Dream of the Red Chamber. Most people had basically seen the original, so a scan of the screen made them easily recall. No one said anything, as they waited to hear Zhang Ye's explanation. Zhang Ye carried on. Readology research today has already come up with a conclusion. They have decided that the Jia family's fate was a result of two very important women. One is Qin Keqing, while the other is Jia Yuanshan. I agree with this conclusion and strongly agree with it. Then in the first 18 chapters, it also shows how important these two women are to the Jia family. Qin Keqing died in the 13th chapter. Who is she? The results of readology studies say that she is Prince Yizhang's daughter. She was hidden in the Ningguo mansion. Her true identity was not that of an abandoned infant that he had adopted from an orphanage. This also laid the foreshadowing of the tragic ending. However, the Jia family carried on their plans concurrently and sent Jia Yuanshan into the imperial palace, obtaining the favor of the emperor. She was conferred the title of highest-ranking imperial concubine and granted her the rights to pay a visit to her parents. Hence, in the 18th chapter, the Jia family reaches a state of oil scorched on a violent fire, or fresh flowers decorated with brocades. Hence, from chapter 1 to chapter 18, Chao Shuiqin has presented to us with these important characters' relationships and an important part of the story. Then from chapter 19, it begins to write about romantic amours and writes about Jia Baiyu's emotional life. Do you see that? The structural distinction is very clear. One wouldn't know without thinking, but the moment they thought about it, they were shocked. Senior Song was stunned. It seemed like that was the case. The other Peking University students took it with a grain of salt and waited for him to continue. Zhang Ye glanced at the audience's reaction and said, "Then, 3 times 9 is 27, and 4 times 9 is 36. The general plot here is where Chao Shuiqin focuses on Jia Baiyu's emotional life in Prospect Garden, as well as his love with Lin Daiyu and his delicate relationship with Shui Baochai. When we reached the 36th chapter, Chao Shuiqin ended all these emotions. Do you remember what he wrote? He then pointed to the screen. Learning hard facts at Pear Tree Court. The first row finally produced the sounds of discussions. Yin Yu had a quiet exchange with teacher Yang with his eyebrows frowned. Meng Donghua and Ma Heng were either pondering or discussing with their surrounding friends. They were all very quiet. Zhang Ye said, "As for the specific plot, I will not talk any more about it. The general idea is that Jia Baoyu thinks that all the young girls should love or like him, but the performer did not act that way. Jia Baoyu had an important sublimation to his understanding of emotions. He knew he could not force things that did not belong to him, and that everything was fated. This is another way that Chao Shuiqin uses to express his understanding of life through the novel. See, this is another division." The crowd did not respond. It was unknown if they were pondering or shocked. Zhang Yi laughed. "Everyone should already have a feeling. You can carry on thinking. Ponder over it, and listen on to my lecture. The next plots unit is chapter 54. 5 times 9 is 45, and 6 times 9 is 54. Since I said Dream of the Red Chamber has 108 chapters, then as the middle divisor at chapter 54, clearly it is an extremely important divisor. And indeed, that is the case. What was written here? It writes about the golden era of the Jia family. It reaches a position that could not be any higher. They celebrate New Year's Eve and have a feast. They enjoyed all forms of splendor, and what happened after the opera? Just a shout of rewards, and they would take a basket to pour money for the performers. Their riches reach an extreme point. However, great pleasure brings about sadness. A cup will overflow when it's full. By chapter 55, Chao Shuiqin begins to write how the Jia family experiences internal and external difficulties. In the first 54 chapters, it writes about the Jia family's flourishing growth. In the last 54 chapters, it begins to write about the decline of the Jia family, eventually leading to nothing. Hence, everyone can see that the division is very clear. Chao Shuiqin's textual structure is very strict. Yin Yu turned silent. This. Teacher Yang also pondered with a gloomy expression. Senior Zhou raised his hands to ask, "Then why is it 12? Zhang Yi laughed. "Why 9 times 12? Why would this constant 12 be used? Actually, it is very obvious. You can understand just from reading the first 5 chapters. Jia Baoyu dreams of entering the land of illusion, where it is led by the fairy of disenchantment to the board of ill-fated lives. There he secretly read the records. In the records, it recorded the fate of the women in Jinling. Then how were these pages split? I would like to know. How many people were there on that list? Yao Chui immediately stood up. There were 12. 12 beauties of Jinling. Yes. Zhang Ye asked again. Then what about the secondary records, and what was inside the secondary records? Senior Zhou exclaimed. It was also 12. Zhang Ye said. Then the fairy of disenchantment entertained Jia Baoyu and got the fairies to sing songs. How many songs were there? Senior Song blinked her eyes and took over the microphone to answer. It's the 12 songs of Dream of the Red Chamber. Yes. Then about the performer I previously mentioned. How many of them were there? Zhang Yi asked again. Did anyone pay attention to them? Many students could not answer for they could not remember. They did not read it in such detail. However, Wu Ziqing smiled and said, 12. They were collectively called the 12 performers of the Red Chamber. Zhang Yi smiled. Yes, see everyone. Chao Shuiqin had been using the number 12 throughout the whole book. Together with how chapter 54 being such an important divisor, I believe it's obvious now. Hence, I cannot accept the 120 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber currently circulated. This is because Chao Shuiqin's original Dream of the Red Chamber only has 108 chapters. So, only the first 80 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber were written originally by Chao Shuiqin. The last 40 chapters were written by Gao Yi, or some anonymous writer, and that person continued it unreliably. This is because what follows the first 80 chapters is not supposed to be 40 chapters, but rather 28 chapters. With this, those people from the world of literature could not sit still any further. You can say it this way. You can even explain it this way. It can be analyzed this way. Teacher Yang, who had been studying Dream of the Red Chamber all his life, was stunned upon hearing this. Zhang Ye's analysis from this angle was unprecedented. Chapter 322. I can explain it all. Reasonable. It really has such a structure. 9 by 12? Old Chao is too particular about it. Teacher Zhang Ye, well done. So mighty and domineering. Yaomi clapped her hands, giving him her kudos. A small number of Peking University students also nodded their heads. The class was too interesting. It was just the same as the first lesson. Just listening to Zhang Ye's first few sentences made them yearn for more. All their attention was on Zhang Ye. This lecturing method of throwing a shocking statement at the beginning and then slowly explaining it through logical arguments had been used by many lecturers before. However, there were few who could do it as well as Zhang Ye. The point of view was too refreshing. The angle was also very different from the norm. A few readology experts looked at one another. They were unable to refute him and were in a daze. They were here to dismantle him, but they ended up falling into Zhang Ye's rhythm. Before coming, they had indeed done a lot of preparatory work. They thought Zhang Ye would carry on providing evidence and talk from there, and then slowly guide people with his chicanery. Hence, a few readologists and people from the world of literature had decided on how to refute him. They had even thought of how to force Zhang Ye into a dead end, causing himself to be trapped in a corner, with no way of justifying what he said. It could be said that these people, from the literary world that brought animosity with them, were prepared, but they were rendered speechless because Zhang Ye had completely ignored their discourse. Documentation as proof? In the end, this fellow didn't talk about that. He started on another footing and began talking about the structure of Dream of the Red Chamber. Meng Donghua only wanted to curse out loudly. You aren't King dealing out your cards in a routine fashion. This made the readologists simmer their words that they could not vent. Regarding the structure and the 9 times 12, they had never studied it before. The entire readology world had never explored this piece of content. What was there for them to say? They were not prepared at all. They could only listen helplessly to Zhang Ye talk. They were originally planning to lead Zhang Ye into a trap so that he would fall into their hands. But who knew that they were the ones who got caught up in Zhang Ye's rhythm? He was not simple. He really had skills. Yin Yu looked at Zhang Ye and no longer held contempt towards him in her heart. She began considering Zhang Ye's theory from an academic perspective for the first time. Elder Qian smiled and said to Yin Yu, Little Zhang isn't bad, is he? Yin Yu remained silent for a moment before commenting. Brilliant. but his views are too radical. In the end, she still did not believe Zhang Ye's theory. Elder Qian said, "Let's carry on listening then." Her. A historian from another school said objectively, "What teacher little Zhang said really makes a lot of sense. One has to know that the cultural beliefs in historical heritage, the ancients valued tradition a lot. They paid attention to structure, such as 5-word poems, 7-word poems that required them to rhyme. This can all be seen." Professor Zhang also nodded slightly while stroking his beard. Teacher little Zhang had really lived up to the expectations of Peking University. Wu Ziqing, at another side, still had that mild expression. She never gave a look of doubt from beginning to the end. It was as if she always believed Zhang Ye would be able to lecture well. The Chinese department's dean and department secretary were different. When they heard Zhang Ye boldly claim that the number of chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber was incorrect, they began to worry. They were worried he would shame the name of their Peking University's Chinese department. There were so many expert scholars and insiders present who had been studying Dream of the Red Chamber for nearly all their lives. If they managed to refute him until he was speechless, then that would be a great spectacle. Hence, these department leaders and teachers of Peking University were all worried. Only when they saw this scene did they realize that not only was Zhang Ye not stumped, he had dumbfounded the literary experts and rhodologists instead. As a result, they were relieved. They were also overjoyed. "Nice job, little Zhang. Your speech has already knocked that bunch of rhodologists unconscious." Zhang Ye carried on speaking. He exploited his victory in one fell swoop. So according to this structure, with 9 times 9 equals 81, Chapter 82 of Dream of the Red Chamber should be another major divisor. It should be a turning point in the major plot. As he said this, he gestured to the staff member in charge of the projector. The projector immediately jumped to Chapter 81. However, in the 120 circulated chapter version of Dream of the Red Chamber, that isn't the case. This is the reason why I have always been saying that Chao Shuichen's original writing is limited to the first 80 chapters on the whole. The text of Chapter 81 appeared. When everyone saw this, they were curious. It doesn't feel wrong? That's right. It looks like it was all written by one person. I think so too. It's quite smooth and very reasonable. If it's continued on and just imitated, it wouldn't be imitated so well, right? The Peking University students were all speaking in hushed tones. A few rhodologists did not speak out so easily. They were put into a passive state by Zhang Ye's opening. Now, they did not want to speak up on unfamiliar structural problems that they did not research on. They wanted to watch silently and see if Zhang Ye would make a mistake, so they could find an opportunity to refute him. However, Zhang Ye clearly did not plan on giving them a chance. He looked down from the stage and said, "Everyone might not feel uncomfortable after reading Chapter 81, but in my view, the person who carried on the story in Chapter 81 has fallen short of Chao Shuichen's original intent." He emphasized, "It's completely unbearable." Senior Zhou found it strange. "Is it that serious?" Unbearable. Senior Song also felt Teacher Zhang Ye's words were too harsh. She found it quite matching. Zhang Ye said, "Because in Chapter 81, the content began a fresh start. According to the structure, Chapter 82 should be a brand new unit, but here, we begin a new unit from Chapter 81. It ignores the previous unit's foreshadowing from Chapter 72 to 80. This is quite a terrifying plot. And what's written in there? Without elaborating, just think. Was there any raid of Prospect Garden? Did Skybright die, and was Fongwan chased out? Did Yushir say she was going upstairs, but someone below told her not to do so, because that was where they were helping the Zhun family hide their wealth?" The students all nodded their heads. That all existed. This unit's plot is very terrifying. Zhang Ye then pointed to the screen and said, "But do you see what happened in Chapter 81? It did not end the development of a unit. It starts all over again, and is called For Young Ladies Go Fishing and Divine the Future. They are completely laid back. The beauties are in Prospect Garden fishing, as if nothing had happened." He then laughed. It was a helpless laugh. The matters of the raid were not written. The death was not mentioned. It was as if the tragic events completely disappeared. Not only was the plot not further developed, Jia Baoyu even became a good child. Baoyu received a homily and was re-enrolled in the family school. Well, although it wrote that Jia Baoyu was initially reluctant, and after the teachings of the private tutor, Jiabayu not only began to study the books of the sages, he even began to learn eight-legged essays. I want to ask you, is this still the Jiabayu from the first 80 chapters? Some students said, people do change. That's right. This passage seems all right. Senior Zhou said. Zhang Ye shook his head. People do change, but the changes can't be that drastic. Furthermore, there was no foundations foreshadowing this. Jiabayu was a person very opposed to wealth gained through official means. That was expressly written. He was willing to break decorum with a young female who he had good ties with, just because of his values. He clashed with Xue Baochai and Shi Shangyun, and this was all. Written clearly in the first 80 chapters. Jiabayu only respected Lin Daiyu. Why? This was because Lin Daiyu never encouraged him to take the imperial examinations to make a name of himself ever since he was young. Because of this, he deeply respected Lin Daiyu. However, after chapter 80, Jiabayu completely changed. He diligently entered a private school and studied eight-legged essays. He went from never liking it to liking it somewhat. What's even more odd is that Lin Daiyu also changed. What do you see Lin Daiyu say in the chapters after chapter 80? She was very supporting of him doing eight-legged essays. The projected screen changed. Lin Daiyu's original words appeared. She said the following eight-legged essay. Remember thinking that some were quite well thought out and sensibly written. One of the two were even quite subtle and had a certain delicate charm. They were rather above my head at the time, but I still enjoyed reading them. It's silly to run them all down. Anyway, I think if you want to get on in life, this is quite an admirable way of doing it. Zhang Ye shook his head and said, is this Lin Daiyu's words? So it's not really me having nothing better to do. Upon seeing this, I find it totally unacceptable. This should not be Chao Shuichen's text for chapter 81. Of course, after chapter 81, it becomes even more ridiculous. Does everyone remember the part where Baoyu extols feudal virtues to Qiaojie? Does anyone have an impression? Isn't it frightening? Qiaojie is his paternal cousin's daughter. She was reading lives of noble women present and past at that time. What sort of book was that? It is a book that is filled with dregs that extol feudal virtues. What about Jiabayu? Not only did he not object to her reading such a book, he even began reviewing the content of the book as an elder to her. I'm not sure if you have an impression of a certain passage. It talks about Lady Chao cutting her nose. In the period of the Three Kingdoms, there was a woman who was married to Chao, so she took on the surname of Chao. After her husband's death, she wanted to maintain her chastity. That is good and all, but she went one step further. She wanted to express it. Hence, she cut her hair, becoming ugly. As such, she would deter suitors. She said she was determined not to remarry. Was it enough to cut her hair? Nope. This woman was very strange. She even used a knife to cut off her own ears. Man, is it that tragic? The students present found it horrendous. This gruesomeness should be frightening enough. So, this should be enough, right? Will you call it a day? No, she thinks it's not enough. She was determined to demonstrate her chastity. She used a knife to cut her nose off. Zhang Ye said, I see some people closing their eyes. Right, closing your eyes shut is right. If you want to imagine it, you need to close your eyes. Many Peking University students laughed out. Zhang Ye threw his hands up. But this event was recorded down and was taken as a role model and recorded in lives of noble women present and past. But what about Jiabayu? In the book, Jiabayu was very touched. He even praised Lady Chao cutting her nose in front of Qiaojie. I do not know what everyone feels when reading this, but it gives me the chills. Is this still the same Jiabayu that was written by Chao Shuichen? This is a far cry from Chao Shuichen's writing of chapter 81. No one refuted. The logical errors in here had been mentioned before by this world's rheologists. Zhang Ye said indifferently. In rheology research, people have questioned this part. This is also why Dream of the Red Chamber isn't easily discussed, due to all sorts of issues that cannot be avoided or explained. However, Zhang Ye boasted, I can explain it all. Everyone burst into an uproar. You can explain it all? Weren't those words too absolute in manner? You really can boast without shame. Those from the world of literature were at a loss as to what to say. Too arrogant. Zhang Ye said. For example, the problem with Jiabayu I just mentioned. According to my explanation, it makes sense, right? As after the first 80 chapters on the whole, be it the version currently sold on the market or ancient manuscripts, they are no longer Chao Shuichen's original intent. It was continued by someone else. Hence, Jia Baoyu presents two personalities before and after. This is no longer a surprise because it was written by two different authors. Silence. Utter silence. According to Zhang Ye's line of thought, this logical problem could indeed be explained. Everyone was lost in thought, especially those from the world of literature. Their faces did not look good and were silent for the time being. The information Zhang Ye provided was too much. No one could digest it immediately. Chapter 323, Answering Every Logical Error. It was a bit quiet. Many people were still digesting and trying to make sense of Zhang Ye's words. Zhang Ye said, "Everyone, take a moment to ruminate over it. I'll drink a mouthful of water." Zhang Ye had brought a water flask here. After opening the thermosealing lid, there was pu'er tea inside. He had brewed it in the teacher's office before coming. The water was still warm, and as the tea leaves entered his mouth, it was not that fragrant, but had a mellow taste. He liked the taste of ripe pu'er. Not only did it warm the stomach during the winter, it also helped him relax and organize his mental processes. Of course, Zhang Ye had been relaxed since he stepped on stage. On stage, in a venue with thousands of people, so many reporters and cameras, so many students, teachers and peers from the literary world that were here to discredit him, he was in no way stunned or nervous. That expression of leisure that he gave while drinking tea seemed like he was lying in bed at home. From the look of it, if a bed was placed on stage, Zhang Ye would really dare to lie on it. Few could attain that level of serenity. If it were any other Peking University lecturer, or instead of lecturers, but rather professors who give public lectures all year round, against such a big fuss, they would be a bit tensed or nervous. However, Zhang Ye wasn't. This was the basic standards of a professional host. Most of this could be explained because of Zhang Ye's personality. He was always a person with a heartless attitude. The heavens did not give him good looks, nor a good body, but where there were losses, there were also gains. This level of calmness and lack of stage fright was probably his compensation. After he finished drinking, the class carried on. Zhang Ye held the microphone and asked, "Just now, I explained some structural problems of Dream of the Red Chamber and its analysis. Students, do you have any other questions?" No one spoke. Little Song, Zhang Ye named. Senior Song stood up and said, "I still need to digest it for a little longer." Zhang Ye named a person who loved to speak, Little Zhou. Senior Zhou said with a wry smile, "I also need to carry on listening. I'll temporarily refrain from speaking." With a smile, Zhang Ye said, "All right then. Next, I'll be talking about." "Hold on." Rhodologist teacher Yang from the first row finally spoke up. He had been holding it in from the beginning, so he could not remain silent any further, because it would appear that they, as a bunch of seniors and experts, had been dumbfounded by a junior. They would be greatly ashamed if that was the case. Hence, even though teacher Yang did not study the structural problems of Dream of the Red Chamber in the past, he had to use his own methods to refute. By avoiding the structure, he switched to another method. He lifted the microphone to his mouth while sitting down. "I cannot readily subscribe to your so-called 9x12 structure of Dream of the Red Chamber. The structural divisions you mention might be a coincidence, and might not be able to prove that the chapters after the 80th were not written by Chao Shuichen. The readology world has already decided that Mr. Chao Shuichen made mistakes while writing his book due to his illness in old age or other similar reasons. This is also the reason behind Jia Baoyu's change in personality." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "How the readology world studied it and came to such a conclusion, I have no idea, nor do I agree. My point of view is actually opposite from all of you. Mr. Chao Shuichen was completely fine. The logical errors in the book were not a result of him being sick. The 108 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber also existed. Chao Shuichen had finished writing it on the whole. This can be seen from Fu Cha Mingyi's poem I mentioned in class yesterday." Teacher Yang was waiting for him to say that. With a chuckle, he retorted, "All right then. Since you say so, then I want to ask this. You said that only the first 80 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber presently circulated was written by Chao Shuichen, and Mr. Chao did not make low-level mistakes because of physiological problems. All right then, let's follow this line of thought and only talk about the first 80 chapters. You previously mentioned that you could explain them all. Zhang Ye said surely. Of course. Another young radiologist said. Are you sure? I'm very sure. You can go ahead and ask. Zhang Ye did not mind as he said. But I need to make it clear first that it's the first 80 chapters on the whole, and not the first 80 chapters. Teacher Yang snorted and said, All right, then how do you explain the time of death of Lin Ruhai? A young radiologist also added fuel to fire by saying, I also want to ask. Qin Keqing died from an illness contradicting the registers. How do you explain that? Zhang Yi did not answer and instead said, Are there any more questions? I can talk about all of them together. Yin Yu, who held an esteemed status in the literary world, also spoke. Grandmother Jia's birthday problem, as well as the problem of Jia Baoyu's age. A bunch of questions were thrown at him. These were all the problems that the radiology world could not explain to date. Fine, didn't you boast saying you can explain everything? Then explain it to us. At this moment, the people from the literary world launched their first attack on Zhang Ye. Initially, due to the structural problems, they could not find an opportunity to attack Zhang Ye, because Zhang Ye had caught them by surprise. He had explained the structural divisions perfectly and could be said to be incisive. It had once again caused a major breakthrough in radiology. Hence, they could not find an excuse to attack him. But now, Zhang Ye was too overbearing. He dared to say that he could explain all logical problems. As such, the people from the literary world could now speak. There were about 7 or 8 questions, all with major logical errors. And it was those dead-end problems. There were no solutions after many years of study. They wanted to see what Zhang Ye had to say. The Peking University students also began to stir. Things are going bad. That bunch of radiologists have attacked. Can Teacher Zhang explain it? That's impossible. Only by going head-to-head would it be interesting. Will Teacher Zhang Ye make it? Some students were very excited and waited to watch the bustle. Yao Mi and other students were all downcast. They looked at Zhang Ye with worried expressions. As for Senior Zhou, who always asked questions and tried to refute Zhang Ye, he also began to worry for Zhang Ye. Truthfully, Senior Zhou was still doubtful of Zhang Ye's point, but ultimately, this was a matter of their class. It was an exchange between teacher and students. It was a literary debate happening with Peking University, and that bunch of people from the literary world were outsiders. They were here to cause trouble, so be it Senior Zhou or Zhang Ye, they were all from Peking University. As such, they had a feeling of uniting against a foreign attacker. Zhang Ye looked at them. Is that all? Professor Ma Hongyuan sneered. First answer those questions. Zhang Ye nodded. All right, then I'll answer them. However, I'll put aside Vice President Yan's question for the moment. I'll first answer the first few questions. Yan Yu glanced at him. Teacher Yang said, All right, we'll listen to what you have to say. No one believed that Zhang Ye could explain it. They did not know that Zhang Ye had long anticipated their questions. After all, research in radiology was limited in its ways. There were only a few logical errors, so they couldn't ask anything new. It was easy to guess. Everyone, please take a look at the screen. Take a look at the information I provided first. Zhang Ye and the Peking University staff had a short exchange before the other party immediately found the document and projected it on screen. The second daughter? Jia Yingchuan's information? Zhang Ye scanned the crowd and said, Jia Yingchun is very familiar to everyone. The problem with origins should also be known by everyone. However, I believe anyone who really studies Dream of the Red Chamber will discover that a few ancient manuscripts that were passed down describe Jia Yingchuan's origins differently. The information I have here are the records of a few ancient manuscripts. Please take a look. She is the second daughter of Sir Jia, she by his former wife. She is the second daughter of Sir Jia, she by his wife. She is the second daughter of Sir Jia Zheng by his former wife. She is the second daughter of Sir Jia, she by his concubine. She is the second daughter of Sir Jia Shi, adopted by Sir Jia Zheng as his own. A few radiologists frowned. Firstly, they did not understand why Zhang Ye provided this information. Secondly, this was another field they were not familiar with. They had indeed seen such things. This included Yin Yu, Teacher Yang, and even Ma Hongyuan knew of it, but as it was more abstruse, Jia Yingchun was considered a side character that was not very important. Hence, there was not much research on her from the world of radiology. Furthermore, as there were too many logical inconsistencies in Dream of the Red Chamber, there were many errors that were available for them to discover and research on. So why would they discuss the birth origins of a side character who did not matter? Why does this Zhang Ye keep producing things they were not familiar with? After finishing, Zhang Ye said, the 5 ancient manuscripts describe it differently. We all know that every manuscript of the Dream of the Red Chamber has a validated source. Is this a mistake during the copying process? Clearly not. If the first 4 manuscripts were copied wrongly due to an error, then the 5th manuscript can't be a result of erroneous copying, considering that it's such a long line. That is impossible. The only explanation that results in this confusion is that Chao Shuiqin was repeatedly under deliberation. He kept modifying it, because he had not decided on it nor finalized it. This resulted in several completely different manuscripts. I believe this is without a doubt unquestionable. Professor Zhang nodded slightly. Teacher Yang and Ma Hongyuan remained expressionless as they sat there quietly. Zhang Ye said, then with this foundation and knowledge, the questions posed by everyone can be easily solved. Wasn't Chao Shuiqin writing improperly after he fell ill? But the so-called logical errors everyone mentioned are all at the beginning. Was he seriously ill right from the beginning? His brain was in a mess. Hence, this is actually because Chao Shuiqin was not done with his editing. He had not fully finalized his manuscript. The problems with Lin Rahai's time of death, Qin Keqing's death from illness, and the 5th chapter's register, to put it bluntly, are just side issues. It is a result of tweaking the ending of individual characters, as well as some simple text changes. Teacher Yang refuted, didn't you say that the 108 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber was done writing? It was finished, roughly, Zhang Ye said, but finishing it doesn't mean it was finalized. I believe any friend who has written a book will have some experience in this. There are quite a number of authors present, and I happen to be an author as well, so I know very well the things that go on behind the scenes. Let's not even talk about authoring books. The students present probably have experienced it themselves. When you write your essays or theses, is it finalized once you finish writing? The Peking University students all shook their heads. No, that's right, it still needs editing. Yes, we definitely need to read it a few times and modify things again. Zhang Ye smiled. Chao Shuiqin was the same too. Teacher Yang sneered. If you want to explain it this way, then the logical errors after chapter 80 can also be explained this way. How then are you proving that it was written by 2 different people? Zhang Ye shook his hand and said, that's different. It's completely different in concept. The logical errors after the 80th is not something you can explain away by modifying a few words or paragraphs. That involves the entire book's layout. It involves an error with the core thinking process. We will find it very hard to believe that Chao Shuiqin's original intent of causing the Jia family to be left the landscape desolate and bare. Yet, he suddenly changed to allow the Jia family to be revived. Grandmother Jia was originally a loving grandmother, but the author suddenly changed her into a heartless family elder. Jia Baiyu was originally, for uselessness, the world's prize he might bear. His gracelessness in history has no peer, but the author suddenly made him want to bring glory to his ancestors. We find it even harder to believe that Chao Shuiqin went from a person who had seen through the ephemeral nature of life to suddenly a person who was passionate about fame and glory. Zhang Ye's mincing of words with the parallel sentences made those rhodologists speechless. Zhang Ye said, when people write their theses, they will go back and change some minor details. They can also change some text. They would adjust some typographical errors. But will you change the core idea of your theses and central point of view? Impossible. So using this to explain it away doesn't make sense either. He really managed to explain it, and his explanation was reasonable. Teacher Yang's face was a bit sunken. Meng Donghua's eyes also turned cold. Once again, they never expected Zhang Ye to not talk using the book's content once again when explaining this unsolvable errors. He had changed perspectives once again, and had managed to explain it using the logical workflow of an author. What eloquence! What articulation! Yin Yu squinted his eyes. Then how do you explain the problem with Grandmother Jia? I don't understand why you would single out my question. Zhang Ye smiled and said, if I were an ordinary reader or an ordinary researcher, the problem with Grandmother Jia's age could be explained this way. The author did not edit it in time, and everyone would definitely be able to accept this explanation. There would then be no need to come up with more superfluous explanations. But I can't do that. This is because my role now is that of a teacher. I have to be rigorous in academia. The reason why I singled out the problem with grandmother Jia is because her situation is more special. It cannot be explained using the same generalizations as before. If I were to lecture in that manner, then that would be me being irresponsible to my students. Special. What's special about it? It feels the same? That's right. Grandmother Jia's problem is just with her birth date and age. The Peking University students began talking about it. Zhang Ye began to speak in detail. If no one mentioned it, I was not planning on talking about it. But since we are on the topic, I'll briefly talk about it. About grandmother Jia's birthday problem. Is it chapter 71's third day of the 8th month? Or is it chapter 62's, the 15th of the first month, is Aunt Xing's birthday, and also cousin Chai's? These two original texts are conflicting. However, according to my research, according to matching with Bao Chai's birthday, I deduced that chapter 62's, the 15th of the first month, is a birthday that will agree with the plot. The other reason is because of grandmother Jia's words in chapter 39. Now, old kinswoman, said grandmother Jia, and what would your age be? 75 this year, said Granny Lu. Grandmother Jia turned round to the others present. That's several years older than me. Fancy still being so fit and lively. Heaven only knows what I shall be like at that age. This also indicates that grandmother Jia's birthday does not exceed 74 years of age, but chapter 71's words were the third day of the 8th month was grandmother Jia's 80th birthday. Everyone recalled it. Indeed, there were the exact words. Zhang Ye summed up his conclusions and said, so I can be certain that the third day of the 8th month is fake. 80 years old. This age is a giant leap. No matter how you arrange it or fictionalize it, it is clearly not grandmother Jia's true birthday and age. Hence, the text in chapter 71 was post-edited. This is also why when everyone raised their questions, I had specially emphasized that I can only explain the logical errors of the first 80 chapters on the whole. This is because the text and original manuscript of the first 80 chapters of Chao Shuoqian were also lost or tampered with, or could also be erroneously copied. Grandmother Jia's birthday problem is a result of that. This passage might have been lost along with the chapters after the 80th. It might be Gao Yi or some other anonymous writer who continued the story that took the liberty of modifying it. This resulted in such a major flaw. Hence, this flaw is different from the other flaws. Naturally, I need to single it out. It was reasonable. It was well explained. Zhang Ye once again stunned everyone. Those reporters could not understand a thing. Even if they had read Dream of the Red Chamber, they still could not react to the various things Zhang Ye mentioned. They found it extremely profound and intricate. Them not understanding did not mean they could not observe others. When they saw the expressions of the literary scholars and rheologists in the first row, no matter how dumb they were, they could tell that teacher Zhang Ye's explanation and analysis was very convincing. It's reasonable, so it can be smoothly explained in this way. Could it be that the chapters after the 80th was really authored by another person? Yami was very happy and began giggling. Her uncle Zhang was too domineering. The hearts of the brothers, Li Ying and Li Li, who were sitting beside her, were racing. Teacher Zhang Ye's viewpoint was impacting their existing understand in an increasing fashion. Wu Ziqing smiled without a word. Chang Kaiga and Professor Zhang kept nodding their heads. The other Peking University lecturers and other external historical experts were deep in thought. Zhang Ye did not fail to answer any of the logical problems that had plagued the rheology world all this while. He explained all of them in one go. The people from the world of literature just kept looking at one another. Yesterday, while watching the video lecture on Peking University's official website, they didn't feel much, but now, only at the venue, did they know that this person, Zhang Ye, was so good at explaining. A few of them had indeed been stunned by the points raised and explanations given by Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye had opened up a new line of thought they had never thought of. Furthermore, what made these people from the literary world shocked was not Zhang Ye's explanation from various levels of interpretation, but his deep understanding of Dream of the Red Chamber. He was more familiar with it than them, who had studied Dream of the Red Chamber for years to decades. Did he memorize the entire Dream of the Red Chamber? Zhang Ye's thorough analysis and quotations of the original text was said on the fly. He did not use an outline. What he said was all off script. None of them had appeared on the screen or documentation. Such a large amount of evidence and information were all read out by Zhang Ye ad verbatim. Which chapter? Which line? The exact paragraph. He spoke it without thinking. He did not even stammer. This was such an exaggeration in their opinion. Ignoring those readologists who came today, no one from the entire readology world could achieve Zhang Ye's standard. Regardless if Zhang Ye's perspective was right or wrong, it was certain that he knew Dream of the Red Chamber. Furthermore, he had probably researched more thoroughly than experts, like them, in many areas. With the facts before them, half of these people from the world of literature had even uglier faces. But after the embarrassment, readologist, teacher Yang was still confident. In his opinion, from the moment Zhang Ye said that he could answer it all, Zhang Ye had pushed himself into a corner. This was because in readology studies, there was a logical problem no one dared raise, for it was unsolvable. Typographical errors? Unfinalized manuscript? No, that problem could not be explained in any way. Chapter 324. The students refused to end class. Zhang Ye drank a mouthful of tea because his throat had turned dry from all the speaking. My explanations and analysis still isn't enough to convince you, right? Placing down the thermos flask, Zhang Ye looked at everyone and focused on the people from the literary world who sat in the first row. A few Peking University students gave a faint acknowledgement. Ma Hongyuan got a microphone from someone beside him and said, "But that is just an analysis and includes your own personal inference. It can be considered as an answer to the questions, but it is still insufficient to explain the problem. It has already been determined by academia and the historical world that Dream of the Red Chamber has 120 chapters. So how can it be overturned by a few words from you? In my opinion, I believe that the 120 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber are complete. Although there are some small flaws of different varieties, it's not major. The change in character, like Jia Baoyu and Grandmother Jia, after the 80th chapter might have been intentionally done by Chao Shuiqin. He wanted to convey some information or hints to the reader that we may not have discovered. At least, the endings of all the characters in Dream of the Red Chamber have a beginning and an end. Does it really have a beginning and an end?" Upon hearing such chicanery in his refute, Zhang Ye laughed. To use such rhetoric meant that Zhang Ye had already caused their heads to spin from his lecture. Ma Hongyuan said coldly, "Of course. Is there a problem with that?" Meng Donghua also said, "The 120 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber is complete. There are flaws, but what needs to be said has been said. What needs to be written has been written." Zhang Ye shook his head. "I can't agree with that." Meng Donghua exclaimed, "You have doubts on that?" These people clashed with Zhang Ye once again. The Peking University students did not understand why Zhang Ye raised doubts with its completeness. Did the 120 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber lack completeness? Zhang Ye chuckled. "This is actually something I wanted to talk about later on, but since it has been brought up, I can talk about it now. All of you think that the 120 circulated chapters gives us a complete plot and character development, but I do not agree. The plot and characters were not complete, and this is also the reason why I doubt that the chapters after the 80th were written by Mr. Chao. I will not use the 9 times 12 structure to analyze it, nor would I use historical information to prove my point. Let's just look at the 120 chapters. I want to ask you, what happened to Drunken Diamond after the 80th chapter?" Drunken Diamond? Who was this person? The Peking University students did not study this classic too deeply, so they had forgotten. However, readologist, Teacher Yang's expression changed slightly. He glanced at Ma Hongyuan and Meng Donghua, but did not say a word. Yan Yu was also frowning in silence. Meng Donghua was stunned. What Drunken Diamond? Was there such a person? His research on Dream of the Red Chamber was shallow and had never read it too deeply. Ma Hongyuan, who was a professor in literature, knew this person. He paused before saying, "This person isn't important, nor." Zhang Ye interrupted him. "Not important? This person's name has appeared once in a title during the first 80 chapters. This Drunken Diamond shows nobility of character when handling his money. Could Chao Shuiqin let such an unimportant person appear in the chapter title? A person whose name previously appeared in a chapter title suddenly mysteriously disappeared." Ma Hongyuan insisted, "This sort of side character does not need to be explained." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "All right then, what about Crimson? Where did Crimson go?" "Crimson? That?" Ma Hongyuan was stumped. Regarding Crimson, whose original name was Lin Yuhong, there were a lot more people who knew her. In the beginning, no one paid too much attention, but with Zhang Ye mentioning it, everyone began to think. Right, what happened to Crimson? Zhang Ye said to everyone. If you insist that Drunken Diamond is an unimportant side character, then I'm sure Crimson isn't. Everyone can try recalling her. Crimson's name had previously appeared in chapter titles, and she was an important character that not only appeared once in previous chapter titles. Chapter 24's The Quiet-Voiced Girl provides material for fantasy by losing her handkerchief, and Chapter 20's A Conversation on Wasp Waste Bridge is a cover for communication of a different kind. In Chapter 27, it was written that Crimson was eloquent and interesting in her speech, resulting in her being appreciated by Fengjie. Zhang Ye had prepared this in advance, and immediately got the staff member to take out the information and project it on the screen. He pointed at it. It is clearly written in black and white how important she was as a character. It can be seen from the first 80 chapters. Although Chao Shuiqin did not use much to describe her, he mentioned this character more than once. But after the 80th chapter, why did a character like Crimson disappear? No one could answer. Zhang Ye continued to pursue this matter. Can you still consider this a complete plot with complete characters? If the currently circulated version's chapters after the 80th were written by Chao Shuiqin, then no matter how muddle-headed Mr. Chao was, no matter how sick he was, or how many slip-up he had, he would not have forgotten an important character he previously established, right? People kept questioning Zhang Ye, but Zhang Ye explained each and every one of them. Now, it was time for Zhang Ye to pose his question, but none of them could explain it. Zhang Ye was not done. He took out another piece of information. If people want to insist that Crimson was not an important character, or that Chao Shuiqin had forgotten her, and forgotten to write a plot regarding Crimson at the end, then fine. Everyone, please take a look at Ziyanzhai's comments. I have already mentioned Ziyanzhai in my lecture yesterday. I also mentioned that the entire book did not mention the Temple of Prison God, but I didn't provide this information. Alright, now take a look. These are Ziyanzhai's comments. It clearly states that Crimson would appear in the Temple of Prison God later on. She even saved Jia Baoyu. Even if the world of Redology does not recognize Ziyanzhai's ancient manuscript, you can never deny its existence forever. Was Ziyanzhai shooting his mouth wantonly? Impossible. Even if he were spouting nonsense, he would not have spun a story in place that had never been mentioned before in the past, right? Besides, if Ziyanzhai can remember a person like Crimson, how could Chao Shuiqin forget her? No matter how anyone explains or tries to make it compatible, it does not make sense. Through a character like Crimson, it perfectly proves that my view is right. It is not Chao Shuiqin who had forgotten an important character, but the continuer who had forgotten this character. Such an explanation, Ma Hongyuan stopped his sentence midway. Finally, he remained silent with a gloomy face. He realized that he could not refute this statement. It was already unknown what the people from the literary world were feeling. Zhang Ye sure was impressive. He had really researched Dream of the Red Chamber, right to the bone. Not a single problem could stump him. He actually managed to answer all of them. While answering with an explanation, he even used it to prove his point. Could it be that what he said was the truth? It can't be. This was too hard for them to swallow. This was a viewpoint that would subvert history. However, they did not know that Zhang Ye could naturally justify himself. This was nothing to him. For Zhang Ye was not fighting alone. He was fighting alongside all the literary scholars and Redologists from his world against them. Senior Song raised her hand up high. Teacher Zhang. Little Song, please speak. Zhang Ye answered. Senior Song stood up and said solemnly, can you give a few more examples that prove that the chapters after the 80th were not written by the same person? Is there any more proof? Zhang Ye smiled and said, of course there is, but, looking at his watch, he said, the time for today's class is almost up. There's only 3 minutes left. Senior Zhou hurriedly said, just carry on talking. Senior Song also immediately said, if you end it here, many people will definitely not be able to sleep well tonight. Can you extend it a bit longer? Just extending another 10 minutes would do. She was thirsty for knowledge. That's right. Keep talking. Don't end the class. You are right in the middle. Teacher Zhang, you are too good at tantalizing us. You are inhumane. You have to carry on lecturing. Don't end today's class yet. We can listen all the way till night time. When the other Peking University students heard that class was ending, they all suddenly started buzzing. The venue turned chaotic. Man, we just King got a kick listening to you. And you want to end class already? Zhang Ye was rendered speechless as he said, but quite a number of you still have other lessons in the afternoon. Not going. Right, we're skipping classes. We just want to listen to you. I wouldn't have the mood to listen to other classes anyway. The Peking University students were all carefree. They shouted right in front of so many Peking University leaders and lecturers who were seated at the front rows. Zhang Ye did not decide on it and looked towards Wu Ziqing. President Wu? Wu Ziqing turned and looked at the students before having a slight exchange with the vice president beside her. Finally, she picked up the microphone and said, "You can extend it for another 20 minutes. Many reporters were at a loss whether to laugh or cry when they saw this scene. Back when they were in college, they only looked forward to ending class early. When was there ever a dispute over not ending the class? They disallowed the teacher from not speaking on. This was too much. However, they had to admit that Zhang Ye's public lecture was indeed very exciting. Zhang Ye did not turn corny. All right, since everyone wants to listen, I'll carry on for a bit longer. Since you are not in a hurry to end class, I won't be either. Yao Mi giggled and said into the microphone, as long as you aren't tired. Zhang Ye smiled. If you all aren't tired, I'm definitely not tired. In the past when I recorded problems, the longest was from 8 in the morning till 9 at night. About 6 or 7 batches or audiences were switched. I did not rest throughout those 13 hours. After work, I went to eat a bowl of lamian before going home. I'm quite the workaholic. If you want to listen till tomorrow morning, I can also do that. Ha! Teacher Zhang is too awesome. Don't. We can't last till tomorrow morning. The students' mental processes had been stretched. They had been led everywhere by Zhang Ye. It was fun and interesting, but a person's attention span was limited. This was also why every class had a fixed length of time, as it was founded on scientific principles. Since he was carrying on, he naturally had to adjust his methods. Zhang Ye mentioned something off-topic to make them laugh, so as to wipe their weariness away. This also allowed the students to relax. This way, it allowed them to carry on listening more easily. The people from the literary world did not understand. However, those Peking University teachers who engaged in education knew Zhang Ye's intentions. There was tension and there was relaxation. It was well balanced. This newcomer, Teacher Zhang Ye, really looked more and more like a teacher of the people. They affirmed Zhang Ye's abilities and lessened their prejudices against Zhang Ye. Chapter 325. The Radiologists Strike Back? The students were all nicely seated. A few students, who wanted to go use the bathroom, had rushed there and back. Teacher Yang and the few radiologists also did not want Zhang Ye to end his class so early. They still had many important things to say. Hence, they were very pleased that there was an extension. They came with the goal of debunking Zhang Ye. How could they leave just like that? Their goal had not yet been met. If they were to return with their faces ashen, where were they to put their faces when the video was posted and the public lecture was reported on? When that happened, the citizens would think that this bunch of radiologists, who had studied all these years, were inferior to a junior. This was an outcome Teacher Yang, Ma Hongyuan, and company could not accept. Hence, no matter what, they had to win this round. How were they to win? They just needed to come up with a question that Zhang Ye was unable to answer. Teacher Yang already had an idea. He had an exchange with a few radiologists in whispers. A few of them smiled, but did not say a word. They were planning on using the killer move right at the end. They would throw it out at the end of the class. If they asked it now, Zhang Ye definitely could not answer it, but he might be able to use his silver tongue to change the topic and begin a new round of analysis on another problem. With Zhang Ye's eloquence as a professional host, he had such abilities. They had already had a taste of his eloquence prior. If that was the case, everyone's attention would be diverted and affect the results. They wanted to deal Zhang Ye a sure kill strike. They did not want to leave Zhang Ye a chance to fight back or change topics. In their opinion, this was also the price Zhang Ye had to pay for deriding their literary world. A storm was brewing. The people from the literary world began to gather their strength for the final battle. Zhang Ye had also noticed the first row of radiologists whispering abnormally. However, he did not mind it at all. From the beginning, Zhang Ye had looked down on this world's radiologists. After drinking a mouthful of pu'er tea, He smiled faintly. All right then. Shall we carry on? Silence resumed. A few thousand people maintained their silence in the venue. In the past, even if Peking University held a convocation ceremony or conference, it was impossible for there to be complete silence when President Wu went up to speak. They did not give her that much face, but when Zhang Ye, a new, ordinary teacher, came to Peking University, he managed to do it. This showed that the students genuinely liked his class. Just now, my student Little Song asked me to put forth a few examples as evidence. I believe a lot of people have similar thoughts. All of you want to hear it, and that is naturally not a problem. After an hour's class, a typical teacher would also begin to suffer from fatigue and feel their energy decline, but Zhang Ye did not suffer from this. When he saw the yearning to learn attitude from his students' eyes, he became even more energized. In yesterday's class, I used historical information and documents to validate Dream of the Red Chamber. In today's class, I did it based on the content. I talked about the divisions and the novel structure. The novel's characters and their personalities prove my point. Using them to dissect the 120 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber is problematic. Then up to here, a student may ask, today you analyzed the characters from the structure, and I can believe it for the time being. But other than that, can you tell us more from the plot? In the plot after the first 80 chapters on the whole, are there things that do not match the first 80 chapters on the whole? With a pause, he said, of course. They exist. Senior Song had already taken out a notebook and pen. She looked unblinkingly at Zhang Ye. She was prepared to record it down. She no longer held a critical attitude, but began to have a learning attitude. The other students were similar. For example, Yao Mi, Li Li, and Li Ying were all taking notes. After all, it was almost exam time. It might end up that the content teacher Zhang Ye had mentioned were examinable. This credit could not be lost. Zhang Ye showed the information. There are many things to talk about regarding the plot. However, I do not want to talk about those logical problems that have been studied by rhetorists. I do not want to repeat things that others have already talked about. I will talk about a major plot hole that no one has mentioned before. The people from the literary world rolled their eyes. Plot hole that no one mentioned before. How could it be possible? Do you think those of us in literature research are fools? We have been doing this for decades. How could it be that no one raised this problem or flaw before? Aren't you being too bold? Yin Yu was rendered speechless by Zhang Ye's defiant attitude. She could not help but ask, what plot hole? Teacher Yang and Ma Hongyuan were also angered. From the beginning, this Zhang looked down on their literary research. Right, which paragraphs? Say it, we are all ears. A woman and a youth spoke up. They were two of the few rhetoric researchers in the industry. Zhang Ye said calmly, the plot regarding the Jia family's conviction. The continuer's writing is comical and worthy of scorn. Yin Yu said, don't keep talking about the continuation. What's ridiculous about this plot? Teacher Yang also said, ignoring the problem of the characters' personalities, what's wrong with the plot? A problem with the Jia family being convicted was indeed something never mentioned before in this world's rhetoric research. This was because they did not find any problems with it. However, Zhang Ye knew. Not only was there a problem in it, it was a major problem. Everyone thinks this plot adheres to logic. What about the students? The Peking University students also responded. It's all right. I don't see any problems. This is a major plot point. There's nothing wrong with it. Senior Song stood up and said, according to your argument and structural analysis, the first 80 chapters had hinted that the Jia family would decline. It was hinted that they would be raided. Isn't this following a rational line of thought? Zhang Ye lowered his hand to indicate for her to sit. He smiled and said, it looks like no one has noticed this. Actually, what everybody thinks is a rational line of thought is just rational on the surface. Yes, I also admitted that the Jia family would decline. Mr. Chao Shuichin had already foreshadowed this in the first 80 chapters on the whole. Chao Shuichin wrote that the Jia family would be raided, but the reason for being raided is definitely not the reason given after the 80th chapter. The way the continuer wrote, it is unacceptable personally. It is ridiculous. As he pointed to the screen, he said, take a look everyone. In the plot after chapter 80, it writes that Ronghua Mansion, as well as Ningwa Mansion, were raided. We can explore this and see if that was the case. Those who are familiar should have an impression. After chapter 80, when the emperor ordered the raid, how many charges did Jiaxi receive? 2 charges. 1. He had entered into a conspiracy with provincial officials for nefarious purposes. About this, I have to say that the person who continued the story had quite the standard. He was able to carry on the foreshadowing written by Chao Shuiqin in the first 80 chapters. Jiaxi's second charge was abusing his own personal influence to bully a defenseless citizen. This was also written according to the foreshadowing in the first 80 chapters. Although I'm not sure how Chao Shuiqin would have written it, it would not have been written in this way. However, the continuer's writing is still acceptable to me. If it's acceptable, why is there a problem? Can you stop saying continuer? It sounds so awkward. A few rhetoriologists suggested. Zhang Ye shrugged his shoulders. All right, I know many people still do not believe that the chapters after the 80th are not the original work of Chao Shuiqin. Then let's not talk about the continuer. Let's assume the 120 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber were written by Chao Shuiqin, but there arises a problem. Later on, the reason why Ningguo Mansion and Jiazheng were raided was only mentioned in passing. It was roughly accounted for, so almost no one noticed it, nor has anyone researched it. This is because everyone's focus was on more important matters in this plot, but I want to tell everyone to not look elsewhere. Focus your attention on this. Here, I can prove that the plot was not written by Chao Shuiqin. The students were all listening. The people from the literary world all began to recall the content. Zhang Ye ignored them and carried on speaking. Cousin Zhen's first crime. Forcefully took to his bed the fiancée of an innocent person and drove her to her death when she would not gratify his desires. It sounds serious and is actually referring to second sister Yu's death. If you think right away, you might not find it problematic, but if you read it carefully again, who forcefully took second sister Yu? It was not cousin Zhen, but Jiao Yan. And was second sister Yu kept in Ningguo Mansion? No, it was a place called Little Flower Lane. Ma Hongyuan leered at him. Don't you know that second sister Yu was later duped into Ronghua Mansion by Wang Shifeng? Zhang Ye looked back at him. You are right. But even if cousin Zhen had some responsibility in this, he was at most regarded as an accomplice. The main perpetrator was Jiao Yan. This thing was all Jiao Yan's problem, right? Later on, Wang Shifeng even directed a scheme to let second sister Yu's former fiancé indict on this matter. It caused quite a stir, resulting in second sister Yu's death. However, that is Wang Shifeng and Jiao Yan's crime. What has this got to do with cousin Zhen? However, Chao Shuiqin, for some unknown reason, wrote that the first crime of cousin Zhen was second sister Yu's death. Many people exclaimed. Teacher Yang also loosened his eyebrows. This problem had really not been mentioned in the rhetoriology world. Zhang Ye was really the first. Zhang Ye ignored their reactions and carried on speaking. Then the second charge is even more ridiculous. What is it? Buried secretly, and the facts of her death were concealed from the authorities. This is talking about third sister Yu's death. Following her suicide meant she committed suicide, and that was finally buried. Zhang Ye could not help but laugh. What sort of serious crime is this? Furthermore, third sister Yu committing suicide does not have much to do with cousin Zhen. It was Jiao Yan who paired Lu Xianglian and third sister Yu. The matching failed, causing third sister Yu to commit suicide. What did cousin Zhen have to do with this? Saying that, Zhang Ye pointed to the screen. As for the third charge, it says for corrupting the sons of noble families, encouraging them to gamble. When I see this, I do not know what others may think, but I can't bear reading it further. Meng Donghua said coldly. It was foreshadowed early on. Another youth who studied rhetoriology said, right, and it was in your so-called first 80 chapters. There was such a plot in front. Zhang Ye said. In chapter 75, cousin Zhen gathered a bunch of family members to gamble, but think about it, were they really gambling? Cousin Zhen had set up a shooting gallery below Celestial Fragrance Pavilion, allowing young men to compete there. Gambling was just a guise. If one had to insist, cousin Zhen's crime is the shooting gallery. This is because it is a very dangerous behavior and signal, but for some reason, Chao Shuiqin decided that the third charge would be cousin Zhen's gambling. Who can explain this to me? Was there such a passage? Yes, they were indeed practicing shooting. I also recall it. This was written in an abstruse manner. Without Zhang Ye mentioning, many people had not recalled it. They had never thought about it. Now, with him mentioning it, many of those who had read Dream of the Red Chamber recalled it. It's really true. There was a serious problem. Zhang Ye questioned. If this was really Chao Shuichin's original text, would Mr. Chao make such a low-level error? A rhodologist in his 30s grunted. This isn't a crime. That isn't a crime. This has nothing to do with him. Then from what you say, the Jia family is innocent. Why would their family be raided? Zhang Ye said. The Jia family was naturally guilty. Meng Donghua said. Jia Shi and cousin Zhun were originally. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Ye had interrupted him. No, actually Jia Shi and cousin Zhun's crime existed, but that was not the true reason behind why the Jia family was raided. My point has always been based on the first 80 chapters. In the first 80 chapters, this matter was clearly indicated. Ma Hongyuan said to Zhang Ye as if he was not worth a single glance. Then whose crime is it? Zhang Ye calmly gave a name. It was a name that shocked everyone. The real reason behind the Jia family being raided was Jia Zhang. Jia Zhang. Did you say the wrong name? It can't be Jia Zhang. That's right. Anyone can be guilty except Jia Zhang. The Peking University students were the first to create an uproar. It was too surprising for Zhang Ye to give this name. They could accept whatever teacher Zhang Ye had previously said as they found it very reasonable, but regarding Jia Zhang's crime, none of them believed. How can that be? However, Zhang Ye ignored their discussion and said the next sentence. I can tell everyone that not only is Jia Zhang guilty, but it's a heinous crime. Can it be that exaggerated? Heinous crime. He's the only good person in the Jia family. That's right. Where did it say Jia Zhang was guilty? The rhodologists like Yan Yu and teacher Yang all gave a look of shock. Elder Qian and Professor Zhang, who were originally very supportive of Zhang Ye, looked at each other. They could see the doubt in each other's eyes. They did not know either. Zhang Ye was indifferent. He said, everyone might not believe it, but I will still say it. If this was Chao Shuichin's original work, if this was Chao Shuichin's original 108 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber, he would have written that the real reason why the Jia family was raided was because of Jia Zhang's crime. Yes, to many people here, Jia Zhang was a very decent man. And when the Jia family was raided, Jia Zhang seemed the most innocent. The way you came to this conclusion was the same as what the continuer of the chapters after the 80th thought too. Hence, using this line of thought, he wrote it into the image that everyone sees today. Even when the Jia family was raided, it did not raise any problems with Jia Zhang. There was no crime, and through his hard work, the emperor even forgave him, allowing the resurgence of the Jia family. On these matters, you already have preconceptions about this. Hence, you are subconsciously disagreeing with what I'm saying. However, I still have to say it. This is a major error the continuer made. He did not understand the foreshadowing and line of thought Chao Shuichin had in the first 80 chapters. This is also the reason why everyone has been misled. Senior Zhou could not stand for this anymore. He liked Jia Zhang the most in Dream of the Red Chamber. Teacher Zhang, where is the foreshadowing you mentioned? Senior Song asked. Was it written earlier that Jia Zhang had committed a crime? Many students and people from the literary world could not accept it. In many people's hearts, Jia Zhang was a person of utmost bearing. They liked him a lot too. Was Zhang Ye trying to subvert their understanding again? Wasn't this subversion too much? Zhang Ye smiled as he looked at everyone. It's good that there is controversy. Everyone, listen to me first. See if what I say makes sense. Then, let us temporarily throw away the image of Jia Zhang in the chapters after the 80th. Let's look at the first 80 chapters written by Chao Shuichin and how he described Jia Zhang's image. Where was the foreshadowing? In chapter 75, Yu Shi was angry and went to visit Lady Wang. At this moment, an old woman accompanying her told her something shocking. Some people from the Zhun family have just arrived there, madam, with a lot of things. I think it's something secret they've come about. It probably wouldn't be convenient for you to go there now. On the screen, the original text appeared. Everyone looked at it, and indeed, there was such a passage. Who is the Zhun family? It's a close family to the Jia family. What was the situation back then? The Zhun family was convicted and raided by the emperor. Zhang Ye smiled and said. Then in the book, was Yu Shi very surprised when she heard this? No, she was not one bit surprised. Yu Shi said, yes, I heard your master saying last night, and this master is Jia Zhang, that he had read in the gazette that the Zhuns had been attainted, and the family was being brought to the capital for questioning. Everyone present looked surprised. One wouldn't know without thinking, but the moment they thought about it, they were shocked. Zhang Ye asked, Jia Zheng helped the Zhen family hide their treasures. I want to ask you, is this a severe crime? Senior Zhou ruminated for a while before saying in a convinced manner, yes. The people from the literary world remained silent for a long period. They had an impression of this plot, but that was all they had. As the book did not write it in detail and was just described with a few words, it was too superficial, and as a result, many people had neglected it. Even if they didn't neglect it, this plot just meant that Jia Zheng was a person who valued sentiment. They did not link it with how it would add on to the crimes the Jia family was convicted of later after the 80th chapter. Only when Zhang Ye pointed it out did these people think about it. Yes, it was truly the case. Was the crime severe? It was too severe. In the society of that era, that was a serious crime. Zhang Ye looked at the crowd. This was written in the first 80 chapters by Chao Shuiqin. They were the original words, so I would like to ask, later when the Jia family was raided, what was the reason behind it? Many people turned quiet. They were rendered speechless by Zhang Ye's question. The rhodologists realized that things were not going well. Zhang Ye's momentum was rising. His point and theory was becoming more and more valid. If they allowed him to carry on, even they would be convinced. Hence, Teacher Yang picked up a microphone and switched it on. He had to speak. Chapter 326, A Plot No One Dares to Touch. In Dream of the Red Chamber. In the Grand Auditorium. The Peking University students all revealed expressions of admiration. Just as Zhang Ye's theory was increasingly taking the upper hand, and just as he was about to end the second class on a high note, a voice echoed. Zhang Ye. It was the rhodologist, Teacher Yang. Zhang Ye looked at him. Teacher Yang, please speak. Zhang Ye did not know him, but this person had doubted him on Weibo. His tone was not very polite, and he had used his picture for his Weibo picture, so Zhang Ye recognized him at a glance. This person was very authoritative and influential in the world of rhodology. It was the same with Yin Yu. Previously, when he was questioned, he had used Vice President Yin. The Vice President of the nation's Writers' Association was naturally famous. Zhang Ye had already adapted to this brand new, but slightly different world. He was no longer as unfamiliar to this world's celebrities. He was no longer like he had been in the past where he did not know anything. He was slowly learning and familiarizing himself with this Earth's people and matters. Teacher Yang did not ask him directly, but deliberately paused for 2 seconds. Maybe it was to let the focus fall on him and for the cameras to train themselves on him. He was in frame. The Peking University students' gaze were on him. Only then did Teacher Yang say slowly, I have basically not talked from the beginning. I was listening to you speak, and I have to admit that your analysis and understanding has reached a certain standard. However, I'm not sure if others have noticed it. You have been using counterexamples. For example, how the Jia family was convicted of their crimes. You are using a method of denying the logical conflict that exists in the chapters after the 80th and the first 80 chapters to prove your point. This is not comprehensive and just single-faceted. Let us use the simplest method. We can actually use this method to prove that your theory is unreliable. Zhang Ye smiled and said, sure. Please do tell. Teacher Yang hissed in his heart. However, he said very casually, you think you can explain everything? That's a bold claim. Let me tell you the secret and problem in Dream of the Red Chamber that no one can fully explain. Zhang Ye only smiled and remained silent. A young rhodologist said, Teacher Yang, since Teacher Zhang Ye has the confidence and knowledge, then why don't you ask him a logical problem in the first 80 chapters that cannot be explained? Teacher Yang said, yes, I'll ask that. These two sang to each other's tunes and were quite harmonious. Zhang Ye smiled without a word. He gave a posture of listening devoutly and respectfully. Wu Ziqing turned her head to look at Teacher Yang before turning her head back. Chang Kaiga and Zhen Shuquan were all worried for Zhang Ye. This bunch of people had studied Dream of the Red Chamber nearly all their lives. At the least, they had studied for 5 to 6 years. Their logical reasoning and analysis might not be better than yours, but they were still experts at picking errors. Little Zhang, can you do it well? Don't stumble here. Everyone had different expressions. All of them were thinking differently. Teacher Yang spoke as he stared at Zhang Ye. Since you said that only the first 80 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber were written by Chao Shuiqin, and said that the problems in the first 80 chapters were minor errors that Mr. Chao failed to modify in time, but a character's personality exists through the entire text, so there cannot be any mistakes. You gave an example of how Grandmother Jia had a change in personality after Chapter 80, and how Jia Baoyu and Lin Daiyu changed personalities after the 80th chapter. This was all what you previously stated, right? Zhang Ye said, yes, of course. All right. Seeing that he had taken the bait, Teacher Yang crossed his legs and said, since you just mentioned the matter of Jia Zhang's crime, then you must know that in this plot segment, there was another story. It's the problem with Jia Baoyu's poem. Why did you purposely avoid it? Jia Baoyu's poem? Everyone gasped. Holy **T. Can you not be so ruthless? You actually asked this? Chang Kaiga and the other lecturers of the Chinese department immediately turned blue in the face. Yin, you did not expect Teacher Yang to directly ask this question. This was the truly fatal question. Senior Song was slightly stunned. Previously, when she met the Jinshi female reporter outside, she had said in her interview about her thoughts on this problem. She was wondering if Teacher Zhang Ye would avoid this logical error in today's class. Apparently, Zhang Ye did not mention this throughout the class, so Senior Song did not plan on asking. She was afraid that Teacher Zhang Ye would be shamed if he failed to answer it were she to ask, but who knew that someone else had asked the question? Teacher Yang looked relaxed. That is the question I wanted to ask. This is a major logical error. And this happened before Chapter 80. What was written in Chapter 78? Jia Zhang suddenly called his 2 sons and a grandson to compose poetry before him. And what was the topic? He got them to compose a poem to praise a woman, 4th Sister Lin. She was also known as the Winsome Colonel. This was written clearly in the text. Jia Huan later wrote a poem. Jia Lan also wrote one. Jia Baoyu also did it. He wrote a long ballad. He even went to great lengths to praise Winsome Colonel. During the process, some of Jia Zhang's guests also applauded him. Finally, Jia Zhang also praised him. Now, here comes the problem. What's the matter with 4th Sister Lin? The story was in Qingzhou. There was a Prince Heng, who recruited a large number of beautiful women to train in military arts. The leader was 4th Sister Lin. Later on, when a horde of bandits started to rebel, the city walls could not hold. Many people wanted to surrender to the rebels, but 4th Sister Lin led the female army out, but died in combat. Hence, 4th Sister Lin was a leader who suppressed the peasant uprising. These was known by everyone. They listened quietly. Teacher Yang was afraid there were people who did not understand, so he said, but what kind of artistic image does Jia Baoyu have? He was very against the feudal system of that era. He was anti-Manchu, but here, Jia Baoyu actually praised the leader who suppressed a peasant uprising? At this point, this character's personality suddenly collapsed. Zhang Ye, don't you explain it away as Chao Shuiqin not having edited this after he finished writing. That won't do. Besides, didn't you say that Jia Baoyu's artistic image had been destroyed in the chapters after the 80th? He changed personalities, but you have to know that the change in the chapters after the 80th were at least described. There was a private tutor teaching him that led him to study 8-legged poems, but what about the first 80 chapters? There was no foreshadowing or explanation, right? Since you boasted that Chao Shuiqin did not make a mistake because of his illness, then I would like to hear your explanation about Jia Baoyu's poem. Right? Tell us, the young rhodologist said with a sneer. That's right, Zhang Ye. There's a problem here. How can you explain this? Meng Dong was said. A woman said, if you can't explain it, then your theory will be overturned. There's no use mentioning anything else. Be it before or after Chapter 80, there are flaws. You can't use that to prove anything. Ma Hongyuan chuckled at the sight of this. This problem is really unsolvable. Don't you say that this is not Chao Shuiqin's original words, and that it was added on by someone later. These poems have been validated. It was Chao Shuiqin's work. No one can imitate that. Hence, it can only be said to be Chao Shuiqin's error and failure. The literary world's members had hit back and out in full force now. Yao Mi said in a puzzled manner. Is that such a difficult question? Beside her, Senior Zhou smiled bitterly. This is one of the most mysterious problems in Dream of the Red Chamber. There might not even be an answer. The rhodology world has been researching this for decades, and no one has been able to solve it. Yao Mi exclaimed, Holy **T. Are these people so wicked? Li Ying said in a speechless manner. Right. They are trying to force Teacher Zhang onto a path of no return. Teacher Zhang Ye's words were too bold to begin with. Lili said worriedly. This is not good. He has been forced into a corner by his own words and can't explain it now. At the other side, Zhang Ye's ex-leader at the television station, Zhao Guizhou, also broke into a frown. Little Zhang has met a difficult problem this time. There's no way to solve this problem. He also knew a little about Dream of the Red Chamber, albeit not as deeply. He had read many commentaries before and knew that Teacher Yang's question was very difficult to answer, as it was the greatest flaw in Dream of the Red Chamber. Even if Jia Baoyu characteristics did change greatly later on, as did Grandmother Jia, all of these could still be swept under the rug without a lot of explanations. As for this poem by Jia Baoyu, it was impossible to sweep it under the rug. He could not even try to change the subject. Wang Xiaomei looked up to Zhang Ye on stage. Director Zhao, I don't think so. Zhao Guizhou glanced at her. What do you mean? Wang Xiaomei, keep a still face. I feel that Zhang Ye already has it all planned out. As she said that, she pointed to the stage. Have you noticed that he is still smiling? Zhao Guizhou took a look. He really is. Seated at the back was Hu Fei, who also knew Zhang Ye very well. When he saw Zhang Ye smiling, he knew that the rascal already knew what to say, but as to how Zhang Ye would explain it, he really would not. Professor Xing looked to the side. Elder Qian, has this error been solved? Elder Qian shook his head. I don't know about that. In the research of Dream of the Red Chamber, little Zhang is far ahead of me. I definitely cannot compare to him. So let's see how he answers it. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Zhang Ye was listening all this while, without saying a word. Teacher Yang mocked. You can't explain? Why aren't you speaking? The young rhodologist said. Zhang Ye's expression looked casual. It's not that I'm not speaking, but it's because it's too chaotic. There's too much discussion, so even if I speak, no one would be able to hear me. With that, the audience immediately turned silent. No one discussed further. They were all listening to Zhang Ye's voice. Only then did Zhang Ye smile while holding his microphone. Regarding the problem with Jia Baoyu's poem, it is a persistent problem in rhodology. The reason why Dream of the Red Chamber is not easily talked about is because of this. Typically, when Dream of the Red Chamber is mentioned, 100% of people would skip this when they reach this point. They would pretend to miss this segment. No one dares to talk about this part. This taboo episode has stumped countless rhodologists, but here, in this public lecture, I can tell everyone. With a pause, he said, I can talk about this part. Everyone was stunned. You can talk about it? Teacher Zhang, you really can? Impossible. There's no way to explain it. The Peking University students all had looks of disbelief. Only Senior Zhou and Senior Song were extremely interested. They were invigorated. He could really explain it? If he could really explain it, then the entire rhodology world would be overturned. To Teacher Yang, it was not a matter of believing. He didn't even bother listening. No one present believed Zhang Ye had the ability. Zhang Ye stood there, as calm as ever. He maintained his smiling face and said, and even if no one asked, I was just about to talk about it. Why? This is because this episode of Jia Baoyu's praising of the winsome colonel intertwines with the second charge against Jia Zheng that I did not finish talking about. Was hoarding the Zhen family's illegal fortunes a big enough crime? No, not at all. The development of this episode is Jia Zheng's biggest crime. This is the thing that I revealed through my words. Jia Zheng's heinous crime. Chapter 327, Applause. Everyone stands up. There was a flurry of discussion. Heinous crime. Jia Zheng again? Why is Jia Zheng faulted? Where did it write about Jia Zheng's crimes? Isn't that nonsense? A bigger crime than hiding illegal fortunes? For such a good man of the Jia family, other than the previous crime, what did he do? The people who had read Dream of the Red Chamber could not remain silent. They began discussing with the people sitting around them, exchanging their opinions and views. All of them were confused by Zhang Ye's words. A rhodologist said, Zhang Ye, don't change topics. Zhang Ye smiled and said, I'm not changing topics. I'm talking about the same matter. The same matter? Which eye of yours sees that it is the same matter? Teacher Yang glanced at him. All right then. Explain to us Jia Baoyu's poem first. A plot no one can explain can be explained by you? I'm all ears. Numerous pairs of eyes looked towards the pod. There was a flurry of discussion. Heinous crime. Jia Zheng again? Why is Jia Zheng faulted? Where did it write about Jia Zheng's crimes? Isn't that nonsense? A bigger crime than hiding illegal fortunes? For such a good man of the Jia family, other than the previous crime, what did he do? The people who had read Dream of the Red Chamber could not remain silent. They began discussing with the people sitting around them, exchanging their opinions and views. All of them were confused by Zhang Ye's words. A rhodologist said, "Zhang Ye, don't change topics." Zhang Ye smiled and said, "I'm not changing topics. I'm talking about the same matter." "The same matter? Which eye of yours sees that it is the same matter?" Teacher Yang glanced at him. "All right then. Explain to us Jia Baoyu's poem first. A plot no one can explain can be explained by you. I'm all ears." Numerous pairs of eyes looked towards the podium. There were now 50 to 60 people present, waiting for Zhang Ye's answer. Zhang Ye also said very seriously, "Sure, but let me be clear first. What I'm going to say is my personal opinion. If you think it's right, you can listen to it. If you think it's wrong, and have other conclusions or your own analysis, it's all right. We can discuss amongst ourselves. Then, let's return the problem from before. Why did Jia Baoyu write such a poem? Teacher Yang has mentioned it already, but let me add on a bit more. It's still in chapter 78. It was written in the beginning that Jia Baoyu had praised winsome Colonel and had composed a long poem. As for the second half, he laments Skybright. He wrote, "The Spirit of the Hibiscus, an elegy and invocation." In this poem, he pours out his feelings and his bitterness against the feudal system. Then is Jia Baoyu suffering from a split personality? This failure seems too serious. So what is going on? That's right. What's going on? We are asking you. A few people from the literary world nearly died of infuriation from Zhang Ye's teasing speech. Your sister, tell us. Stop teasing. Despite them impatiently waiting for Zhang Ye to suffer, Zhang Ye was in no hurry. He took another sip of his pu'er tea and moistened his throat. He placed the thermos flask down before he said, "All right, then let me tell you what is going on. Everyone says this is one of the failures of Chao Shuiqin, and it's a stain of Dream of the Red Chamber. But the reason why everyone thinks this way is because no one understands Chao Shuiqin's intentions. They did not see the hidden trick hidden in this passage. First, we need to solve a few problems. Number 1. The winsome Colonel Jia Baoyu praised. Did she crack down on a peasant uprising? If that was the case, then there really is no way to excuse Jia Baoyu. But what if it isn't? Meng Dong was stared. Is there any doubt? Ma Hongyuan also remembered clearly. The book's text clearly wrote they were latter-day descendants of the yellow turbans and red eyebrows. How can you say what if? It isn't. If not, then it's clearly written in black and white that the peasants were forming a rebel army. A literary author who came to cause trouble said. He was a fat man. Zhang Ye looked at the fat man. What was written in black and white was not a peasant rebel army, but the yellow turbans and red eyebrows. This is very important. Do not confuse them. Do the yellow turbans and red eyebrows really represent rebels? Then let us take a closer look. We all know history. After the Qing dynasty came into power, they caused a huge massacre. They pushed forward a harsh ruling policy. Only after everything was in place did they relax, allowing some concessions to the peasants. Hence in this dynasty, there was no large-scale peasant uprising. You cannot make an analogy to the yellow turbans and red eyebrows as peasant rebel armies, which could bring down cities. So from a historical perspective, everyone's understanding of the yellow turbans and red eyebrows is problematic. Yin Yu was stunned. Teacher Yang also frowned. The yellow turbans and red eyebrows in chapter 78 was not really talking about a rebel army formed from peasants, but just another name for invaders. Zhang Ye explained. A woman said, "Isn't this explanation too far-fetched?" A young rhodologist said, "Besides, Jia Zheng was just casually telling a story. It might not necessarily be true." Zhang Ye smiled. "This friend, I do not know how deeply you have studied Dream of the Red Chamber, but in my opinion, Dream of the Red Chamber is not a romantic story. It has political and social intricacies, etc. Do you think Chao Shuiqin, for no good reason, made Jia Zheng come up with a baffling fictitious story about the winsome colonel to let the juniors come up with poems to praise her for no good reason?" The youth was stunned. His tongue was tied. Indeed, the text in Dream of the Red Chamber was very precise, or it would not have been so difficult to study it. Chao Shuiqin's every word suffuses his intentions. For example, the characters in the book all have their prototypes. The story in the book have their metaphors. This episode is the same. Let us take a look at it again. Zhang Ye's gaze landed on the people from the literary world who sat along the first row. The book says there was a member of the imperial clan called Prince Heng, who had gone out to become military governor of Qingzhou. Take note, in the Qing dynasty, there was an interesting feature. After they decided the capital, the sons of the emperor were not allowed to be considered kings of cities outside of the capital. Noticing everyone was stunned again, Zhang Ye said, when the princes were canonized, their residences had to be established in the capital. They were all before the emperor's eyes. So in the Qing dynasty, there were princes, but never a Qingzhou Prince Heng. Hence, the character and story offered by Jia Zheng was not in the Qing dynasty era. A few teachers from the history department nodded. Professor Zheng, who was a professor who studied both Chinese literature and history, also gave a deep, approving acknowledgement. Zhang Ye deliberately paused for a moment. Seeing that everyone was still digesting this knowledge, he said, "Then what era was it, where an emperor would send his sons to foreign lands to become a governor?" With another pause, he gave the answer. In the Ming dynasty, that was exactly the case. Ah, Ming dynasty? Why is it the Ming dynasty? The other dynasties have similar situations, right? And it was very common. A few Peking University students said. Although they did not hold a microphone, their voices were quite audible. They all sat in the middle front area. When Zhang Ye heard it, he said, "Some people must be wondering why I'm saying that the time period in the book is the Ming dynasty." His words were filled with surprises. That's because in the Ming dynasty, there was a place called Qingzhou. In addition to this, in Ming dynasty history, there was such a Prince Heng. Teacher Yang immediately said, "Impossible. How can that be? There's no proof." Ma Hongyuan said with a gloomy face. The other rhodologists also stared. They all looked confused. No one understood. There had been no studies regarding this in the world of rhodology as of yet. They had not researched this, and there was no Prince Heng, right? If there was, wouldn't it have long been discovered? There were quite a number of history professors and lecturers present. Quite a number of history department students had come too. However, although they studied this field, even those who did it on a daily basis would not be so free as to memorize all the emperors in the Ming dynasty, much less those princes that were not as famous. It was impossible to verify them. Hence, many people began searching online for the information on their cell phones. Those from the literary world made phone calls to friends to verify the information. They wanted to disprove Zhang Ye and make him suffer a crushing defeat. In a while, Professor Xing was the first to come to a conclusion. He frowned. There was no such Prince Heng. A few other Peking University students managed to come to a conclusion from their searches. Yes, this prince doesn't exist. Teacher Zhang, you are wrong. When Yaomi heard this, her face turned pale. Holy sh*t, that can't be. Did Uncle Zhang make a mistake? Uncle Zhang could actually make a mistake in academic issues? Ma Hongyuan, Teacher Yang, and company were already smiling. However, Zhang Ye also smiled. He chuckled without much worry. Don't be so hasty to deny it. I know. You must be checking the word, Heng, the character for eternity. Ma Hongyuan rebuked. If it's not the Heng from eternity, then what is it? Did you not see the original text? Zhang Ye was not mad as he said. It is because too many people focus on the original text, which results in missing out on things that should not be missed out on. Hence, no one managed to solve this matter. Maybe no one noticed this metaphor, because the Heng in Prince Heng of Ming Dynasty is the Heng from the word balance. What? It was not the same Heng. At this moment, a person from the Beijing Writers Association, who was making a phone call, put his cell phone down. He said in an awkward manner, "The Ming Dynasty does have a Prince Heng, and it's the Heng from the word balance." Teacher Yang said, "That." Meng Dong was said in a speechless manner. He really existed? Only then did they realize that Zhang Ye had King prepared for this. This fellow had already known beforehand that they would ask him about the problem with Jia Baiyu's poem. Zhang Ye said calmly, with confidence surging through it. When writing chapter 78, Chao Shuiqin used Jia Zheng as a mouthpiece, hinting at this prince from the Ming dynasty. The pronunciation is the same, but the word changed from the Heng in balance to the Heng in eternity. It was a deliberate change in this word. This is very common. These things could not be written blatantly at the time. For example, the words Chao Shuiqin used to make a metaphor about the political powers with words like the Moon faction and the Sun faction? Teacher Yang said. What can this prove? Ma Hongyuan said with a raised eyebrow. Yes, it doesn't explain anything. It can only be said that Chao Shuichen's story has a source and was not fictitiously spun. Zhang Ye asked with a laugh. Does it really not explain anything? The Peking University students were all confused from listening to this. This still could not explain the fact that Jia Baoyu praised a female colonel in a feudal era. All right, you said the background has changed. It went from the Qing dynasty to the Ming dynasty. So what if it changed? So the Hung and Prince Hung had changed. But even if Prince Hung changed into the President of the United States, that still wouldn't explain a thing. Some still had not figured it out. But there were, of course, smart people in the crowd. Professor Zhang suddenly froze. He froze without any warning. After some thought, Elder Qian suddenly gave a look of enlightenment. He could not help but slap his thigh. So that's the reason. So that is the reason. Zhang Ye looked over with surprise. Looks like Professor Zhang and Elder Qian have figured it out. Figured it out? Figured what out? What are you talking about? The others were still baffled. What's this charade? If someone still doesn't understand, then let me give you a hint. Zhang Ye said as he straightened his back while resting his hands on the podium. In the Ming dynasty, there was a Qingzhou. Many things happened at this place. Did Prince Hung encounter an attack from attackers? I can tell you with certainty that he did. Then, who attacked him? An external history professor was stunned. The vice president of the Writers' Association. Yin Yu lost her voice. Attack of the Manchurian forces down south. Saying that, she gasped. She had been stunned by her own words. Zhang Ye smiled. That's right. It was the attack of the Manchurian forces down south. The Manchurian army had invaded. With that, the bunch of people from the literary world all understood. Their faces had looks of dumbfoundedness. Amongst them was a thin radiologist in his 40s who had not spoken a word at all. When he heard Zhang Ye's words, he could not help but stand up out of excitement. It was the Manchurian army. To think that it was the Manchurian army. Senior Song smacked her forehead hardly. Why didn't I think of it? Senior Zhou exclaimed. F***K. So that's how it is explained. The Peking University students were all shocked by Zhang Ye's analysis. They were so shocked that their jaws nearly fell off. Zhang Ye's colleague, Su Na, clenched her fist and shouted with excitement. Nice. This new teacher Zhang really lived up to his reputation. He was too awesome. At this moment, no one believed that him saying that he was able to explain all logical problems was bragging. He really explained it all. The logical problems posed by everyone had all been explained by him. Zhang Ye's next sentence struck a chord in everyone's hearts. Hence, sometimes, the truth is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Take a look, just the yellow turbans and red eyebrows in the book was nearly ignored by everyone, right? If we just analyzed Jia Baoyu's poem and used his personality to probe, we would never be able to solve this mystery in our entire lives. We would not be able to study Dream of the Red Chamber well. By helping you in this analysis, the result is obvious, right? The attackers referred to as yellow turbans and red eyebrows were actually the Manchurian army. Hence, what sort of figure was Fourth Sister Lin? What sort of figure did Jia Zheng want Jia Baoyu to praise? It was during the collapse of the Ming dynasty, when Qingzhou was in a time of distress. The male officials were advocating surrender, but she stepped forward, leading a female army against the Manchus. She was a heroine. Everyone was already dumbfounded listening to this. Teacher Yang, Ma Hongyuan, and company were already shocked beyond words. This. Zhang Ye spread out his palms. Now the mystery has been unraveled. Everyone gives an O, and you all understand. The reason is that simple? Yes, the answer to riddles are usually that simple. Did Jia Baoyu's artistic image collapse? No, not at all. In chapter 78, Jia Baoyu's long poem was in fact praising a heroine that resisted the Manchus. Jia Baoyu was anti-Qing to the bone. And what did Jia Zheng do? He was doing an extremely dangerous task. It was almost the crime of rebellion. This is also the second crime of Jia Zheng I mentioned. This is his biggest crime. This is the true reason why the Jia family was convicted. It had little to do with Jia Shi. This is also what Chao Shuichin foreshadowed and divulged in the first 80 chapters. He had nearly told us in a very clear manner. With this explained, Zhang Ye followed up on the problems with the plot in the chapters after the 80th, which he left midway. He moved his attention back to it and summarized it together. He had used Jia Baoyu's praising of the winsome colonel to prove his point, and had also ended this at the perfect point. He said, "This is also why I cannot accept the chapters after the 80th. We can see that the reason for the Jia family's conviction was all due to Jia Zhang. It was Ningguo Mansion. So the plot happening in the chapters after the 80th in the 120 circulated chapters cannot be written by Chao Shuichen. This is a fact that is without doubt, with no room for discussion. I have provided all the evidence today. I wonder if anyone still has any doubts." Silence. No one dared to answer him. Zhang Ye looked at the time. There was an extension of 20 minutes. There's only 2 minutes left. If you have no doubts, you can also ask any question. Still, no one responded. The bunch of people from the literary world were shriveled up. The students also did not make a sound. A drop of sweat rolled down Zhang Ye's forehead. "Come on, guys. The last time after class, there were numerous people surrounding me. Just now, there were people who insisted for the class to continue. Why are you guys all silent when I request questions from you two? Alleviate any of your doubts? All right, forget it." Zhang Ye began keeping his documents. "Then, let us end the class. That is all. 1 page. 10 pages. Zhang Ye slowly arranged his documents. As he turned around, he was prepared to go off stage to go back home. But at the instant that he turned around, the sound of someone clapping suddenly erupted from the silent audience. In a split second, a wave of applause that was like a flood nearly blew off the roof of the grand auditorium of Peking University. That feeling was like a bomb had exploded. Bam! There was a huge round of applause. 1 person, 100 people, 1,000 people. People successively stood up. In the end, all the 50 to 60 Peking University students present had all stood up. Everyone was clapping with all their might. No one left, but were just standing there giving a standing ovation to Zhang Ye. Wu Ziqing also stood up and clapped along with them. Chang Kaiga, Jin Shuquan, Su Na, Professor Zhang, and other Peking University Chinese department teachers all stood up. They gave a thunderous applause. Teacher Yang also sighed. Ma Hongyuan and Meng Donghua remained in their seats without any grace. Many people from the literary world were the same. They pretended not to notice. However, the National Writers Association's vice president, Yin Yu, who could be said to be the leader of this bunch of people, slowly stood up. She looked towards Zhang Ye and gave him a gentle applause. Meng Donghua was astonished. President Yin. This, a few colleagues from the literary world looked at each other. The vice president was also applauding. They could no longer put on airs. They hurriedly got up one by one. Before coming, Yin Yu had come with bias. However, after the lesson, after listening to Zhang Ye's fantastic and heart-stopping analysis and lecture of Dream of the Red Chamber from different angles, Yin Yu had nothing better to say. Truthfully, she was still unhappy about Zhang Ye's attack on the literary world with his limerick. She also did not like Zhang Ye's temper and character, but in academics, Yin Yu was completely convinced by Zhang Ye's talent and his research in Dream of the Red Chamber. This was the reason why she stood up and why she gave her applause. This applause was not for Zhang Ye, but her heartfelt thanks to Zhang Ye's contribution to academia. The reporters were all extremely excited. They began to take all sorts of pictures. Before the public lecture, who would have expected Zhang Ye's second lecture to be so one-sided? The people from the literary world had come with a forceful stance in a bid to dismantle him, but all of them had been dumbfounded by Zhang Ye alone. Chapter 328. The Hope of Peking University's Chinese Department. Applause. It was applause throughout. It's really too damn awesome. Teacher Zhang. I love you. Teacher Zhang's too good. He's peerless. Well said. I've never been in such a wonderful lecture before. Teacher Zhang, will you still be the teacher for appreciation of the classics next semester? I've decided. I will be signing up for Teacher Zhang's elective class next semester. The students were all giving their kudos. Su Na and a few other Peking University lecturers were giving the thumbs up to Zhang Ye from below the stage. The audience had given him a standing ovation, and the scene looked phenomenal. For Zhang Ye, who had done so many programs up until now, it was also the first time that he had encountered such a large standing ovation. Zhang Ye was already leaving the stage after packing up his research papers and thermos flask, but he stopped and gave a wry smile. Then he put down his belongings and picked up the microphone. Thank you, everyone. Class has ended. Students, Please go back. Many of you still have classes in the afternoon. BBA. The Peking University students did not want to leave. They continued applauding. Wu Ziqing, Chang Kaiga, and company were also doing the same. They smiled as they clapped along with the students. No one left the venue. The members from the literary world naturally also stayed. It would be too obvious if they walked off now as the cameras were still recording, so they could only stay behind with everyone else. Thank you, everyone. Please take your leave. Zhang Ye clasped his hands together gratefully. Still, no one left. In fact, the students clapped even louder. Zhang Ye had nothing else he could do about it, so he said a few more words. In the 2 classes of yesterday and today, we have spoken in general about how the first 80 chapters on the whole of Dream of the Red Chamber were the original words of Mr. Chao Shuichen. I believe my conclusion will be able to convince many people, and even if there are questions or doubts, no one can deny the possibility of what I said. You may use my point of view and direction to go carry out your research and analysis, and I hope that this will help the students and everyone else to understand Dream of the Red Chamber better, but what I want to express has already mostly been expressed in these 2 classes, so from here on I will not be repeating these points anymore. If we come across it, I might elaborate a little, but it would not be explained in as much detail as it was today. There is no need for purposely repeat it to insist that it is proven, and I will be going forward onto other parts. Going forward? What else is there left to talk about? Right? How will the class be taught going forward? If we follow Teacher Zhang's point of view that another author had continued writing on after the first 80 chapters, it would still be riddled with inconsistencies and flaws. So what's there to talk about? Yeah, there's nothing to speak about anymore. We are still 7 to 8 lectures away from the exams. The Peking University students began to feel confused and stopped applauding, especially the students from Zhang Ye's elective class. They were more concerned about how teacher Zhang Ye would continue the class from here on. The department dean, Chang Kaiga, also thought about this problem. If there was a problem with the class schedule, it would be a big problem. Zhang Ye smiled. It seems like everyone still has some doubts. It is correct to feel doubtful, yes. So the question comes, for the repairing of excavators. All right, that is not it. How then shall we continue our class from here on? He paused for a moment and said, please stay tuned to my class tomorrow to find out. F***K that. He's leaving us with a cliffhanger again. Teacher Zhang is so wicked. Haha, but I'm really looking forward to it. I need to get here early tomorrow to reserve a seat. I have to get a front row seats. Zhang Ye said, class dismissed. Everyone quickly go to your next class. Then he looked at the others. Leaders, thank you for your hard work. Reporter comrades, thank you for your hard work too. The students finally began to leave the venue. When Zhang Ye saw that the reporters were rushing forward for the kill, he quickly picked up his belongings and left from backstage. But who knew? Most of the reporters were not sprinting towards Zhang Ye. About half of them rushed forward towards the literary world members and pointed their large zoom cameras at them as they surrounded them. That Jinsher female reporter shot a quick question out. Teacher Yang, as one of the top Readology experts, what views do you have of the lecture by Teacher Zhang Ye today? Teacher Yang's face did not look too good. Please make way. No comment. Another small Beijing newspaper's reporter also went over. Teacher Yang, the question that you asked and those other difficult problems that have plagued the readology world for a long time seem to all have been answered by Teacher Zhang Ye. We saw that you and the other readologists did not refute or speak anymore after that. Is this because all of you agree with Teacher Zhang Ye's point of view? Does this mean that the author of Dream of the Red Chamber after the first 80 chapters was indeed someone else, and not written by Chao Shuichen? Teacher Yang held on to his words for a moment, then said, it's not that I agree with Zhang Ye's views, nor that he has explained it fully. His explanation and analysis was just from a different angle. As for the problem of the author of Dream of the Red Chamber, that would still remain an open question for now. It still needs everyone's input after discussion and further research. A male reporter immediately followed up saying, then does that mean that the readology world has now acknowledged that there is plausibility to what Teacher Zhang has proposed, and that the possibility is very high? Teacher Yang frowned. I did not say that. I don't represent the whole readology world. Please, let me through. You can go interview someone else instead. Vice President Yan, what do you think of this man, Teacher Zhang Ye? Another few reporters had gone over to Yanyu. Yanyu did not dodge and answered, "I will not comment on teacher Little Zhang as a person, but his literary standard is something that I really admire. He has talent, but is not much of a person." The reporters all understood the meaning of what she said. They got excited and continued to hound Yanyu. "Will the Writers' Association consider letting teacher Zhang join your ranks?" Yanyu smirked and answered, "Elder Qian has recommended Zhang Ye before, and the National Writers' Association had previously sent Zhang Ye an invite too, but teacher Little Zhang had posted a poem at that time, Facing the Sea with Spring Blossoms. This poem was very well written and was very artistic, but it basically carried a meaning of rejection. What you all need to know is that it is not us who do not want him, nor is it that the Writers' Association is closed to accepting a disputed character. We welcome all kinds of talented people to join us, but Zhang Yi did not wish to join us. So it's not like we can do anything about that. Maybe you should go ask him instead." A middle-aged reporter asked, "Vice President Yan." Yanyu motioned with her hand. "All right, that will be all for now. I still have something to attend to." When a number of Literary World members saw that from the side, they followed Yanyu and teacher Yang together out of the venue. They did not wish to be interviewed. In any way, it was already embarrassing enough today that a bunch of seniors were outspoken by a junior. Their faces at this moment were burning with embarrassment, and if they could have a chance again, they would not have come here. They had literally gifted themselves forward to have their faces stepped on. Actually, many discerning people knew that what Zhang Ye had said today might not definitely be the correct, but it was only because he could explain it, and a large part of his explanations were logical. Even when they felt that some of Zhang Ye's views on certain details might not be the truth, they could not refute it for no other reason than simply because Zhang Ye could explain these logical inconsistencies. In the world of readology, Zhang Ye was the only person who had given a reasonable analysis while no one else had. Because of this, they could not be sufficiently emboldened to speak up, and thus became the victims of Zhang Ye's killing spree. Numbed. How old was this Zhang even? How did he have such a deep understanding of Dream of the Red Chamber? He alone could refute the entire readology world, and he's even more powerful than them? The Literary World members had all walked away with ashen heads and mud-caked faces. Over there, Department Dean, Chang Kaiga, was currently being interviewed by a reporter. Chang Kaiga said to the reporter with a smile, "Regarding teacher Zhang Ye, we have always had high hopes for him, nor have we ever for a moment doubted our own lecturers. Everyone can see now that with teacher Zhang Ye's literary foundation, he is more than qualified to be a lecturer of the Peking University's Chinese department. That he can come to Peking University to teach, it is also good for us, as well as a lucky outcome for the students who like classical novels. As for the doubts of our students' parents that you mentioned earlier, and the doubts of the education and literary world, I believe that after today, they will all dissipate. Even if some doubt still remains, our Chinese department will fully support teacher Little Zhang. We have reason to believe that from today onwards, teacher Little Zhang's elective class, Appreciation of the Classics, would become a feature class of our Chinese department. It would become our Chinese department's headline class." The department dean's words resonated powerfully. Only the teachers from the Chinese department were smiling to themselves. It was obvious to them that, whether it was Secretary Zhen or Dean Chang, they had not taken to Zhang Ye with this attitude at the beginning. Had high hopes for him, my ass. Support him, my ass. If it were not for President Wu's opposition and insistence on bringing Zhang Ye on board into the Chinese department, how would it be possible that these department leaders would accept Zhang Ye? Then when Zhang Ye dropped the bombshell during the first lecture, the department wanted to throw Zhang Ye out as if he was a hot potato in their hands. When Zhang Ye cast doubt on the writer of Dream of the Red Chamber, it had scared the wits out of these leaders, but now, Zhang Ye had managed to solidify his academic accomplishments, making it impossible for those who opposed him to find a way through. It now felt like he was single-handedly going to change the history of readology. Thus, the department's change in attitude was no surprise. Zhang Ye was in the limelight and had gained face for the Chinese department. He even caused a sensation in society and the literary world. In the eyes of the department leaders, Zhang Ye had, in an instant, transformed from a stink bug into delicious hot cakes. The Chinese department. In the teacher's office, Zhang Ye put down his research papers and turned to his computer to organize some files for tomorrow's class. He then printed them out on the printer. Gia, Gia. Page after page of information slid out of the printer. At this time, the Chinese department teachers also returned to the office. A few other lecturers, who had just finished their lessons, heard about the news at the grand auditorium. They made their way back to the office and looked at Zhang Ye when they came in. Teacher Zhang. Haha, teacher little Zhang. You've brought us face today. Well said. Did you see that bunch of literary world members who were here to cause trouble? They all looked so crestfallen. My frustrations are all vented now. They even wanted to come to the Chinese department to find fault with us? Are they sick in the head or something? We are educators, and it's a basic to teach our lessons very rigorously. They are in a different line of work, yet they want to compete with us on logic and rigor? That's like flaunting one's skills in front of a master. They should have expected it. If teacher little Zhang did not have conclusive evidence, he would not dare to claim such things. Zhang Ye smiled. Don't. You're praising me too much. Professor Wu looked at him. It's not that we're overpraising you. Just look at how the students applauded you at the end. Everyone recognizes you for what you are now. Another lecturer said, That's right. I've never seen students insisting on not ending a class and strongly requesting for the teacher to give additional time. Nor have I seen students unanimously giving a standing ovation for 2 full minutes after a class. This also says a lot. Little Zhang, there's no need to be so modest. Suna chuckled as she gave him a thumbs up. Nothing else to say? I'm convinced. I'm convinced too. I plan on going back to read Dream of the Red Chamber once again, after listening to your lecture. Only then did I realize that it contains such profound things. A middle-aged female teacher said. Professor Xing also came in at this moment. He roared with laughter. In a while, I still need to consult with teacher little Zhang on some things. Zhang Ye hurriedly said, Please stop. Heaping praises on me. I have only studied a bit more on Dream of the Red Chamber. In other fields, I still need to receive advice from all of you. In the future, I'll definitely have a lot of academic problems I need to ask about, so please don't think of me as irritating. How can that be? Go ahead and ask. We can have a chance to study the problem together. Right? In the future, we will be seeking advice from you regarding ancient literature. History department. As for history and text, you can ask Professor Zhang. Professor Zhang is even better than those professors from the history department. As for foreign literature and history, look for me if you have any questions. I teach that. Everyone expressed their friendliness and kindliness. Some people even shook hands with him and introduced themselves. Before Zhang Ye came, many of them had not gotten the chance to introduce themselves. Before, other than teacher Su Na and Professor Zhang, everyone else was a little biased against Zhang Ye. Even if they weren't biased against him, they did not hold much hope for him. But after today's class, Zhang Ye was finally accepted into the group of teachers, and everyone was very enthusiastic towards him. It could be said that people of literature were scornful to each other, but it wasn't so here. After all, Peking University's Chinese department staff all came from different fields of studies. There were no crossovers in their work. In terms of classical literature study, they were no match for Zhang Ye, but in other fields and subjects, Zhang Ye was no match for them either. So there was really nothing to be scornful of. It was more important to have mutual respect and recognition of each other as colleagues. It was different from the attitude that the department leaders had adopted towards Zhang Ye. The department leaders had a lot more to consider, possibly things other than academic factors, like the nationwide tertiary institution rankings for the Chinese departments that had already started, but the results were still unknown. Based on the previous 2 years' results, it did not seem optimistic for Peking University's Chinese department, and this was exactly what the department leaders were concerned about. Whereas for them as teachers of the Chinese department, a majority of them only recognized Zhang Ye because of his contributions to the study of Dream of the Red Chamber. These people, who were also in the field of literature, were utterly convinced by Zhang Ye's knowledge, and thus did not hold any more prejudices towards such an outsider host. To be able to enter their field, it was actually very simple. All you needed was to show that you were up to it. Zhang Ye started chatting with them. In this teacher's office, any random pick would be a well-known and top person in their field. Zhang Ye took great care being around them. Suddenly, someone came in from outside. It was the Chinese department's dean, Chang Kaiga. Dean Chang. Dean. They greeted him. Chang Kaiga nodded in acknowledgement, then looked over to Zhang Ye. He said happily. Teacher little Zhang, you haven't gone home yet? Don't leave yet then. The reporters are blocking the way downstairs. I've gotten 5 security guards to go handle them. Everyone's attention turned towards the commotion coming from downstairs. It was no surprise as Zhang Ye was a celebrity, so such treatment was normal for him. Zhang Ye smiled. Sure, I still need to prepare some information for tomorrow. I will leave once the reporters have left. Chang Kaiga had clearly come to the teacher's office to specially look for Zhang Ye. He did not summon Zhang Ye to his office, but rather personally came here. From this, it could be seen that Chang Kaiga's attitude had changed. I have sought permission from President Wu earlier, as well as discussed with the various department leaders, and we have decided that for next semester, appreciation of the classics elective class should have you as the lecturer. Are you all right with this arrangement? Previously, the contract was temporarily drawn up and had a lot of limitations to it. If Zhang Ye did not lecture well, or if the student's response wasn't good, Peking University could ask Zhang Ye to leave at any time. They would simply not hire him, and that was that. As a result, Peking University had a lot of internal disputes. After Zhang Ye gave his first lecture, a Peking University leader had suggested firing Zhang Ye, but after the second lecture, there was no longer such a pressure to do so. As an academic staff member, Zhang Ye's performance was outstanding. Therefore, Chang Kaiga had actively suggested that they continue employing Zhang Ye for the next semester. Even to the rest of the Peking University department's leaders and professors, Zhang Ye was really the most suitable person to take over the appreciation of the classics class. Zhang Ye replied, Of course I don't have a problem with that. The only problem is time to do my primary job as a host. I might. Chang Kaiga smiled cheerfully. That's all right. You can freely arrange the schedule of your lectures. As long as you set a time and do it, the Chinese department will give you the thumbs up. Zhang Ye immediately said, Thanks a lot then, Dean Chang. Chang Kaiga continued chatting with Zhang Ye for a short while more before leaving. At this moment, Chang Kaiga, Jin Shuquan, and the other leaders could only admire President Wu Ziqing's talent for spotting new recruits. Even the most influential Professor Yan, who had not always liked Jin Shuquan, no longer said anything about his employment. This was because Zhang Ye's appearance had brought hope to many people in the Chinese department. Peking University was a top-ranked institution domestically, and the Chinese department had also dominated the rankings for the longest time. But 3 years ago, Peking University's Chinese department had a setback. They were tied for first rank with Beijing Normal University's Chinese department. Just last year, it got even worse. Peking University's Chinese department was ranked second and was overtaken by Nanjing University's Chinese department, which took first place. Even Tsinghua University's Chinese department, which was usually not even considered a top-tiered institution in Chinese, had risen to third place and nearly overtook them. Peking University was shocked. The Chinese department's leaders had a lot of pressure. This year, under Wu Ziqing's leadership, Jin Shuquan and Chang Kaiga had used many methods to try to improve and change the education environment of the Chinese department. However, it was not very effective. If this situation carried on, the situation with the rankings would remain the same as last year's. They might even be overtaken by Tsinghua University's Chinese department. And this was an outcome that Peking University Chinese department leaders and lecturers absolutely could not accept. How could the perennial top dog be suppressed by others? Who could stand for that? It was at this critical juncture that President Wu had invited Zhang Ye, Chang Kaiga, and many Peking University Chinese department teachers and professors finally had some hope. Could Zhang Ye's arrival turn the situation around? Could the industry's best program host use his popularity and knowledge to bring Peking University and their Chinese department a miracle? Chapter 329. How people looked at Zhang Ye. At night. It was already 8 by the time he arrived home. He had returned to Kaishiku this time, to his parents' place. The moment he opened the door, he saw Mom applying a face mask in her pajamas. She looked creepy and nearly gave Zhang Ye a fright. Dad was watching TV in the living room. Dad, Mom. Zhang Ye greeted. Son, you're back? Why are you so late today? Mom kicked a pair of slippers towards him. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Hi. I went to eat dinner with some of my colleagues. Have both of you eaten? Mom said, We ate a long time ago. Son, how was your class today? Was it ideal? Those people from the literary world didn't cause you any trouble, right? Zhang Ye changed his footwear. Her. You didn't watch the video of my open lecture? Mom said, I wouldn't understand anyway. Your dad watched it and said it was pretty good. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes and put his bag down. He said, Hey, what do you mean pretty good? It's far from pretty good. Didn't you see those bunch of people dumbfounded by my lecture? Not a single one dared to show off in front of me. Didn't you see the ending too? I was given a standing ovation that lasted for many minutes. I said class was dismissed, but the students simply would not leave. Hi, I really envy those college students. If I had such an excellent, legendary, charming, and humorous teacher back when I was in school, I would have died of joy. Flattery, like perfume, should be smelled, not swallowed. Mom chuckled. Zhang Ye looked towards his father. Dad, you watched my lecture today? Dad acknowledged. Don't be arrogant. You are still far from it. At this point, Mom couldn't stand hearing this. She stared at him. What's so bad about my son? Dad said in a speechless manner. I'm saying he still has much to learn and a long way to go. He shouldn't become arrogant just because he has a bit to show for. He should shun complacency and impetuosity. Learn my ass. Mom was the classic mother that protected her child. She could trample on her child, but could not stand silently while others spoke badly of her son. It was the same even for her husband. My son is already a Peking University Chinese department lecturer. What's there to learn? Others should learn from my son instead. Look at our neighbors and colleagues' children. Which one of them is doing better than our little Yi? And look at those grandsons from the literary world. They were still inciting others over the internet to scold little Yi yesterday, but today, they've all returned back to their conscientious selves. The old couple began squabbling. Zhang Ye couldn't bear to watch and retreated to his room. He had been busy the whole afternoon. He switched his computer on to check for updates and news on the internet. Regarding everyone's attitudes, Zhang Ye was still very concerned. A sensational public lecture. Zhang Ye, a literary prodigy. The shocking secret of Dream of the Red Chamber. Watch Peking University's lecturer, Zhang Ye exposed the truth. Readology research's major breakthrough. Logical errors that have plagued readology studies for decades have finally been answered for the first time. Zhang Ye, the top readology researcher. The history of one of the 4 great classical novels, Dream of the Red Chamber, has it been rewritten? Zhang Ye's public lecture reveals yet another shocking secret. Is this the truth or pure flubdub? Peking University's official website had already posted Zhang Ye's public lecture online. In the afternoon, it had already made its rounds and caused sensational reactions. The netizens actively commented. What did I say? Zhang Ye's awesome. Godly. It was really explained by teacher Zhang Ye. I did not believe Zhang Ye when it first started. How could it be that Chao Shuiqin only wrote the first 80 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber? But when I finished listening to the second lecture, I really began to doubt what I had known all my life. Yeah, teacher Zhang Ye might really be speaking the truth. I think so too. His explanations are too logical. That's right. From historical documents to character analysis and even plot logic, it was all explained fully. No wonder no one dared to speak about Dream of the Red Chamber in the past. No wonder it was not easy to speak about Dream of the Red Chamber. That is because after the first 80 chapters, it had been continued on by another writer. So how could it be explained properly at all? If we follow Zhang Ye's analysis, Dream of the Red Chamber should be the top among the 4 great classical novels, and not last. I feel that Zhang Ye's arguments are still quite controversial. It has to be researched further. I don't know about Dream of the Red Chamber. I have not even read it before, but seeing how Zhang Ye conducted his lecture left me with just one feeling. I believe that everyone had felt this too. Zhang Ye's too damn good. Haha, of course he's good. That bunch of members from the literary world went to the lecture being all arrogant, but look how it ended for them. After the lecture, they all quietly ran off. They wanted to argue with teacher Zhang Ye? Debate? They think too highly of themselves. When has teacher Zhang ever lost an argument with others before? Never. The public lecture footage had been posted on Peking University's Weibo and forwarded around like the first lecture. This Weibo post even got pushed up as the trending hot topic of the day. Professor Zhang and the Peking University's Chinese department teachers all forwarded it. Some fellow hosts also did the same. Some of these hosts were people that Zhang Ye did not even know or had ever heard of. All in all, there were quite a lot of people who had given Zhang Ye their likes. A wonder of the broadcast hosting world had appeared to lecture and left the literary world's rheologists hanging like outsiders of their own field. To many of Zhang Ye's hosting peers, this was wonderful news. Some of them came to join the celebrations and gave their support. Zhang Ye had won glory for the broadcast hosting world and showcased the multiple talents that a broadcast host could have. Yesterday, many people had surrounded and scolded Zhang Ye. But today, the tides had turned. More than half of them had turned supportive. Zhang Ye himself knew that he could only achieve this because of the collective wisdom of his previous world. They had already long since known the issues of Dream of the Red Chamber. Then, there was also the matured rheology research that allowed him to hold out against 10,000 others with just him alone. The last factor was very important. The fruit of charm, voice, that he had eaten quite a number of had contributed the most. As long as he spoke, he would be able to use his verbal charm to convince others. All of these together allowed his lecture to go smoothly. Online, many rheology experts did not say a word. The literary world's members also did not stir, as if they were all silent. Zhang Ye triumphed? The literary world had also recognized his point of view? Of course not. Zhang Ye was very clear about this. Those who had scolded or doubted him before were only temporarily silenced. This was because they still had not discovered a way to refute Zhang Ye's argument. So it was not the time to issue any statements. Zhang Ye believed that the world of rheology was in a mess at this very moment. He guessed that they would be gathered in groups to study Zhang Ye's public lecture videos to see if they could find any problems within before they issued their counter-arguments. Somewhere, at a certain place. Brotherly, this video. Don't speak, let's watch it again. We've watched this 3 times already. That Zhang Ye's explanations are too perfect. That's impossible. In the area of Dream of the Red Chamber, no one has been able to research fully about it. Keep looking, there's definitely some problem somewhere. His explanations might not fully make sense. Well, to be honest, I don't have much confidence left in myself. After watching these public lecture videos, I am almost convinced by Zhang Ye's explanations. Little Chun, don't laud his spirits. All right, then let's watch it once more. Old Song and the others are also doing their research. We have to hold out. We can't let a layperson like Zhang Ye smack our faces in our own field of study. If that happens, how can we raise our heads next time? Even if we have to quibble, we must find fault with Zhang Ye's public lecture content. This is not only for our own honor, but the honor and dignity of the whole rheology world. At another location. Watch it again. Brother you, we've already watched it 5 times. Play it again, especially the part where Zhang Ye analyzes the structure of Dream of the Red Chamber. This sort of thing was happening everywhere. Even those literary world members, who had returned from Zhang Ye's live public lecture at Peking University, did not admit defeat. They were looking for a way to fight back, to find where Zhang Ye may have mentioned something paradoxical. However, as time passed and the hard work put in by the rheologists, there was nothing to show for it in the end. This was a result that many of them were unable to accept. Could it be that the Zhang guy was really that good? That he could single-handedly take on the entire rheology world? Impossible. There must be a flaw in his arguments somewhere. Dream of the Red Chamber could not possibly be continued by another writer. Sometimes, conventional wisdom would be a community's advantage, but it was meant that they were trapped in it and were unable to accept new ideas. As for Zhang Ye, of course he knew that he would be put under a microscope and studied from today onwards, but he was fine with that and did not mind. It was already an ironclad fact that the 120-chapter version of Dream of the Red Chamber was continued by a different writer. This was not up for dispute. Even if someone wanted to find issue with Zhang Ye on this, he could still continue to argue and prove his point. He was not afraid. As for other questions regarding Dream of the Red Chamber, Zhang Ye's lecture today may not necessarily be correct either. He knew clearly that even in his previous world, there were still many controversial points regarding this topic. But coming back to this, even if there were problems with what he said, it still went back to his previous world's rheologists' many years of research. So how could it be refuted after just one day here? Impossible. When they finally found a reason to refute him, Zhang Ye's public lectures would have already been completed. His theory would have made its way into the minds of the people. By then, whether Zhang Ye wanted to continue the discussion with them or not would be irrelevant. because Zhang Ye's purpose this time was just to gain fame and popularity. Other than that, he also wanted to give this world's radiologists a new research direction. In the midst of this huge discussion, they might even be able to solve what his previous world's radiologists could not. And if they really managed to provide ironclad facts to refute Zhang Ye's theory, to finally give the topic a conclusion, which might in turn lead to the discovery of the original remaining manuscripts of Chao Shuoqin, then Zhang Ye would be more than happy to accept it. Because he himself was also an avid reader of Dream of the Red Chamber, he also wanted to know the truth behind Dream of the Red Chamber. Zhang Ye was not as noble as people thought, but neither was he as despicable as others felt. Chapter 330. The path of Peking University was the right one. It was late at night. These days, it started getting dark earlier, so it was actually only 9 p.m. His father knocked on his door. "Little Yi, your mom and I are going to bed." "Okay, good night." Zhang Ye switched off his computer and replied his father through the closed door. His father asked, "Do you want breakfast tomorrow morning? What time will you wake up at?" Zhang Ye laughed. "Yes. I have to teach a morning class tomorrow, so I will definitely be up early. Wake me up around 7 or 8 a.m. I want to have tofu pudding." "All right. I will get your mom to buy some tomorrow morning," Dad replied. Suddenly, Zhang Ye's cell phone rang. It was an unknown number. Zhang Ye picked up. "Hello, who is this?" "Teacher Zhang Ye. I'm a program producer from Beijing television station," said a man's voice. He could not decipher his age from the way he sounded, but he thought he might be 30-something or even 40-something. Zhang Ye acknowledged him without changing his tone when he heard that he was from Beijing television station. He said in a smiling tone, "Hello, for what reason would you be looking for me for?" That person replied, "A program slot was recently freed up on Beijing television station, and we will have a new program up around the end February, so there's still 1 to 2 months of preparation time. We feel that sinology has been a subject of interest recently. We would like to do a program similar to Lecture Room, but it would not be aired on the Arts channel to test the market. Rather, we intend for it to premiere on the Beijing television channel, satellite channel, itself. As for the lecturer, we have not yet decided on who yet. After much discussion, though, we feel that you are the most suitable. Teacher Zhang, you are an ex-employee of Beijing television station, and we hope you understand that we were forced to do what we did the previous time." Zhang Ye interrupted him, saying, "I understand all of that, don't worry. I'm not that petty." Zhang Ye was very clear about this. What Beijing radio station did to suppress him was something that he would remember for life. He could never forget that, but regarding his sacking at Beijing television station, Zhang Ye did not actually care about it, because he had really disrupted a live broadcast. He had been prepared to get fired and understood that the station was just handling business as business. These two matters were clear to Zhang Ye. He wasn't someone who did not speak reason, but I'm not intending to do such programs for now. That person said, "You can speak about other things, that's fine. Like Water Margin or Journey to the West, all that is fine. Let's put it this way, as long as you are the lecturer, we will agree to anything you want to speak about." Putting it in this manner could be said to be the greatest acknowledgement to a host. Zhang Ye thought over it for a bit, but still declined. "My schedule for the next few months are full, so I might not be able to afford the time. Let's talk about it in the future." That person did not force it. "Sure, then let's keep in contact." After hanging up, Zhang Ye was very clear. Beijing television station did not get Hu Fei to invite him, because it was clear that Hu Fei did not wish to be the bridge. Because of the incident of Zhang Ye's sacking, Hu Fei did not feel comfortable with it. This was why somebody else was given the task instead. Zhang Ye had not thought about his direction after this. After all, he was still a staff member of Weiwa Video, and he did not plan for future programs, nor did he give it any thought. So it would be better to decline Beijing television station for now and leave that option open for the future. At around 10 p.m. in the evening, Zhang Ye was about to go to bed when he received another call. It was Wang Xiaomei from the Beijing radio station. She was also helping someone to contact Zhang Ye. Jinshi television station was hoping to invite Zhang Ye over to do a discussion forum-like program, and even promised to give in to all Zhang Ye's demands should he come over. They would even pay for the breach of contract fee to Weiwa Video if he agreed to it. "I've done my part," Wang Xiaomei said. Zhang Ye replied, "Teacher Xiaomei, help me reject them." Wang Xiaomei asked, "You aren't even considering their offer?" Zhang Ye answered, It's not that I'm not considering, but maybe at a later date. All right, I'll help you pass the message. You can discuss with them in the future, Wang Xiaomei said. Zhang Ye laughed. Sure, don't burn the bridges though. I still have to consider, but now is not the time. I've got a lot on my plate to handle at the moment. He washed up and brushed his teeth. Zhang Ye lay in bed preparing to sleep, but couldn't fall asleep. The things that happened in the past 2 days had caused his mind to be too active. He had also slept very well. As such, tonight he was tossing and turning in his bed, feeling wide awake. Picking up his phone, Zhang Ye couldn't help but look through his fan club's tieba. He saw several congratulatory messages from Big Saber Bro and a few other of his hardcore fans. Zhang Ye replied to them, and then remembered something else, so he went over to take a look at the celebrity rankings of this world. It was as follows. Zhang Ye, D-list celebrity. D-list celebrity ranking, 59. This time, he had managed to raise his ranking by several dozen spots. Thinking back to when there was no talk show, Zhang Ye had just been promoted to the D-list rankings and hovered around the last spot. But as of today, after a few episodes of Zhang Ye's talk show and 2 public lectures on Dream of the Red Chamber, his ranking had already increased by quite a bit. Then checking on Peking University's official website, he saw that the first lecture had already garnered 19 million views, and the second lecture was already at 11 million views after being posted this afternoon. Good God, this was even more popular than his talk show performance. But it wasn't all that surprising since his talk show's target audience was the younger crowd, whereas his lectures about Dream of the Red Chamber could be enjoyed and watched by viewers of all age groups. As one of the 4 great classical novels, the attention it had was naturally also higher. Now that Zhang Ye's ranking hovered around the middle of the D-list celebrity rankings, when his public lectures were completed, and with the broadcast of his already completed talk show, Zhang Ye felt that he might even get into the C-list rankings. Although it got harder as he went higher, it was not impossible. As for his reputation points, Zhang Ye quickly brought up the interface of the game ring. His total reputation points, 16.28 million. This figure was still quickly increasing, visible to the naked eye. When he saw this, Zhang Ye got off his bed. This time, it would be even harder for him to fall asleep. He lit up a cigarette and couldn't help smiling to himself. He had not thought that it would accumulate to such a number. He had not checked it for the past few days at all. When he was doing his talk show, the reputation points accumulated had all been spent on buying memory search capsules. He did not have any points left after that. So the 16.28 million reputation points now were all gained from his lectures of Dream of the Red Chamber. This was a surprise to him. When Zhang Ye first came on board as a lecturer in Peking University, he hadn't thought that something like this would happen. It looked like his choice to speak about Dream of the Red Chamber this time had caused a commotion bigger than he had bargained for. Of course, he also understood that this was just because the information from the first 2 lectures was too shocking to everyone. Later on in the next few lectures, everyone's expectations would become higher, and thus his reputation points would not increase as quickly as they were now. But this was more than enough. He had gained fame and riches now. He felt that he had really made the right choice to develop himself at Peking University, who said that being a lecturer would require him to leave the entertainment circle. This was never the case. Like in his previous world, Yi Zhongtian, Lu Xinwu, and Yu Dan, didn't all of them gain fame by lecturing? Their names and reputation were more than comparable to any small-time celebrity. This path was right. To other celebrities in the entertainment circle, this path would have definitely been a dead end, because none of them had this sort of ability like Zhang Ye, who could cross over into the education world and still do what he wanted. To Zhang Ye, this was not a dead end, but a very suitable path that would aid his short-term development. Chapter 331. Time to do the lottery. It had been a while since he had last drawn from the lottery. He decided to try his luck. Zhang Ye leaned against the heater in the small room. He had moved a chair to sit next to it, as he rubbed his hands before opening the game interface. He spent 100,000 reputation points to buy a chance at the lottery. He was not planning on buying additional stakes on his first draw. He was just trying his luck, so he wanted to see what would happen first. The lottery began. The needle began spinning. Consumption category. Skills category. Stats category. Special category. Slowly, the needle stopped at the consumption category. A treasure chest, small, appeared. He placed it on the floor and opened the lid. Cupid sachet. Effective once it is worn. Increases the player's luck with the opposite sex for 5 minutes. Upon seeing the item had drawn, Zhang Ye let out a snicker. He had drawn this item before. He had come to know the Heavenly Queen through this item. If not for this item, Zhang Yuanqi would probably not have drunkenly come to his rented apartment in Jiamen East and knocked on his door. He managed to obtain it again. Without needing to talk further, this was a good thing. Zhang Ye scanned at the remaining items in his inventory. Save, X1. Red String of Fate, X1. Difficulty Adjustment Dice, X2. There was only that much. It was quite empty. Taking out the sachet from the treasure chest, Zhang Ye thought about it and did not put it into his inventory. He blinked his eyes and decided to use the sachet. Since he had nothing to do, he wanted to see what miraculous effect the sachet would create this time. Would it make another beauty appear again? Cupid sachets in effect. Countdown, 5 o'clock, for :59. Zhang Ye could not help but be excited. He looked around and pricked up his ears to see if anything happened outside his door. Oh, there were no sounds? This time she isn't coming in from the main door? Would a babe come in from the windows? Zhang Ye pulled the curtains to take a look. Still there was nothing. Could there be a living person underneath his bed? Zhang Ye squatted down and pulled the bedsheets apart. Still nothing. What's going on? Where did my Cupid luck go to? It can't be that because there's someone home, the Cupid sachet became ineffective? If a beauty really came knocking on the door, Zhang Ye believed his parents would be the first to be at the door. Then what sort of Cupid luck was that? He needed to be alone with a girl. Zhang Ye smacked his forehead. Zola. This was a Beijing dialect. It meant being wrong. Just as Zhang Ye was thinking his Cupid sachet had been wasted, his cell phone vibrated suddenly. Beep. Beep. It seemed like there was a notification sound. It was an unfamiliar sound to Zhang Ye. It was not a text message from his phone. Hence, he unlocked his phone after picking it from the bed. Oh, it was this world's chatting app. It was similar to his world's QQ or WeChat. Zhang Ye was accustomed to using it on a desktop and seldom chatted from his cell phone, so he had never heard the notification sound before. He didn't even use this account more than a few times. Ever since he became a public figure, Zhang Ye had registered a lot of new accounts and obtained verified status on them. He used his actual name, as it was more convenient. And after all, he wasn't that famous yet. If he used a nickname like Little Face Smacking Expert on Weibo or Tieba, most people wouldn't get to know him, nor would they be able to recognize him. Hence, he decided it was better to use his real name. As for the account logged into this cell phone, it was still Zhang Ye's old account, as after changing cell phones, he had never really used it, so his old account had always been logged in. The friends list was full of mostly random people, and he did not even remember when he joined some of the group chats. Since he no longer used the chatting account, most people on it did not know him. Who was that? People actually still look for me on this account? This bro's account nickname was I'm Your Daddy. Who was so bold as to chat with this bro? And it was a private chat? The avatar blinked and wobbled. Zhang Ye clicked on it out of curiosity. Pictures, pictures, and more pictures, and they were all being downloaded. They had not been opened yet. Zhang Ye noticed that this person was not a friend of his, but a member of the casual chatting group, Blossoms in Beijing. The chat window was a temporary chat amongst the group's members. This person was probably a girl. Her name was Water Lotus. Moon. Water Lotus Moon? Sailor Moon's, Water Ice Moon's sister? What pictures are you sending to me? And so many at one go? Zhang Ye counted. There were a total of 26 pictures. The pictures were quite large, and they were still being downloaded. His cell phone's internet speed was quite poor. After about 8 to 9 seconds, the pictures appeared one by one. Zhang Ye originally thought it would be similar to those emoticon packs in his world's QQ that were being sent over. However, when the first picture appeared on his screen, Zhang Ye's eyes nearly popped out. He was momentarily dumbfounded. They were all photographs. And sexy photographs of a real person. Pictures that could make one foam in the mouth. Zhang Ye was wondering what the situation was. Who was this person? Why did she send me these pictures? Good things should be shared. Perfect. Such generosity. Society is still filled with good people. Zhang Ye chuckled. Since he did not recognize this nickname, and his account was effectively anonymous, he sent a message. Friend. Nice. Water Lotus Moon quickly responded. Zhang Ye typed. Are there any more? Keep them coming. Water Lotus Moon said. Who are you? Zhang Ye said with a sweat drop flowing down his face. You sent me pictures without knowing me, but it's fine. We are all friends. Who is this woman? Her body is fabulous. Is there a photograph with her face? The other party was silent for several seconds before replying. You are also from the Blossoms in Beijing chat group. Zhang Ye wondered out loud. That's right. When you clicked on me to have a private chat, wasn't it done through the group? Did you send a group message? Sending it to everyone in the group? You are too generous. These sorts of benefits should be shared with everyone. I'll give you a like. Now on the internet, everyone is separated by a computer. People have begun to lack trust. It is helpless and tragic. Now, we need people like you to break down the walls between people, letting our hearts be enjoined together. Spread the love. Having not chatted in a while, Zhang Ye unknowingly began babbling on. He found it difficult to stop once he got into the mood. The other party did not reply. Zhang Ye hurriedly said, Come on, friend. Send me a few more. The people need you. If not, tell me where you found those pictures. I will download them myself. This fellow never thought of any other possibilities. Then he saw Water Lotus Moon send a message. Friend, this big sis sent them to the wrong person. A friend asked me to send a few scenery pictures of when I was on vacation. I chose the wrong picture folder and sent you all the pictures in it. Holy sh*t. Those were all pictures of you. Chapter 332. In the cell phone chatting window, Zhang Ye asked, Is this your photograph? Beep. Beep. Water Lotus Moon's message came in. Please don't spread it around. Upon receiving the answer, he wiped his forehead. Man, are these really taken of yourself? Sorry, I didn't know. I still thought you got someone's photographs and posted it in the group chat. Don't mind what I just said. Then, I didn't deliberately look at your pictures. You sent me a bunch, so I subconsciously glanced at it. Actually, I didn't look at them very carefully. Really. Thinking about how he had talked about the walls between people and how love should be spread, Zhang Ye felt a bit embarrassed. To think the person in the picture was this sailor Mo, Water Lotus Moon. Water Lotus Moon, it's fine. Since you have seen it, whatever. Just don't spread it out. So generous? Zhang Ye blinked. Big sis, don't you worry. Water Lotus Moon. If you can delete the pictures I mistakenly sent you, that would be even better. Zhang Ye said without any hesitations. Sure, hold on. If it was anyone else, they might not really delete it. After all, the other party would not know even if they didn't. So although Zhang Ye's personality was a bit of a troublemaker, what he said was reliable. After agreeing to do so, he immediately deleted all the pictures on his cell phone and took a screenshot before sending it to her. The screenshot showed that all the pictures of Water Lotus Moon had turned into crosses. There was no way to show them anymore. Zhang Ye said, All the pictures and records have been deleted. As for the temporary saves, they have been cleared too. Don't you worry. The spread of the pictures will stop at me. Saying that, to adequately assuage her, Zhang Ye took another screenshot of the information of his pictures folder. He did not like taking photographs, so there was not a single photograph in it. There were only a few default pictures that came with the phone. After providing a screenshot of the listing of the pictures directory to her, he took a screenshot of his most recent chatting history. The first person on the list was Water Lotus Moon, and the second chat history was 3 months ago. Zhang Ye was telling her that he did not save her pictures by sending her pictures to anyone. And since it all happened in a flash, only 30 seconds had passed since the pictures arrived. So Zhang Ye did not have the time to wire up his phone or other method to transfer it to his computer or other devices. Hence, those screenshots proved his innocence. Water Lotus Moon sent a smiling emoticon. Thanks, young lad. Zhang Ye smiled and said, You are welcome. I shouldn't have seen it in the first place. Water Lotus Moon. You sure are polite. Her. It's no big deal actually. For some reason, my mouse wobbled just now, so it's all my fault. Since the photographs don't include my face, it's all right. Man, you should have told me earlier. If it's all right, I wouldn't have deleted them. Those alluring photographs, what a pity. However, from the chat message from Water Lotus Moon, Zhang Ye figured out something. The mouse cursor wobbled for some unknown reason. The person she wanted to chat with was incorrectly chosen. Even the photographs sent over were in such a large quantity. Clearly, that was not a coincidence. It was the Cupid sachets effect. The Cupid sachet was not being ineffective. It was just not Cupid luck in real life this time. It had become an interaction on the internet through Cupid luck. And from looking at Water Lotus Moon's figure from the photographs, even if she was not a stunning beauty, she would definitely not be bad looking. Of course, things were not certainly through. There were people with stunning figures, but very unsightful faces. DD. Water Lotus Moon. Are you schooling? Zhang Ye. No, I've been working for some time. Water Lotus Moon. When did you join the group? I've never seen you. Zhang Ye. Not sure either. A few months ago. I think someone invited me, and I just joined. I've never spoken in the chat. What about you? You have always been in this group. Water Lotus Moon. I joined yesterday. I wanted to go on vacation over the Lunar New Year, so I searched for a group to join. I seldom go on the internet too. Zhang Ye. There sure is a lot of people during the Lunar New Year. Water Lotus Moon. Nothing you can do about that. Everyone is on break during the Lunar New Year. Zhang Ye. How old are you? Water Lotus Moon. In my 30s. What about you? Zhang Ye. Then I really need to call you big sis. I'm in my 20s. Maybe it was because of the photographs pulling their relationship closer. The two carried on chatting. Zhang Ye thought that after seeing her naked photos, she would be embarrassed, but he had guessed wrongly. Water Lotus Moon did not seem to especially mind. Suddenly, Water Lotus Moon sent a smiling emoticon. I recall that you said my figure is good? Zhang Ye coughed and typed. I think so. Water Lotus Moon. Is that the truth or just some flattery? Zhang Ye. Of course it's the truth. I didn't even know that it was you in the photos. What's there for me to flatter? However, your photos really make it look like you are not in your 30s. I would have thought you were in your 20s. Water Lotus Moon. Is it that exaggerated? Well, do you want to see more? Upon seeing that, Zhang Ye sat up from his bed. He immediately typed. Yes, is it all right? Water Lotus Moon's response speed was average. She did not type very fast. If you want to take a look, it is okay. The pictures were not meant to be seen by people. However, you are Big Sis' first audience member. Since you were so nice to delete the photos, and aren't bad, I'll send you a few more. Zhang Ye hurriedly said, That's my honor. I'm looking forward to it. Saying that, he sent a cute picture of a cat sitting on the ground, blinking with its watery eyes. There was no shame. If you didn't know how to grab the opportunity with a golden mountain before you, that was what shame was. Water Lotus Moon. That picture of yours is quite funny. Following that, Zhang Ye's chatting app began buzzing. Beep, 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 beep. There were 5 beeps, and 5 pictures were sent over. Now with fewer pictures, his internet speed managed to download them with ease. They were almost immediately downloaded. A new picture came in. It was a close-up of her buttocks. In the high-resolution photo, not only was there a close-up of her buttocks, it was also naked. Unfortunately, it was not taken from the bottom, but from her back downwards. Many of the critical parts could not be seen. He could only see large parts of supple flesh and a pretty angle. To take such a photo by herself, the angle's position was really quite hard to grasp. The second picture was even more provocative. There was no clothes on her body. Water Lotus Moon was sitting on the ground across a mirror with her legs tightly crossed together, doing a very alluring pose. Her hand was held onto her left breast. Her long hair sprawled down onto her shoulders and chest. On the top of the photograph, he could see the trace of her chin. Not much of it was revealed, so there was no way to see her face. The third picture, Water Lotus Moon was lying on a platform that looked like a bay window. The sun's rays were shining in from the outside, lighting up her naked body. If this picture was really taken by a bay window, then the curtains definitely could not be drawn. It was definitely in the daytime. She sure was bold, unafraid that her neighbors would see her. The fourth picture, lower body. She did not wear underwear, but wore a black pair of stockings. Fifth picture, in the bathroom. She was lying in a bathtub filled with water. The water was probably moving, and her accentuating figure line was being refracted by the water, but whatever that one wanted to be seen could be basically seen. That seductive pose was beyond words. He finished looking at all of them. Zhang Ye's throat was a bit dry. I've received them. Water Lotus Moon. Have you seen all of them? Zhang Ye. Yes, so beautiful. Your figure is too good. Water Lotus Moon. I'm just a bit fatter. Zhang Ye disagreed. Not at all. That is just nice. Not one bit more or less. I especially like that little tummy of yours. Very beautiful and feels just right. It's like a piece of art. Your body's proportions are also extremely good. Well, the only problem is that the angle of the photograph isn't perfect and a bit tilted. In the West, people were more open, So these sorts of photos were commonly seen. Zhang Ye also began to use an artistic point of view to chat with her. Water lotus moon. You seem to know a bit. Zhang Ye. Not really. Just speaking randomly. Water lotus moon. You are quite right. These sort of photos can only be taken by myself. I need to stretch out one hand or place it on a tripod, so there are limitations. The angle and lighting isn't easy to grasp, so it's not easy to take them. I'm also not some professional photographer. Just doing it in an amateurish manner. Zhang Ye asked, You like to take these kinds of artistic photos? After pondering for a while, did he come up with such a euphemistic term? Water lotus moon. Kinda. I take them every few days. I record the beautiful times before I grow old. If not, there might not be a chance in the future. Zhang Ye said boldly. Do you still have these kind of artistic photos? Water lotus moon. Probably a few thousand. Zhang Ye's nose nearly bled. A few thousand? Water lotus moon. Accumulated bit by bit through time. Year by year, it just passed without me knowing. Why? You still want to take a look? Zhang Ye hurriedly said, Yes. For exclamation marks were used to express his feelings. Asking for the pictures. Asking for the seeds, big sis. Suddenly, his game ring's interface lit up. Countdown complete. Cupid sachet effects has ended. Following that, the cell phone kept buzzing. Water lotus moon sent a message. Forget it. We'll chat again. I'm going to sleep. You sleep early too. By the way, remember to delete the photos. Don't spread them. Don't sleep. Why would the Cupid sachet lose effect at this moment? Sending pictures and chatting. The 5 minutes had passed too quickly. However, Zhang Ye could not say anything else but say, All right, go take a rest. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. After Water Lotus Moon said that, her avatar turned dim. Zhang Ye was hardly satisfied, nor could he fall asleep. Although he could think of was the supple flesh of Water Lotus Moon's photographs. Hence, he clicked on Water Lotus Moon's personal profile. Nickname, Water Lotus Moon. Age, secret. Sex, woman. Job, none. City, Beijing. Introduction, seldom on the web. Don't disturb. As for the other information, such as photos, there was none, if not private. This person's information was too simple. Chapter 333. What to talk about for the third lecture. Dong dong. There was a knock on his door. Son. Yes. It's time to wake up. I got you tofu pudding. Got it, Mom. I'm getting up now. Hurry. You have a class this afternoon. Eat it while it's still hot. Zhang Yi stretched his lazy ass. It was getting cold in the house, and he did not feel like getting out of his blanket. He wrapped it around himself and searched for the clothes that he was going to wear today, pulled them into his blanket, and got dressed piece by piece. Then he got off his bed to wash up and have his breakfast. He did not sleep well last night. He had a dream in which Water Lotus Moon appeared. Her very large breasts, which he saw in her photos, were bouncing about in his dream had tormented him for the whole night. It was very alluring. This big sis photos were really too coquettish. After the meal, his parents went to work. Zhang Yi noticed the time. It was also time for him to leave. When he went downstairs, he took out his cell phone and took a look at the avatar of Water Lotus Moon. It was darkened, probably not because she was on invisible mode, but rather because she was not online. He gave up and took another glance at the photos that she sent to him later on. He clenched his teeth. Even though it was so pitiful, he still deleted them as promised. After all, Water Lotus Moon had specifically requested him to do so, as this was a matter of her privacy. If she had trusted him so much, then he would respect her request. What if he had really accidentally lost his cell phone or they got leaked out? This was not an outcome that Zhang Yi would want to witness. Even though network security in this world was very strong, there was no guarantee that something like that wouldn't happen. Thinking back of his previous world, didn't those foreign celebrities cause an uproar and commotion when their cell phone photos were leaked out? No matter how secure it was, there were always some hackers who could outsmart the system. He gathered up his mind. Off to work. Zhang Yi drove to Peking University. On the way, Zhang Ye's phone rang. Wu Ziqing had called. Little Zhang, come to my office in a while. Zhang Yi said, All right, President Wu. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Then he drove faster and arrived at the entrance of Peking University. He parked his car at the building behind the man-made lake and walked up the stairs in large strides. This side of the building was newly constructed and not older than a few years. Compared to the Chinese department where Zhang Yi worked, This place was much newer and the decorations were much more exquisite. When he went upstairs and turned around the corridor, he heard many voices chattering away. The vice president's office was open. There were about 8 people inside. President Wu, this has affected classes for our other departments. President Wu, the Chinese department is Peking University's symbol. We understand that. Now that Zhang Ye's class is doing well and has attracted a lot of good attention from the public, it has raised the name of our Chinese department and would help in this year's department ranking selection. But you cannot let this affect the other departments. It's not that we don't care about the overall situation, but every time Zhang Ye holds a public lecture, our students play truant and skip classes to attend his lecture. They did not sign up for the appreciation of the classics elective, but still go to his lecture over their main classes. In the end, the ones to suffer will be the students themselves. It would still affect the reputation of our university. Our department's teachers also have our views, President Wu. Don't be biased. There are still other departments in Peking University. You really cannot have any more public lectures, right? If that won't do, holding it at night would be fine. When Zhang Ye heard this, he stood in the corridor and did not enter. He understood that these department leaders and lecturers had all come to President Wu to make their cases known. Zhang Ye's contributions had fired up their Chinese department and given them something to cheer about, but the other departments were unable to compete with his popularity. Students from their departments had all gone over to the Chinese department to listen in on his lectures, and those department leaders and teachers were not happy about it. With a helpless laugh, Zhang Ye walked in. President Wu. After saying that, he nodded to the other teachers and professors. He did not know the people from the other departments well, so he could not name them. He could only give a simple greeting. Upon seeing the person in question arrive, Teacher Zhou said, "Teacher Zhang, you are here. Did you hear what we said? Don't put it to heart. We aren't targeting you. The reason is that too many students are playing truant." Saying that, he pointed to the documents on the table. Take a look. When you hold a public lecture, the class attendance in our departments dropped by 30%. This is the lowest in all these years. Same for the mathematics department. Same on our side. The students don't want to come to class. The chattering increased. Some of their attitudes were all right, while some teachers and professors did not give a good attitude towards Zhang Ye. Their dissatisfaction was written on their faces. Zhang Ye felt sorry and had nothing to say. About that, Wu Ziqing knocked on the table and gently smiled. "All right, I've heard what everyone has said. Go back now. I will handle this matter from here and will definitely give everyone a satisfactory answer." Teacher Zhou said, "All right, then we will be leaving." Since President Wu had already given her promise, there was nothing left for them to say. Wu Ziqing's reputation and authority in Peking University was very high. Everyone knew they could trust her. The people left. The door was closed. Only Zhang Ye and Wu Ziqing were left in the office. "Do you want tea or water?" Wu Ziqing stood up with a smile and got a paper cup. No. You take a seat. I will get it myself." Zhang Ye took the paper cup, not wanting to trouble President Wu. He went over to the water dispenser and poured himself a cup of hot water, sat down and drank. Wu Ziqing took a sip of her tea courteously. "Are you tired from these past 2 days?" Zhang Ye smiled. "No. This workload isn't much compared to being a host. It's almost the semester break, and there's not many days left for lessons." Every time he saw Wu Ziqing, she was always very gentle and beautiful. Her dressing was never outstanding, but it would slowly eat into you. Today, President Wu wore a traditional classical long dress. It was white based with black flowers on it. It belonged to a more Chinese style with the dress covering the full length of her legs. She was wearing plain colored high heels with ethnic prints on it. It was also Chinese styled. She wore a knitted black sweater without buttons for her top, but it did not reveal much of her chest area, so needless to say, there was no cleavage shown either. The top edge of the full-length dress was very high, so anything that needed to be covered was covered. She dressed very conservatively and very elegantly. If this were ancient times, she would definitely be a scion of a large noble family, and from her bearing, one would immediately know she was a beauty who was gifted in poetry, painting, chess, and music. It was really nice. She was so beautiful beyond words. As Zhang Ye drank the water, he kept glancing at her. Wu Ziqing placed the teacup down. "You might have heard from just now. Actually, the teachers from the other departments are quite displeased. Let's do it this way. Today's public lecture will be changed into an ordinary class. It will be held in a small lecture theater. Zhang Ye did not have any problems with that. All right, it's your choice. I'm fine with anything. There's quite a number of people who will probably be here today, but just the reporters are a little troublesome to handle. After saying that, Wu Ziqing picked up her desk phone and made a call to delegate some instructions. Hello, little Lu, go arrange. Teacher Zhang Ye will not be holding a public lecture, but will be holding the class in a lecture theater instead. Only the students enrolled in appreciation of the classics will be allowed to enter the class. Let the reporters know early and that there will be no interviews allowed. Yes, I know. The reporters are already here. Communicate with them a little. At most, promise them an interview after the class, right? Do what you need to regarding the students. If it really does not work out, go and get their relevant department teachers to bring them away. After she hung up the phone, Zhang Ye was a bit embarrassed. Sorry, President Wu, for causing you so much trouble, causing everyone to do all this extra work. There's nothing to be sorry about. Wu Ziqing smiled warmly. She did not laugh very loudly, but always held back a little. This shows that your teaching level is recognized by everyone. It's a good thing. Looks like I did not recruit the wrong guy. I know that regarding this course, you'd be the best person to teach it. Zhang Ye said with gratitude. Thank you for your trust. Wu Ziqing ran her fingers down the hair that hung down her left side. In fact, from the beginning, I had never thought of you. But when I saw you on the flight returning to Beijing, I had a feeling that you would be very suitable. Not only did I believe that you'd lecture well, I also felt that you would open new doors for this elective class and bring about change. Honestly, your performance really surprised me and everyone else. Do you know about the university rankings? Zhang Ye was stunned momentarily. Of course I know it. Isn't the ranking done yearly? Wu Ziqing smiled and said, the ranking selection has already begun this year. The results should be released in a few more days. You have let many people in the Chinese department have hope, including me. Zhang Ye said in confusion, that can't be. Isn't our Peking University Chinese department the best in its field? Although it can't be compared to the mathematics department or sciences faculty's dominance in the rankings, we would still be considered to be the top of our field, right? Peking University's science faculty was peerless in the country. Even though the Chinese department was not of that level, they were still a representation of Peking University. Wu Ziqing said, that's old news. Why so? It's no longer good. Zhang Ye asked. We can't say it's not good. It's just that we have been stagnant for too long and have not made further achievements, while others like Nanjing University and Tsinghua University and even Beijing Normal University have been catching up to us. 2 years ago and last year, they had even tied or surpassed our Chinese department's ranking. Everyone says that our Peking University's Chinese department is in its decline. Even within Peking University, there are many people saying so. When I was assigned to take charge of the Chinese department, I could feel the pressure over the past 2 years when I took over. Wu Ziqing looked at him. This is also one of the reasons why I invited you to join us. I wanted to bring change to Peking University's Chinese department. And you have done what all of us could never imagine. You were outstanding. Zhang Ye finally understood. Why did Chang Kaiga and the others suddenly change their attitude towards him? They were hoping that Zhang Ye would bring them back to where the Chinese department belonged. Peking University's Chinese department was still a top-ranked department throughout the country, but to Peking University's Chinese department, top-ranked wasn't enough. They had to be ahead of everyone else, because in the past years, they had always been the top dog in their field. Number 2 or 3 wasn't too bad either. That might be true for other universities, but to Peking University, only number 1 would be good enough. Zhang Ye smiled bitterly. With my little bit of ability, what can I do? I can only talk about some topics that I researched and analyzed before. It's even too controversial. I don't think that would be much help to the Chinese department. Wu Ziqing grinned. That's not necessarily true. The university ranking process has always been a very complex process consisting of many factors. This time, your dream of the red chamber analysis might have already been put into consideration for the university rankings for our department. As usual, our department hasn't had any new achievements this year, and the previous professor for appreciation of the classics class had also been forced to stop classes because of his illness. If it had continued on like this, then it would have been likely that our ranking would remain the same as the previous 2 years. First place would have been out of reach, or we might even have been dropped to third place. That is without question, but after you joined us, you revealed the secret of Dream of the Red Chamber. No matter how controversial that may be, you would have increased our scoring by quite a bit. This is because literature has always been controversial since ancient times. It's not like mathematics where 1 is always 1 and 2 will always be 2. Zhang Ye immediately felt the pressure. President Wu, then what do you want me to do? Wu Ziqing smiled and said, just do your best and leave the rest to the heavens. As long as you continue to do well in your next few classes, it will be fine. Don't do anything purposefully. Oh, right. I saw that you have already brought all the important points in your first 2 lectures, so what will you be talking about today? Dean Chong had looked for me this morning to discuss about it. He said that if he knew you were so quick to point out all the arguments and analysis, then he would have let you spread it out over more classes. That would have satisfied the class hours too. Zhang Ye said happily, don't worry about that. I've already thought about what to say. This tempo is just right. I will do well in the remaining classes. Wu Ziqing nodded. If you say so, then I am relieved. All right, it's almost time. Go and busy yourself with your work. Everyone's looking forward to your performance. Zhang Ye said, I'm also a staff of Peking University's Chinese department. Contributing to the department is my duty. I cannot and do not dare to guarantee that our Chinese department would rise in the rankings because of me, but I can promise that my class will not cause any more problems. What should he talk about in the 3rd class? Zhang Ye had already thought of it. He planned to follow through with his point of view and main argument with a refreshing method of presentation. He would talk about something that did not exist in this world, something that no one had ever heard of. Chapter 334, Breaking New Ground Again. Morning. Peking University, Chinese department, in the lecture theater. When Zhang Ye arrived, the venue was still chaotic. Many reporters were outside, trying to squeeze to get in, but were prohibited by security. A few Peking University students from other departments also wanted to attend the class, but there were some teachers blocking the entrance, persuading them with earnest words, asking them to leave. However, these students did not leave. Return to your classes. Teacher, I don't have a class today. Can't we listen outside, through the windows? There are still seats in the classroom. Teacher Kong, just let me inside. Everyone, hurry up and leave. There's no room for negotiation today. President Wu has already announced it. In the end, there were still a large bunch of students who refused to leave. They leaned on the windows or stood by the doors. The teachers also did. Not leave, but they stopped trying to persuade them. As for the reporters, not a single one of them left. They moved to spots outside the windows, ignoring the security guards, and began filming. When Zhang Ye walked into his class, all his enrolled students were already present. He did not feel that there was any differences in a public lecture or a class like that. Since the video lecture would be posted online later on, whoever wanted to watch it could watch it. A class held in a small classroom, on the other hand, was much quieter. There were no people with nefarious motives to cause trouble. He had more freedom to say what he wanted. Everyone quiet down. I'll start taking attendance. Li Qinggan. A boy raised his hand. Here. Zhang Ye said. Yaomi. Here. Yaomi giggled. Li. Zhang Ye checked on the attendance. Here. Li raised his hand high up. There was a 100% attendance rate. Zhang Ye was pleased as he smiled. His students had given him face. All right, with everyone here, we can begin today's class. Be it the students seated in the classroom or those students leaning against the windows, they immediately pricked up their ears. The reporters were also invigorated as they prepared to hear Zhang Ye's introduction. In the last 2 lessons, whatever needed to be said had been said. Teacher Zhang Ye also did not plan on repeating the evidence that supported his point. Hence, in that case, there was nothing left to talk about. How was he going to continue lecturing? This was what everyone was curious about. Chang Kaiga also came. There was also Department Dean, Zhen Shuquan. They were both sitting in the last row of the classroom. Today, quite a number of teachers from the Peking University Chinese department came. Su Na and Professor Zhang were some of the examples. They were all very concerned about Zhang Ye's 3rd class. The outcome for the entire country's department rankings were about to be posted in the coming days. They had not kept their hopes up originally, but Zhang Ye's public lectures had given them hope once again. Hence, all the department leaders placed great importance on Zhang Ye's class. The reporters were in a similar position. With many people discussing the truth behind Dream of the Red Chamber, In Zhang Ye's shocking point of view, they naturally wanted to be first to hear the news. Zhang Ye leaned on the podium and smiled and said, "Everyone should have gone back and pondered over the things I mentioned in my previous 2 classes. Do you agree with it?" Yaomi was the first to answer. "Yes, definitely." Senior Song also nodded her head. There was indeed multiple problems in the chapters after the 80th. Senior Zhou also agreed. "What you said made a lot of sense. It's impossible to doubt it." Zhang Yi said, "It seems that a majority of my students express agreement. Then people might begin to doubt, since the chapters after the 80th of Dream of the Red Chamber were not written by Mr. Chao Shuiqin, and the missing manuscripts cannot be found at this moment in time. Then are we to just sit here and twiddle our fingers? Are we not going to do anything?" He paused and smiled and said, "That won't be the case. There are still many things we can do. In today's class, I will talk about a new topic in the study of Dream of the Red Chamber that I named myself." As he said that, he picked up a piece of chalk and wrote 3 words on the blackboard. Vestige forensics. The students turned stunned. Chang Kaiga and Professor Zheng looked at each other with questioning looks. "What's that?" The reporters outside were excited. As expected, this Zhang Ye had new tricks up his sleeve every day. We knew he wouldn't wish to stay mundane. He was about to reveal something new again. Senior Song raised her hand. "Teacher, what topic and field of study is this?" "Vestige forensics?" Senior Zhou stared and said, "Why have I never heard of this before?" Zhang Yi lowered his hand to gesture for them to sit down. He said, "It seems everyone is unfamiliar with this topic. Actually, just a simple explanation and you will all understand. The vestige forensics of Dream of the Red Chamber is established based on the foundations that the chapters after the 80th were lost. In the academic field I have researched, forensics does not mean haphazard guesses. It is not fictitious guesses, but using the first 80 chapters on the whole and the guidance of ancient manuscripts, as well as relevant historical information and records, to infer the original words and intentions of Chao Shuiqin. This field of research and topic can help us find the original intended plot and developments of Chao Shuiqin's Dream of the Red Chamber. It will allow us to know how Chao Shuiqin's 108 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber should have been written." Senior Zhou said with a gasp. Is that possible?" Li Ying also stared in a daze. "Yeah, is that possible?" Su Na and Professor Zheng gasped. Zhang Yi could restore Dream of the Red Chamber. In this world, no one believed Dream of the Red Chamber was continued by someone else, so of course, there was no research such as vestige forensics. However, in Zhang Ye's world, vestige forensics of Dream of the Red Chamber was already very mature in development. Many radiologists were immersed in it, spending their entire lives in this field of research. Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Many of you do not seem to believe me, but I can tell you that it is possible. In the following classes, I will be talking about this. Of course, it's the same. This is my own personal analysis and research. If you feel there's something problematic or disagreeable about it, we can discuss it during or after class." Everyone's appetite was whet. After Zhang Ye's lecture, many people already believed that Dream of the Red Chamber was continued. Didn't you see those experts from the literary world completely at a loss for words? Hence, everyone was naturally wondering what the true plot in the chapters after the 80th was. Zhang Ye had boasted saying that he could use vestige forensics to infer the true ending. Everyone did not believe him, but they were very curious and looked forward to it. "Teacher Zhang, hurry up and talk about it." "That's right, don't keep us on our toes. If Dream of the Red Chamber can really be restored, that would truly be fascinating." The students began to echo. However, Zhang Yi smiled and said, Everyone finds it fascinating? Actually, it's nothing fascinating. Many of the plot's development and the fates of the characters had been set in stone during the first 80 chapters. According to my forensics, Chao Shuiqin's chapter 81 begins from chapter 73. It is the chapter that ends the 9th unit of the entire book. From chapter 82, a new plot unit will begin. I mentioned this before. Then, from chapter 73 onwards, it begins to wildly beat the gongs and drums about the internal conflicts going on in the Jia residence. The external conflicts, and when interlaced together, exploded. This is an edifice that is already shaking. It was about to collapse at any time. As Simple picked up a highly embarrassing object, she caused Prospect Garden to be raided. Raiding Prospect Garden was a matter pertaining only to Ronghua Mansion, but in the end, Lady Xing and a Wang Shangbao's wife went in, causing chaos to ensue. It was completely without any proprietary. When the raid reached Tanshan, how did Tanshan act? The most tragic was Skybright, who died. Skybright was the most important of the 12 beauties of Jinling Register. In the first 80 chapters, Qin Kuching, who was in the register, died in chapter 13. When the story developed to this plot unit, there were people beginning to die. Hence, the tragic fate of the family unfolded as the family slowly declined. Then in chapters 78 to 80, the females in the family were on the brink of death. Inshun made a mistake by getting betrothed to Zhongshan Wolf, and wolves eat people. When Shui Pan married Xia Jingui, Caltrip was also nearing the end of her life. According to Chao Shuichen's plan in writing this entire tragedy, once that happened, people from the main register had to die too. Qin Kuching died near the beginning, and now, it was time for Jia Yingchun to die. People from the supplementary register also needed to die. Hence, in Chao Shuichen's chapter 81, it should follow the trajectory of chapter 73, ending in a tragedy. The deaths of people in the supplementary register should have carried on. Those from the main register would also die. Those who were supposed to die should have been Jia Yingchun and Caltrip. Hence, according to Chao Shuichen's textual structure, I believe the 81st chapter of Dream of the Red Chamber should have a chapter title like this: Zhongshan Wolf swallows a beauty, a termagant ends a soul. Everyone believed that even if Zhang Ye was going to talk about it, he would not talk about it in deep detail, and just vaguely talk about it by brushing against the surface. No one expected that Zhang Ye's so-called self-created vestige forensics had been studied to such great detail. The things he inferred were all very strict and precise. He even guessed from forensics the 81st chapter's title. Just this alone stunned Chang Kaiga and Professor Zhang. Zhang Ye lectured bit by bit. The crowd listened in shock. At times, they were gasping in shock, and sometimes engaging in deep thought throughout the lecture. One class quickly finished. This time there was no extension. Zhang Ye followed his own pace, and after finishing, he began keeping his documents. All right, that will be all for today. If there's anything you do not understand, you can ask me after class. Class dismissed. After attending this class, the Chinese department's leaders and a few professors no longer had any doubts. Though Zhang Ye did not talk about the problems about the author of Dream of the Red Chamber, it did not mean he had nothing else to talk about. Now, it was even better. He had put forth a new topical study in readology, and it was extremely interesting. In addition to this, everything adhered to the logical trajectory. Maybe Zhang Ye was not right, but you had to admit that this was breaking new ground in readology research. Following Zhang Ye's previous point of view, he had once again stepped to the forefront of readology research. He was shattering everyone's entrenched understanding bit by bit. Chapter 335, this semester's last class. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days. In a few days' time, Zhang Ye held his lessons as usual. The students got more and more addicted listening to him. Zhang Ye also became more and more excited about lecturing. Every time, only after someone reminded him that he had exceeded the class given time would he stop the class. These few days, with strong urging from the students, Peking University had approved another of Zhang Ye's lectures to be held as a public lecture. What was different this time was that it would be held at night, instead to avoid affecting other classes. The grand auditorium could not always be reserved for Zhang Ye. There were still other teachers who used it, as well as activities held in it. Zhang Ye couldn't get reservation slots, so he just held the lectures at the 1,200-seater auditorium. The nighttime public lectures were always full. Even if you were early to class, you might not be able to get a seat, let alone if you were late for class. You might have heard of queuing up to buy groceries. You might have heard of queuing up to buy property, but you definitely have never heard of queuing up to attend classes. When other institutes of higher learning heard this, they were speechless. If anyone told them that this situation would happen for an elective class, the people from Peking University would never believe it, ever, but all of this was now happening right before their eyes. Zhang Ye had done it. No one could be unconvinced by it. Today was Zhang Ye's last lesson. In the auditorium, there were especially many people. A lot of the students were packed into the auditorium, as even some seats were shared by 2 people. Of course, what was more worthy to note was the seats at the side of the auditorium. There were many unfamiliar older faces. There were men and women of at least 30 years old. Before the class started, Zhang Ye had heard Chang Kaiga mention that some of these people were radiologists or from the community. Some of them were also from other institutes of higher learning or the education system. They had all applied to attend this last lecture beforehand. Some of them might have been hoping to find mistakes to pick on, while others were here with the hope of learning more. On stage, Zhang Ye spoke seriously. The title of the 108th chapter might have been called "The Divine Luminescent Understands the Meaning of Letting Go at a Precipice. The Stone Returns," with a listing revealed. Why do I say so? Because when the beggar couple encounters the large snowstorm at the end, there was no way for them to survive in the open. They might have gone into the wilderness and discovered a farmhouse. They wished the farmhouse would open the door to provide them with some warmth, and they eventually discovered that the master and mistress of the farmhouse were very kind to them. The lectures of these past few days had already left everyone unable to speak. Senior Song, Senior Zhou, and some others who were usually very active no longer questioned anything. Outsiders who came to listen into the class did not manage to interject a single word. Even those who came to cause trouble could not keep up with Zhang Ye's pace. They were completely brought into a new realm of knowledge that they did not understand: vestige forensics. All they could do was listen to it in a daze. Beforehand, no one had expected Zhang Ye's research to be so detailed. From the 81st to the 108th chapter, Zhang Ye had logically guessed the chapter titles of each of them. He presented to them what he thought would have been the original plot of the story in such detail that he even included all the plot foreshadowing from the first 80 chapters. It was too amazing. It was really too awesome. Just what sort of knowledge capacity did he have? Throughout the course of this lecture, it had left many people believing more and more that someone else had continued the writing after the first 80 chapters. They felt that Zhang Ye's analysis of Dream of the Red Chamber was the original plot development of the novel instead. According to the plot described by Zhang Ye, it was a more logical and suitable ending. Many of the logical errors that had left the readology world frustrated were solved perfectly by the way Zhang Ye spoke about it. A readologist even lowered his head to take notes. He listened with an open mind and did not dare to put on airs in front of Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye carried on speaking. This character was also foreshadowed. He is one of the characters that would participate in the finale. They should be received by the second maid's parents. It was too late to save Shi Shangyun. She was already frozen to death at the second maid's house. As it was winter, even the ground was frozen, so they buried her with great efforts. That night, the farming couple let Baoyu enjoy a good rest, but Baoyu was filled with thoughts. Finally, he heard a summoning from the sky. It was a monk and a priest. The immortals from the heavenly realm summoned him. He realized he was just a divine luminescent page-in-waiting that descended to the mortal world for a trip. He was to return to the heavenly realm. When he returned to the heavenly realm, he received his final enlightenment. He understood that heading to heaven by becoming a monk was all superficial. The real point was to let go at a precipice and understand that all splendor and riches were ephemeral. And just knowing this bit was not enough, because the ancients had already figured this out a long time ago. In the midst of that fleeting cloud, a soul not corrupted by society's bad politics, economics, or culture, this was compassion for the weak. It was a relentless pursuit for beauty and was the most valuable thing. Heavenly realm? Divine luminescent page-in-waiting? The crowd was surprised. Zhang Ye said he was a divine luminescent page-in-waiting who returned to the heavenly realm. The enlightened Baoyu was the stone lying at the foot of Green Sickness Peak. With the stone returning to the heavenly realm, it was filled with words. These words would be the 108 chapters of the story of the stone, which is also known as Dream of the Red Chamber. After the 108 chapters, there would be a love ranking, which was a meaningful list for Baoyu, called the King of the Flowers. Then it would be a list of the 108 girls listed in groups. Each group had 12 people, creating a total of 9 groups. At this point, Zhang Ye gave a light smile. This is my personal dissection of the content in the last 40 chapters of Chao Shuichen's 108 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber. I think this is the true storyline of Chao Shuichen's Dream of the Red Chamber. Finishing the lecture with his usual high standards, Zhang Ye closed his lecture documents and exhaled. He smiled and said, "All right, this semester's classes will end here. It's over. I haven't heard enough. That's right, it's so exciting. Teacher Zhang, you sure are well learned. Are you going to hold classes as usual next semester? Teacher, you won't be leaving, right? I'm waiting to register for appreciation of the classics next semester. Most elective classes were only held for one semester a year. Zhang Ye was very pleased upon hearing that. He said, thanks to the trust of the school's leaders, I will carry on serving as lecturer of this elective class next semester. This class will be held as usual. Senior Zhou exclaimed, you should continue writing Dream of the Red Chamber. Senior Song also immediately said, Teacher Zhang, have you considered continuing Dream of the Red Chamber? The plot you described is really much better than the last 40 chapters of the circulated 120 chapters. Yaomi giggled and said, that's right, Teacher Zhang. Write it, we all support you. Zhang Ye knew what he was worth. He quickly shook his hands and said, I won't be able to write it. I don't dare to blaspheme the classics, and indeed lack the ability. This is the truth. I can only analyze and theorize. If you really wanted me to write, that would be a joke. I won't be able to do a better job than the continuer who did the last 40 chapters. The text in it isn't something anyone can emulate. This is also why I'm very amazed at Gao Yi, or the anonymous person. Maybe he did not write in accordance with Chao Shuichen's original intentions, and there were problems with the plot and character. No one can deny his amazing accomplishments in the field of literature and his writing. He also made great contributions by spreading Dream of the Red Chamber. Everyone was still engaging in discussions. Zhang Ye lowered his hand, gesturing for them to quieten down. With the course over, then I will need to talk about the elective class exam. There are many characters in Dream of the Red Chamber. Some characters are more familiar to others, and there are others who no one pays attention to. However, each character is important. So for the assessment, other than everyone's attendance, everyone is to write an analysis of a Dream of the Red Chamber character. Just one will do. Note, do not just copy from the internet, but one which you analyze and understand yourself. It is assigned today, but as the class schedule is tight, and it's almost the holidays, the deadline is tomorrow at noon by the latest. We are given half a day? The time is too tight for us to finish it. The students from Zhang Ye's elective class complained. Zhang Ye smiled and said, actually, the time isn't tight. Students who diligently listened to all my classes will not find this difficult. I have basically expounded all the characters in the story. If everyone doesn't like that, we can have an oral exam tomorrow. No. Not an oral exam. Man, I'll do the assignment. The students could only helplessly accept it. There was no other way. Oral exams were not easy. There was no way to copy or prepare either. They had to express themselves on the spot. The uncertainty was too great, and the most crucially, who would dare have an oral exchange with teacher Zhang Ye, who had not witnessed the eloquence of their new teacher? Even if Zhang Ye showed them mercy by not asking things that were too difficult, they would not be able to do well. Didn't you see the leading experts and teachers from the literary world dumbfounded by teacher Zhang Ye? Having an oral exam with teacher Zhang Ye was plainly seeking death. Chang Kaiga, who was sitting below, chuckled. Professor Zheng and Su Na were also smiling. Zhang Ye gave a terse acknowledgement. He was now the teacher, so he was free to set the exam content by the Chinese department. This was quite a nice feeling. Then it's decided. Everyone, go back and do the examination assignment. Tomorrow, hand it to class monitor, Little Song. I will grade each and every one of them. The credit grades will be released together with the other classes. All right, class dismissed. It's been hard work for all of you this semester. I'm very honored to have been your lecturer, teaching you new knowledge. I'm limited in my knowledge and have quite a bad reputation. I would like to thank President Wu and the Chinese department's leaders for their trust. Zhang Ye was very happy in these days in Peking University. He enjoyed spending his days with the students in some inexplicable way and liked them a lot. Hence, Zhang Ye was also very touched during this last class of the semester. He could not help but say a few more words. He looked towards the students and said, "Thank you for supporting and affirming a new teacher like me. I have nothing to return to you, but if you do not mind, I will teach everything I know to everyone in the future." A round of applause echoed. The students all stood up. Chapter 336. The university rankings are out. At night, it was already past 8 p.m. after class. Walking out from the back door of the auditorium, Zhang Ye did not head back to the office, nor did he go home. Instead, he found a spot in the auditorium staff room and lit a cigarette. The school did not explicitly state that teachers were not allowed to smoke, but in front of the students at school, it would definitely not seem right to smoke. So every time Zhang Ye smoked in school, he had to do it sneakily. Sometimes, he would do so in the toilet. Sometimes he and a colleague would go to a spot where there was no one else. He crossed his legs and sat on a chair. Zhang Ye took out his cell phone and surfed the net. Today's public lecture video had been posted online very quickly. When he clicked on Peking University's website, the video was already up. Other than the part where he spoke about the class assignment, the whole lesson had been posted. It was probably uploaded after the class had ended, so everyone could watch it quickly. As it had just been posted, there were no comments below. Zhang Ye checked his Weibo, and as he expected, there were people already doubting the content of his lecture. Regarding such doubts, Zhang Ye had already gotten used to it in the past few days. Winsome Colonel's issue was not explained correctly. Praising fourth sister Lin was simply a general praise to a virtue. How could it be correlated to the anti-Qing issue? And according to research, because of Chao Shuichen's family relations, he could not possibly write anti-Qing topics. The explanation of the structure of 108 chapters is too far-fetched. The conclusion of this research can only be used as a reference and is not set in stone yet. For example, in the middle chapters, if we apply Zhang Ye's rule of the unit structure, there isn't any real distinction in there. You cannot simply use where there is an obvious distinction in the story and apply it to everything. Jia Zhang would never be anti-Qing. According to Zhang Ye's views, the ending plot would never have developed in that way. Everyone, don't watch Peking University's public class videos. Don't listen to Zhang Ye talking blindly. He's talking rubbish. After so many days, many of the rhodologists and literary world members who were left speechless earlier started to fight back. Included in them were Ma Hongyuan, Meng Donghua, and a few others. They had been staying up for many days to prepare for this battle. They all worked together to find all the problems and issues of Zhang Ye's argument, and used it as a basis to continue disproving Zhang Ye's lectures. At the beginning, they had all fallen into Zhang Ye's rhythm. They could not make their way around something that they were unfamiliar with, but slowly they managed to find their way through. These people were not fools and had seen the many problems in Zhang Ye's lecture. Now they were agitated and were charging straight for him with their spears. But somehow, many people from the community sided with Zhang Ye. Who says that it was just simply a general praise to virtue? How do you know that Chao Shuichen did not have any other intention? How can you apply Chao Shuichen's family situation on the novel? You guys don't even know who old Chao's sons were, so how can you be so sure? And old Chao is an author. Does he necessarily need to apply his family background into the novel? Isn't this an international joke? Even if Jia Zheng was not anti-Qing, how do you know that Jia Baoyu was not? So when he saw that Jia Zheng had suggested to praise the winsome colonel, he spared no effort in doing so. On the problems of this poem, Teacher Zhang basically explained it very clearly. What do you mean by utter rubbish? Both sides countered each other's arguments. There were still many points of contention, but there was one point that could not be disputed. It was the fact that Zhang Ye's public lecture videos views never slowed down. Those rhodologists had all urged people not to believe what Zhang Ye said, but everyone simply ignored them. There was no other way. Everyone simply enjoyed what Zhang Ye had said. Finally, the whole rhodology world was stifled until there wasn't even a trace of temper left. What was worth mentioning was that within the rhodology world, there was an increasingly different school of thought now. A minority of rhodologists generally began agreeing with Zhang Ye's claims and even went to the public lectures that Zhang Ye held. It went as far as them taking up and carrying on the study of vestige forensics that Zhang Ye had started. They had already begun to slowly research in this area of study. It was a mess. Because of Zhang Ye alone, because of those few lessons by Zhang Ye, the whole rhodology world, literary world, and history world were now in a mess. Zhang Ye had not had much hope for everyone to agree with his claims. Everyone's doubts and debates were the moving factor of rhodology research, and Zhang Ye's objective had been met. Although in his previous world, the fact that someone else continued the writings after the first 80 chapters of Dream of the Red Chamber was already recognized as a fact. In this world, there still wasn't enough proof, so this was not something that could convince people in the short term. A longer time was needed for the verification process to take place. It might take a few months, a few years, or even a few decades or centuries. Let's not look at this anymore. Let's move on to something else. Zhang Ye had smoked half his cigarette and was still browsing through Weibo. Suddenly, an official Weibo account had caught Zhang Ye's attention. The New Year's University ranking are complete and will be announced shortly. Below, many people began commenting. There's no suspense again this year, right? Yeah, every year is about the same. No, this year's Peking University's Chinese department is somewhat of a suspense. Oh, that's right. The industry insiders are all saying that Peking University's Chinese department has declined and is going downhill. Didn't an expert and industry insider predict a while ago that only Peking University's science faculty would be able to continue dominating its rank? Their Chinese department will have done well if they can retain second place this year. Nanjing University and Tsinghua University have been improving this year. Even Beijing Normal University has been catching up these past 2 years. But then, Peking University's Chinese department has become one of the favorites after all the commotion that Zhang Ye caused with his lectures on Dream of the Red Chamber. I wonder if they will take into consideration Zhang Ye's lectures. If they really take that into consideration, the result would not be that predictable anymore. It's going to suspenseful. Zhang Ye's lessons have not yet been recognized by many in the industry yet. They are all claiming that he has been uttering nonsense, so the evaluators might also consider that point. They shouldn't. In terms of academics, many things are controversial. They cannot just deduct points off because of this, right? It's hard to say, right? Let's wait for the results. Quickly, release them. Why is it taking so long? I can't wait to see what our department's ranking is. Long live Foreign Language Department. Hail to our alma mater. Supporting Beijing Film Academy. Deaf. To Central Academy of Drama and Shanghai Theater Academy. Support Nanjing University's Chinese department. We must get number 1. Crush Peking University and Tsinghua University. Ho ho. The post attracted mainly university students who were either discussing or showing their support for their institutions. At this moment, Zhang Ye's phone rang. It was a call from his colleague, Su Na. Teacher Zhang, come over quickly. The university rankings are going to be released soon. Sure. Zhang Ye went back to the office. When he got back, Zhang Ye saw the other Chinese department's lecturers and professors seated in there. The 3 offices' teachers had all gathered together, and the atmosphere felt tense and highly pressured. A few of the female teachers could not bear to watch. Su Na breathed deeply. Chang Kaiga and Jin Shuquan wore their most serious faces. The old professor Yan Jiantao's attention fell on the projection right in front of the office's wall. This ranking was obviously something that all of the Chinese department's teachers cared a lot about. It did not only affect their salaries and bonuses, but also their reputation and pride. Suddenly, an intern teacher who was controlling the computer had a look of shock. It's out. The results are out. Chang Kaiga immediately asked, what are they? Let me put up the result. The intern teacher quickly controlled without looking at the other department's rankings or overall rankings and only focused on the Chinese department's ranking. The projector flashed. The National University rankings results were up. 1. Peking University Chinese Department. 2. Nanjing University Chinese Department. 3. Beijing Normal University Chinese Department. 4. Fudan University Chinese Department. 5. Tsinghua University Chinese Department. With the results shown, the whole office broke out in celebration. All right. Great. Awesome. Chang Kaiga continuously slapped his thigh. First. We are really first. Professor Wu cheered. What a fright. Ha ha ha. Jin Shuquan roared with laughter. Su Na asked in a stunned manner. I didn't read that wrongly, right? Is it really us? It's really us. An elderly professor, who was about to retire, trembled and said in an excited manner. It's been 2 years. After 2 years, our Peking University's Chinese department has finally regained our face. Zhang Ye was also very happy. He had a sense of belonging here. He also thought highly of the honor. Jin Shuquan immediately gave a phone call to Wu Zuqing using his cell phone. President Wu, good news. The results are out. Our Chinese department is first in the country. President Wu laughed and said, I saw it too. Jin Shuquan said, it's all thanks to your leadership. President Wu smiled. It's all thanks to teacher little Zhang for us to be able to be first. Yes, we know, Jin Shuquan said. But it's also thanks to your great foresight in inviting teacher little Zhang here to teach. Yan Jiantao overheard Secretary Zhen's words, but disagreed. He did not think that this was Zhang Ye's credit. It was the collective hard work of all the teachers. Zhang Ye was just a newcomer. How much contribution would he have had? To him, this ranking probably did not take into consideration Zhang Ye's lectures. But all of the other Chinese department's lecturers knew. Zhang Ye's contributions were great, and if it were not for his last-ditch efforts, their Chinese department ranking might have turned out very differently. Within Peking University's campus, the cheers came one after another. Our mathematics department is first again. F***K. Why is our Peking University's foreign language department's ranking so low? F***K again. The engineering departments have been dominated by Tsinghua University again. On this night, almost of all the teachers from the institutes of higher learning were looking at the results of this assessment. Because the Chinese department was a large department, very popular, and of very high standing, many of them had placed their attention to it. When they saw it, it almost came as a surprise to them. Tsinghua University's Chinese department, which had been tipped for a good placing, fell to 5th spot, revealing their inadequacies. Whereas, the favorite for this year, Nanjing University's Chinese department, was in 2nd place. The Chinese department top ranking went to Peking University's Chinese department. Once again, this aged, older, big brother has gotten 1st place again. A lot of netizens were not convinced. They were obviously students from the other institutions. Unfair. What kind of assessment was this? Our Nanjing University in 2nd place? How can Peking University's Chinese department come in at 1st place? There's a conspiracy. Forget it. What conspiracy? It's because Peking University has Zhang Ye with them. Oh right. I forgot about Zhang Ye. No wonder they could get 1st against all odds. So it's due to dream of the Red Chamber. What the heck? It's still unfair. If Zhang Ye came to our Nanjing University instead, we would have gotten 1st too. That's right. If Zhang Ye did not go to Peking University, they could not possibly win against our Nanjing University's Chinese department. Just complaining won't work. Did you guys at Nanjing University invite Zhang Ye? The truth is that Peking University took a risk and made the right bet. Anyone can talk on hindsight, but the truth will always be that he who dares wins. That Peking University could rank 1st this year was well-deserved. At least they dared to use Zhang Ye and dared to take that risk. This was something that no ordinary institution would dare to do. Oh, so Peking University's Chinese department won on that boldness. President Wu, who went over from the Education Bureau, really has great foresight. She used her people too well. Amazing. Her, in my opinion. Zhang Ye is still the greatest one. Just him alone overturned the adversity of Peking University. Finally, a hardcore fan of Zhang Ye stood up and said domineeringly, when teacher Zhang Ye was at the radio station or television station, his new programs always broke history's records. He always created new records and miracles. Now even when he goes to a university as a lecturer, he is still the same. Those who gain Zhang Ye rule the world. What a big boast. Zhang Ye is not that powerful. Haha. The main thing is that Peking University's Chinese department has very good foundations. Yes, I agree to that saying of the foundation of Peking University is very good. Of course, we cannot deny teacher Zhang Ye's contributions too. Actually, everyone's standards are about the same. Anyone could have gotten 1st, but with Zhang Ye adding on a little more firepower, the balance was tipped in Peking University's favor. To be fair, a person like teacher Zhang Ye is really outstanding. He can write, and he can scold. This time, his fame will rise again. A person like that will not starve no matter where you put him. I'm increasingly bullish about teacher Zhang Ye's future developments. Peking University having him as a lecturer is only going to make them even stronger. There were many university students discussing about it, and even a lot of university teachers and members of the education world. All of them had their comments about Zhang Ye, and it was largely positive. Chapter 337. Lu Sun and Bingxin's quotes were used. In the Chinese department office, the teachers were about to get off work. Many of them were still hesitant to leave, dragging it out past 8 at night. One reason was that many teachers wanted to listen to Zhang Ye's last lecture. Zhang Ye's lecturing of Dream of the Red Chamber had hooked the interest of many teachers and colleagues. They were quite addicted to listening to him. The second reason was that they knew the university department rankings were announced that night. Hence, they all stayed behind to wait for it. With surprisingly good results, it was also time for them to leave. I'm leaving. I'm going to Lishwikio. Anyone need a lift? You are returning to your mother's place? Then I'll get a ride from you. A few Chinese department teachers paired up to leave as they walked out. Suna walked up to Zhang Ye's side as she smiled and said, "You were great." Zhang Ye shook his head with a smile, saying, "What do you mean by great? It was all thanks to everyone's work. My coming here has allowed me to rub off some of the greatness of everyone else." A male lecturer said with a laugh, "Teacher little Zhang, don't be so modest." A female teacher said, "Your contributions are apparent in everyone's eyes. It has been tough on you these past few days." Professor Zhang also patted Zhang Ye on the shoulder, saying, "If not for you coming to take over the elective class, the results would be difficult to tell. You have really made the Peking University's Chinese department elated." Yan Jiantao could not bear listening to this any longer. "All of you should stop saying that. Us getting first place again is through the collective efforts of everyone. It is also based on the foundations of our Chinese department. Everyone worked together to improve the quality of our classes and materials depth, so it is only right for us to win first place. How can it all be attributed to one person? How would the other teachers think of that?" Everyone did not have such thoughts. With Yan Jiantao saying that, it led to others thinking of other thoughts. Some glanced at Zhang Ye while others looked indifferent. Suna was pondering over his intents. However, Professor Yin was the most established professor in the department, so it was not appropriate for her to say anything. Professor Xing looked at him with a frown. "Professor Yin, why do your words seem?" Chang Kaiga tried to smooth things over. "All right, everyone go home. It's not early anymore. Tomorrow there are still exams and various activities. Go home and take a rest." Zhen Shuquan interjected, "By the way, little Zhang, President Wu called just now to ask you to go over." Zhang Yi said, "All right, I'll be there immediately." Yan Jiantao also did not say any more. He grabbed his bag and left. Two lecturers and professors who were more familiar with him also left together. Zhang Yi scanned Yan Jiantao's back and was not too happy. Whether this matter was because of his contributions or not, he had not tried to gain credit for it, nor would he or did he acknowledge it. This bro kept saying it was a collective effort and kept deflecting the honor. But what's the meaning of this? That can't do. You have to step on me with your statement? And your tone sounded provocative? You couldn't stand seeing me, as a new lecturer, in the limelight, and even tried to convince the other colleagues to ostracize me? What sort of person are you? You are a professor with great authority in the educational world? In the past, when he came to Peking University, Zhang Yi did not mind too much since he had never been a lecturer, nor did he have the qualifications. Hence, it was no wonder he was doubted by everyone. But through his hard work, his class had gone smoothly, and he had proven his teaching level using his results. Be it his students or his colleagues, they had all changed their attitudes and impression of him. They had acknowledged him, but then, even so, Yan Jiantao, you still insist on finding fault with me? When I didn't have results, you said as a layman, I was no good. But now with results, you keep using your qualifications to suppress me. Whatever I do isn't right. Then what the heck do you want? You are a professor with great qualifications, but just because of that, you can trample on anyone you dislike? A few teachers had really been stirred up. Maybe they were lecturers who were quite friendly with Professor Yin. After noticing that Yan Jiantao did not like Zhang Yi, they too also subconsciously changed their attitudes towards Zhang Yi. They did not show it on the surface, but their hearts might have distanced themselves from Zhang Yi. Professor Yin was amongst the most established professors in Peking University, and even one of the most authoritative figures in this field in the country. Not only Chang Kaiga, even the Peking University leaders respected him. Compared to Yan Jiantao, Zhang Yi was really nothing. "Teacher Zhang," Suna whispered, "don't mind him. Professor Yin likes to take advantage of his seniority. We are already used to it, so don't take it to heart." Zhang Yi smiled. "It's fine." However, his heart wasn't fine. Professor Zhang said, "Little Zhang, shall we go together?" "Next time, Professor Zhang. President Wu is looking for me." Zhang Yi said, "All right, I nearly forgot. Then I'll be leaving." Professor Zhang left. Since there were so many people, it wasn't the time for him to say anything to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi also went downstairs and headed towards President Wu's office. On the way, he noticed Yin Jiantao hitching a ride with an old professor. A nice day and quite a happy matter had been ruined by Yin Jiantao. Zhang Ye was thinking, I'll forget it this time. Don't you dare do it again. If you corner me, I don't care who you are. In another building, President Wu's office. Knock, knock. Zhang Ye knocked gently on the door. President Wu, come on in. The door isn't locked. The voice was quite faint and sounded like it came from far away. When he walked in through the door, he did not see anyone. The exterior office was empty. Then, he heard a voice coming from the interior office. Over here. The office was a suite, as the treatment received by a vice president was definitely better than others. Zhang Ye went inside. He was stunned for a moment when he saw Wu Ziqing in an elegant long dress. She was standing behind a long desk and held a brush, writing something. The 4 treasures of the study laid on the desk. A trace scent of ink floated in the office mixed with the smell of a mature woman like Wu Ziqing, making it smell rather pleasant. This fellow was really weak-willed. Just a minute ago, he was still upset by Yin Jiantao's treatment of him. But now, seeing a beautiful woman in front of him, his mood immediately turned better. The ancients said it well, a beautiful lady is desired by all gentlemen. She was dressed in plain colors, with a dignified look, one with the brush, like the floating clouds and the flowing river. This image was so beautiful that it was indescribable. Wait a moment. Hi. It's done. She had finished writing. Wu Ziqing set aside her brush and smiled. You came at the right time. Help me take a look at which of these writings are better. There were 3 scrolls of writing by the side that she had taken out. Tomorrow afternoon in the auditorium, we will be organizing a New Year gala for all the primary and secondary schools in Peking University's auditorium. The president hasn't been well these days, so the job of writing something has fallen onto me. You are one of the few in the Chinese department who have more achievements and results in the field of literature, so I got you to come help me. Want to take a look at the calligraphy, and second to help in the meaning. If you are up to it, we will decide on it. No wonder Zhang Ye's use of the Peking University's grand auditorium for his public lecture today had not been approved. He had heard of some event before the Lunar New Year, so this was it. For such a gala, other than setting up the decorations, there were dress rehearsals, so clearly there was no time left for Zhang Ye's class to squeeze in. Zhang Ye was overwhelmed by this. President Wu, the other teachers and professors are much better than me. My standards are limited. I don't want to screw it up for you. Wu Ziqing smiled as she sat down. She said, the other teachers might be more experienced than you in teaching, but when it comes to composing poems or writing essays, how many are better than you? Professor Yin is no slouch in this area, and he has attained a very high level. However, Professor Yin is quite old, and since this is a gala for primary and secondary school students, I think I trust you more on this. After all, you are still young too. Don't decline it. Take a look at it. Zhang Ye did not dare to put on airs. In front of you, I really don't dare to say I know much. Then I'll take a look. Following that, he looked at the calligraphy. When he saw it, he was stunned. The words were written very gracefully. These were not just well-written words, but words produced through top calligraphy skills. Zhang Ye was a bit dumbfounded. He had never really seen Wu Ziqing's calligraphy before. He had only heard it mentioned before. It was said that although Wu Ziqing was from the Education Bureau and was considered a political administrator and was not in academia or teaching, her cultural foundation was very high. Zhang Ye thought that others were just flattering her, or mere pleasantries, but only today did he realize that those statements were far from flattery. These calligraphy pieces could be said to be pieces of art. Zhang Ye had eaten a few calligraphy experience books. To the average person, his handwriting was not bad, but he knew that his skills were far from perfect. He could only be considered a layman. Zhang Ye did not dare tout that he knew calligraphy in front of the real experts, or he would incur ridicule on himself. Not only were President Wu's words written skillfully, it had her own style and artistry. There was Sony fonts, Zhuantai fonts, or cursive script, but Wu Ziqing's wasn't any of those. The style of her words were somewhat like Xingshu, yet a bit different. Many of her strokes had an inkling of cursive writing, so clearly she had formed her own style. Only a true calligraphy master would dare to do it this way. Zhang Ye did not really know much about true calligraphy techniques. He only knew a bit from interest. As for how artistic Wu Ziqing's calligraphy was, it was beyond Zhang Ye's ability to deduce. It had exceeded his level of appreciation for calligraphy. As for the content, they were all things like classic inheritance or blooming youth. There was one that sounded like a word of caution. They were nothing surprising. He exclaimed, "Your calligraphy is really flawless. No matter what is written, it can hold itself. I think all of these can be used. Any phrase would be no problem." Wu Ziqing gave him a gentle look. "Any would do? Then that means none of them are suitable." Zhang Ye broke out in a sweat. "How did you take it in that way?" He said, "No, it's really too good. It's hard to pick." Wu Ziqing said with a light laugh, "Let's not talk about the calligraphy. I keep feeling like the content is a bit off. If it were you, what would you write?" Zhang Ye said modestly, "What I would have written definitely wouldn't be better than yours." Wu Ziqing ignored his words. "Say a few, relating to youths." Seeing that he had no way out, Zhang Ye could only say, "Youth is to develop the habit, a time of hope and faith." This was from his world's Ruskin. Wu Ziqing smiled gently. "Are there any more?" "This won't do," Zhang Ye said. "What you plant now, you will harvest later." This was from his world's OG Mandino. "Are there any more?" Wu Ziqing asked. Zhang Ye said again, "O young ones, for your future memories, deliberately sketch that picture of yours in the present." This was a quote from Bingxin. "Any more?" Wu Ziqing asked once again. Zhang Ye exclaimed, "Young people can be the first to turn China into a vocal China. Boldly speaking, courageously forging forward, forgetting all the stakeholders, pushing away the ancients, speaking truth from one's heart." These were the words of Lu Sun. Wu Ziqing. Then Zhang Ye said, "This won't do either?" Wu Ziqing leered at him. "You call this not knowing? Every sentence of yours is much better than the ones I had previously written. If you don't know anything, then others are just illiterate. Her. Looks like I made the right choice asking you to come." After some thought, Wu Ziqing picked the words of Lu Sun. She did not delay and had gained some inspiration. Dipping it in ink, President Wu began to write on the piece of paper. Half a minute later, a piece of calligraphy was completed. Wu Ziqing gave a slight smile and nodded. Zhang Ye stood off to the side and heaped praises. "Your words are really too beautiful. I'll use your sentences then." "It's settled." Wu Ziqing seemed very pleased as she placed the piece of calligraphy properly, waiting for it to dry. Zhang Ye blinked. "President Wu, the other pieces of calligraphy that you wrote are not going to be used. Then can I ask for one of them?" Wu Ziqing smiled and said, "Sure, go ahead and choose." "All right." Zhang Ye did not stand on ceremony and picked one up and rolled it for keeping. Firstly, Zhang Ye was really fond of her calligraphy. Secondly, with his leader producing so many works and had gone through all the trouble, wouldn't he feel bad if he didn't request one from his leader? Hence, from this, one could see that this fellow Zhang Ye was not someone who did not know interpersonal relations. He mainly did so depending on the person. Chapter 338, Water Lotus Moon's appearance once again. It was pretty late. Peking University was enveloped in darkness. It was quiet all around the campus. The teaching block was dark. The teacher's office building's lights were mostly out. Only student dormitories in the distance had a hint of light. Some students were busy preparing for their exams. Some of them were busy writing essays, and some others were probably celebrating early for the upcoming winter holidays. Downstairs, Wu Ziqing asked, "Little Zhang, where do you live?" "My home," Zhang Ye said. "I'm going back to Kaishiku tonight, my parents' place." Wu Ziqing nodded. "Then it should be on the way. I stay at Taoran Pavilion. The school's driver is on leave, and my car's not permitted to be used today. Could you give me a lift?" Zhang Ye happily said, "That would be my pleasure and honor." "Where in Taoran Pavilion?" "East Gate," Wu Ziqing said before boarding Zhang Ye's BMW. Zhang Ye boarded from the other side. As he closed the door and switched on the lights inside, he saw President Wu putting on her seatbelt. The seatbelt tightened around her and pressed down across her chest, clearly separating her left and right breast. It presented a very clear scene. The right breast was big and displaced a little. In addition, maybe her bra was a little soft today, probably without an underwire. Thus the seatbelt had gotten lodged under the right bra cup. Under the vibrations of the car, that lump of flesh was jiggling along with Wu Ziqing's body swaying. Even the seatbelt trembled along with it. They were too big. Her breasts were too ample. Seeing such a scene, Zhang Ye was momentarily unable to hold back. Wu Ziqing was probably aware of the discomfort, so she undid the seatbelt and then put on a blue woolen coat over before putting on her seatbelt again. That covered up everything. The car moved off and gradually made its way out of the campus. On the way, Zhang Ye tried to strike up a conversation. Why don't I drive faster? Your husband is probably at home waiting for you. It's okay. This speed is fine. If you go too fast, it will be dangerous. Wu Ziqing quietly smiled. She took out a book from her bag and opened it. No one's waiting for me. I'm not married. Not married. How old are you already, and you're not married? Zhang Ye was surprised, but did not ask further. After all, their relationship was not that close, and she was his leader. There was no need to be so inquisitive. Wu Ziqing read her book leisurely, occasionally breaking out into a smile, while at times reading it with a serious face. Zhang Ye didn't want to disturb her, so he kept the lights on. He drove straight to their destination. During that time, Zhang Ye had thought of a few topics, but did not manage to communicate much with Wu Ziqing. The two of them had quite an age difference after all, and a generation gap. Other than school, Zhang Ye thought that he and President Wu did not have much in common to talk about. In the end, he gave up and did not try to create conversation anymore. President Wu had a more magnanimous and gentle character, seeming to be a very classical, traditional type of woman. She did not look like the type who enjoyed chatting. After about half an hour, they arrived. Zhang Ye quickly said, President Wu, is it here? Only then did Wu Ziqing close her book and raise her head. Yes, just go a little bit farther down and stop by the roadside. Thanks, little Zhang. I even made you my driver for the day. Zhang Ye smiled. In the future, if your driver is ever on leave again, feel free to give me a call. It's okay for me, since it's so near anyway. I just need to drive back for about 7 to 8 minutes, and I will be home too. The car stopped. Wu Ziqing thanked him. I'm going, drive carefully. Okay, take care. Zhang Ye did not leave, but stayed behind, and watched her walk into an upscale residential area before driving off back in the opposite direction. At home, his parents were asleep. Zhang Ye did not dare make too much noise. He quietly went to wash up before going back to his room to change into his pajamas. He was totally comfortable now. Ring, ring, ring. His cell phone rang. The caller ID showed that it was from his third cousin, Chao Mingming. Zhang Ye picked up with a smile. Hello, what's the matter? Chao Mingming said angrily. Brother, why didn't you pick up the phone an hour ago? An hour ago? Hi. It was because I had a meeting with the vice president from school. My phone was switched to silent, and I didn't notice. Zhang Ye usually switched his cell phone to silent before a meeting or whenever he was meeting a leader, if he remembered, because it would be inconvenient to pick up the phone and also to show respect to his leaders. Why were you looking for me? Chao Mingming was less angry now. Tomorrow, my school will be attending the New Year Gala at Peking University. Come over and fetch me, Zhang Ye said. Are you participating in the performance too? Chao Mingming giggled. I'm not performing, but our school does have something lined up. So I went over to our form teacher, Teacher Lung, and asked her to bring me along. So many teachers in our school know that you are my bro, so they specially gave me a ticket for a seat. Zhang Ye was angered and tickled at the same moment. Hey, you little girl. Don't keep taking favors from others under my guise. If you are coming, then come. Follow your school's group and come. I have no time to go and fetch you. I have an exam tomorrow, and I also have to grade the papers. Chao Mingming pouted. You don't care for your sister. I will complain to first aunt. Zhang Ye happily replied. You can tell anyone, and it wouldn't affect me. I will definitely be busy tomorrow afternoon. That's all then. It's already so late, so go to bed early. Okay, you petty man. Chao Mingming reluctantly hung up the call. Zhang Ye smiled a little inside. He browsed through his cell phone casually to see if there were any other missed calls before suddenly realizing that he was still logged into his chat app. With a shift in focus, Zhang Ye quickly opened the app and looked at his friends list. Oh right, he had not added her yet. So he went over into the Blossoms in Beijing group chat, searched through the members, and finally found Water Lotus Moon's avatar. He clicked, Add friend. Do. A response came quickly. Zhang Ye had been used to his previous world's QQ app tone, the one that resembled a coughing sound. He was still not used to this world's chatting app's do tone yet. The interface was unfamiliar to him as well, and the design of it looked a bit off compared to what he was used to. Only after he clicked on the notification did he realize that his friend request was accepted. All right, she's online. Zhang Ye sent a message over. Big sis, what are you doing? The reply was a little slow. After about a minute, a message came in. Taking a bath. Zhang Ye. Bathing and still on your phone? Water lotus moon. In a bathtub, the phone won't get wet. Zhang Ye. Oh, I see. Are you going to rest soon? Water lotus moon. Yeah, and you? Zhang Ye. I'm already lying in bed, preparing to sleep, but I can't sleep. I've been having insomnia lately. How are you? Are you tired after a day of work? Water lotus moon. Not bad. The photos I sent to you the last time, did you delete them after? Zhang Ye. The ones you sent at the end? It's all been deleted. Let me send you a screenshot. Water lotus moon sent a smiling emoticon over. It's all right, big sis trusts you. After this message was sent, another one came in 2 seconds later. Well, do you still want to see? Zhang Ye's nose turned hot as he aggressively typed in. Definitely. Water lotus moon. Then wait a bit. Let me take some. Zhang Ye cried out loud under his covers. Are you taking them now? Water lotus moon. Yes, I'm on the phone now, and the photos are on my computer. Big sis is having a bath now. How else would I send them to you? Wait a bit. Zhang Ye was excited. Okay, I am waiting right here, followed by 3 exclamation marks. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Finally, the chat window made a sound, and the first picture was being sent over. Zhang Ye pressed on the picture and had a look. He suddenly felt a rush of blood from his upper half to his low half. He first saw those beautiful breasts. Water lotus moon was not wearing any clothes at all. Her navel was submerged under the water in the bathtub. It looked like she had been in the bath for some time, as he could see some beads of sweat forming on her skin. The water was clear, with no shampoo or shower foam on top. All that was in the water was visible clearly. Water lotus moon ample and full legs were stacked on top of each other with her heels resting on the edge of the bathtub. Even her right foot's big toe was pointed outwards. The photo's composition was very well done. Zhang Ye replied, giving a like for beauty. Water lotus moon. Thank you. And then, the chat window rang again. It was yet another photo. In this photo, Water lotus moon's body was already covered in quite a lot of shower foam. It was all white bubbles, and one of her hands was covering her abdomen. Her legs were curved as she did a very special pose. Her other hand then held the camera and took the picture from top down. What a seductive pose. Zhang Ye immediately replied, That's so beautiful. Water lotus moon. I'm more satisfied with these 2 photos only. The others didn't turn out too well, so I won't send them. Same rules, delete them after you've seen them. All right, big sis is done with her bath. It's time to sleep. Zhang Ye replied, Good night. Water lotus moon. Good night. Zhang Ye stared at the 2 photos for a long time before reluctantly deleting them. After a few days, he had once again seen Water lotus moon's grace. Zhang Ye felt that it was totally worth losing a night's sleep over. Chapter 339. What are you commanding me for? Friday. It was noontime. When he reached Peking University, Zhang Ye headed straight for the canteen in his car. There were many places to eat on campus, but he did not go to those fanciful higher-end eateries, and instead came straight to the school one's canteen. It was cheap and the food tasted all right, though this place was well known for its pork shank. There were many people inside. As it was right about lunchtime, the few windows all had long queues. Look, it's Teacher Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang, good afternoon. You are here to have lunch too? What are you doing here at school one's canteen? Right? Hee, you are such a big shot. Why would you eat with poor students like us? When he walked into the canteen, many students who knew him had greeted him. There was no teacher-student ceremonies to observe, and it felt very endearing. After all, Zhang Ye was not the traditional type of teacher. He was a host who had diversified into teaching. He could even be considered a comedian of sorts due to his talk show, and so everyone's perception of Zhang Ye was much more familiar, unlike the other teachers and professors who they would behave very well when they saw them. Zhang Ye didn't have the air of a lecturer about him. Zhang Ye smiled, How am I a big shot? The salary for this month has not been issued yet. If I don't save a little, I might not even be able to pay my rent. You still need to pay rent. Teacher Zhang is claiming to be poor. Quite a number of students nearby burst out laughing. Zhang Ye then went to line up properly since there was no distinction between the student and teacher's queue. When the student in front of Zhang Ye turned around, he received a shock. Heavens, it's Teacher Zhang. Go ahead first. He gave way. Zhang Ye waved his hand and smiled. I'm not going to add threes. Thanks. The words add threes, which meant cutting in line, was Beijing slang. After more than 10 minutes, it was finally his turn. Zhang Ye ate simply. He only wanted a platter of assorted dishes. Sir, 2 bowls of rice, a portion of kung pao chicken, and a portion of fried eggplant. The attendant took a look. Hey, it's Teacher Zhang. Sure, I'll give you a bit more. Thank you very much. Zhang Ye did not stand on ceremony. He then carried the stainless steel tray to look for a spot to sit. The canteen was not small, but it could not hold that many people. There were already no empty tables. There wasn't even a place to sit. Many students were standing behind people who were about to finish eating. Teacher Zhang. Here. No. Over here. Over here. I have a spot here. Teacher Zhang, come sit with us. Let us squeeze a bit. Make space for Teacher Zhang. This all depended on each person's popularity. Many Peking University students were trying to vie for him, as they wanted Zhang Ye to sit with them desperately. Zhang Ye was not the only teacher who came to school one's canteen. There were also quite a few teachers who liked the food or preferred the cheaper food here, but for them, after they got their food, no one would ever offer them a seat. Either they packed it away and went back to their office to eat, or they would wait around to see if their own class students would offer them a seat, as other class or department students did not recognize them. What's more, teachers and students were getting harder to distinguish. Some students had old faces, while some teachers looked rather young. It was no longer easy to recognize who was the teacher and who was the student. So how would you know when to offer a seat? But for Zhang Ye, dozens of people were shouting for him. When those other teachers saw, they were rendered speechless. Your mother. We are all Peking University teachers. Why is there such a difference in treatment? Zhang Ye could only accept their hospitality, as he could not refuse those few year 2 girls pulling at him. So he joined them over at a table by the window as the 7 or 8 of them squeezed together to free up a spot for him. Zhang Ye definitely could not refuse now, so he sat down to eat. Teacher Zhang, how old are you? What is your horoscope? Are you married, Teacher Zhang? Will you come over to our history department next year to teach a class? The few girls kept chattering away noisily, but it was rather interesting. Zhang Ye smiled as he chatted with them, leisurely eating. He liked to interact with the students, just like how he liked to interact with the audience while doing a program. After having his fill, Zhang Ye left the canteen. As the canteen was quite near the Chinese department, he did not drive back and instead just walked over. As a result, a bunch of students, around 18 of them, suddenly followed along and flanked him as they started chatting. Around the Chinese department, downstairs at the office building, Suna had also just returned from her lunch. When she turned her head and saw Zhang Ye's situation, she was amused. After Zhang Ye made it to the office building's corridor alone, she said, Teacher Zhang, you are really popular. You've only been here for a few days, and you're already mixing with the students. They aren't even students from your class. Seems like every student from every department in Peking University already knows you. Unlike me, I've been here for 2 years now, and it seems like there are some students from my own class that still do not know who I am. Zhang Ye laughed. Well, that's because of my profession's advantage. If you were a host and have done a few shows, everyone would know who you are too. Besides, Teacher Su, with your conditions, you would definitely do better as a host than me if you were to. Try. Suna smiled. I'm not as capable as you. They chatted and laughed on their way back to the office. Someone was waiting for Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang. It was his appreciation of the classics, class representative, senior song. She was carrying a stack of assessment papers. I'm here to submit the assignments. Zhang Ye nodded. Thank you. Has everyone submitted their work? Senior Song put down the assessment papers. It's all here. Not a single one is missing. Sure. Then go back and quickly prepare for your other exams. Zhang Ye said. When class representative Song went off, Zhang Ye sat down and started grading the assignments one by one. To him, this was his first time doing something like this, so he took it very seriously. This one's fine. That one's good too. This one is very well written. The Chinese department's other teachers were also busily grading their papers or preparing for the exams. The semester-end exams were all arranged within these few days, and everyone was busy. Zhang Ye, in comparison, was much more relaxed as the others had bigger classes, while his class was just an elective course with a slightly over 100 students. The assignment was also related to characters in Dream of the Red Chamber, which Zhang Ye was extremely familiar with. Just by reading through their work, he could see if they had put in any effort to write it. From noon until late afternoon, Zhang Ye spent 3 hours without rest and quickly finished grading all the assignments. A few of them were not too appropriate, so Zhang Ye had them marked down and he summoned for these students to see him. Yao Mi was one of them. When they entered the office, Yao Mi and the others were very nervous. "Teacher Zhang, are you looking for us? Did we fail our elective class?" Zhang Ye put up his hand to stop them from saying more. "Come over, speak softly. Don't disturb the other teachers." He then passed their assignments back to them. "They all have problems. Yao Mi, your choice of character was not good. You picked a servant who isn't even a supporting character. This person was only described with a few lines in the entire novel, and even I do not know this character well, nor will I be able to understand. Chao Shuichin only randomly wrote about this character to set off by you, and only appeared once. It's even an appearance by narration, yet you have written it with such exaggeration. It's as if this character is a main one with a mysterious feel. The role is too significant. It depended on him to save the world." The few students all giggled. Suna, who was seated nearby, also laughed a little when she heard this. Yao Mi's face was flushed with redness. But I feel that he is very important. In Dream of the Red Chamber, the characters are not just simply characters. They are all made of flesh and blood, but it's just that no one had ever researched this person. So you cannot say that he's not important or does not have a significant role. I really did some serious research on this." At this time, Chang Kaiga and Yin Jiantao had come into the office. They were inspecting on the grading process. Zhang Ye smiled. "Then all right, explain to me about this person's life. Of course, it was not mentioned in the novel, but you have to give me your analysis on it." Yao Mi immediately replied, "I feel that he is not just an ordinary person because when he first appeared, the chapter description was written in this way." She explained further. After Zhang Ye heard everything, he unexpectedly nodded. "Okay, you can go back. You passed." Yao Mi said in surprise, "Really?" Zhang Ye smiled. "You have your own views and analysis. That means you have researched and thought about it. Although the conclusion is debatable, it is not a bad thing. You may go." "Haha. Thank you, Teacher Zhang." Yao Mi went off happily. Zhang Ye continued to ask the next student, "Zhao Long, what you wrote seemed to be what I said exactly in my class. Regarding the character of Yin Chun, what other views of your own do you have? Tell me about it." Zhao Long followed Yao Mi's explanations method and talked about a whole lot of something. Zhang Ye nodded. "Yes, although you did not analyze from your own point of view too much and was less creative, from your explanation, I can hear that you have also researched on what I mentioned in class. You've taken in everything that I've said, and that's an effort worth commending. You may go now, you passed." In a short while, all of them were passed and left. Zhang Ye had added on a question and answer exam outside of their written assessment. Finally, Zhang Ye noticed the inspecting Chang Kaiga and his team. "Dean Chang, you're here? The elective class exams are done. The grades combined with the attendance, the children from my class have all passed." Yin Jiantao's face darkened. "All passed?" Zhang Ye looked at him. "Yes." Yin Jiantao said, "Isn't your exam too casual? Why is our Peking University such a famous institution for all these years? Because we are strict and rigorous in education. Those few students who were here earlier, did they fail their assessments? Oh, so you just asked a few questions and they passed? Your attitude lacks seriousness." With this argument happening, everyone looked over. "Heh, you are coming hard on me now, eh? I've already let it slide the last time. Now you are trying to look for trouble with me for no reason again?" Zhang Ye stared at him and slammed his hand on his student's stack of assessments. "Professor Yin, this is my elective class. How I grade them is up to me. I don't need your instructions." As he said so, he stood up. "I'm also a teacher of the Chinese department. You may doubt my character, but you cannot doubt my professionalism. Whether the students listened in my class or whether they gained any knowledge from it, I'm clearer than anyone here. If the assessment doesn't show it, I add it on a verbal exam. Is there a problem? Why don't you grade the assessment instead?" Yin Jiantao was fired up. "Your class and I grade the papers." Zhang Ye rebutted him. "Then what are you commanding me for?" Yin Jiantao was filled with rage and nearly blew up. "Me commanding? I am just telling you how to mark assessments as a teacher. And you actually yelled at me? Are you more experienced, or am I more experienced?" "Zhang Ye, try shouting at me again," Zhang Ye said coldly. If you are more experienced, why don't you go and talk about Dream of the Red Chamber? In this field, do you know more or do I know more? It's my class, and I don't have the authority to speak or decide. Shout at me again. Yan Jiantao stared intently. Zhang Ye stepped forward. Who's the one shouting here? Chang Kaiga quickly shouted out. Stop arguing. Step down. A male teacher quickly pulled Yan Jiantao back. Professor Yan, calm down. Calm down. Suna also immediately grabbed Zhang Ye's shoulder. What are trying to do? Teacher Zhang. Don't speak anymore. Don't speak anymore. Everyone was only doing it for the students. Chang Kaiga snapped. What kind of image are we showing if the students see this? Old Yan, you are an old comrade and an experienced educator. What example are you demonstrating to everyone? And you, little Zhang. Professor Yin is your senior and has a lot of experience. How can you speak to a senior in this way? Watch your attitude. This was like giving 50 strokes of paddling to the both of them. When he heard the shouting, Secretary Jin also came over. What's the matter? Outside, the other Chinese department's lecturers had also heard and came over to see the commotion. When Secretary Jin understood the situation, he was lost for words. He then waved everyone off at the door. Disperse, go back to work. Finally, Jin Shuquan dragged the still angry Professor Yin away. They probably went over to have a talk alone. Chang Kaiga also summoned Zhang Ye to his office to criticize him in private. Honestly speaking, the two of them were both at fault in this incident. It was not known why Professor Yin was so displeased with Zhang Ye, but it was okay if you just feel so in silence. But yet, Professor Yin had picked on Zhang Ye on several occasions. Zhang Ye was the same. No matter what, this was Peking University where seniority mattered. It was still an educational institution. How could you speak to a senior in this manner? It might not be insubordination, but it's still disrespectful. If everyone was like you, then wouldn't Peking University be in a mess? But one was an experienced educator who was a senior in the Chinese department. His students were many, and he had a lot of influence in the education world. The other one was the Chinese department's most popular hero. He was President Wu's handpicked person and was also the most popular teacher in all of the higher learning institutions. How do you think this could be handled? Who do you think should be held responsible? However you handled this, there would be a problem. Chang Kaiga and Jin Shuquan were both very troubled by this. Old Yin was really too much. He was too focused on qualifications. What do you think you were doing trying to keep this up with a junior? It's not like you don't know what kind of person teacher little Zhang was. That guy is not a man to be trifled with. He might look like a harmless guy. Everyone's good when everything is good, but when you provoke him, he wouldn't care whether or not you're his relative. Wasn't the Shanghai SARFD great? In the end, didn't they get insulted as grandchildren? What are you two trying to prove? If this gets out, no one will look good. But the truth was, in just a few minutes after Yan Jiantao and Zhang Ye's quarrel, the whole of the Chinese department knew about it. Then in less than 15 minutes again, the whole of Peking University knew about it. Chapter 340, National Primary and Secondary School New Year Gala. Afternoon. Peking University's campus was filled with the whispers of gossip. Chinese department's Professor Yin fought with teacher Zhang. What? The Professor Yin who previously received a literature award? Which teacher Zhang? What do you mean? The only person who dares challenge Professor Yin has to be Zhang Ye. Why did the two fight? Is this a succession battle in the field of literature? Who knows? Anyway, the news came from the Chinese department, so it can't be fake. Hi. If the two of them start battling in literature, who do you think has the edge? I think it would be Professor Yin. He had received a literature award before and is a veteran in the educational world. How can he be worse than teacher Zhang? I also have my bet placed on Professor Yin. Although he likes to take advantage of his seniority and is a bit old-fashioned in his words, he has true ability after all. I don't think so. What sort of knowledge does teacher Zhang have? If the two really battled it out, it's not easy to say who would win. This would be interesting. Teacher Zhang is not someone to be thought of lightly. I think Professor Yin is better. The teachers from various faculties began to discuss in murmurs. Actually, Yan Jiantao and Zhang Ye just had a tiny verbal conflict, with neither party cursing. However, the more the news spread, the more ridiculous it became. It later transformed into a clash between new and old figures in literature. Things like two tigers cannot share one mountain, or that there was bound to be a showdown. It was quite sinister sounding. So with a change of topics, it became a debate of who was better in the field of literature. By the lake, in a small garden, a few students were discussing the matter. Lily said with shifty eyes and whispered, "I heard that Professor Yin doesn't like Teacher Zhang passing all of us on the exam and made things difficult." Professor Yan's intent was that such an exam cannot allow everyone to pass, with the need of making an example of people to warn others, so as to express Peking University's strictness and rigor. Through this, everyone would feel a sense of danger and put more effort into their studies. However, Teacher Zhang believes in encouraging the students. If an eye could be closed, he would close it. So he began arguing with Professor Yin for us. Li Ying hurried said, "Little me, you got called over by Teacher Zhang because of the exam, right?" Yao Mi said with a puff, "That's right. Uncle Zhang had given an additional verbal exam before passing us. This matter was clearly because of us. That Professor Yin is too infuriating. How can he do that?" "That's right." Yao Mi's roommate added on. "Our teacher Zhang sure is good. His teaching is good, his standards are high. There's really nothing to fault him on when it comes to his attitude towards his students. This is what a good teacher does. He's not like that Professor Yin, who must make an example of others as a warning. Must he deliberately fail students? What kind of person is he?" Senior Song, who also walked past, was called over. "At this moment," she said, "this matter is not something we as students should comment about. However, Teacher Zhang is, after all, the teacher of appreciation of the classics. Teacher Zhang has full authority over it. Professor Yin isn't teaching the class, so for him to point fingers at how Teacher Zhang teaches his class is a bit. All right, we shouldn't talk about this further. Today's exams have ended, so let us return for tomorrow's exams." Yao Mi said angrily, "What mood do I have to prepare for my exams? Do you think Teacher Zhang will be fired? After all, Professor Yin is quite established in Peking University." Senior Zhou seemed to have been chasing after Senior Song all this while, so he came with her. When he heard this, he smiled and said, "Fired? You must be underestimating Teacher Zhang. That definitely won't happen." As Zhang Ye's students, they were naturally aligned with Zhang Ye. Bathroom. Professor Zhang and Zhang Ye came here to smoke. "You and your bad temper. If you can let it pass, then let it pass." There were so many colleagues around. "The effects won't be good, right?" Professor Zhang blew out smoke through the window. "However, old Yin sure is too much. He has targeted you a few times now, so I can't blame you for losing control of your anger. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't feel good either." Zhang Yi threw up his hands. "You also heard it. I did not challenge him for no reason. No one can endure this type of treatment. I didn't offend anyone, and was just grading my papers. But here he came pointing fingers at me. You also saw it yesterday, right? That Yin stirred up the colleagues to ostracize me. Tell me, what did I do? I didn't do a thing. I was properly having my classes, properly teaching my students. Was I at fault? And this was problematic? If this bro offended someone because I did not do something well, I would admit it and we can talk about it. But now, he just doesn't like me and had nothing better to do. So he decided to come trample on me? He came trampling on me after I ignored him once? Huh. Professor Zhang acknowledged. You aren't wrong on this matter. That's it. So don't blame me for breaking decorum. Zhang Ye began to laugh. I'm afraid of everything but a provocation. I can handle anything. Professor Zhang persuaded him. Don't be so angry. Actually, it's not that big a deal. It's nothing that violates your principles, so just let it pass. No. To me, this is a matter of principle. Zhang Ye said, my principle is don't provoke me, and if you provoke me, don't dare think of having a good time. All right, let's not talk about this further. Professor Zhang looked at his watch and changed the subject. It's already this late. The auditorium is the venue of the National Primary and Secondary New Year's Gala held in Peking University. You should know about that, right? Let us go take a look at the gala. It can soothe your mind. Don't keep thinking of this infuriating matter. Whether Zhang Ye agreed to or not, Professor Zhang pulled him out of the bathroom and towards the auditorium. Outside the auditorium, many primary and secondary school students were dressed in their school uniforms and lined up to enter the venue. There were schools from Beijing, as well as schools from other provinces. The square was filled with teachers and students. There were fewer primary school students. A majority of them were secondary school students. Some of the older children were dressed in a multitude of colors. They wore head accessories and held hula hoops in hand. It was as if they were here to put on acrobatic performances. This is Peking University? I must attend this school in the future. Me too. This is my goal. There will be college entrance examinations in a few more months. I need to work hard too. This place sure is huge. It's really worthy of being the #1 institute of higher learning in the country. It really lives up to its reputation. I really envy those elder brothers and sisters who study here. Look, that's Zhang Ye. Who is Zhang Ye? You are such a turtle. You don't even know Zhang Ye. I know. Zhang Ye is that guy who does talk shows. He's quite a famous host, and now, it seems he's teaching in Peking University. He proposed many unprecedented and amazing points of view regarding Dream of the Red Chamber. Our language teacher even mentioned Zhang Ye a few days ago during our lessons. He said Zhang Ye's lectures on Dream of the Red Chamber were excellent. A few students pointed at Zhang Ye, but they did not go over. They just looked at him from a distance. Professor Zhang patted Zhang Ye. You are quite popular. Zhang Ye could not help but laugh. Don't say that. My popularity is just notoriety. It's well known in the industry. Oh, you are aware of that. Professor Zhang was also amused. Then, why do you keep causing trouble? Everything would be fine if you take a step back. Try to have patience and endure it if possible. Zhang Ye smiled. It was unknown if it got to him. Suddenly, a girl's voice sounded, "Bro." Looking towards the origin of the sound, Zhang Ye saw his third cousin in the crowd. He waved his hand and saw Chao Mengmeng pull her form teacher, Teacher Long, over. Zhang Ye said, "Teacher Long. Teacher Zhang, we meet again." Teacher Long smiled and then looked at Professor Zhang. She hurriedly stretched out her hand. You are Professor Zhang, right? I've seen your papers before. Professor Zhang shook hands with her. Nice to meet you. Zhang Ye introduced. This is my cousin, and this is her form teacher, Teacher Long. Then patted Chao Mengmeng on the head. Call him Grandpa Zhang. Chao Mengmeng said cutely. Grandpa Zhang, how do you do? Hi, hello. Professor Zhang beamed and said, This young lady is really beautiful. Zhang Ye trampled on her. What do you mean beautiful? She's just mischievous and causes trouble all the time. Chao Mengmeng stared. Bro, why are you speaking bad about me? I will ignore you in the future. No, I'm mentally scarred now. You have to compensate me. My cell phone needs an upgrade. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. You only know to rob me every day or two, and you still want to upgrade. Your cell phone? Your bro hasn't even changed his own, and he's so poor now. From somewhere else, a few Peking University students walked over. Yao Mi waved. Teacher Zhang. Senior Song and Senior Zhou also greeted them. Zhang Ye nodded. You guys came too? Does our Peking University have a show to put on? Senior Song said. Nothing to do with us. We are just here as spectators. A few people from every class are given this opportunity. Yao Mi hurried said. Teacher Zhang, you and Professor Y. Teacher Zhang, go about your business. We will be entering first. Senior Zhou tugged at Yao Mi to prevent her from speaking blindly. The few of them began lining up to enter the venue with tickets in hand. What are you doing? Yao Mi stared. Senior Zhou gave a wry smile. There are so many people around. Don't speak without thinking. However, even if it was not asked, many people had already heard about the conflict between Zhang Ye and Yin Jiantao that afternoon. A few teachers and students, who came to Peking University, also glanced at Zhang Ye as they whispered amongst themselves. After sending his cousin off, Zhang Ye and Professor Zhang entered the grand auditorium. They were the hosts and the organizers, so the seats that were reserved for them were better. They were all seated the front row. President Wu was already there. There were a few people surrounding her that Zhang Ye had never seen before. They were likely the leaders of Peking University. With another glance, he saw Yin Jiantao sitting in the second row. He was chatting with an elderly professor from another department he was familiar with. With that, the few of them stared over at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye ignored Yin Jiantao and went to the third row with Professor Zhang. Su Na stroked her chin. Professor Zhang and Teacher Zhang, you came too? I thought both of you would be busy. Sorry for not getting you when I came over. Professor Zhang said with a chuckle. How can we not attend such a good gala? People began to enter in droves. The auditorium, that could hold a few thousand people, was quickly filled up. It was quite lively. There were a large number of reporters and cameras. Although it was not broadcasted on television, it would still be recorded and released on the internet. Chapter 341. Professor Yan's Opening Address. The gala was about to begin. The auditorium was extremely lively. Meng Meng. A girl called out to her. What? Chow Meng Meng said with a giggle. The girl blinked and asked, Is your bro having a show today? Chow Meng Meng's eyes twinkled. I don't think so. Most surely not. Teacher Long, who was leading them, smiled and said, Today it's the primary and secondary school New Year Gala. The programs have long been rehearsed and fixed. There will be no other programs. Another middle school boy said, What a pity. I wanted to listen to Meng Meng's cousin compose another poem. The To the Oak, Meng Meng recited last time is really a classic amongst classic love poems. It's almost the same as the great poet, Teacher Chen Tianma's Autumn Snow. It was awesome. Chow Meng Meng said proudly. Of course. Who do you think my bro is? Uh-huh. Your bro is Zhang Ye? The host from our Shanghai web TV. A Shanghainese female student said from the side. Chow Meng Meng was extremely pleased. Pointing towards the front. That's right. There, in the third row. That's my bro. In the front. A few people were preparing for their speeches. Today's opening speech was done by an official from the Education Bureau, before a Peking University professor delivered his. Where's the president? The president isn't feeling well. Then what about the closing speech today? Let me make another phone call. The president should be able to come. Right, there's still more than an hour. There should be time. Wu Ziqing and a few school leaders began talking. There was an empty seat in the first row. Peking University's president was absent today as he suddenly did not feel well that morning and had gone to the hospital for an 4 drip. After asking about the situation, it did not seem to be anything serious, so he could still rush to get here in time. The gala was not as important as other galas. However, it was, after all, a national-level gala. They had to show their respect and how highly they thought of it. It was customary for the president to deliver the closing or opening speech. The curtains were drawn. The gala officially began. Upon seeing this, the reporters began their video recordings. However, one could tell that the quality of their recordings from their positions would not be too good. The job of recording mainly rested on Peking University. There were 4 or 5 cameras either on tripods or hanging in the air. It was very professional. On stage, 2 hosts walked out one after another. It was a man and woman duo. Zhang Ye did not know the man, but the woman looked familiar. Dear leaders, guests, teachers, and students, good evening. Let me welcome everybody to this year's National Primary and Secondary School New Year Gala. Let us introduce our guests and school representatives. 15 Middle School, Shidafa Middle School, Yucai Middle School, Shanghai Primary School, Jinshi 2 Middle School, etc. There was a long list of names. Zhang Ye leaned his head over and asked, Is this female host a teacher from our department? Su Na smiled and said, That's right. Yan Jin from the Chinese department. She teaches Chinese and is in the second office across from ours. You should have seen her before. The guy is a staff of Peking University's public relations. His name is Zhao Xian. They are a couple and have also been the model couple of our Peking University for years. Back then, they graduated from Peking University and began working in Peking University. With a pause, Su Na said, The school actually wanted you to be the host. Zhang Ye shook his hands. I have never hosted such a gala before. Broadcasting hosts may all seem the same to others, but Zhang Ye, of course, knew that hosts were not that simple. There were many different kinds. For example, broadcasting announcers. These hosts basically read from a script, and there was little spontaneity involved. However, for a television host like Zhang Ye, there was a need to be more reactionary and spontaneous, as there was more unpredictability in variety programs. As for a host for a gala, the focus was on seriousness and stage control. This sort of gala host needed to have a strong ability to control the atmosphere. They had to be able to let the audience applaud, laugh, or remain silent when needed. There could not be any mistakes, nor could the host become the highlight of the show. If you made a very funny performance, causing the audience to keep laughing, then how would the next performance be able to proceed? This was definitely inappropriate. Hence, this kind of host needed to be a very good facilitator. It was all not easy. Professor Zhang was clearly an unprofessional. Aren't you a host who majored in this? This is hard for you. Zhang Ye said truthfully, I might not do well as a gala's host. Firstly, I do not have experience, and secondly, I do a talk show, so people want to laugh once they see me. It would affect the control of the atmosphere. It wouldn't be nice if the atmosphere turns chaotic. Suna chuckled and said, "We didn't know about these, but if you were to do it, I believe you would definitely do very well. After all, you are a professional." This was actually the truth. Even though Zhang Ye did not have experience being a gala's host, he still had the basic foundations as a professional. He would definitely be more professional than Yan Jin and Zhao Xian on stage. "But you were busy with your classes a while ago," Suna said. "Every one of them was a public lecture. So you were too busy, so the school did not dare to trouble you, afraid it would affect your teaching. If not, the job of host would definitely have been yours. There are few in Peking University that are more eloquent than you." Zhang Yi looked seriously at her and said, "Teacher Su, I'm mentioning this first. There's no problem if you flatter me for free, but can I not treat all of you to dinner tonight?" The surrounding teachers, who heard this, all laughed. Suna also burst out into laughter. "No way. I've flattered you all day. You have to treat. Everyone who hears it should get a piece of the pie." Professor Zheng also joined in the fun. "Count me in. I haven't eaten seafood in a long time." A few Peking University teachers, who Zhang Yi did not know, also looked at him in a different light. He had just quarreled with Peking University's senior authority, Professor Yin, this afternoon. But here he was all smiles. He was so humorous. This calmness was not something any typical person could have. If it was an important figure like Professor Yin, if he was not frustrated to death, he would be worried to death. However, Zhang Ye's attitude indicated that he did not seem to mind at all. Actually, they did not understand that Zhang Ye did not feel it after getting used to it. This fellow was already accustomed to offending people and no longer treated it seriously. On stage, the Education Bureau's leader finished his opening speech. The female host, Yan Jin, smiled and said, "Next, please welcome Peking University's Chinese Department's Professor Yan to deliver his speech." Yan Jiantao's figure had not been in the second row for some time. It was unknown when he went backstage. At this moment, he walked out and took over the microphone from the host. People applauded. Zhang Ye's eyes narrowed. Suna looked at him. "It will be Professor Yin speaking on behalf of Peking University first." Yan Jiantao did not bring a script and clearly had done his homework in advance. He had already memorized the script. "Hello, students. During today's opening address, I want to talk about the topic of university is useless that is expressed by society these days." He spoke in a stern manner and sounded like he was giving a public lecture and not a speech at a gala. I do not know what motives people have to make such a nonsensical statement, extolling how university is useless. Peking University is a top learning institute in the country, and I have been working in education for 43 years. As someone with experience, I can tell everyone. Many teachers began to nod as they listened. But in comparison, almost all the students were lacking in attention. They were nearly falling asleep. The children present have yet to walk into society, nor have they contributed to society. You might not understand many things, nor is there a way for you to. University is actually a checkpoint that helps everyone step into society. This is actually a bridge that ensures that everyone becomes a part of society. Knowledge is power. Knowledge is life. The answers you seek can slowly be discovered during your time in university. You can slowly discover yourselves and understand and become aware of yourselves. In my point of view, this is something essential. It is an essential process that can help everyone establish the correct values and outlook on life. Professor Yin blabbered on and on. The students became even more tired. In present-day society, we are the ones supporting it. We have tried all means to encourage education and are full of good intention, but some people are tired of hearing it and might even place barriers in front of their ears. However, as educators, we have constantly repeated again and again in order to encourage education. Has everyone thought about the reason? Yan Jiantao's general meaning was that, as pillars of support for present-day society, they had only the best intentions for the students. They wanted them to study hard and improve themselves daily. Children did not know anything and did not possess correct values, so they had to listen to them. They did not need to think. Only after they finished their education would these children be able to thank these educators for the life they were given. What stale talk! However, Professor Yin had just changed the perspective slightly. He followed a logical line of thought to make sure everyone understand this point. He wanted to let the students think of how educators were painstakingly encouraging them to study, because as their seniors, they had applied what they had learned. Hence, They were strong advocates. If it was really useless, why would they keep pestering them by repeating the same old? Finally, Yin Jiantao said, "University isn't useless. Only ignorance is useless. Peking University will always open its arms to children who have a thirst for knowledge. We will forever welcome you." He finished his speech. There was a round of applause and considered quite enthusiastic. After all, there were cameras, so the students gave face by applauding. But in fact, a large number of students had faces of disinterest. Only the secondary school leaders and teachers, as well as Peking University's lecturers, held Professor Yan's speech in high esteem. They felt Professor Yan had done a good job in his speech. That was a good speech. It looks like Professor Yan had done quite a lot of preparation. That's right. Encouraging people to study from a different perspective. It's quite fresh. Professor Yan has the heart. I hope the students will really take it to heart. From this standards, we can see Professor Yan's skill. This way of encouraging people to study is filled with positivity. Zhang Ye can never learn this. That's right. Zhang Ye's literary skill is sarcasm. His poems and essays are indeed at a pinnacle, but when it comes to education, to persuade people to do good, he's far from it. It is incomparable to Professor Yan. What a joke for people to compare him to Professor Yan. They even analyzed to see who was better? Is there a need to analyze? Professor Yan's experience numbers in the decades. How can a rising star like Zhang Ye compete with Professor Yan? Zhang Ye is lacking the requisite attainment. Chapter 342, Zhang Ye's closing speech. On the podium, the first program of the gala unfolded. It was a song and dance performance. The opening dance began with primary school students appearing in gorgeous attire. Following that, a bunch of middle and high school students slowly joined in the dance as the musical rhythm became more intense. Professor Yan got off the stage and returned to his seat. Professor Yan. Nicely said. With experience comes wisdom. Yin Jiantao waved his hand and smiled, and said some modest words. The surrounding professors and colleagues continuously flattered him. The others, meanwhile, raised the old topic and talked about how Zhang Ye's literature and education was incomparable to Yin Jiantao. Compared to Professor Yan, who walked a orthodox and traditional educational path, Zhang Ye's literary qualities were useless in this realm. Many Peking University teachers believe this was the gap from different levels, and also the difference in realms. Teacher Zhang's works were more popular than Professor Yan's works. He was popular too, but so what? In literature and education, it was not a competition for so-called popularity. It was not a competition of who stirred up more interest, but the meaning and significance behind it. Could Zhang Ye do it? He had not demonstrated skill in this before. The Peking University teachers were mostly concentrated in the right side towards the front. Some of talk ended up reaching Zhang Ye's area. When the music from the stage stopped, Zhang Ye heard it. "I'm inferior to Yin Jiantao?" Zhang Ye laughed without a word. Suna also heard it and whispered, "Teacher Zhang, don't take it to heart. They are just casually talking about it and joining in on the buzz. Don't take offense." Zhang Ye shrugged his shoulders. "It's all right." The students in the auditorium were nearly falling asleep. This is what an education standard was. This is what a literary standard was. Zhang Ye was at a loss of words. He admitted that literature was not something that depended on popularity, but it was not something that does not take into account popularity, right? If people rejected watching or listening to it, then who was this literature for? What was the meaning behind literature? Narcissism. Everyone is drunk, while I'm the only one awake. Without any transmission ability, the so-called literature was not worth even a shit. Yin Jiantao's speech was indeed very orthodox. The reasoning behind it was good, but to say that he did a good job? Zhang Ye did not agree. One program followed another. One performance followed another. Dances, choral performances, acrobatic performances, crosstalk. Suddenly, just as the gala was ending, a secondary school student walked up the stage. He surprised everyone with a talk show performance. Everyone found it quite novel. The students were very interested in new things. Talk show. Isn't this Teacher Zhang's creation? It's not bad, is it? It's a far cry from Zhang Ye's. Isn't that nonsense? Zhang Ye is the creator of such a program format. Furthermore, he is a professional host. There's no way to compete. This person is already doing quite a good job. Hi. Listening to this makes me want to listen to Teacher Zhang do a talk show again. Isn't he a Peking University teacher now? Will he do a segment for us today? No chance for that. Teacher Zhang isn't a primary or secondary school student. A talk show program aroused the discussion amongst students of other provinces. Of course, there were a large number of people who had not heard of talk shows. There were even more people who did not know who Zhang Ye was. Hence, when they saw this program format, they thought it was a mono crosstalk. Only when the surrounding classmates explained to them did they learn that this was a talk show-style performance. No wonder it felt different from mono crosstalk. There was no main theme, and the style was very different. In the front row, a few people did not have the mind to listen to the talk show program on stage. A Peking University staff member ran over and crouched down to avoid the cameras or affect others. He hurriedly said, "The president can't make it." A vice president was stunned. "What happened?" Wu Ziqing also said, "Is the president still not feeling well?" "Yes, we just found out about it on the phone. The president is still hospitalized. He was supposed to be discharged just now, but now, it doesn't seem to be the case," the staff said. "The hospital said the president has elevated blood pressure and needs to be put under supervision while on drip. So, he definitely won't be able to come." The president got them to pass the message to get someone else to stand in for the closing speech. A vice president, who had a white beard, said, "That is the only thing we can do now. President Wu, you are eloquent. Why don't you do it?" With that, the staff said, "What about the closing speech's script?" The person was stunned. "Script? Oh, there's no script." An old professor said, "Didn't the office type out a script for the president?" "No," the staff said. "It was written by the president himself. I was in a hurry and forgot to ask the president where the script is." The old professor said, "Then hurry and get it." Wu Ziqing said, "There's no time. There are only 3 programs left." The staff wiped his sweat as he said, "It will take an hour to make a round trip to the hospital. The president seldom uses a computer and handwrites his things. There's no way of transferring it over. I'm not sure if the hospital has any fax machines either." The old vice president looked at his watch. "It looks like the faxing wouldn't make it in time either." "President Wu." Wu Ziqing shook her head elegantly as she said, "The closing speech isn't just a simple word or two. It needs a topic and a summary statement. It also needs statements that fit the situation. It will need a lot of preparation time in advance to prepare the script. To speak without a script is unrealistic." "Then I'll do it." The old vice president gave it some thought and shook his head. "But I did not prepare a script either. I can't just use the speech I used in the past. With the internet so well developed, it would definitely be exposed by others. People will say our Peking University is lacking in sincerity by doing it so haphazardly." Another school leader said, "But someone has to stand in. The closing speech is more important than the opening speech. This gala has political significance. We can't just end it without it, or all of us will look bad. It would be bad for our reputation too." He was also worried. Regardless of anything, someone had to go up. If not, this would be a political problem. He looked at the people behind him. Who will stand in? Yan Jiantao looked and did not say a word. A few old professors looked at each other, but no one answered. At this critical juncture, no one spoke, nor were they able to talk. How were they to deliver a closing speech without any preparation? Of course, the speech could not be easily given. What if they misspoke? If the closing speech was unideal, then they would have to bear responsibility. The old vice president began naming people. "Old you do it." Professor Yu immediately said, "Old vice president, I did not prepare either. I can't just say some stuff in passing. It has to be something with substance. Who can do it without a script?" It would not have been a problem for them to talk about academic material, as they had done it thousands of times and had already burned it deep within the recesses of their minds. However, for a closing speech for primary and secondary school students, they had never done it before. The things from the past could not be used. They needed at least an hour to write something. Wu Ziqing said, "Old Yu, your writing is good. Can you write one now?" Professor Yu smacked his lips. "I'll need at least half an hour." The old vice president said, "There are only a few minutes left. There's no time to write." Professor Yu said, "Then, I can't do it. I don't dare to think so highly of myself. I really can't do it without a script." "No script? Without a script?" This sentence made the old vice president exclaim. He looked at Wu Ziqing and said, "President Wu, isn't there a host in the Chinese department you are in charge of? His name is Zhang Ye, right? I heard he never uses a script when hosting programs." When he lectured Dream of the Red Chamber in his elective class, he never once prepared a script either, right? Wu Ziqing nodded. Teacher Little Zhang has always been lecturing off script. Another vice president frowned and said, "Is that true? A new class with so much information in his head, he can actually say it without any script or teaching material." A lecturer said, "It's indeed the case. I heard Zhang Ye's class before. Other than bringing the documents to show others, he really did not use a script. He does not even look at the information projected on the screen. He can go on like a reel. Also, he has a lot of impromptu works. I heard that all his poems were created on the spot. They were never written in advance." Back then at the Shanghai SARFD press conference, Zhang Ye had given a speech on site. It was named The Last Speech. It was quite popular on the internet. I watched the video once, and he did a really good job. It was easy to tell at a glance that it was done in an impromptu manner. The old vice president decided. Then let Zhang Ye stand in. "President Wu, what are your thoughts on this?" Wu Ziqing thought for a moment and smiled. "If little Zhang does it, there will definitely not be a problem. All right, we'll get him." Hence she signaled to his staff. "Go back to look for little Zhang. Give him a heads up. Tell him to do the closing speech well. Then inform the hosts, and make sure that they know who to welcome later." The person obeyed the order. "All right." Yin Jiantao frowned. "Let Zhang Yi do the closing speech." He was an unorthodox literary person who only knew derision and cursing. What could he say? In the third row, the Peking University staff crouched down and squeezed over. Excuse me. Very soon, he found Zhang Yi. "Teacher Zhang." Zhang Yi asked in surprise, "You are looking for me?" The staff hurriedly said, "The president is having an infusion at the hospital and is unable to deliver the closing speech. There's no script now, and no one to deliver it. President Wu and company got me to get you to help save the situation." Zhang Yi waved his hand. "I won't do. I don't have a script too." The man said, "But don't you always deliver impromptu performances?" President Wu said, "Only you will be able to save the situation. The program is almost ending. There's no time." Zhang Yi did not want to go, as there wasn't any benefit to doing something so problematic. "President Wu named me?" "That's right. There are many Peking University teachers and professors here, but the only person who can do it off script is you. Others don't have that ability." The person was afraid Zhang Yi would not agree, so he began to flatter him. After some hesitation, Zhang Yi said helplessly, "All right then, I'll give it a try. I don't dare to say it will be done well." "Well, what should be said?" The person said, "Anything will do. Hopefully something that can leave a deep impression." The leaders said the closing speech cannot be too weak. It's best if it was a conclusive and relevant speech that relates to a primary and secondary school's gala atmosphere. "Got it," Zhang Yi said. The person heaved a sigh of relief. "Then thank you very much. Sorry for troubling you." At this moment, the penultimate program just begun. The staff left with his back bent. He then ran over to the side of the stage with his back bent to the hosts and whispered a few words to them. The male and female hosts nodded and gave Zhang Ye's direction a glance. They understood. Chapter 343, A Different Closing Speech. The performance was still going on. Zhang Ye began to vex. A male intern teacher exclaimed, "Closing statement?" Professor Zhang asked Zhang Ye, "Can you do it?" "I don't know what to say." Zhang Ye was quite helpless. He really did not want to do it, but Vice President Wu Ziqing had given the order, so he could not shirk from his responsibility. Su Na said hurriedly, "If you can't do it, don't go. Without a script, how are you going to talk about it? There are so many cameras recording. If you don't do well, the responsibility is on you." Teacher Zhang, you must think carefully. Zhang Yi threw up his hands. "The few presidents have already named me. I can't not do it." Su Na said, "How many more programs are there?" "There should be one more. I saw the rehearsal." A Chinese department male intern teacher said. Professor Zhang suggested, "If you can't do it, go with Professor Yan's line of thought. The main thing is to teach the children. Since it is on a topic of primary and secondary school students, you can put them down or give them a berating. Teaching them would do too. It has to do with youths and cannot be too general." "Youths? Oh, youths?" Zhang Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. "Got it." Su Na said helplessly, "Why are you laughing at such a time?" Her. I just got an idea of what to say. I'm going." Zhang Ye got up and bent his back as he walked out the third row. He walked to the side of the stage and waited patiently. If it was not mentioned, he would not have thought about it. But with it mentioned, Zhang Ye had a flash of inspiration. He thought of a speech and then looked at Yin Jiantao again. He felt this was most suitable here. Yin, you want to find trouble with me, right? Sure, today I'll teach you a lesson. Is that teacher Zhang Ye? Why is he going there? Is he going on stage? He also has a program? That's impossible. Yao Mi, Senior Zhou, and Senior Song were all stunned. They looked at Zhang Ye with a confused look. What was he standing there for? A few Peking University teachers also did not understand the situation when they saw this. They were all sitting in the back, so they did not hear what the leaders had been discussing in the first row. A few minutes later, the final song and dance program ended. Everyone immediately gave a warm round of applause. Following that, the two hosts, Yin Jin and Zhao Xin, stepped onto the stage. Zhao Xin chuckled and said, "This brings us to the conclusion of the program for today's National Primary and Secondary New Year Gala. Next, it will be the final segment of the gala." Yin Jin followed up and said, "As the president of Peking University isn't feeling well, he is unable to be present. The closing speech will be taken over by Peking University's Chinese department lecturer and famous host, Teacher Zhang Ye. Now, please give a warm round of applause to invite Teacher Zhang Ye on stage to give the closing statement." BBA, BBA, BBA. The applause was quite good. Ming Ming, Ming Ming, it's your bro, a boy shouted. Chao Ming Ming also widened her eyes. My bro is delivering the closing speech? That's great. Teacher Long said worriedly. It looks like Teacher Zhang was given the order last minute. He was not given any time to prepare. This closing speech won't be easy to deliver. If he doesn't do it well, it can lead to trouble. Chao Ming Ming scared. Impossible. Who is my bro? He will definitely do well. All the teachers in Peking University added up can't even match my bro's talent. Yao Mi exclaimed, so that's the reason. The president can't come? Senior Song frowned. Senior Zhou felt a bead of sweat drip down his forehead. Can Teacher Zhang do it? He did not prepare anything. He even got into a conflict with Professor Yin this afternoon. Many people are paying attention to this matter. Professor Yin had adequate preparations, and his opening speech from before was pretty good. How can Teacher Zhang surpass Professor Yin in an unprepared state? If he doesn't do well, people will keep harping on this matter in the future, mentioning how he's inferior to Professor Yin. Honestly, what is there to compare between Teacher Zhang and Professor Yin? One is in the realm of poems and literature, while the other does education of literature. It doesn't match. Another Chinese department student said, that's right. In the field of poetry, 10 Professor Yan's would not be Teacher Zhang's match. But in the literary insights and education, 10 Teacher Zhang's might not be Professor Yan's match. Furthermore, Teacher Zhang, you did not prepare a script. Yao Mi said worriedly. Could he have received the president's script? Senior Song began to speak. Definitely not. If there's the president's script, those vice presidents would have gone up to deliver the closing speech. Why would they need Teacher Zhang Ye to save the situation? That's right. It's reasonable, but what can we do now? Yao Mi said. Senior Zhou was at a loss of whether to laugh or cry. What can we do? All we can do is wait and see. Senior Song blinked and said, don't look down on our Teacher Zhang. It's not like we do not know his literary talent. Yao Mi said, but this is a closing speech. Teacher Zhang has never done it before, and it has to be educational in nature. Teacher Zhang does not know this. His usual poems are all for cursing others or about emotions. Senior Song looked at her and said, Teacher Zhang, you might not really be bad at it, right? We may believe he isn't good at it only because we have never heard Teacher Zhang Ye give his thoughts on education publicly. It doesn't mean Teacher Zhang doesn't know. Well, let's see. Yao Mi turned worried and clasped her hands in prayer. Hocus pocus. Uncle Zhang, please do F*** King well. Li Ying burst out in laughter. Little me, why does your prayer include a curse? Professor Yin, an old lecturer, chuckled. Yin Jiantao also shook his head. This Zhang Yu was being too presumptuous. Beside him, an old professor who had good relations with him added, I heard this little Zhang is very articulate. I really don't believe what I've heard. Today, I want to see if he really has the ability. Why did they let Zhang Yi do it? The closing statement is such an important thing. It should be left to anyone but him. That's right. He lacks the qualifications. We have been in education for decades. The school's leaders Sure, trust him. Let's see how he screws up. With Professor Yan's highly educative speech at the beginning, what does he have to say? There's no way to end it. He will appear too weak. The closing statement usually has to be better than the opening speech. Many Peking University teachers began discussing, especially some older professors and old veterans in education. They all did not think highly of Zhang Ye. A few vice presidents looked up at the stage in worry. They had only gotten Zhang Ye to save the situation as they were out of options. Only Wu Ziqing looked calm as usual. She looked at Zhang Ye at the podium and nodded at him. Whatever the people offstage said was useless. Everyone's moods and expressions were different. Zhang Ye walked to the stage and took over the microphone from Yan Jing. He smiled and then faced the thousands of students and teachers from the various provinces. Hello, everyone. Tonight's gala has come to an end. The performances were all very successful. I saw everyone's vitality, and in my heart, that is what youth should be like. What he said was very banal. Professor Yin and many teachers scoffed. When the students heard this opening statement, they also turned sleepy. Previously, that Professor Yin's opening speech had ruined their mood, causing them to not enjoy the gala. Now that it was the closing speech, another guy came to talk. Even though Zhang Ye was a celebrity, they lacked the interest. Who didn't know the importance of studying diligently? They were long tired of hearing their seniors drone on about this. They no longer wanted to hear any more of it. So meaningless. Can we leave now? That's right. It's time to leave, right? Many children spoke in murmurs, but were stopped by the teachers beside them. Only then did they fall silent and endured in silence. Only the eyes of those reporters lit up. The cameramen, who wanted to switch off the cameras, did not need their colleagues to remind them. All of them became attentive. Why? There was no why. It was because this person was called Zhang Ye. Wherever he was, there would always be news. Sure enough, Zhang Ye's next sentence caused the atmosphere to change without warning. This was because Zhang Ye had said a closing statement no one would have thought of. Today, I will be representing the president to deliver the closing speech. I am very honored, and the closing speech should be scripted and go accordance with routines and rules, but I won't be doing it today. Well, of course, even if I wanted to just read ad verbatim, I can't do it now without anything on hand. Noticing people laugh, Zhang Ye carried on. He sounded very casual in his speech. Not having a script had its benefits. Furthermore, at today's gala's opening, Professor Yin Jiantao's speech gave me a thought. Professor Yin said the society today is comprised of adults, and as youths, your duty is to study diligently. You should diligently follow the path that they think is right based on their experience, and eventually become them. Then, succeed them many years later. Youth should not have any doubts because they are people with experience. They know which paths are shortcuts and which paths are the important ones. You just need to do as they did. That was what was said. Professor Yan's general meaning was probably that. The final goal was just to encourage education from a different perspective. The old vice president frowned. What's little Zhang doing? Yin Jiantao's face turned ashen. What do you mean by this? Many people did not understand what Zhang Ye was saying. These words gave them a fright. After all, Zhang Ye had many notorious deeds in the past. In the next moment, Zhang Ye let everyone know that the Zhang Ye, who caused trouble everywhere he went, had never ***king changed. I know there are many people who agree and admire Professor Yan's perspective, but as far as I'm concerned, I am totally against it. There was an uproar. Holy ***t. Zhang Ye has fired his cannons again. Is this because of the conflict with Professor Yin this afternoon? I knew it. I knew never to let Zhang Ye give the speech. He has no fear with that mouth of his. If a microphone is given to him, he will dare to even scold the entire world. The Peking University teachers were all flustered. This was a gala that was political in nature. No one could save the situation if something went wrong. However, many primary and secondary school students brightened up. This was really a different closing speech. They had never seen a closing speech reject the opening speech before. The rumors were true. This Zhang Ye was really different from others. Chapter 344. Ode to Young China stuns the four seas. The auditorium turned into chaos. The way Zhang Ye delivered his punches in such an unpredictable way alarmed everyone. An old professor from the mathematics department shouted, "Little Zhang, get down." Yin Jiantao also said, "What nonsense. He just wants to mess things up." Another old lecturer in his 60s also said, Young people these days behave like there are no rules. How can you say something like that in a closing speech? Wu Ziqing cut them off and said gently, "Listen to what teacher little Zhang has to say first." That was just the beginning. The closing speech's significance comes in the concluding sentences. It's still okay. Then, Zhang Ye spoke again. "I see many people are giving me looks of puzzlement and shock. Maybe everyone feels what Professor Yin previously talked about is common knowledge and is already fact, so why would I say I oppose it? Because in my heart, there is the existence of a young China." Young China? What young China? Everyone failed to understand him. Zhang Ye was too ruthless. He used the famous Liang Qichao's Ode to Young China as his closing remark, or to put it precisely, a speech. This masterpiece had many years of history and was very old, but it was never behind the times. Using it now and today, Ode to Young China was still glorious in this present world. The only problem was that this speech had its dangers. But so what? Zhang Ye smiled. He felt duty-bound to proceed without hesitation. Is a country old or young? Let us talk about young and old. The old often reminisce about the past, while the young often anticipate the future. Thinking of the past leads to sentimentalism. Thinking of the future leads to hope. Sentimentalism leads to conservativeness. Hope leads to progress. Conservativeness leads to eternal oldness. Progress leads to daily freshness. Thinking of the past are people of derelict, only knowing the rules. Thinking of the future are people of inexperience, only they dare to break the rules. After he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. The words he said were not difficult to understand, but the words were not common vernacular either. Suna was a bit surprised. Many people found it amazing, not because of the meaning behind the words, but because they found it unbelievable that Zhang Ye could come up with something like that without a script. No script? You really King came out with an impromptu speech. How could that be? You can come up with such things on the spot. After they tried appreciating it, many people were infuriated. For example, an old person like Yan Jiantao. The old professors surrounding him were already fuming with anger. Who's King conservative? Who's King always reminiscing about the past? Who King doesn't forge ahead without thinking? Zhang Ye, you are too much a grandson. You scold people even while giving a closing speech. Zhang Ye spoke with fervor and assurance. The old tend to worry. The young tend to enjoy pleasure. The more worry, the more discouragement. The more pleasure, the more confidence. The more discouragement, the more cowardice. The more confidence, the more heroism. The more cowardice, the more carelessness. The more heroism, the more adventure. The more carelessness, the more annihilation. The more adventure, the more creation. The old people easily tire of things, while the young often find pleasure in things. Tiredness results in people who think nothing is possible. Pleasure results in people who think everything is possible. If the old are like the setting sun, the young a rising sun. The old are like a lean ox, the young a tiger cub. The old are like a monk, the young a heroic knight. The old are like a dictionary, the young a play script. The old are like opium, the young, brandy. The old are like a falling meteorite, the young a coral island in the ocean. The old are like a willow, the young the grass in spring. The old man is a dead sea that retains, the young the source of the Yangtze River. From this, we know that the aged and the young both have their own merits and uses. With that, Zhang Ye summarized. If they cast away their prejudices and work together for the country, their services to the people shall be immense. Old people are cowards. Old people hate the world. Old people did not dare take risks. Old people are like old oxen. They are like people taking an opium. They are like crashing celestial bodies. There were many old professors and lecturers from Peking University present. The moment they heard this, they were all glaring with anger. No one liked hearing that. Yan Jiantao was erupting with anger. The other elderly people were still fine, as they knew Zhang Ye's words were not directed at them. But these words were definitely scolding him. Yan Jiantao. Su Na exclaimed in a daze. Teacher Zhang is mad. Why is he scolding people? Professor Zheng excitedly slapped his thigh. He isn't mad. He is also not scolding people. But, there are words of contempt. Su Na could not understand. Professor Zheng chuckled and said, If old people, like us, can't even endure the words of contempt for the children, then we would truly be the type of people mentioned by little Zhang. Nicely said, little Zhang. This kid always broadens everyone's horizons every time he speaks. All the youths felt their blood boiling with excitement. Zhang Ye ignored all the angry stares of those old professors. The cause of a Geronto China of the present were the results of the Chinese old. The responsibility of a young China of the future lies with the Chinese youth. What can the old provide in ideas? Not much time is left for them in this world, while our youths are the future that will create ties with the world. Like a renter where a place of residence shifts tomorrow, I'll be moving into this place today. The renter does not show care for the windows. The corridors aren't swept. It is understandable. So what's strange about it? As for the young, my future is vast, but my past, in retrospect, is far-reaching. If China is enslaved, enduring the cruel torture of the whip, only the youth will bear it. If we're to dominate, being a leader of Earth, the glory of this command rests on our youths. What has this got to do with those decrepit on death's door who have become neighbors with the deadly ghosts? If they remain indifferent, still all right it would be. If we remain indifferent, all right it would not be. If the entire country's youth are filled with vigor, China would be a country of the future, having limitless possibilities. If the entire country's youth are gentrified, China would return to becoming a country of the past, succumbing soon to its end. Up to here, there were more and more people looking at Zhang Ye with shock. Wu Ziqing gave a faint smile. The old vice president gasped. Another vice president was also stunned for a moment and did not say a word. He looked deeply at Wu Ziqing. Where did this old Wu get such a person? A few elderly people were still reminiscing his words. The goal of Zhang Ye's lecture was not to scold them. Although his words were somewhat disrespectful, if one thought it through, there was no such meaning. Zhang Ye was guiding and educating the young present. Yan Jiantao could not accept it as he grit his teeth. Chao Mingming looked around in puzzlement. What is my bro saying? Why can't I understand a thing? Teacher Lung passionately clenched her fists. Your brother is now doing an important speech that will subvert the current understanding of education. Students, everyone listen up. You must listen carefully and not miss a single word, or you will regret this for life. If you do not understand, no worries. You will slowly understand in the future. You just need to remember one point. The talent of one teacher Zhang Ye surpasses 1 billion people. Chao Mingming said happily. Really? A language class representative sitting beside Chao Mingming understood the speech. Mingming, your bro is really too good. He will be my idol from now on. Another Shanghai secondary school teacher also hung a look of disbelief from his face. This is what's considered a truly great speech. Following that, he looked at his students. All of you listen to it carefully. Teacher Zhang Ye is risking condemnation and is willing to sacrifice his own future to teach you. You must not betray teacher Zhang Ye's well intentions. Upon saying this, the teacher's hands began to tremble. He never expected Zhang Ye to do so much for the children. If he asked himself honestly, he would not have done so. He could not take such a risk to teach the children, nor did he have such literary talent. Many students solemnly nodded their heads. Teacher, we understand. From their teacher's expression, they knew how important this was. Yaomi was already dumbfounded. Senior Song gasped. Teacher Zhang is. Senior Zhou also stood up in impulse. Stop talking. All of you stop talking. Listen to what Teacher Zhang still has to say. Zhang Yi looked at the students in their seats. He was pleased. From the looks on their faces, he knew that his words had gotten to them. Those who could participate in the gala were not mediocre. They were all the straight-A students or top students of their schools. This bit of textual difficulty would not stump them. Very happy. Zhang Yi was very satisfied. Since you all understand, since you enjoy listening to it, then there's nothing I cannot say. So what if I offend others? As long as you take in what you hear, as long as you gain something for it, then even I were to offend 10,000 people, 100,000 people, or even 1,000,000 people, I will also not blink an eye. The world may criticize me, but I do so without regrets. Today's responsibility is not taken by others, but taken by young people. Zhang Yi breathed out and held onto the microphone while saying the famous words from Ode to Young China that everyone knew. If the young people are wise, the country will be wise. If the young people are rich, the country will be rich. If the young people are strong, the country will be strong. If the young people are independent, the country will be independent. If the young people are free, the country will be free. If the young people make progress, the country will make progress. If the young people can get ahead of Europe, the country will get ahead of Europe. If the young people are on top of the world, the country will be on top of the world. If the young people are strong, the country will be strong. If the young people are wise, the country will be wise. When he said this, there were already more and more middle school students and teachers standing up from their seats. Zhang Ye looked at everyone. The nascent red light shines the great light. An underground streaming river, a swift surging sea. Latent dragons leaping chasms, scaled claws flying. Tiger cubs roaring in the valleys, shocking all beasts. The eagle tests its wings, sucking up dust storms. The exquisite first bloom, propitious and majestic. The strike of the weapon, the beam shows its effects. Standing in the world, shouldering the sky. Backed by splendid history and culture. A promising, far-reaching future. Upon saying this, Zhang Ye's voice suddenly rose, as he pointed with great aplomb at the skies. My beautiful young China, that is as eternal as heaven. Then, Zhang Ye pointed to the ground forcefully. My magnificent Chinese youth who are as bountiful as the land. At this instant, all the young students that had come to participate in the gala, and even Peking University's students, all could not help but stand up. Chapter 345. Face-smacking Zhang shows his powers yet again. Zhang Ye finished his speech. The whole auditorium was silent. Ka-la, shwa-la. Only the sound of the seats rocked back one by one, as person after person stood up within a short 3 seconds. Almost everyone stood up, and no one spoke a word. All they did was stare at Zhang Ye, who stood on stage, in shock. Thousands of students, thousands of gazes. A sea of black heads stood within the auditorium. The scene at this moment was very stunning. What a good, my beautiful young China, that is as eternal as heaven. What a good, my magnificent Chinese youth, who are as bountiful as the land. What sort of speech was this? What sort of feelings were these? Some students still might not understand some of the vernacular language used earlier, but the last few paragraphs were fully understood by them. Their blood surged, and Zhang Ye's closing speech had acted like an igniter that lit up every student's hearts. Young China. This is our China. When some of the students heard the last bit, they couldn't control themselves as their eyes turned red. It was excitement. It was touching. There was an impulse, and their tears could no longer be held back and started streaming down. I'm crying. How can it be? Why am I crying? Some students reached for their eyes, not believing that they were tearing up. Since when had they not involuntarily felt sleepy whenever they listened to a teacher's speech? The words would always go in through one ear and out the other. Although they would act like they were listening, in fact nothing was even processed. But now, today, Zhang Ye's speech had managed to move them to tears. They did not know why, no one did, but many of them just couldn't control themselves. A few secondary school teachers couldn't help but tear up too. Today, they understood why whenever they went into a tirade of enlightening them with reason and touching their hearts, the students would oppose them. It would not get through to most of them. The teachers had discussed this in private before and even took courses at Beijing Normal University, going as far as organizing discussions regarding this issue. In the end, they could only conclude that the biggest problem was the rebellious nature of youngsters, a psychological issue that was natural and not something they could change. They could only wait it out for the kids to grow up and get past the rebellious stages of life before they would be able to understand the reasonings behind their pleas, before they would be able to understand their teachers' hard work and care. But today, all of these teachers knew they were wrong. They were wrong as hell. It wasn't that the students did not want to listen. They did not rebel because they had to listen to long explanations. It wasn't the fault of the students, nor was it the issue of rebellious natures. It was because the root of the problem was in the things that the educator talked about. What they had tried to get across did not get into the minds of these children. This fact was not accepted by many of them, and it was very difficult to accept as well, but the truth was right before their eyes, and they could say nothing about it. Zhang Ye did it. Ode to Young China had done it. Seeing all those passionate and enthusiastic children, everything had an answer. The youths had a rebellious nature? No. This was just an excuse they used. The children's rebellious nature was really down to These educators, because none of them had the literary talents of Zhang Ye. Many of them thought to themselves, if only they had 10% of Zhang Ye's level of teaching or 10% if his literary quality, their relationship with their students would definitely not be as it was now. The students would definitely listen to their class attentively. But there could only be one Zhang Ye. This sort of speech, this kind of essay, only a person like him could say something like that. Many of these secondary school teachers felt a sense of powerlessness, because what could they do even if they knew? None of them could emulate Zhang Ye. No one could compare to teacher Zhang Ye's literary talent. On stage, Zhang Ye nodded. My closing speech is as such. This is what I wanted to say and is all that I will say. Thank you, everyone. Then he looked over to the two hosts. Yan Jin did not walk over. Her husband, Zhao Xian, did not move either. The couple could only stare at Zhang Ye in shock, dumbfounded by his speech. Then when they reacted, the gala was already at an end. Yan Jin hesitated, but immediately gave a sign to Zhang Ye, making some motions and then pointing to Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye understood that they wanted him to do the announcement, so he did not reject after hesitating for a short moment. He picked up the microphone and said, "Leaders, distinguished guests, students, and fellow teachers. Then let me announce, the 7th National Primary and Secondary School New Year Gala has successfully come to an end." Voila! The applause instantly thundered out. "Teacher Zhang," someone unknown shouted. Then, the audience gradually started chanting together. "Teacher Zhang! Teacher Zhang! Teacher Zhang! Teacher Zhang! Teacher Zhang!" The chants became more and more in order. Then it unified as one voice. A few thousand students had actually managed to shout, "Teacher Zhang," in unison. There was a mixture of boys' and girls' voices. The scene was even more emotionally touching than earlier. If this was a concert, then it wouldn't be that strange. It was normal for everyone to shout out a singer's name, but this wasn't the case here. This was a gala event, an event that consisted of primary and secondary students in which Zhang Ye had done a last-minute closing speech, yet he had received such a response from the children. Many of the Peking University teachers looked at each other. Chao Mingming was extremely pleased as she joined in the applause too. Yao Mi raised her hands and shouted, "Teacher Zhang! Teacher Zhang!" Senior Zhou was also very excited at this moment. He followed along with the students in shouting out Zhang Ye's name. The scene was chaotic. The students were too passionate. The situation was a little hard to handle now, and even those teachers, who were trying to lead their classes out of the auditorium, found it difficult to do so. Some of them tried to lead the students away, but they refused to leave. They kept on chanting. Regarding this speech, the children had different views about it than those teachers with an educational perspective. The children had their own perspectives too. How many years had it been? How many generations had passed? But the textbooks were always the same. Their teachers' teaching methods were also the same, just like how Yin Jiantao had put it in his speech earlier. Everyone was at the top looking down to them. All the teachers and adults used the same attitudes and educational methods on them, thinking that they did not know a thing, that they were still only children. The adults only wanted them to listen to their words and follow in their footsteps. Generation after generation of brainwashing, generation after generation of instilling, to let the children believe in all these things, slowly grinding down their spirits, slowly pulling them into the values that an adult should have, and then finally becoming parents themselves and using the exact same methods to educate their own children. But teacher Zhang was not the same. Zhang Ye did not look at them like children or people who didn't know a thing. Zhang Ye had told them loudly today that China belongs to the youths. China belonged to them. They were not weak. They were the pillars of the country. To the children, this was not a talk. It was a bellow. It was a kind of trust that let them want to stand up and raise their heads, to let them present their proudest side to everyone. That sort of passion was something they could not describe with words. Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye had already walked off the stage and was returning to his seat. Suna looked at him from afar and gave him a thumbs up high in the air to him. Professor Zheng and a lot of the Chinese department teachers also nodded to Zhang Ye. Most of them did not teach literature, but were also from the Chinese department. At least their literary levels were considered to be high. In the past, some of these Chinese department teachers had already admitted that Zhang Ye's level was definitely higher than theirs, but even that had a limit. They probably felt that it was only higher than their own by a little, but when they heard Zhang Ye's speech today, they finally realized how childish their thoughts were. It was even laughable. To be able to give such a speech, his literary level was definitely on a different scale than theirs. It was the type that had no way to be compared at all. The difference was too wide. There was no way to even compare. As for Professor Yin, Zhang Ye and Yin Jiantao, who was better? After Zhang Ye came back, the teachers and students who were there and knew about the conflict between the two of them all secretly looked towards Professor Yin. They were very clear that there was no need for comparison anymore. Who was better? Everyone knew the answer. Who said that Zhang Ye didn't understand educational literature? If he didn't know, then no one in this world knows. It wasn't that Zhang Ye did not know about this field, but just that he did not show it. This Ode to Young China prose had literally shocked countless numbers of people. Speaking of its content, Yin Jiantao's earlier speech of encouragement was comparatively lousier. It was basically a pile of dog sh*t. One would fear having something for reference. Now that they looked back on it, Professor Yan's crappy speech was something that should not even have been presented. In terms of education, literature, and even the interest and thought-provoking nature to the students, Zhang Ye's speech had totally left Professor Yan's speech in the dust. What's more, Zhang Ye's most fatal blow was his sarcastic scolding. In most cases, in an educational speech, there was definitely no way to have words that scolded anyone. But to everyone's astonishment, Zhang Ye was indeed the country's most sarcastic literary person. His style of scolding was already ingrained into his bones. He could place his scolding anywhere in them. In the speech, there were countless parallelism usage of insulting words, which were directed at the old people. Yin Jiantao, vividly portraying Zhang Ye's sarcasm to its best. It could even be placed within an educational speech to scold people. And it was even done so naturally. Scolding someone until they were rendered speechless. There had never been a case like this before. Furthermore, Yin Jiantao's script for the speech had been prepared many days in advance. Zhang Ye had been summoned to save the situation at the very last minute. It was an impromptu speech, and it was even in vernacular form. The cadence of giving a speech was also not something that Yin Jiantao could compete with him on. From this, it could be said that Zhang Ye was on a completely different level to Yin Jiantao. Oh, where's old Yin? Everyone looked for him. Professor Yin, who had still been around a while earlier, had now disappeared. He must have quietly left after suffering from such a great loss of face. In the afternoon, Professor Yin was still high and mighty, repressing down on others with his qualifications. Educating Zhang Ye, criticizing Zhang Ye, speaking to Zhang Ye like he didn't know anything. But right now Zhang Ye's short speech had turned the tables around. He had scolded him and smacked his face. Alas, Professor Yan's face had been thrown all the way to his grandmother's house this time. Chapter 346. I didn't scold the old. After the gala ended. Although it was a gala, it was only 6 p.m. when it ended. That was really enjoyable. Right, it was worth coming to this gala. It really wasn't for nothing coming all the way here to Beijing. Although the program's average and always the same old, every gala is about the same anyway. However, Teacher Zhang Ye's closing speech really stirred you up. Just that closing speech alone made it worthwhile coming. As expected for Teacher Zhang Ye to understand us. He's so much better than the other teachers. When I return home, I'll definitely work harder. This speech might have changed my life. Me too. I won't need my teachers and parents to force me to study anymore. Many of the students that came from the various provinces were greatly moved. They had gained a lot from this gala, or to put it another way, this closing speech of Zhang Ye. This sort of encouraging form of education, this classic speech of Ode to Young China, was literally priceless. Anyone who listened to it live felt like they had received a windfall. Some of the secondary school teachers even made up their minds to analyze Zhang Ye's speech thoroughly when they returned, and reproduce it for the students who were unable to come to the gala. The people not from Peking University all left. A few Peking University leaders walked back slowly. An elderly vice president, who was even older than the president, said, "President Wu, I never had the chance to ask you. Why did you decide on inviting a host to join us?" Wu Ziqing did not directly answer him. She smiled. A host might not necessarily be a bad teacher. Another vice president looked at her. "Old Wu, that might not be guaranteed. Your Chinese department's little Zhang has caused trouble once again. Who will clean up this mess? Let's think about it first." Wu Ziqing said indifferently. But this closing speech doesn't have any problems, right? The elderly vice president said. From the child's point of view, there's no problem, but from other points of views, there are too many problems. It will be quite problematic. If need be, we might even need to consult the president. Well, it would be bad if this matter blows up. If society demands an answer from us, that would be very troublesome. Wu Ziqing said, I have already informed the filming crew and the official website staff not to upload the closing speech. Only the gala's content will be uploaded. The elderly vice president said, that's just a form of self-deception. There were so many reporters present, and there were cameras from every television stations. It can't be covered up. It will all be up to little Zhang's luck on whether or not he can get through this. This matter isn't serious, but neither is it trivial. The crux of the issue depends on the attitude of society. If he can't get through this, the punishment dealt to little Zhang would definitely not be lenient. He would also find it very difficult to find another job in academia. Another vice president said, it's such a pity. The elder vice president looked at Wu Ziqing. By the way, old Wu, Zhang Ye is now teaching appreciation of the classics in your Chinese department? I think he is actually quite suitable for teaching history too. How about it? Why not get your Chinese department to first fire him, as a form of punishment, and then let little Zhang come over to the history department to seek refuge? The history department was under his charge. Wu Ziqing looked back and said in a lukewarm fashion, are you trying to wreck my department? The elderly vice president waved his hands with a smile. No, I'm not. I'm just looking out for little Zhang. Wu Ziqing curved her soft lips. Aren't you afraid little Zhang will cause trouble in your history department? Not at all. A person with talent always has a bit of temper or is somewhat antisocial. As the saying goes, a person not envied by others is mediocre. The elderly vice president said. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, what a coincidence. I think so too. The elderly vice president threw up his hands. Fine. Pretend I never said a thing. After Zhang Ye's closing speech, there were already more and more people who had their sights set on him. Even vice presidents from other departments wanted him for themselves. They did not care about his temper. They did not care about his character. Zhang Ye's talent was the real deal. After the elderly vice president heard Ode to Young China, he suddenly had a fond heart towards such a talent. They had arrived at their office building, but the moment they entered, they saw more than a dozen people. Leading them was Yin Jiantao. He had left the auditorium early to come here. There were many elderly professors and lecturers behind him. Their stance was formidable, and they looked unfriendly. Old President. President Wu. Zhang Ye is being too much, right? This matter needs to be severely dealt with. How can he scold people? Does he have any virtuous shred of respect for elders? We have dedicated our entire lives to teaching education. He just negated everything we have done with a single speech? We became those who lead people astray and are nosy. We have become old debauchee that take opium. The three vice presidents looked at each other. Come on, let's talk inside. The other side. Outside the grand auditorium. After Su Na picked up a phone call, her expression changed. She hurriedly ran towards Zhang Ye, interrupting his chat with Professor Zhang. Teacher Zhang. Teacher Su. What seems to be the matter? I just heard that Professor Yin and a bunch of other faculty professors have gone to complain to the vice presidents. They request for disciplinary action be dealt to you, removing you from the education system. Is that all? I got it. What did you get? You can even laugh. Then what can I do? Their mouths belong to them. I can't do anything about that. You should be rushing over there and at least be able to explain yourself. That's right. All right, I'll go. Thanks, Teacher Su. Professor Zhang. I'll be leaving first. I won't be able to treat you today, but maybe some other day. Go on ahead. Why are you even talking about food? Go ahead. Downstairs. Zhang Yi looked up before striding inside. Zhang Yi was in no way surprised about the elderly professor's mass complaints. He had anticipated it and was already mentally prepared. The moment he had gone on stage, Zhang Yi knew very clearly that including Ode to Young China in his closing speech had its dangers. This prose was heavily disputed even in his world. The prose had entered textbooks, but it was not in its entirety, only excerpts. The excerpts were only limited to the last two paragraphs said by Zhang Yi today. The textbooks, Ode to Young China, did not have any phrases that scolded the old, as they were deleted, leaving only the last few paragraphs. This was enough to illustrate how serious the problem was disputed. Come on, I'll take on any move of yours. At the worst, I'll just be dismissed. It's not like it'll the first time. Zhang Ye was quite a carefree soul. Since he had completed his lectures on Dream of the Red Chamber, he did not mind too much. But honestly, this was not Zhang Ye's true thoughts. He still cared about some things. Despite having only worked for slightly more than 10 days, his feelings towards Peking University and the students were like that among family members. He felt like a fish in water, and especially liked the job as lecturer. He certainly would miss this job. If possible, he definitely wanted to carry on teaching at Peking University. Just leave like that? Zhang Ye would also feel indignant about it. President Wu trusted him so much. The students liked him so much. Zhang Ye definitely wanted to fight back, for he did not wish to leave. Furthermore, he had told his students that he would carry on teaching them appreciation of the classics next year. President Wu, is there any need for consideration? Is he even in the right to scold us old people? Before entering, one could already hear Yan Jiantao and another professor's voice from outside. Zhang Ye stepped forward and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Come in. It was the elderly vice president's voice. Zhang Ye entered and pretended to be stunned. There's so many people. President Wu waved her hand. Come over here, little Zhang. You came just in time. Yan Jiantao looked coldly at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye, what's the meaning behind your closing speech? Zhang Ye blinked his eyes and said, What do you mean by meaning? Don't act the fool. An elderly professor from the philosophy department said, You are a person with parents and seniors. Can your conscience feel all right after you scolded old people in such a way? Zhang Ye said with an alarmed look. Who scolded old people? Tell me. I'll fight that person for all of you. A few elderly professors nearly fainted. They were thinking how great this darn kid was at acting. You asked who scolded? You were the one. Did you forget what you said? Zhang Ye said with an exaggerated gasp. When did I? Is it a misunderstanding? It has to be a misunderstanding. So you were talking about my speech from just now? Hey, I didn't scold old people. Those words were just literary metaphors and analogies. The so-called old people in my speech was referring to a mental age. It's a state of mind, an antiquated statement in general that does not refer to anyone in particular. It's not talking about old people. So this was the problem? All of you have misunderstood me. All of you as professors are famous in the world of academia and pillars of support of Peking University. You are not old people. In my eyes, you are all vibrant youths. Ode to Young China is also referring to everyone. Yan Jiantao. The few old professors. A female secretary in the office could not help but let out a stifled laugh. Zhang Ye carried on with his nonsense. The few of you have been in education for decades. Your understanding in literature can't be bad. In literary and figurative writing, it is very common to use metaphors. For example, the sun smiled warmly. How can the sun smile? If it really cracks a smile, then there would be an explosion. Our universe might be destroyed. It's just an anthropomorphic metaphor. For me, I'm doing the exact opposite. When I use the words the old, it is a metaphor for antiquated. Or else what should I say? Should I just use the word antiquated? That wouldn't sound good, and it would not have any poetic feel. It would be too direct and impetuous. Professor Yin is also in literature, so he must understand this, right? In literature, you need to have a bit of pretense. Use some anthropomorphism and quasi-physical metaphors to make it sound more awesome. I really did not mean any harm. Yan Jiantao said angrily. You are speaking nonsense. Zhang Ye said innocently. I did not. That's really what I meant. Could it be that you, Professor Yin, thought yourself as the old? That you are antiquated and aging? Yan Jiantao said angrily. I'm still young. Zhang Ye pointed. That's it. Isn't this how it should be? I also think of you as a young man. So how could I be scolding you? This is all about someone who doesn't know literary metaphors trying to malign me due to ulterior motives. Turning his head to face Wu Zuqing and company, he said, Leaders, you must be fair to me. When the few elderly professors heard this, they were all rendered speechless. This Zhang Ye was indeed eloquent. Even while defending himself, he did not forget to abuse others. He even talked about metaphors. Metaphors, your sister. Even primary school students would be able to tell that you were scolding old people. Chapter 347. How the Steel Was Tempered. Excerpt. At night, Zhang Ye returned home. The moment he walked in, Mom gave him a displeased look. You even have the nerve to come back? Other people had a gala for primary and secondary school students which had nothing to do with you. But why must everything not lack you? Do you feel uncomfortable being too free? You don't feel good if you don't stir up some trouble every day? Son, I'm really impressed by you. Your mother's heart isn't good. Stop giving me surprises all the time. We are in an aging society, and there are so many old people in society, but you sure were good. You scolded all of them in one breath. You even included your father and I. Zhang Ye smiled and said, Who did you hear that from? Is there a need to hear? I saw it on the internet. Mom huffed and puffed. Zhang Ye exclaimed, You sure are getting better at using your cell phone. You are moving well with the times. Mom said, Don't try changing the subject. Let your father scold you to see if you are deserving of it. Dad looked at his son and ignored his wife. Is it all right on the school's side? Would it affect your career at Peking University? I don't know. It's hard to say. Zhang Ye took off his coat. I'm now resigned to fate. I leave it to do as it pleases, for I'm not in the wrong. I did what I had to do as a teacher. For the children, sacrificing myself leads to the benefit of everyone. Mom stared at him. You're still in the mood to jest. Enough from you, Dad said to Mom, before saying to his son, Little Ye, we know you are well aware of things. We don't understand your job, nor do we bother about it. We know you can handle it well. Zhang Ye acknowledged. Thanks, Dad. Mom was speechless. The two of you are of the same heart. Dad said, Stop nagging. Hurry up and prepare food for our son. Nagging all day won't solve anything, right? Hurry, I'm hungry too. Mom snorted angrily before throwing her hands up and walking to the kitchen. Once Mom left, Dad nudged his chin towards the kitchen and whispered, Ignore her. She's suffering from menopause. Zhang Ye laughed. Since dinner was not ready yet, it would take at least half an hour before he could eat. Hence, he returned to his room and closed the door. He switched on his computer and checked the effects of his speech. The internet was also bustling. Hey, wife, come and take a look. Teacher Zhang is scolding people again. Husband, I'm coming. Teacher Zhang really scolded people again. A few days ago, he declared war on the entire literary world. Great. It's just been a few days, and he has declared war again? This time it's on the older age groups. Ha. What good news. Face-smacking Zhang is back in action. Everyone, be careful. Teacher Zhang's scolding increases in scale every time. It's not scolding. Didn't you hear the original version of the closing speech? It's mainly to teach the children, right? How can you say he is scolding people? The old mentioned was just a metaphor. It's just an analogy. This speech's intention is to educate, and not derisive. That's right. Although Teacher Zhang is notorious and has quite a bit of stains on record, this ode to young China is really not scolding. Did you hear the original speech? I only saw the textual version. I suggest that everyone to listen to it. The power delivered through text is too weak. It lacks the punch. Zhang Ye's passion when he made the speech, especially those last few words, must be listened for. It really King makes your blood boil. That literary talent is really defying of the heavens. I heard this finale's closing speech was assigned to Teacher Zhang at the last minute, so that he could save the situation. He did not have any preparations beforehand, and expressed himself on the spot. Impossible. Are you sure? K? He could do it so well even while doing impromptu. It's true. I heard about it too. When the Peking University's president couldn't come at the last minute due to some sickness, there was only about 10 minutes left to inform everyone else. No one wanted to do it since there was no script. So they thought of Teacher Zhang Ye, a person who never uses a script during his programs or classes, to let him do the speech. They really found the right person. Teacher Zhang really does not need scripts. Such a large prose with obscure meanings, yet is so orderly, poetic, and logical. It was even educative and highly impactful. Zhang Ye is Zhang Ye. Awesome. That's right. That's so empowering. My magnificent Chinese youth. Today, I have once again witnessed the quality of Zhang Ye's speeches. Teacher Zhang has always had such a level. I'm not surprised about this, but what I'm worrying now is about those sentences about old people. It might cause quite serious effects. The official gala's video posted by Peking University did not have Zhang Ye's closing speech, but the reporters present were not to be trifled with. The moment they returned, they uploaded the missing parts on their own television stations or official newspaper websites. Following that, it had gone viral once again over the internet. Just after Dream of the Red Chamber was over. Alright, it was really one event succeeding another. A bunch of people exclaimed over Zhang Ye's speech. A bunch of people supported Zhang Ye's speech, while another bunch of people appeared and started scolding Zhang Ye. They said things like how he was full of nonsense and how he lacked respect for his elders. Anyways, regardless of what Zhang Ye did or say, it would cause quite a big commotion. This fellow was naturally born with a hatred halo. Ever since he entered Peking University, he had never been lying low. He was the most controversial teacher in academia. No one disagreed on this point. Wherever Zhang Ye was, there would definitely be controversy. Those who liked him loved him to death, and right to their bones. As for those who disliked him, they hated him to the death, all the way, deep into their flesh. On Weibo, discussion forums, or Tieba, there were constantly people questioning Zhang Ye, scolding his disrespect towards the elderly. Regardless of his intentions, saying such things was incorrect. There were even people asking him to scram from academia. These praises and scoldings were all seen by Zhang Ye. After being in the entertainment circle for some time, Zhang Ye no longer suffered from a pale face of anxiety towards all this. Regardless of the matter, he had already done and said it. There was no such thing as taking back the water that had been spilled. Hence, Zhang Ye did not repent, and instead began typing, posting the original text of Ode to Young China on his Weibo and Tieba. The textual version had been posted by others, but as many of the words were rather obscure, people did not have the ability to simplify or understand it too well. There were still many mistakes, so Zhang Ye typed out the official version of the text, so as to prevent the wrong version from leading people astray. The moment he posted his speech on Weibo and Tieba, his fame hit the roof. Weibo's forwarding kept rising, and in a blink of an eye, it increased by a few hundred, and after another, it was at 1,000. Supporting Teacher Zhang. Unconditional support for Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang is the conscience of the industry. Who shouted to dismiss Zhang Ye? I'm the first to disagree. Swearing to support Teacher Zhang Ye. Supporting Ode to Young China. If Teacher Zhang is fired because of this, I'll drop out of school. I'll never go to school in the future. Count me in. If a teacher like Zhang Ye is removed from the educational world, then the educational world has no one else. Teacher Zhang Ye is the only good teacher in my heart. Students, everyone unite together. Right? Teacher Zhang has been spurned by others because of us. If we don't step forward to speak for ourselves, then when do we speak? We cannot let Teacher Zhang leave. Seeing others denouncing Zhang Ye, a countless number of students rushed over, expressing their support. There were more and more people, such as Zhang Ye's Tieba fan club. As the number of people posting increased sharply, just a refresh of the page would see dozens, if not 100 new threads appear. In the end, there was nearly an exploding flood. Zhang Ye's Tieba fan club could not be opened for a whole 2 minutes, as people from everywhere surged over to express their support. Nearly all the students and youth stood behind Zhang Ye. Although it was an aging society, the power of the youth was always the largest and most craziest in any society. Replies reached 10,000. Replies reached 50,000. Weibo's forwarding hit 8,000. Weibo's likes reached 28,000. Zhang Ye once again stood on the precipice of the wave. Seeing countless numbers of children vocally supporting him, Zhang Ye felt different from the past. In the past, be it him scolding people or deriding people, it was all done on impulse. It was mainly for him to vent, but now, Zhang Ye was really without blame or regret, because this was not only venting for himself, but the speech was also for the millions of children. From Dream of the Red Chamber, Zhang Ye felt that as someone who came from a different world, he had some responsibilities to shoulder. He could not always do everything for himself, so he had used the astounding Ode to Young China from his world today, so as to give this world's lethargic youths a boost. There was not much he could do, so that was pretty much the only thing he could do. Thinking of the people of the past and the greats that had sacrificed and dedicated their lives towards education from his world, Zhang Ye felt that the bit of trouble he got himself in was nothing. He had to persist on. Zhang Ye is too great at causing trouble. He must be regretting to death now. Regardless if he is right or wrong, Zhang Ye really does not know the ways of the world. For some meaningless things, he goes all around offending people, ending up having enemies everywhere. At some point, he will have reached his end. Can't he take things easy? In our country, people talk about not going too far. That's right. Look at him now. Just from this speech, his job at Peking University might even be lost. On Weibo, there were some people who sat on the fence discussing this matter. After many people saw this, they were also puzzled if Zhang Ye was feeling regret at this moment, or was he furious? If he knew this would be the result, would he still have said that speech this afternoon? At Zhang Ye. Is Teacher Zhang around? Why hasn't Teacher Zhang spoken a word today? Many people were worried about Zhang Ye. They either at him or private messaged him. Zhang Ye saw this and closed his eyes to think. Then he immediately touched his keyboard and typed out words that immediately tied up tongues and popped eyes. Man's dearest possession is life. It is given to him but once, and he must live it so as to feel no torturing regrets for wasted years, never know the burning shame of a mean and petty past. So live that, dying, he might say. All my life, all my strength were given to the finest cause in all the world, the fight for the liberation of education. This was an excerpt from his words, How the Steel Was Tempered, but had been slightly altered. Zhang Ye used it to perfectly express his unwavering attitude. Chapter 348, Going on People's Daily. Feel no torturing regrets for wasted years. Never know the burning shame of a mean and petty past. This was not a poem, nor was it prose. It was like a common sentence. But when Zhang Ye posted it on Weibo, many people who were poking fun at or laughing at Zhang Ye immediately stopped speaking and became silent. What sort of person could write something like that? What sort of person would have such feelings? The moment many people saw this new Weibo post from Zhang Ye, they suddenly felt great amounts of respect for Zhang Ye. They did not know what to say, nor did they have anything to say. Haha, well said. Teacher Zhang's words are always so poetic. This is his literary talent. It's completely peerless. Why is every word from Teacher Zhang Ye's mouth so moving? That's right. There are certain truths that everyone knows, or that can be said, but when the same words are come from Teacher Zhang's mouth, and still has the same meaning when it comes out, but it feels completely different. Isn't he just saying, I'm willing to devote my life to education? But why does it feel completely different when you hear it? Just reading it gives me goosebumps. I have to save this passage. Too classic. Already saved. I have a folder of Zhang Ye's recordings on my computer. Haha, it's devoted to recording Teacher Zhang Ye's words. Every work of his is too great. Not only does it give you a rush, it is also thought-provoking. I don't know literature, nor do I know any great philosophical ideas. But I think this may be the most sublime literature. Forever supporting Teacher Zhang Ye. If you aren't convinced, fight me. My large saber is again, unable to endure the thirst. Big Saber Bro has come too. Teacher Zhang has already declared war. Let us blow the trumpets for war. Ha 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 ha. Which eye of yours saw Teacher Zhang declaring war? Isn't he fighting for the liberation of education? Since he's fighting, if that's not a declaration of war, then what is? Let's go, brothers. Teacher Zhang has summoned us. Zhang Ye's fan club immediately felt their morale surging. Some people were still messing around with jokes. It was quite a relaxed atmosphere. Such an atmosphere could only be found in Zhang Ye's fan club. If it was any other celebrity's fans, they would be furious or worried if such a situation were to happen. They wouldn't have been in the mood to jest, but Zhang Ye's fans were different. These people had followed Zhang Ye from the beginning and had gone through numerous storms. All of them were battle-hardened and no longer thought much of such small matters. Everyone was accustomed to it. They felt that the matters of Teacher Zhang's swearing at others daily with them joining was the norm. If Zhang Ye stopped for one day, it would make these fans unable to get used to it. Flurry of discussion. Arguments. The excerpt from How the Steel Was Tempered that was thrown out by Zhang Ye was also the most famous passage in the novel. It gave a boost to this matter. Yan Jiantao also had Weibo. He stood forward to refute. A few veterans of the education world and elderly professors, with more than a dozen people, came forward to denounce him. They were probably egged on by Yan Jiantao. Zhang Ye smiled and looked past it. He did not take it to heart. The only thing that he noticed was Wu Ziqing's Weibo account had given him a like. Wu Ziqing was famous in the education world and was well known by the people. She was not a celebrity, and most people did not even know what she looked like. Although she had a verified account, and it was just a like, which got flooded away by others with no one paying attention to it, Zhang Ye's sharp eyes noticed it. President Wu's like was not for the Ode to Young China Weibo post that he had posted earlier, but that passage from How the Steel Was Tempered. Zhang Ye guessed the reason. The other post was a lot more sensitive towards the elderly. Hence, as Peking University's vice president, Wu Ziqing could not express her views. Hence, she supported Zhang Ye by liking another Weibo post. She did not say anything, but her stance was clear. What should have been seen had been seen. What should have been said had been said. All right, time to finish dinner and sleep. Tomorrow, there will probably be more denouncement. After finishing dinner, Zhang Ye washed up. He did not listen on to mom's nagging. He returned to his room and tucked himself into bed. Before 8, he was already fast asleep. The next day, in the morning, Zhang Ye got up to go to work. For this matter, he could not think of a way to resolve it. Although he had explained that he was not scolding old people, even this fellow would not believe his own excuses. Hi, if this was not properly dealt with, he might even be removed from the education system. What should he do? It really seems like he had to resign himself to fate. When he reached the office, Zhang Ye greeted everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Teacher Little Zhang, you've come? Teacher Zhang, what you said on Weibo yesterday was really good. Many people also looked towards him, while others consoled him. Suddenly, the phone rang and Zhang Ye saw an unrecognized number. Hello, hello, this must be Teacher Zhang Ye, right? It was a middle-aged man's voice. I'm from Nanjing University. I know you are busy, so I'll cut to the chase. Nanjing University? What are you looking for me for? Zhang Ye was stunned as he said, Oh, please go ahead. The middle-aged man said, We are thinking of inviting you to teach at Nanjing University's Chinese department next semester. The course will be up to you to choose. You can continue teaching ancient classics electives or a main course. That can all be discussed. Then, we can see how the situation is, and if we need to change it, we will do so. Right, the Chinese department is also intending on opening up a new elective in the second half semester. The person said a lot. Zhang Ye was at a loss. He quickly avoided people and went to a window by the corridor outside the office. Thank you, but I currently do not have such plans. I'm a Beijinger, so it's more convenient for me to teach here. The middle-aged man said, Now by plane, it's not far. You just need 2 to 3 hours to travel through the entire country. Why don't we do this? Every class, your air tickets will be reimbursed by us. As long as you come, anything can be discussed. We can do so in detail face-to-face. Zhang Ye tactfully rejected. We'll talk about it in the future. Thank you for your trust, but I'm not ready for such large steps yet. After he hung up, another telephone call came in. It was a middle-aged woman. It was Beijing Normal University's Chinese department dean. Her goal was the same. She was trying to invite Zhang Ye to their school to teach. The compensation was good, and everything could be negotiable. What's going on? 2 famous schools want to invite me over? Didn't they realize that this bro has a criminal record? The dispute of him scolding the elderly hasn't been resolved yet, right? If it was decided that Zhang Ye was to be disciplined, it might not just be as simple as leaving the Chinese department or Peking University, but rather it was highly likely that he would have to leave academia. Altogether, even if they roped him in, he would not be allowed to teach either. Once the teacher qualification Peking University had applied for him out of exception had been cancelled or suspended, then he would not be able to teach at all. It was the same as how the SARFD suspended his broadcasting host qualifications. What's the situation? Zhang Ye was a bit confused. But when he returned to his office, Zhang Ye completely understood. He knew why Nanjing University and Beijing Normal University had invited him. Suna came to work. Not only had she come, but she was holding a newspaper in her hands. The moment Suna arrived, she shouted, Where's Teacher Zhang? Is Teacher Zhang not here yet? Hey, take a look. Quick. This is a copy of today's People's Daily. Professor Zhang asked in surprise, What about People's Daily? Suna said, You'll know once you see it. 3rd page. What's the matter? Zhang Ye happened to enter at that exact moment. Teacher Zhang, quick take a look. You were really impressive this time. Suna exclaimed. With Suna's shout, the other teachers from the Chinese department gathered around. Let me take a look. What's this about? When they flipped to the third page and saw it, everyone exclaimed or turned silent from shock. Little Zhang, your ode to young China made it onto People's Daily. Zhang Ye looked at it and was also stunned. Holy sh**t. He really was on it. This was the People's Daily. The People's Daily was no stranger to the people. It was the country's largest newspaper. It was a mouthpiece of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. No commoner bought it, as it was mostly political news. There was little to do with daily life, and there was nothing much in it. It wasn't very readable, but everyone had to recognize the status of this newspaper in the country. It was the head of the pack. Every relevant institution or state-owned enterprise would subscribe to it. This was a political newspaper. The things written in it even indicated the inclinations of the political powers. And at this moment, Ode to Young China had been published in People's Daily. This completely stunned everyone. Although the newspaper did not publish the full text of Zhang Ye's speech and had only published the last few paragraphs, it was still a very fascinating thing. Sunao laughed. Teacher Zhang, you must really treat us now. You have to treat us today. Professor Zhang also said excitedly. There aren't many teachers from our Peking University who have ever gotten onto People's Daily despite its years of history. They can be counted with one's hands. Little Zhang, you are really in the limelight this time. Zhang Ye did not even expect this himself. His heart thumped heavily. Zhang Ye was quite flattered by the affirmation given to him by the People's Daily. At this moment, Yan Jiantao also arrived at work. Why is it so noisy? Then he noticed the newspaper that everyone was passing around. When he took a glance, his expression changed to that of a frozen eggplant. He did not say a word. The moment he finished reading the article, he turned around and left. Everyone knew that Professor Yin would no longer gather people to denounce Zhang Ye. The criticism and invective towards Zhang Ye by old comrades on the internet would probably be put to an end today. Why? There was no need to ask why. The People's Daily had already published Ode to Young China. This explained that the higher-ups had affirmed Zhang Ye's speech. This was People's Daily. This was a protective charm. Zhang Ye no longer needed to be afraid that people would accuse him of showing disrespect to the elderly. The publication in People's Daily was all Zhang Ye needed. Chapter 349, Popularity Rises Again. On the web. At first, many people were still having a continuation of the topic from last night. There were more and more people joining in the ranks of those who supported Ode to Young China. There were also more and more people joining the ranks of people who denounced Zhang Ye. It reached quite a fervent state. Then, suddenly, in an instant, the entire situation flipped. My eyes. Quick, take a look at People's Daily. What about People's Daily? Why should we look at it? It's just a political newspaper. Which commoner would buy it? Let me take a look. My organization is subscribed to it. Holy sh**t. My eyes are blind. What is this? The People's Daily has published an excerpt of Ode to Young China. Impossible. F***k. Is this real or not? I have attached a picture. Please take a look for yourselves. Why would I lie to all of you? When a cell phone picture of today's edition of People's Daily's third page was uploaded, everyone was stunned. Breaking news. That's too awesome. Teacher Zhang has gotten onto People's Daily. I knew it. How can Ode to Young China, something that can be immortalized, be condemned by people? This would definitely be passed down for centuries. Immediately, many people cried out in disbelief. Elder Qian, Yao Jiankai, Zhao Guizhou, Hu Fei, Xiao Lu, Ho Gu, Ho Di, Wang Xiong, Dong Shanshan, Wang Xiaomei, etc. Zhang Ye's old friends and colleagues all forwarded it on Weibo. Zhao Guizhou, congratulations. Yao Jiankai, well done bro. Huh. Xiao Lu. Teacher Zhang is so magnificent. Elder Qian. As long as it is gold, it will glitter. Dong Shanshan. Old classmate, I'm happy for you. As for those people who had denounced Zhang Ye in outrage, they immediately became silent. A large number of people shut their mouths and silently went offline. There were still people who gave a few indignant curses, but their voices decreased till they completely disappeared. With People's Daily giving Zhang Ye's speech affirmation, it was meaningless for them to carry on denouncing it. Afternoon. Zhang Ye treated everyone to lunch. The dining hall was in Peking University's campus. It may have been called a dining hall, but it was actually a restaurant. Zhang Ye had reserved an area earlier. He did not know how many people would turn up, nor was he lacking in money, so he decided to reserve a room for 20 people. There were 2 tables, so it was surely enough. Teacher Zhang, congratulations. Thank you, Teacher Su. Little Zhang, I heard you were published by People's Daily? Yeah, I didn't expect it either. Professor Li, Teacher Su, you came at the right time. I was just about to invite you to lunch. I have already reserved some tables. Is it appropriate? It's my treat. Everyone is going. Haha, all right then. I'll scrounge a meal from you then. It's almost the Lunar New Year winter vacation. We should gather for a meal too. There were more and more people coming. Most of them were teachers from the Chinese department. Jin Shuquan had also invited the dean and the dean's secretary, but Jin Shuquan and Chang Kaiga had both not arrived at work that day. They had gone to the hospital to visit the president. Another was out of town for a conference. They were not around, so there was no other way about it. As for Yin Jiantao and those elderly professors and lecturers that had good relationships with Yin Jiantao, Zhang Ye did not bother inviting them. He knew they were definitely feeling a grudge and would not come, so Zhang Ye did not want to bring contempt on himself. Furthermore, he had won this time, and the people that should have been scolded had been scolded, and faces smacked. If he were to invite Yin Jiantao, it would make people think he was intoxicated by success. It would not look good on him. Ring, ring, ring. A telephone call came. There was no one around him, so Zhang Ye picked it up. Hello. Hello, Zhang Ye. It was a woman's voice. I'm from the People's Daily. As the manuscript was rushed, we added your speech at the last minute, so I only had the time to inform you now. Zhang Ye hurried said, It's no problem whatsoever. In fact, I'm very honored to be able to be on People's Daily. I want to thank all of you. The woman smiled and said, It was recommended by your President Wu. After examining it, we found it pretty good. Hence, we decided to add it at 3 in the morning. President Wu recommended it. Zhang Ye was stunned. The woman said curiously, That's right. You didn't know? Well, it's nothing. I'm contacting you to know what method you would like for us to transfer the royalty fees to you. Do you want to do it by registered post or through the bank? Zhang Ye said, There's no need to. I'm already extremely honored. There's no need for money. Just give me your bank account number. These are the rules, so we need to go through the process. The royalties aren't that much either. It's only around 23 bucks. The woman said. Zhang Ye could only say, All right, then I'll text you my bank account number. After hanging up, Zhang Ye sent her a text message. Honestly, the royalty fees from People's Daily was ridiculously low. This wasn't the first time Zhang Ye had been published on a newspaper. For example, for the Beijing Times, although the royalty fees were not that much, it was at least in the hundreds every time. If there were a lot of words, it could even break 1,000. Zhang Ye had received quite a bit of royalties from those poems and proses, but this was the first time he had ever received a 2-digit royalty fee. But then again, ever since Zhang Ye debuted, he had appeared on nearly all the newspapers over the entire country, or in different provinces, but he had never appeared on the largest People's Daily. As this publication had a political leaning towards it and had no entertainment section, if it was just a common celebrity, like singers or actors, these important figures would have no chance to appear on such a newspaper. Zhang Yuanqi was the same too, but Zhang Ye had done it. To be able to go on People's Daily was already extremely lucky, so royalties? That was nothing of importance. Even if there wasn't 100 million people who wanted to get on this newspaper, there were at least tens of millions. This was something you could not obtain with money. Ignoring the 23 bucks of royalties given to him, even if Zhang Ye had to pay 1 million, he would be willing to do so. It represented fame. It represented prestige. This was a shimmering qualification. Was Yin Jiantao awesome? Was he experienced? Was he reputable? But our old comrade, Yin, had never been on People's Daily, or he wouldn't have gone back to his office after knowing about the news in the morning. He had not even stepped out of it since. This was because it represented something exceptional. Teacher Zhang, are we leaving? Sure, Teacher Su. Let me make a call first. All right. Everyone will be waiting for you downstairs. Great. Go on down first. I'll be right there. Suna came looking for him, but Zhang Ye did not go with them. He made a phone call first. Ring, ring, ring. It connected. Hello, President Wu. It's me, Little Zhang. Little Zhang. Wu Ziqing said. Zhang Ye smiled and said, I'll be treating everyone to lunch at noon. So far, it is mainly teachers from the Chinese department. Would you mind showing your face? Wu Ziqing smiled lightly and said, "Go on ahead. I won't be joining in on the fun." "Don't say that. You are the star. If you don't come, I won't be able to eat." Zhang Ye said, "I heard that my Ode to Young China was recommended to people's daily by you. For them to use my text was mostly because of your recommendation. I must thank you properly. If it were the other vice presidents of Peking University who had their training in education, they would lack this ability, but Wu Ziqing was different. Zhang Ye knew she came with political training and was a political executive. Her network was naturally wider than other Peking University vice presidents. Wu Ziqing's voice was always that soft and gentle. "If you say it in that way, I'll feel guilty." Her. "You know better than anyone else what your speech represents. It's your literary talent that allowed you to be rewarded with such honors. It has little to do with me. I only took on the role of recommending it. That was all." Zhang Ye said, "I've already reserved a place. We are just waiting for you. I'm just not sure if you are in your office. If not, I would have invited you in person." "Don't go. I'm not in the office." "Well, all right then. Go on ahead first. Once I'm finished here, I'll come over." Wu Ziqing agreed. Zhang Ye said happily, "All right. Then we will be waiting for you." Restaurant. On a balcony on the 3rd floor. Next to Peking University was a lake, so the scenery was exceptionally good. Just as everyone took their seats, the door opened. Wu Ziqing had arrived. "President Wu. President Wu, you came. Hurry and take the main seat." Finally, Wu Ziqing was invited to take the main seat. Zhang Ye was the star of the show today, so he was invited to sit beside President Wu. On the other side of Wu Ziqing sat Professor Zhang, who had the most established qualifications. Zhang Ye gave a toast. "President Wu, I'll use tea on behalf of wine to toast you." They were all Peking University teachers, so they were certainly not allowed to drink alcohol during office hours, so they all drank tea and other beverages instead. Wu Ziqing smiled and said, "Today, you are the star. I'm not going to steal your thunder. You are my benefactor. If not for you inviting me to teach at Peking University, I would probably still be cooped up at home, unable to find a job. It's all thanks to you," Zhang Ye said with some self-mockery. Wu Ziqing clinked her cup with his and said gracefully, "With your literary talent, you don't have to worry no matter where you go. And even if you didn't come, it would be hard to say if our Chinese department would have received the #1 ranking in the country. Now that your speech has gone on People's Daily, it is really me who should be thanking you for coming to join us." After she drank some tea, she looked at him nicely. "So how about it, little Zhang? Are you interested in joining Peking University as a full-time teacher next semester? Place your focus here, while you put a hold the entertainment industry. Don't work in the entertainment industry. Teach in Peking University without anything else." Zhang Ye exclaimed. "About that." Professor Zhang also laughed and said, "That's right. You are quite suitable for the education system. Although you have never taught before, your achievements in education in just these few days are known by all." Suna smiled and urged him. "The entertainment industry is too messy. The school is so nice. Didn't you post on Weibo yesterday, saying all your life and all your strength would be given to the finest cause in the world, the fight for the liberation of education?" It was said so well. The other teachers also nodded their heads slightly. Zhang Ye's words had really hit their hearts as educators. Did I say that before? Are those words of mine?" Zhang Ye coughed. "About that, I can balance it on two ends. I can both develop myself in the entertainment industry, but neither would I affect my teaching responsibilities." He quickly changed topics. "Here, this toast is on me. Thank you for taking care of me all this while. Come here. Cheers. Here we go. Cheers." Although this semester had come to an end, and after things were settled, Zhang Ye still needed to return to his hosting job. He naturally could not focus on education as his heart was not fully there. His goal was a lot higher than what others thought. His accumulation in Peking University over these past few days had been too smooth. He had obtained great popularity, as well as exposure. This was already enough for Zhang Ye. As for the next step, it was time for Zhang Ye to change his camping ground. Chapter 350. Almost a C-list celebrity. Where should he go next? What program should he do next? If he produced a program, would the SRFD approve it? At the table, Zhang Ye's mind began to wander as he quickly recovered. He did not want to think too much. It was almost the Lunar New Year. He decided to relax in Beijing and rest well. As for work, he decided to think about it after the Lunar New Year. Anyway, his popularity had increased once again. He was also not limited in his further development. He did not need to worry about not being able to find an opportunity to improve. For work, it had to be both tense but relaxed. If he was in the limelight over a prolonged time, that was not necessarily good. People might get irritated if he always appeared in the news, so he could take this opportunity to relax. Ever since he came back from Shanghai, he had not rested very well. He had been busy at Peking University, so it was time for him to give himself a break. Little Zhang, why aren't you eating? Oh, I will. Dig in. The day after tomorrow is basically school holidays. Does anyone have plans? I'm going to my hometown for the new year. I've already bought the tickets to fly out in 3 days. This year's Lunar New Year is rather early. I still need to invigilate the makeup exams, so I won't be able to return home. My family of 3 is planning to go traveling. We have decided to go on a trip to the south. Teacher Little Zhang, you are familiar with Shanghai, right? If you are in Shanghai, we'll look for you. You will treat us to some food, right? Haha, food and accommodation will be provided. You are warmly welcomed. What you said is all that matters. We might not even go. Everyone ate and had a good time. Everyone was already considering the Lunar New Year break. As teachers, they had it better. The winter vacation was quite a long school holiday, so they could take a long break. Of course, as university teachers, they definitely were incomparable to primary and secondary school teachers. They were not given as much freedom. For example, some professors still had to take care of their graduate students and attend meetings. Some had to write journal papers or write academic reports, etc. They all had many things to do. Amongst them, Zhang Ye was probably the most free. He did not have any other obligations that he had to meet and was completely relaxed. Wu Ziqing was a woman of few words. She ate in an exquisite manner. She chewed her food slowly, and from inside out, could be described as a classic gentle beauty. After Zhang Ye was done eating, his attention moved to President Wu's body. Today, she was wearing a long qipao. It was a white, with green flowers. There were also some red petals on it. It was very light and soft, and was great at showing off her figure. It was also very attention-grabbing. Near the top of the qipao, she wore a white knitted jacket with a button. Her entire person looked very dignified. It was different from Dong Shanshan, who previously wore a qipao. Dong Shanshan wore it sexily, but when worn by Wu Ziqing, it looked mild and classic. She wore a pair of white high heels on her feet, making her exude a certain charm. The heels were not very high, and was only about 4 or 5 centimeters tall, but since Wu Ziqing's body was very good, with long legs and not a short stature, even without 8 to 9 centimeters heels, she was also able to look very exceptional. Beautiful, great figure, virtuous, and had a high position. She was perfect classic beauty that you couldn't find anywhere else. Zhang Ye noticed that many of the males at the table were acting similarly to himself. They were occasionally glancing at President Wu. Even an old comrade like Professor Zhang was no exception. There was a glimmer of appreciation in old Zhang's eyes. Wu Ziqing was a landmark of Peking University. Not only the people from Peking University knew, but even many people from other schools of higher learning in Beijing knew that Peking University had a vice president whose beauty could topple cities. President Wu mentioned that she still hadn't gotten married. If he were to marry her, wouldn't he be laughing to death, even in his sleep? Zhang Ye began to daydream about it jealously. He did not know if he would be able to marry such a pretty woman. President Wu, you must hold out. Don't let others snatch you away. Right. It's the Lunar New Year, and he had nothing to do. He had all the time to do other things. With a glint in his eyes, he suddenly remembered an item inside his game ring inventory, Red String of Fate. In Shanghai, the reason why he could progress with such leaps and bounds with his old classmate, Dong Shanshan, to the point of staying together was all because of the Red String of Fate. He had experimented with this item before. Its function and effects were all rather obvious. The difference between the Red String of Fate and the Cupid Sachet was that the Cupid luck was random. It was unpredictable, but the Red String of Fate allowed him to specify his target. It could tie that person's marriage affinity with himself. He had drawn 2 of them back then. After using one, he still had 1 remaining. Time to use it. Zhang Ye was prepared on tying it around Wu Ziqing's leg to give it a try, but here lay the problem. How would he tie it? Wu Ziqing was sitting completely fine there, yet he would have to lower his head to tie the Red String of Fate to her. In addition to this, There were so many people watching, he wouldn't be able to tie it now. Furthermore, he would be slapped to death by President Wu. He had to find some way to hide his actions and make it look natural. Immediately, he thought of how he gained the chance to tie the red string of fate to Dong Shanshan last time. His old classmate had dropped something, and Zhang Ye had taken the opportunity to pick it up for her. Hence, he got the opportunity. That's the only way. Let's try it again. Zhang Ye did not feel his heartache. To get closer to Goddess Wu, he even sacrificed his cell phone. He pretended to pick up his cell phone to take a look at it. After tapping on it a few times, he placed it back down on the table quietly. It was rather close to Wu Ziqing. Following that, Zhang Ye raised his cup and clinked it with the rest. Here, let me toast everyone. Again, cheers. Teacher Zhang, cheers. When he pulled back his hand, Zhang Ye placed his cup down and intentionally nudged his phone off the tabletop. Bada! His cell phone fell to the ground, causing even the battery cover to pop off. Su Na exclaimed, your cell phone. Professor Zhang said, hurry and take a look. Is it broken? Wu Ziqing pulled her leg back and looked down. Where did it drop? Carry on eating. Don't worry. Zhang Ye pulled his chair back and squatted down. He pulled up the tablecloth and grabbed his cell phone. Then with another hand, he opened the game interface and took out the only red string of fate from his inventory. He stretched out his hand, pretending to look for his battery and phone cover, but was actually secretly looping the red string of fate around Wu Ziqing's calf. President Wu thought the battery cover was by her feet, so she moved her feet, and with this motion, it caused Zhang Ye's wrist to touch President Wu's ankle. Her smooth, nude-colored stockings rubbed against Zhang Ye's skin, making his heart quiver uncontrollably. Oh, did I kick you? Wu Ziqing said. Zhang Ye took the opportunity to wrap the red string of fate around. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about me. Immediately, he quickly tied a knot with his finders. Once he pulled the red string of fate's other end, a dead knot immediately formed on Wu Ziqing's ankles. Wu Ziqing did not have any reaction since the red string of fate did not have any physical attributes and could only be seen and touched by Zhang Ye. After picking up his battery and back cover, Zhang Ye resurfaced to assemble it. It still looked fine at first, since it was not broken. There was only a small dent mark on the back of his phone, so it was fine. No one paid any attention as they carried on eating. Zhang Ye's hand grabbed onto the other end of the red string of fate. When he found an opportunity, he crossed his leg and quickly formed a knot on his own leg while the others were paying attention to other topics. Zhang Ye felt his leg go numb. Wu Ziqing also suddenly looked downward strangely. Red string of fate in effect. Their marriage affinity had been temporarily linked together. Last time, when he experimented with Dong Shanshan, the red string of fate had only lasted for a few hours. This time, with Wu Ziqing, Zhang Ye could not be sure how long it would last. It depended on his luck, and there might be some other random components to it too. After lunch, Wu Ziqing had something to tend to, so she left with her heels tapping. Su Na watched with envy. President Wu is really pretty today. A Chinese department male teacher said. That's right. Why do you think President Wu hasn't gotten married yet? Is it because her standards are too high? Ordinary people can't catch her eye? A intern teacher said. Probably because no one dares to chase after President Wu. President Wu is way out of their league. Even an exceptional guy would be scared off. Teacher Wu, who was almost about to be promoted to associate professor, interjected, Don't talk about such things. It won't be good if she hears you. It was taboo to talk about the leadership behind their backs. Only the younger teachers dared to gossip secretly. Those who were older did not dare to do so. Everyone knew that Wu Ziqing was not an ordinary Peking University vice president. To be precise, she was an official. She had been stationed here and might be transferred back to the Education Bureau someday or to another ministry. She was completely different from them who had been cooped up in school for all their lives. She had her future planned out. Even many established vice presidents, who were much older than Wu Ziqing, did not dare to put on airs in front of her. Right, let's not talk about it. I need to go home. I have something planned this afternoon. I still need to finish up some work. It's about time to post the final grades. After a short while, everyone went their own separate way. Some returned home, while others busied themselves with work. Zhang Ye returned to the Chinese department office. He did not have anything to do that afternoon, but did not leave. He was waiting to see the effects of the red string of fate. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. As he waited, He could only browse the internet. Oh right, the celebrity rankings should have been updated. What was his current ranking? Zhang Ye immediately opened the official website that ranked celebrities. He did not search for his name, but instead directly opened the D-list celebrity rankings and looked from the top to bottom. And after just a few names, Zhang Ye found himself. He was already ranked amongst the top D-list celebrities. 6th place. He had been pulled up to 6th place. Just thinking of back when he went to Shanghai to produce a talk show, his ranking was barely the last amongst the D-list celebrities. But after a few episodes of the talk show, causing a controversy with the SARFD, followed by his lectures on Dream of the Red Chamber, and today's publication of Ode to Young China in People's Daily. All this popularity and exposure allowed him to go from last few of the D-list to the top few of the D-list celebrity list in less than 2 months. If he were to rise another 5 or 6 ranks, he would become a C-list celebrity. And there were still dozens of episodes of his talk show that had not been aired yet. He believed that once Zhang Ye's talk show was fully released, he would definitely qualify to be promoted to a C-list celebrity. What was the concept of a C-list? It meant being considered a quite popular celebrity. Zhang Ye felt that his expedition in Peking University was absolutely the best decision. If he had gone elsewhere or walked another path, it would not have increased his popularity by so much. Zhang Ye glanced at the reputation points in his game ring. It made him even more excited. There was so much that he couldn't look straight at it. Reputation points, 39 million. The total amount of reputation points that he had earned before added together would probably be less than this. However, Zhang Ye did not plan on using all his reputation points. Since it was the Lunar New Year soon, and he wanted to take a break, there was nothing on hand for the time being. The items in his inventory were still enough for him, so he could not waste it wantonly. This was what fueled his fame. There was never enough no matter how much he saved. He planned on saving up more reputation points and using them when the opportunity arose. He wanted to be able to put the game ring to its maximum use and not use it all now. When he encountered an emergency without any reputation points, then he would be in big trouble. He felt really good. Zhang Ye enjoyed his cup of tea. As his popularity grew, his reputation also increased. He had taken another big step towards his goal. Chapter 351. Nearby person, Water Lotus Moon. Afternoon. It was already 3 p.m. No matter how long he waited and waited, the red string of fate did not seem to have taken effect. Oh, it can't be. Why was there no effect this time? Zhang Ye had waited for so long that even the flowers had wilted. Don't even talk about developing further with Wu Ziqing. He had not even been able to meet with President Wu. Thus, Zhang Ye did not stay any longer and just packed up. He said goodbye to his colleagues before joining a few other lecturers downstairs who were also heading home for the day, who knew that when Zhang Ye reached the first floor, he immediately spotted Wu Ziqing, who was not too far away. It was not that his eyes were sharp, but that Wu Ziqing was too eye-catching. Such a beauty would be the focus of attention wherever she went. You couldn't help but see her even if you didn't want to. There were 5 to 6 people walking alongside Wu Ziqing. It looked like she had brought them along for official matters. From their conversation, it sounded like a small auditorium in the school needed some renovation work. It's not simple to modify the roof, right? It needs to be refurbished once over no matter what. If the facility lighting needs to be completely changed, then the overall work required would be rather intensive. Wu Ziqing and those workers walked past Zhang Ye. She did not even look at him. Zhang Ye stood still for a moment, thinking if there would be an unexpected situation, like whether Wu Ziqing would suddenly call him over or she might suddenly say that she was knocking off and ask Zhang Ye to send her home. He was just looking forward to something happening that would let the two of them become closer, but Zhang Ye was disappointed once again. President Wu had already brought the group to the small auditorium. Nothing happened, and Zhang Ye had wasted the entire day waiting. Whatever. It's time to go home. Zhang Ye could only drive off in his car. This lousy red string of fate was not doing its job today. Could it be that the gulf between him and President Wu was too large, and their marriage affinity could not be connected together? That couldn't be. Zhang Ye looked down and saw that the red string of fate was still tied to his ankle and had not broken yet. This showed that their fates were still connected somehow. As he pondered further, Zhang Ye also slowly realized that for two people to get together would usually take long-term battling together, getting to know each other, etc., etc., etc. It would be a long path to traverse, and this was even with connected fates. Some people knew each other for over 10 years before finally getting together. So for him, these few hours was nothing to be too anxious about. Marriage affinity and Cupid's luck were two very different things. At home, it was the weekend, so both of his parents were resting. Zhang Ye was opening the gates with his key when someone suddenly opened the door from inside. Zhang Ye had a big fright. It was his mother. Zhang Ye wiped the sweat from his head, said, "It's you. You gave me a scare. My son is back. Quick, quick. Come in, come in. Are you tired?" His mother pulled Zhang Ye into the house in a very warm and passionate manner. Zhang Ye changed into his slippers. "I'm not tired. The classes ended already, and there wasn't much to do at school today." Dad nodded. "Little Yi is back?" "Yes, Dad. What are you two doing? Why aren't you watching TV?" Zhang Ye asked. Dad said, "We were just talking about you." Zhang Ye said, "Oh, what about me?" Mom broke out into a smile. "What do you think? You have done your dad and I proud. You've secretly gone on the pages of People's Daily. That's really good. I've always said that my son's a great person. I've said it before. You see, we're talking about People's Daily here. It's not a paper that any Tom, Dick, or Harry could get onto. Even if you paid a lot of money, you wouldn't be able to appear on it. It's still my son who has such an ability." That ode to young China was so well written, Dad said in a speechless manner. "You said that? What did you say? Did you say that last night? You stopped our son and gave him such a scolding yesterday, saying that he did not respect his elders." Mom rolled her eyes. "Did I say that?" Dad ignored her and just continued reading the paper. "You know it yourself, whether you said it or not. Son, quickly have a drink." His mother did not bother to bring up last night's events. Mom will prepare dinner tonight. Tell me what you want to eat." Zhang Yi laughed. "I'm fine with anything." As he said that, his eyes swept over to a stack of newspapers on the coffee table. There were more than 10 copies sitting on it. "Oh, what's that?" His father looked over and said, "Your mom bought all the People's Daily newspaper she could find on the streets from more than 10 newspaper vendors. She was giving them out in the district until the security guards came over to stop her, thinking that she was handing out advertisements. Your mom, with her bad temper, even got into an argument with them." "Zhang Yi," his mother said indignantly. "Who asked that guard not to know better? With my looks and bearing as a celebrity's mother, would I need to give out advertisements? Wasn't he asking to be scolded? I was just chatting with our neighbors. Why was he so bothered? Of course I would give him a piece of my mind," Dad said in an annoyed fashion. "A celebrity's mother has such qualities? What would others think if they knew? Our son has done us proud, but you should also think of how you should do him proud." His mother said in a flustered tone. "Son, did Mom make you lose face? Tell us." What could Zhang Yi say? He could only cough and say, "No. See what our son says." His mother stared at his father. "I'm shaming our son? You are the one who's throwing away his face. Always wearing that sort of clothing and never changing your style. Little Yi is now doing well and earning big bucks. He's given us enough, and you don't even want to buy new clothes? You are like a country bumpkin." Dad stared back. "My shirts are all handmade. Look at the quality. It's so good. They don't need changing even after so many years too. How is it old-fashioned?" Mom pouted. "Let your son decide. I can't be bothered about you." The old couple began squabbling, and Zhang Yi was at a loss of whether to laugh or cry. He did not want to get himself involved, so he slowly walked back into his room and lay on his bed waiting for dinner. After dinner, his parents were back to how they were before. They started talking about his marriage. "Old Zhang, what kind of girl do you think we should look for our little Yi?" "It's up to him. As long as he likes her, I have no opinion. What does a child like him know? We need to help him with such things. We definitely cannot get someone from the entertainment industry. They don't have good reputations. I won't agree to that. A teacher is not good either, since they spend so many years teaching children already. They would be totally annoyed by them, and when they have children themselves, so their tempers wouldn't be good. No one from the finance industry either. They have nothing in common to talk about with our son. The marriage will definitely go wrong if that's the case." And his mother was talking nonstop by herself. Zhang Yi became a little dizzy from listening to all the chattering. "Dad, Mom, I'm going out for a while." Mom frowned. "It's already so late. Where are you going?" "I'm going out for a run, to get some exercise." Zhang Yi said, "I'm off now." Mom said, "Come back soon. Remember to wear your sunglasses and a mask. I know. Zhang Ye prepared his get-up, then left the house. He could not stand that mouth of his mother. What marriage? There's not even a hint of a girlfriend. It was already evening. The sky had slowly darkened, and the stars were twinkling. Zhang Ye walked along the road, enjoying a rare feeling of peace. He could even admire the moon. He had not exercised in a long time, so he decided to do some jogging. Exercising was not something to skimp on, just as what his landlady had said before. Martial arts was never going to be easy. One would need to be determined while training. He began running. Zhang Ye maintained a steady speed. His physical strength had been getting better, and he had managed to run for over half an hour without resting. As he was running towards Zhuanwoman, a vibration came from his pocket. DDD. His cell phone rang. Zhang Ye could tell from the ringtone that it was from his chatting app. It was already this late, so who could it be? He remembered that he had only logged into an old account. Using his own name to chat would be too troublesome. Many people had somehow gotten his contact either by searching or some other way and were adding him every other day. They would message him in private. Zhang Ye was someone who was willing to chat with anyone who liked him, but there were too many chats to deal with. If he chatted with someone, then what about the others? It wouldn't be good to snub anyone, so instead he decided that he would not log into that account as often. He stopped. Catching his breath, he took out his cell phone and took a look. An avatar was blinking. It was Water Lotus Moon. He saw her message. Where are you? At. Zhang Ye perked up. Where? I'm jogging outside. Water Lotus Moon sent another message that left Zhang Ye surprised. You are in Zhuanwoman? Ah. Zhang Ye was dumbfounded. He looked around him and saw that there was no one around. There were only cars on the road that were passing by. He immediately replied. How did you know? I just ran over here. Did you see me? That can't be. I did not send you any pictures before, and you do not know me. Water Lotus Moon sent another picture. It showed that the distance between them was approximately 200 meters. Zhang Ye exclaimed with some vulgarities. Many chatting apps in his previous world also had such functionalities, but they were usually not that accurate. Sometimes it would display the distance as a few dozen meters, but in reality, the distance was a few thousand meters. He was not too familiar with the chatting apps of this world, but it seemed like they were quite accurate. If he knew, he would have turned off the location tracking functionality. This was giving away too much information of his location. You are in Zhuanwoman too? Water Lotus Moon. Yes. Zhang Ye. It can't be a coincidence. Water Lotus Moon. Looks like we have some fate. I sent the pictures wrongly to you before and just now. I was just fiddling with the people nearby function and somehow I found you. Zhang Ye looked around. Yes, that must be fate. Where are you at? Water Lotus Moon. Your specific location? Zhang Ye hesitated. Before replying, I'm in the vicinity of Zhuangxing department store. Water Lotus Moon replied. I'm at the side of Lulikang. Looks like it's a little more than 200 meters. To the east of Zhuanwoman, one street over was Lulikang, just over 500 meters away. Zhang Ye replied. What are you doing at Lulikang? At this time, the antique stores should already be closed. Water Lotus Moon. I'm buying some Xian paper. Zhang Ye. Are you involved in cultural work? Water Lotus Moon. This big sis works at a bank. I deal with purchasing. There will be an exhibition in the unit in a few more days, and we will be using a lot of paper and ink. What about you? What do you do? Zhang Ye blinked. He couldn't possibly say that he was a celebrity. It was not something that could be said without thought. If he were to be recognized, it would be troublesome. So he replied, Oh, I am in the finance industry. I invest in stocks and such. Yes, so have you finished buying what you needed? Are you going home now? Water Lotus Moon. I'm not in a rush. I'm admiring the moon. Zhang Ye. What a coincidence. I was just jogging and appreciating the moon too. Chapter 352. The Difficult Questions from Water Lotus Moon. Under the moonlight. Zhuanwoman, or more accurately speaking, it was near the schoolyard entrance. Zhang Ye found a spot on the staircase in front of a bank. He did not carry a look that suited a teacher as he sat down heavily on the steps. He was already tired from his run, and his momentum had all but stopped since he received the message through the chatting app. Without that momentum, he no longer had the strength to carry on running as he started panting heavily. He was tired, but his heart was alive because a beauty was chatting with him. Zhang Ye typed, Today's weather is really nice, and the moon looks beautiful too. Water Lotus Moon replied quickly, Yes, that's why I was not in a rush to get home. Zhang Ye tested her by typing, "Do you stay nearby?" Water Lotus Moon. Not around here. It's rather far. Have you finished running? Zhang Ye replied, I'm tired from running, so I've stopped. There's nothing to do at home anyway, so I found a place to sit down to chat with you. It's rare to share such fate. Amongst the sea of people on the internet, the two of us nearly bumped into each other. The first time, it was the Cupid satchels effect, while this time, it was a coincidence. Zhang Ye did not expect Water Lotus Moon to be in Beijing. It was already this late at night too, and yet he had run to a place near here. If this wasn't coincidence, what could it be? Zhang Ye had been busy with work the past few days and did not have the time to exercise. Even the reason for him to come out today was because of his mother's incessant nagging. Water Lotus Moon. That's true. Zhang Ye replied with some emotionally deep words. We traveled 1,000 miles and met due to fate. Water Lotus Moon. We still have not met. Zhang Ye definitely wished to meet Water Lotus Moon once. This big sis who worked at the bank had too alluring of a figure. Zhang Ye had been dreaming of Water Lotus Moon's naked body every night for the past few days. He could not take his mind off her body. When he tried probing, she did not follow up on it, so Zhang Ye did not find it appropriate to carry on mentioning it. If he directly said to meet up out of the blue, he might end up putting her off. The crux of the issue was the timing wasn't right. This was the internet after all. Everything was quite unreal. It was very difficult for people to trust each other with a screen separating them. DD. The message came. Water Lotus Moon. Did you delete the pictures from before? Zhang Ye immediately sent a screenshot. My camera basically doesn't have pictures. It's empty. The internal memory is also cleared. Even my chat history is clean, so rest assured, big sis. No one can force me to do things I don't agree to, but anything that I agree to, I would definitely do. I have that level of integrity. If you don't believe me, I can use my character to assure you that I have not stored a single one of your pictures, nor would it leak out from me. Water Lotus Moon, okay. If I didn't believe you, Big Sis would not have sent you more pictures previously. Just look at it as if they are artistic pictures. Zhang Yi said with pretense. Definitely. Those are artistic pictures. After he sent the message, he found it lacking and began flattering. Your body is really a work of art from the heavens. It's really too perfect. Be it in Zhang Ye's previous world or in this new world, there were body art pictures. However, this fellow, Zhang Ye, was just saying empty words. How could he know anything about such artistry? He did not have any artistic foundations or understandings. All he looked at were the thighs and breasts. That was all this fellow was interested in. Water Lotus Moon. How can these kinds of pictures be seen by others? It was only seen by you because I made a mistake. There's no need to even mention letting others take pictures of me. Zhang Yi gulped a mouthful of saliva. He knew it was inappropriate but could not help but ask. Then, if you don't mind, I am willing to belabor myself. Since I'm your only audience member and have seen it before. Cough. Although I never studied photography, I still know how to take photos. It will at least be better than the angles of your self-photography. Hey, it was a pleasure to help others. As an excellent young pioneer member, he naturally would never reject doing such things. Or else how could he be called a Red Scarf Scout? The other party immediately turned silent. Zhang Yi waited helplessly for her reply. After tens of seconds, the cell phone beeped. Water Lotus Moon. We only got to know each other for a few days, and furthermore, it was through the internet. That wouldn't be appropriate. Right. Was this a rejection? However, Zhang Yi said, but we are fated. There is a good saying. Just as he was about to throw out the poem, he suddenly recalled that this poem did not exist in this world. He was currently a person in finance, so how could he have such talent? It might even reveal his identity, hence he did not dare send a poem. There is a good saying, it does not matter how long we know each other. We are soulmates and confidants. It all depends on feelings and not time. You might know someone for decades, but that does not make him a soulmate. Someone you met in one day might gain your trust, allowing to speak your woes and joys. For example, I'm a classic weakling and someone without any guts. You can completely trust me. To meet Water Lotus Moon, Zhang Yi was willing to even say he was impotent, much less that he was a weakling. Water Lotus Moon. You sure are humorous. Zhang Yi. If it's your camera, I won't be able to keep the content either. After another pause, Water Lotus Moon sent, let me consider it. Upon realizing he had a chance, Zhang Ye's eyes lit up. He began typing. Didn't you want to keep memories of your youth? Those pictures of yours are all self-taken, and the angles aren't good. Some are too low, and others are too high. The main issue is that it's too near. If another person took the pictures for you, the effects would definitely be especially good. Furthermore, we are so faded, so. Water Lotus Moon cut him off. Truthfully, I have always wanted to get someone to take the pictures for me, but for such explicit stuff. It's not easy to find such a person. Zhang Ye once again volunteered himself bravely. We don't know each other. We don't even know each other's workplace or address, so you can definitely feel assured with me. Water Lotus Moon. If you really knew me, I wouldn't have sent you my pictures. All right, it's not early. It's time for me to return home. Zhang Ye said unwillingly. Don't. Water Lotus Moon. We can talk about this in the future. Zhang Ye replied, knowing that the other party was still a little uncertain about him. Why don't we skip the talk about photography and just meet up first? Shall we meet over coffee or something? Water Lotus Moon. Our fate is still not fully there yet. Otherwise, we would have met already. Zhang Ye replied nervously. Isn't this considered fate already? Water Lotus Moon. Sure then, you were mentioning earlier about soulmates? Then I have a few questions. They are very simple questions involving colors and numbers. If you can tell me what I am thinking about, then Big Sis will believe that you are my soulmate and meet up with you. How's that? Zhang Ye was a little stunned but replied. Guess something like that. Water Lotus Moon sent a smiling emoticon over. Didn't you say soulmates? Damn, how can that even be guessed? Guessing a color might still be okay, but numbers? He did not know what the range of numbers might be, so how could he guess? That. Zhang Ye understood that the other party probably did not wish to meet up, so she had set it up with high levels of difficulty. Water Lotus Moon. We should not meet if we aren't soulmates. Let's talk about it again when our fate allows for it. Big Sis will be returning home now. Suddenly, Zhang Ye had a stroke of genius. Eureka! Wait a moment. Who said that he did not have a way? Zhang Ye suddenly came up with a wicked trick and had his heart set on answering. He happily agreed. Sure, let's give it a try. Looking down on me. This bro is not just anyone. Chapter 353, Meeting Water Lotus Moon. The wind was blowing. It was not strong, but still, it was a winter night. A light wind would also be cold. Zhang Ye's body shivered. He did not wear much since he had just come out for a jog. He stood up from the staircase and ran around to the other side of the bank and found a place to shelter himself from the wind. He squatted down facing a cafe and restaurant on the opposite side. Since he did not bring his wallet, he could not go in either, so he decided to settle for staying in that spot. Guess what she was thinking? This sort of question was simple, because there was no need for thinking or technicalities to consider. Yet it was also the most difficult as it was purely made for guessing only. Of course, this was the case for other people. They would probably not be able to guess unless they were really lucky, but for Zhang Ye, this was not something that he couldn't do. Right now, Zhang Ye only had one thing to do. He opened the Game Ring's virtual screen and reached into his inventory to take out a crystal. He crushed it. Saving game. Game saved. Saved game validity, 30 minutes. This was his last save game crystal that Zhang Ye had. In order to meet Water Lotus Moon, he had to sacrifice it all. His heart ached the moment he crushed the crystal. This was because he knew how important it was. It could even be said that Zhang Ye could only successfully become a host all thanks to this saved game. Otherwise, he might still not have found a suitable job up to now, much less to have developed so successfully in the entertainment industry. Yes, but then again, such items were drawn so that they could be used, right? He could not hoard it till the day he died just because it was valuable. That would be most unwise. Zhang Ye did not want to be a miser. Besides, he might still be able to get a valuable item like this in the next lottery draw. When it was time for it to be used, it should be used. This was a case of no pain, no gain. The other party now was a beautiful lady with a voluptuous figure. Even if she was not some peerless beauty, she shouldn't be too bad looking. The manner in which she spoke was also very appropriate, and this touched Zhang Ye. Of course he had to grab at this chance. If he missed it, he might no longer have another chance in the future. At this moment, he received Water Lotus Moon's message. Are you sure you want to try? Yes. Zhang Ye replied. Please ask, what are the questions? After a short while, Water Lotus Moon asked. I am thinking of a color now, soulmate. Tell me what color am I thinking of? Zhang Ye made a wild guess. White. This was because he had seen Water Lotus Moon's white-colored panties earlier, so the color just rolled off his mind. Water Lotus Moon sent a faint, smiling emoticon. Pity. You guessed wrong. Zhang Ye replied. Next question. Water Lotus Moon. I've thought of a number. It's your turn. Zhang Ye asked. How many digits? Water Lotus Moon. I can't give you that hint. Otherwise, how is this a soulmate test? Zhang Ye randomly said. 32. Water Lotus Moon. Such a pity. You are wrong again. Zhang Ye. Then what number and color were you thinking of? Water Lotus Moon. If I said you were wrong, then you were definitely wrong. I have no reason to lie to you, no? All right, since you don't sound convinced, let me give you a few more questions. For these questions, you only have to guess one correctly as to what I am thinking of, and I will admit that we are soulmates. How about that? Zhang Ye did not give up, of course. Go ahead and ask. He did not know if Water Lotus Moon was just playing around with him, but was clearly intrigued. What sort of books do you think Big Sis likes to read? Zhang Ye blinked. I guess that you like to read Chun Tianma's prose essays. Water Lotus Moon, what a pity again. Do I prefer raw pu'er or ripe pu'er? This was a question of two choices, and there was a 50% chance of getting it right. Zhang Ye was excited at this prospect as Water Lotus Moon had mentioned earlier that he only needed to get one question right before she agreed to meet up. After thinking it through, most people preferred ripe pu'er. Could the answer be the opposite? But if it were so simple, why would Water Lotus Moon ask it? Unless the answer was really ripe pu'er, he had to think using reverse psychology. Zhang Ye decided to answer. You like ripe pu'er. Water Lotus Moon. Wrong again. All right, let's not fool around anymore. Big Sis has to go now. Let's chat again when there's a chance. Zhang Ye quickly replied, Don't go. You haven't told me the answers yet. Big Sis. Big Sis. He continuously sent out 3 to 4 messages, but she did not reply. He had not expected this to happen. F***K. If there's no answer, how am I supposed to do this? Zhang Ye was unwilling to accept defeat as he continued to send a few more messages, but even though the other party's avatar was lit up, there was still no response. He did not know if it was because she did not reply on purpose or whether she was driving. Thinking of this, Zhang Ye decided to try his luck. He ran straight towards Lulikang at a very fast speed, similar to that of a short-distance sprint. In about 10 minutes, he arrived at Lulikang, but upon looking around, the streets were mostly deserted. Several shops that sold the 4 treasures of the study were already closed for the day. 2 of them were preparing to close their shops. There were no cars to be seen around the area. Clearly, Water Lotus Moon had already left. Regrets. He should not have fooled around on chat with Water Lotus Moon. He should have just come directly to take a look, and it would have been the same, right? But then again, that might not have been okay. Lulikang was a huge area and was split into the east and west streets. Who would have known where Water Lotus Moon was buying Xian paper and appreciating the moon from? Behind was a section of alleyways which would make it too difficult to look for someone. The problem was that he did not even know what Water Lotus Moon looked like. Would he have to search for her by staring at people's chests? Figure it out by look at the size of their breasts? Zhang Ye did not have such a skill anyway. It was a wrong move. He really did not expect this. Zhang Ye did not have any other way out, so he walked home listlessly. He did not know how long he had walked for as he headed south past Hufang Bridge. But at that very moment, his cell phone received a message. It was from Water Lotus Moon. Big Sis has reached home. You rest early too. Zhang Ye's wait was finally over. He quickly replied, I'm not home yet, still outside. I've been trying to guess the answer to those questions, but still can't figure it out. If you don't tell me your answers, I won't even have the mood to go home. Water Lotus Moon. It was just a joke. There's no need for that. Zhang Ye. There's a need for it. I see everything as important. If I don't get this clear, I wouldn't be able to sleep. Water Lotus Moon sent him a calm-faced emoticon. I don't mind telling you. Big Sis thought of the color, purplish blue. The number I thought of was. As she was telling him the answers, Zhang Ye kept looking at his watch nervously. When Water Lotus Moon finally said all the answers to her questions, Zhang Ye did not hesitate one moment longer and quickly pressed on an option on the virtual screen of his game ring. Reading file. Retrieving data. Data retrieved. His head was dizzy. His eyes went into a blur. Zhang Ye's tiredness from running to Lulikang suddenly disappeared. What was left was just the little bit of tiredness from his earlier jogging. The lights and scene of Hufeng Bridge was also no longer in sight. The scene before him changed, and Zhang Ye was back at the side of the dimly lit bank. A few people were walking past him. He's back. The save data had returned him to the time from 28 minutes earlier. What a close shave. Another 2 minutes. No, just another minute more, and the save would have been wasted. The save data could only be stored for 30 minutes at most. Whether it be 1 minute or 30 minutes later, the save data would be able to bring Zhang Ye back to the save point, but once it was past 30 minutes, the save data would not exist. This was a matter of life or death. Looking at the time on his cell phone, it was exactly 28 minutes ago when he was on the chat app with Water Lotus Moon. Zhang Ye had just sent the message, "Let's give it a try." DD. The alert sounded. "Are you sure you want to try?" Water Lotus Moon asked. It was the exact same words as before. Zhang Ye was afraid that he might change the outcome, so he stuck to the same words as before. Yes. Please ask, what are the questions? He even knew that the reply from Water Lotus Moon would come in 5 seconds. 1 second. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. As expected, Water Lotus Moon's reply came. "I am thinking of a color now, soulmate. Tell me, what color am I thinking of?" Zhang Ye replied without hesitation. "Purplish blue." Water Lotus Moon immediately replied. Zhang Ye smiled. "Did I guess correctly?" Water Lotus Moon seemingly pondered. "Your luck is pretty good." Only Zhang Ye knew that it was not due to some shitty luck. If it were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, or purple, it might have been luck, but thinking of the color purplish blue, cyan, or khaki, etc., even a deity would not be able to guess correctly. This was already not some primary color. It was a secondary color like sky blue, purplish blue, sea blue, etc., etc., etc. Just how many were there to choose from? Who would guess that? Only Zhang Ye. Could have used a different way to find out. But even if he knew the answer, he understood that Water Lotus Moon was not actually planning on meeting him. This was because if she did, she wouldn't have come up with such questions that might seem simple to guess, but were in fact not down to luck. This was probably similar to the odds of striking lottery. Water Lotus Moon. Let me ask another one. Zhang Ye. Please. Water Lotus Moon. I've thought of a number, make a guess. Zhang Ye directly answered. 19. Water Lotus Moon. Zhang Ye laughed. Did I get it again? Water Lotus Moon. What sort of books do you think Big Sis usually likes to read? Zhang Ye answered without a thought. Analects. Water Lotus Moon. You can even guess that? Zhang Ye smiled and replied. We're soulmates after all. I only guessed because I like reading Analects too. Water Lotus Moon was stunned. All right then, I have one last question. I like to drink tea. Do you think Big Sis prefers raw pu'er or ripe pu'er? This was the most tricky question. He had initially thought that this was a choice between two answers, but Water Lotus Moon had actually dug a hole for him to jump in. Zhang Ye smiled. I feel that you like neither raw pu'er or ripe pu'er, but you actually prefer Thai guanyin instead. When he finished answering this question, Water Lotus Moon did not reply. Zhang Ye blinked. Big Sis. Water Lotus Moon. Yes. Zhang Ye coughed. Did I get them? Oh, Water Lotus Moon. Big Sis only started liking Thai guanyin in the past few days. Even those who have known me for many years would not know this. I don't understand how you guessed it. Zhang Ye replied. I just blindly guessed. Water Lotus Moon. I know that you guessed it blindly. Otherwise, how would you even know what number I was thinking of? Could you really be a Big Sis soulmate? Zhang Ye quickly replied. You think too highly of me. Water Lotus Moon. Big Sis has never believed in fate, but today I can't say that anymore. Since I made the promise, I will do it. Let's meet up today. Chapter 354. It's you? Meet? It was really happening. It's done. At this moment, Zhang Ye, who was taking shelter behind the bank building, was overcome with emotion. He had invested so heavily into this. If he did not manage to meet up, then he would have suffered heavy losses. It's a good thing his hard work was not for naught. He was extremely excited. If it were just a normal meetup, Zhang Ye would not be this worried. But as Water Lotus Moon did not have any intentions to meet up in the first place and did not even give him a chance, Zhang Ye had thrown out all his tricks that he had by using save to break through the impossible. He had resorted to a very practical method to create this chance. The fact that it worked had left him with utmost satisfaction. His legs felt numb. It seemed like it felt better now? Yes, maybe because the weather was a little too cold. Water Lotus Moon. Are you there? Zhang Ye finally reacted. I'm here. I'm here. Water Lotus Moon. Her. So are we meeting or not? Zhang Ye replied quickly. Meeting? Of course we are meeting. I was just taking shelter from the wind and did not have the time to reply. It's rather cold outside and my legs became numb. Yeah. Why don't I go back and get a change of clothes first? Water Lotus Moon. There's no need to go through such trouble, right? Zhang Ye. I live nearby. It wouldn't take more than 30 minutes. Besides, I did not bring my wallet out. He had wanted to go back home to change and get his wallet. It was always better to be prepared to leave a good impression on the other party. Water Lotus Moon. There's no need for that. It's not early anymore. Big sis is waiting to go home too. Zhang Ye replied. Then all right. Where shall we meet? Water Lotus Moon. There are a lot of alleys around here, so I'm not too familiar. Zhang Ye smiled. It's okay. I'm familiar with this area. Tell me where you are, and I will go look for you. Water Lotus Moon. I'm in the middle of East and West Lilikang, at Nanshinhua Street where there is a bridge. I'm waiting underneath the bridge here. Zhang Ye replied. Where the old bridge of white marble was? Okay, I know where that is. Wait for me. I'm running over there to look for you. Water Lotus Moon. Okay, no rush. Zhang Ye had already ran quite a distance, not including the amount before he reloaded the save data, but when he knew that he would be meeting the beauty with a large bosom from the photo, his spirits lifted and he felt full of strength again. He continued running past the eastern alleys towards Lilikang. To ensure he did not look too tired when he reached there, Zhang Ye maintained a slow jogging pace. The more he ran, the better he felt. He sent her a message while he was running. How do I find you? What do you look like? Otherwise, I will go and ask if it is you whenever I see any pretty lady. Water Lotus Moon. Big sis is not a pretty lady. Not pretty, but she can't look bad either. Zhang Ye was full of confidence, knowing that she was just being modest. So he replied, So how do I look for you? Which road are you on? There should be a lot of people around, right? Do you have any special features? Otherwise, we could have a secret signal. Water Lotus Moon. Her, this is not some secret agent mission. There's no need for that. I drove here. When you arrive, you should see a white BMW 7 Series parked on the roadside of Lucy Pavilion. You can just get in the car directly. Zhang Ye was stunned. BMW? 7 Series? Didn't you say that you work in the purchasing department of a bank? Water Lotus Moon. Even if that is so, can I buy a nice car? Zhang Ye agreed. She might be the leader of the purchasing department of the bank. That position would have enabled her to earn loads. Sure, then I will just get in directly. Water Lotus Moon. Okay. Big sis will be waiting. Zhang Ye was running faster by now. He could no longer wait to meet this sultry lady. He had already been fantasizing about her for many days now. After about 10 minutes, along the roadside of Lilikang, Zhang Ye had jogged over from West Lilikang. When he got here, he could immediately see the bridge of white marble. In Zhang Ye's previous world, the white marble bridge had already been torn down some years ago to make way for a new steel bridge. It even had an elevator access, but in this world, Lilikang was a little different. The white marble bridge was still there, though the shape was slightly differently. Around it, the architecture and buildings also looked different. Like the famous Yidage was non-existent here. It was replaced by a shop selling precious stone bracelets. The building itself looked different too. Where was the car? Where was it? Zhang Ye was dizzy from the running. His mask was restraining his breathing. So he decided to take it off since it was already dark and there weren't many people around and no one should be able to recognize him. Hey, it's there. The car was parked at the side of the road. Zhang Ye's eyes shone with excitement when he saw the white BMW beside Lucy Pavilion. The car was parked directly below a street lamp and a figure could be seen in the car under the illumination. A long black-haired woman was seated in the driver's seat. It looked like she was wearing a shirt with a white collar. The rest couldn't be seen clearly from where he was. Zhang Ye quickly straightened his clothes and made himself look more presentable. Then he brushed his hair a little and walked over. Oh yeah, he was a celebrity after all. What if the other person recognized him? Hi. If she does recognize him, so be it. It wouldn't matter. So what if he was a celebrity? Couldn't he meet an online friend? To help someone in need of a photographer was a good thing, isn't it? 40 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. He walked closer and saw everything much more clearer. Water Lotus Moon's head was lowered like she was looking at something, either her cell phone or a book. From this, their age difference could be seen very clearly. Zhang Ye had gotten nervous and worried a lot from the thought of this meetup. His mind was always finding something to focus on. But Water Lotus Moon was not like him. She was after all an elder sister in her 30s. She was calm and collected, and was not even looking around in her car. She just sat there looking at something on her lap, as if she did not think too much about this meetup. A white BMW. It was impressive. Zhang Ye sent a message hoping to get a confirmation. I'm here. Then he only saw the woman in the car lowering her head once more and picking up a phone. Then, Zhang Ye got a reply. Okay, get on. The beauty inside did not even turn back or look around. Perhaps this was what you called self-restraint. Yes, this was also a kind of demeanor. Zhang Ye was even more attracted to her now. He took a deep breath and strode towards the car door. He pulled on the door handle and got on. Then he closed the door as he said, Hi, I am. Ah? When he saw her, he was confused for a moment. The words that were coming out from his mouth got stuck. F***K. What was the situation? Zhang Ye was shockingly surprised until he was about to curse. The beauty also looked at him stunned. It's you? Zhang Ye was dumbfounded. It's you? Little Zhang. The beauty called him by his surname. Zhang Ye was breaking out in a full sweat now. President Wu? The person in the car was in fact Wu Ziqing, who was dressed in her qipao. Wu Ziqing looked at him in the eye. I am your father. And you are Water Lotus Moon. Zhang Ye felt as if he was going to faint the moment he finished saying those words. He nearly coughed out blood too. Didn't you say you were working as a purchaser in the bank? Wu Ziqing retorted. Didn't you say that you were dealing with stocks and investments in the finance industry? Zhang Ye nearly cried. I was just ting. Wu Ziqing simply acknowledged and said gracefully. I was also just saying for the sake of saying. Her expression did not change much, but at this moment she also took a deep breath. Clearly, she was not as calm as she looked on the surface. Two people ting with each other. Neither had expected to bump into someone they knew. What's more, they had only met each other in the day. They didn't even have a change of clothes yet. And so, there was silence in the car. The atmosphere in the car had turned as awkward as it could get. It was so awkward that no words could describe it. Wu Ziqing. Water Lotus Moon was actually Wu Ziqing. Go to hell. How could there be such a coincidence? After chatting for so many days with this beauty and even seeing the naked photos of hers, it turned out to be his leader? It turned out to be the goddess that everyone was admiring? President Wu? Wait, a coincidence? Zhang Ye lowered his head to look at the red string of fate that was tied to his ankle. Then he looked to the other end of it that was still tied onto Wu Ziqing's ankle. At this moment, he understood that this was no coincidence, but was an effect from tying the red string of fate around President Wu's ankle that afternoon. It had brought together their fates in a short period of time. This red string of fate had created seemingly coincidental chances for the two to meet. It was no wonder nothing had happened that afternoon. This was because everything was delayed to nighttime instead. Even an evening run would enable him to be found by Wu Ziqing. This was definitely the work of the red string of fate. This red string of fate had created marriage affinity for them. Zhang Ye was still wondering earlier why he had fate with Water Lotus Moon, even though the red string of fate was tied to Wu Ziqing. That was because the two were actually the same person. The Cupid sachet had attracted Wu Ziqing, while the red string of fate was tied to Wu Ziqing. These two incidents were actually linked. Everything had been explained. Zhang Ye finally understood everything. Wu Ziqing came to Lilikang to buy Xin paper. She was a calligraphy lover after all, and the Peking University Auditorium was about to undergo renovations. She was probably going to write a piece for it, as every Peking University Auditorium had a calligraphy piece exhibited in them. Then Zhang Ye remembered about 10 minutes ago, when Wu Ziqing was asking him her questions, his ankle felt a numbness. He initially thought that it was because of the cold, but then thinking about it again, it probably was because the red string of fate was about to break. This was similar to the feeling when the red string of fate between him and Dong Shanshan broke. It clearly showed that the distance between Zhang Ye and Wu Ziqing was too far apart, and their marriage affinity was barely there. Thus, even before their marriage affinity had started, before they even met, the red string of fate was already about to break. It was due to Zhang Ye's use of save that had turned everything around and allowed the red string of fate to strengthen between the two of them. Otherwise, it would have already broken off, as the marriage affinity between them was too difficult. He and Wu Ziqing would not have met either. But at this moment, Zhang Ye was in no mood to be happy. Instead, he had horror written all over his face. It's over. This time, it's really over. He nearly wanted to act like he was crazy. He had wanted to express to Wu Ziqing that he actually did not know anything nor seen anything at all. Chapter 355. Too awkward. DD. The sound of a car honking sounded. There was a large public bus and a van behind. The van might have wanted to park and could not find a spot. The public bus was stuck there, sealing off the road. Since the van could not reverse nor move forward, it could only honk at the white BMW 7 Series in front of it. The public bus that wanted to enter the bus stop and two sedan cars that were stuck began honking. It was very noisy. President Wu? Zhang Ye coughed and said. Wu Ziqing stepped on the accelerator and started driving the BMW. Once the van steered to the side, the traffic behind immediately became smooth. Wu Ziqing did not stop either. She just drove quietly, with her eyes looking forward. Zhang Ye naturally could not guess what she was thinking. He could only explain, "Let me tell you first that I really did not know it was you. If I knew that earlier, I would never have dared to look at your pictures." This was all a string of incidents piling onto each other. It was a complete coincidence. Wu Ziqing said gently, "I know." However, the more gentle she was, and the more she spoke, Zhang Ye felt apprehensive. He quickly took out his cell phone. "I really did not keep any of the pictures you sent me. I wasn't just being perfunctory. You can look at my cell phone if you wish. If there is really any picture in there, I'll eat the cell phone. Besides about that. Cough, cough. My memory is bad, and is especially terrible. I will forget whatever I see after a few minutes. I really can't remember anything now. My lips are sealed too. You should know that, right? So rest assured, I will never mention this to anyone." If she was someone he did not know, this would have been nothing of importance. Everyone was a willing party. You were willing to send it, while I was willing to look at it. It was completely fine. However, it had to be the case of them knowing each other, and were even in a superior-subordinate relationship, which made matters extremely serious. Zhang Ye rushed to explain himself. Wu Ziqing did not speak a word. Zhang Ye was feeling an upheaval of emotions. What was he to do? This was bad. The car was still driving on, nor did he know where he was heading. Zhang Ye did not dare ask. He was no longer thinking of things like beautiful legs. He was only thinking of a way to get out of this situation. Lust was always accompanied with violence. Those ancient sayings were so King well said. If not for him being bewitched by Water Lotus Moon's beauty, how would he so foolishly wanted to meet her? This was just him causing trouble for himself. The car drove on in silence. Zhang Ye could not help but glance at Wu Ziqing's body. She was wearing a white qipao with green flowers and some red petals on it. He had seen her wearing it at Peking University in the afternoon. However, when he recalled the picture Wu Ziqing sent him, it was her taken-up skirt in the car, so he could not tell what the skirt was like. Now when he thought about it, wasn't that a qipao? Only a qipao's opening could be pulled up so much. The beautiful legs under nude-colored stockings and the green panties made Zhang Ye's nostrils turn warm. It was all right just looking at pictures, but now, he was looking at her in person. Furthermore, it was the gentle classic beauty he knew in his heart. Just recalling those pictures from before, Zhang Ye really could not endure it any further. The visual and psychological impact was just too intense. Was it really Wu Ziqing? Zhang Ye still was in disbelief. Who was President Wu? She held a high post and was extremely beautiful with a great body. Her gentleness and gracefulness was known by everyone in Peking University. How could she have such hobbies? She had nothing better to do when alone at home that she stripped her clothes to take photos. She carried on sending him pictures after the first accidental ones. Wanted him to evaluate it? Zhang Ye rubbed his eyes as he was speechless. My classic goddess can't be so sultry. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Everyone had their different sides. When Zhang Ye thought of himself, wasn't that the case? 2. However, the problem was, how was he to mediate this situation? Laugh and act the fool. That was already impossible. Could old Wu want to silence him? 10 minutes passed. Zhang Ye was feeling extremely anxious. Suddenly, the car slowed down and turned at a corner into a high-end residential area. Zhang Ye was stunned. He knew this place. The last time he sent Wu Ziqing home, he had sent her to this area. This was President Wu's house. Why did she bring him to her house? The security guard let them through. The safety barrier was slowly raised. The car started moving again, and shortly after that, it stopped at the entrance of a villa. The garage door was opened, and Wu Ziqing drove the car in. After she stopped, she alighted. Villa? Taoran Pavilion's villa? In this world, the price per square feet in Beijing did not change. How was President Wu so rich? When Zhang Ye saw her alight, he could not say a word but alight along with her. After entering the villa, he entered a large living room. Zhang Ye was stunned by the opulence in front of him. It was not because the renovations were very well done, but the style was very ancient and classic. She used rosewood furniture and sandalwood chairs. Those sure were expensive. The house was infused with the beauty of ancient times, but it was not old. There were plenty of modern elements inside too. The villa was 2 stories tall. There was a garden outside, and it was not a terrace house, but one that stood alone. The garden and the villa were surrounded by a wall that wasn't too high, but it prevented others from looking in. There were a few stone tables and benches in the small garden. It was unknown if it came with the house or bought during the renovations. There were also tea sets on them. There was a stone pavement and carpet grass, as well as all sorts of flowering plants and trees. The perimeter of the first floor was lined with transparent glass that allowed one to see the scenery outside. The garden was even larger than the area the villa was built on. Sit anywhere you want, Wu Ziqing said to him. Zhang Ye flattered her. Your house is a high-end villa. Wu Ziqing said modestly. It's not bad. What type of tea do you want? Well, I only have Thai guanyin and Longjing. I seldom have guests, so I'm not very prepared. Zhang Ye hurried said. You are being too polite. I'm fine with plain water. The heater in the house worked well. It was very warm, allowing Zhang Ye's tense body to finally warm up. Wu Ziqing placed her outerwear on the sofa before entering the kitchen to boil some water. After a while, she took out an electric kettle. She then made a cup of Thai guanyin for herself, before smiling and say, Little Zhang, I've already taken out the tea leaves, so feel free to help yourself. All right, thank you. Zhang Ye poured a cup of plain water for himself in a restrained manner. He then sat very politely on the sofa, like his body was clammed up. If it was normal day interactions, such as him sending Wu Ziqing home, Zhang Ye would definitely not behave like this, as that would be normal interactions. But the crux of the issue was that the current situation wasn't normal. Worst of all, Zhang Ye had seen Wu Ziqing's unglamorous pictures, so how could he face her normally? Wu Ziqing held a teacup and then sat across Zhang Ye gracefully. If you want to smoke, go ahead. I don't have many restrictions in my house. Is it appropriate? Go ahead. I'm not afraid of the smell of smoke. All right, then I'll have one. Zhang Ye had been yearning for a smoke since a while ago. It was not because he was addicted to smoking, but because the situation was too awkward. He needed to have a smoke to calm himself down and allow himself to think of what to do next. Bada. After lighting the cigarette, he blew a mouthful of smoke. As he looked at the time, it was already 9:30. It was also not appropriate for him to bid his farewells. President Wu had just brought him home, so how could he leave after sitting there for a few minutes? There was no way to open his mouth, silence him, dicing him into pieces, burying him in the garden. All Zhang Ye could think of were these possibilities. Suddenly, he thought of the possibility of poison in the water. This fellow's mind was already in disarray. He treated everything as a threat. Now, he really wished Wu Ziqing wasn't that gentle. He wished President Wu would mention the matter for them to communicate about it. If that were the case, things would be fine. It was an accident to begin with, but of all things, Wu Ziqing did not mention it at all. She did not say a single word to him on the way home. This resulted in Zhang Ye being fidgety, like a blade was hanging above his neck. Wu Ziqing sipped her tea. You left work early today? Zhang Ye acknowledged. I returned home in the afternoon, since I had nothing to do at school. It's almost the Lunar New Year, so do you have any plans on bringing your parents somewhere? Wu Ziqing crossed the full legs beneath her qipao. Zhang Ye smiled and said, No, there is just too many people during this time of year. It's also the spring festival travel season, so I don't want to suffer through that. There's nowhere to go, as there's people everywhere. Wu Ziqing smiled faintly as her hand slid across the teacup's rim. That's true. I also wanted to travel, but it has to be after the Lunar New Year. There's too many people during this season, so it's impossible to travel. Zhang Ye was done smoking as he snubbed the cigarette and pretended to look around the house. Wu Ziqing leered at him and said gently, "The lower level has been converted into a living room and kitchen. Do you want to take a look upstairs?" "Sure," Zhang Ye said subconsciously. "Let's go. It's rare for me to have a guest, so let me bring you around." Wu Ziqing put down her teacup and got up and headed up the staircase. She then lightly stepped up the stairs. Zhang Yi followed her from behind. The area upstairs was not small either. There were quite a number of doors. It was unknown how many bedrooms there were. Zhang Yi began praising. "Your renovations are really nice. It's so classic. I believe the palaces of ancient princesses are somewhat like this." Right, I forgot to change shoes. Look at me being impetuous. I've dirtied your floors." He quickly tiptoed. Wu Ziqing, who was wearing white high heels, said, "Don't worry. I usually don't take off my shoes, so you don't have to feel so restrained." What was old Wu thinking? Was she not planning on pursuing the manor? Or was she trying to let me lower my guard and kill me while I was unaware? Zhang Yi became more tense the more he thought about it. After viewing the house, he followed her downstairs. Suddenly, his leg went numb as the red string of fate wobbled and then broke off. The red string of fate had lost its effect. At the same moment, Wu Ziqing's cell phone rang. "Hello. All right, I got it. Okay. Send the workers' union's report template to my email, right?" After hanging up, she said to Zhang Yi, "I have some work to do. Since your house is nearby, I won't be keeping you." Zhang Yi felt saved. All right, then I'll be going home." After Wu Ziqing acknowledged, she looked at him and said, "About the pictures, just you and I knowing it would be enough." She finally talked about it. "This bro has been waiting for so long." Zhang Yi immediately guaranteed her. "Don't you worry. I understand." Wu Ziqing said with a slow and gentle manner, "Go back. Be careful on the way home. There is a stretch of road without street lamps in this district, so watch your step." Zhang Yi said, "All right, then have an early rest. Good night." "Good night." Wu Ziqing sent him to the villa's doorstep. Chapter 356. Looking for Zhang Yi to be a spokesperson? The next day, it was around 7 in the morning. Zhang Yi was awoken from his nightmare. Touching his back, he could feel it was completely soaked from his cold sweat. It was all because of last night's incident that had given him a big scare. To be honest, it wasn't so much being scared, but rather that he was totally embarrassed about the situation. The door opened. His mother walked in. "You're up?" "Yeah," Zhang Yi acknowledged. His mother said, "Then come quickly and have breakfast. You still have to get ready for work." Zhang Yi blinked a few times. "I don't think I will be going to work today. After all, there's no classes at the university anymore, and it's the last day before the winter break." His mother haughtily brushed him off. "That's all the more reason you should step up. Why do you have to find an excuse on the last day? Quickly get up and have your breakfast. Don't be lazy like a pig. I have not questioned you why you came back so late last night. You jogged for 2 hours? Since when did you have so much stamina?" Zhang Yi quickly waved her off. "Don't bring up yesterday's issue. I get a headache whenever you mention it. I will just get up." He continued grumbling as he got up. If I said I was going to have a jog at that time of the night, why didn't you and Dad stop me?" His mother was amused. "Rascal, you said that you wanted to go out for a breather. How dare you push the blame on me and your dad now?" Zhang Yi wanted to cry. "You must definitely stop me next time if I mention I'm going out at night." After breakfast, Zhang Yi went off to work. Once bitten, twice shy. Truthfully speaking, he really did not want to go to the university today. He did not know what he would do if he bumped into Wu Ziqing. Although there was already a conclusion for the case of the photos from Wu Ziqing, Zhang Yi still did not feel comfortable about it. Even if she had said so and assured him, things do not get brushed aside so easily. After all, those photos were not any normal photos. Peking University. Zhang Yi drove into the university. The security guard took a look, then smiled and greeted. "Teacher Zhang, good morning." "Good morning," Zhang Yi said. There were so many teachers at Peking University, and the security guard couldn't possibly know all of them. But he knew Zhang Yi well. Not a single person from Peking University would not know Zhang Yi. He said, "There are some renovations going on at the Chinese Department Auditorium. There are construction materials all over the place, and the car park is closed off. I suggest you park your car outside." Zhang Yi looked at him. "Okay, thanks for the heads up." He parked his car outside and walked towards the main entrance. As he made his way over, A lot of people were looking at him. About 7 or 8 people surrounded him. It's Zhang Ye. Io. We finally saw him in person. Are you here at Peking University to work? Let's get an autograph quickly. There were old ladies and young children in the group. Men, women, seniors, and young people were all fans of his. Even as an A-list celebrity, it was rare to find someone who could attract such diverse fans. A typical celebrity would usually find themselves with a more specific demographic of fans. Like those singers from Korea, their fan base were mainly targeted at teens below 20. Then the A-list domestic actors mainly attracted those in their 20s to 30s, while some of those veteran actors would have fans ranging across several age groups, but still generally around 30s to 40s. However, it was different for Zhang Ye. He had not limited himself on the topics that he could talk about. He had read children's stories, created lecture room, created a talk show, wrote a song, published a book, scolded people, and made trouble. These were the reasons why there was no particular age or gender of the people who liked him. His fans ranged from age 4 to 80, all pretty similar in numbers. To other people, this was Zhang Ye's disadvantage because he did not have a proper focal point for fans. But Zhang Ye himself thought otherwise and felt that this was an advantage instead, since his goal was different from others. He wanted to become the top celebrity in the world. This was something that no one had managed to achieve yet, and was obviously not something that someone with a focused age group fan base would be able to do. There was no meaning to have a focused fan base, and they would never be able to reach the top that way. Even though Zhang Ye's path would mean that he would move along slower than others, and maybe more difficult, each and every step he took was real advancement, and was very steady and stable. His foundation was also very strong. This was the meaning of a beard well lathered is half shaved. Although his popularity was a little messy right now as he has been dabbling in all areas of work and had not reached an end point where he could fully maximize his popularity and fame, Zhang Ye was already extremely satisfied. The advantage of having such an all-encompassing fan base would slowly show in the near future. Zhang Ye, please give me your autograph. Teacher Little Zhang, my kids especially love you. Teacher Zhang, my dad is a fan of yours. He said that your lecture about Dream of the Red Chamber was really good. Can you take some pictures with me? My dad would be delighted. Everyone surrounded him and did not let him leave. Zhang Ye was in no rush, so he obliged to everyone's request. There were still some passers-by who looked at the scene curiously. They clearly did not know who Zhang Ye was. In Beijing, Zhang Ye's popularity was very high, but still he wasn't so popular that everyone would instantly recognize him. His spread-out development in different areas of work had caused him not to leave such a deep impression like those who constantly focused on one aspect of the audience. Among similar-ranked celebrities, Zhang Ye definitely had the highest popularity and reputation. No one was better at this than him. It was time to go. After he finished giving out autographs, Zhang Ye slowly strolled into the university. Many of the students who saw him also greeted him warmly. Zhang Ye also returned their greetings with a good morning. It was the Chinese department right up front. Indeed, there were many big trucks going back and forth. They were all carrying construction materials. There were a bunch of people busily giving directions there. Zhang Ye had wanted to walk over directly, but with a sweep of his eyes, he subconsciously shivered a little. He had spotted Wu Ziqing, the person that he wanted to avoid the most. How did he bump into her the moment he arrived at work? Zhang Ye suddenly felt that he was down on his luck today. He hurried to find another way around and pretended not to see her, trying to avoid her. Wu Ziqing was still dressed in a qipao today, though the color was different. She was dressed in a purplish-blue qipao, embroidered, with a black flower on the chest area. Other than that, there weren't any other decorations. A purplish-blue dress was hard to carry, especially a qipao. A normal person would not be able to wear it well as it would make them look older than they were, but not on Wu Ziqing. All right, she looked a little older too, but that was what her age was anyway. She couldn't possibly be all dolled up like young people. As the weather was cold, she also had a coat over it. In any case, she still looked beautiful however she dressed. Wu Ziqing was standing over there with a man who was similar in age to Zhang Ye, speaking to him. Wu Mo was speaking in a little spoilt manner with her aunt. Wu Ziqing did not look at him, but continued supervising the construction work. She smiled and said, "Don't say any more. Quickly go back to your office. I still have work to do." Wu Mo sighed. "Are you the only one busy while I am not? Do you think it is easy running a company?" I still have over 100 mouths to feed. So can't you help me out this time? Otherwise, my company will not be able to make it through New Year. The company's sales are getting worse by the day, and I'm dying of anxiousness. Old Zhang, these materials cannot be exposed to the rain. Let your people bring them inside. Good job. Go in and take a rest now, Wu Ziqing told the few men who were working. Then she turned around and said gently to her nephew, Little Mo, when your family wanted you to study well back then, before starting your career path or just for knowledge, you refused to listen. You tried entrepreneurship before you even earned your degree. Now you know it's difficult? Did you think that a company would be so easy to run? Wu Mo said, I've borrowed quite a sum of money from my parents and might even lose more than that. How would I be able to face them in the future? You must really help me out this time. Wu Ziqing casually said, I still have some money with me. It might not be able to cover what you'd owe, but at least it should help stabilize your business a little. Wu Mo refused. I can't take your money. Besides, it's not enough and would not solve the root of the problem. What I need now are sales volume and results. It's almost New Year's, and I have already taken a 15-second commercial slot on Beijing television station's satellite channel with all the money I have left. This is your nephew's last shot. So why would you refuse my request? I am not asking for much. All I want is for you to mention to teacher Zhang Ye that I'm requesting for him to be my company's product spokesperson and to plan an advertisement campaign on it if he could. Of course, it would be good if he does not request for a high fee. Cough, cough. Why did they mention me? Zhang Ye had coincidentally overheard their conversation. He could no longer pretend he did not notice. Spokesperson? Commercial? Wu Ziqing's nephew? Chapter 357. Spokesperson for Brain Gold. Chinese. Department in the school campus. There were trucks going back and forth, carrying construction materials and making loud noises. Zhang Ye slowly walked up as he listened in on their conversation. Wu Ziqing blandly replied, with so many celebrities in the entertainment circle to choose from, why did you have to find our school's little Zhang? Wouldn't it be all the same if you just got someone else? Since little Zhang's from Peking University and we are an educational institute, it would be fine if we were discussing educational work. Even if I am your aunt, I cannot give you a pass on this. If it gets out, it wouldn't be good, would it? Look for someone regarding this. Wouldn't it be the same no matter who your spokesperson is? Wu Mo had a rather handsome face. His face was a little small, but he still had nice features. He and Wu Ziqing shared certain similar features. Wu Mo quickly answered, Of course it won't be the same. How can anyone else compare to Zhang Ye? I can't possibly afford an A or B-list celebrity. Their fees are too high. As for those C or D listers, only Zhang Ye stands out amongst them. I value teacher Zhang Ye's fan base very much. His fan base has people from all sorts of age groups, a few years old, teenagers, 20-somethings, 30-somethings, 40-somethings. Other products might not like it since they are only targeting a certain age group, but our company deals with health food. The wider the audience, the better. Wu Ziqing said, Aren't there other celebrities that fit your description too? There are, Wu Mo said, but they can't be compared to Zhang Ye. Among those who sing or act, there are a few who are suitable, but the management team in my company had come to a conclusion after 2 days of discussion that Zhang Ye is still the most suitable. There's no other reason than how authoritative Zhang Ye is. He has a good image too. What I mean is not the image that is his appearance, but the fact that he is a Peking University lecturer. Who doesn't know about Peking University? It is a trusted name to everyone. As someone who is in the education industry, he is someone who would naturally be trusted. He's very convincing as he is famous for speaking his mind. He had never done a sponsorship for someone before, so it has to be him. Wu Ziqing looked at him. What? You even want to use education to cheat people? Wu Mo quickly explained. Aunt, I'm not trying to cheat people here. Don't you know me well enough? Our products are all certified by the authorities and are of industry standards. The quality is guaranteed. Can you just hook me up since Zhang Ye is not formally a teacher of Peking University? There shouldn't be any restrictions to him endorsing us. Wu Ziqing smiled. Why don't you go find him yourself? Wu Mo said helplessly. Do you think I didn't try? I had gotten the advertising company to contact Zhang Ye. They didn't get to meet him and even didn't manage to contact him. According to my knowledge, a few other companies have also tried to get Zhang Ye to endorse them, but all of them hit a roadblock. The web TV station rejected all of them because Zhang Ye apparently did not want too much trouble and he does not have a manager. That is why he asked his unit to reject all approaches from companies for endorsements. According to them, Zhang Ye will not accept small and medium corporations' endorsements, so there is no way to even negotiate. A drop of sweat dripped down Zhang Ye's forehead. He had indeed said something like that. With his current popularity, he was in great demand. For example, Nanjing University wanted to invite him to take on teaching duties, while there were publishing houses who wanted to invite him to write a book for them. Quite a number of singers wanted to invite him to write songs for them, and many television stations wanted him to create programs for them. There were also many companies who wished he would be their spokesperson. However, Zhang Ye was different from other celebrities. When he became a spokesperson, it was not because of money. To him, money was not something he needed in excess. What he valued the most was popularity and fame. If he became a spokesperson for a small company in a small commercial, especially those that were counterfeit products, every appearance on television would drop his name. It was not up to the mark. So even though he would earn money and receive some exposure, the effects on his popularity would only be negative. People would look down on Zhang Ye every time they saw such a commercial, so it was not worth it. Hence, he never accepted commercials from small companies. If he wanted to do one, he had to do a big one that showed his face. Even if there was no money to be made, he would do it, such as an advertisement for Coca-Cola or a listed company's commercial. However, conglomerates would not be lacking in money. They would hire A-list or even S-list superstars or international superstars. They would naturally not invite Zhang Ye. Hence, Zhang Ye had never set up camp in this arena and never thought about being a spokesperson. Wu Mo carried on. "Aunt, can't you just take pity on me? I really want to invite teacher Zhang Ye. It was just a joke to ask you to help my company hire him through the back door. As long as he accepts the commercial, we will not be stingy on the fees for his services. Actually, what we value the most is Zhang Ye's commercial planning ability. Back when he had planned 2 commercials, one was the electricity conversation public service advertisement, and the other was I'll Speak for Myself as a program promotional clip. You should have seen both of them, right? They were all done by Zhang Ye himself. It was too awesome. We got the commercial company to customize a few commercial proposals, but all of them were far from ideal. There was little creativity in them, so it would definitely not work. The airing of the 15-second commercial every day costs a lot, so it has to be used properly. Be it the spokesperson or the commercial planning, I can only count on teacher Zhang Ye. There are only a few days left before the commercial needs to be aired. If this goes on any further, my company will really go bankrupt." Wu Ziqing calmly shook her hand. "It's not appropriate for me to mention such matters, nor can I do so." Wu Mo said, "Teacher Zhang is from the Chinese department. If you can't do it, who can? I think it's better if you." Upon saying this, Wu Ziqing looked sideways. Little Zhang, with Zhang Ye spotted, his pace returned to a normal speed. "President Wu, good morning." Wu Ziqing smiled. "Good morning." Wu Mo's eyes widened as if he was a weasel seeing chickens. "Teacher Zhang. You are Teacher Zhang, right? I nearly failed to recognize you. You are so much more handsome in person than on TV." Disregarding everything, Wu Mo immediately began flattering. He rushed up to shake Zhang Ye's hand, and as he forcefully shook it, he said, "Nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you. I've always been hoping to meet you, but it was a pity I never managed to meet up with you." Zhang Ye pretended to not know anything. It wouldn't be right if they knew he had been eavesdropping. "Oh, is there something for me? And you are?" Wu Mo said, "I'm Wu Mo. I'm the CEO of a small company. This is my aunt." He pointed to Wu Ziqing, so as to strengthen their bonds. Zhang Ye shook hands with him. "So you are President Wu's nephew? Nice to meet you." Wu Ziqing did not say anything, as if she pretended not to hear anything. This was already something, as she did not forbid her nephew from using her as a liaison. Of course, there was no way to deny it as it was a fact. Wu Mo held on to Zhang Ye's hand without letting it go. He then began to ramble on most of the things Zhang Ye had already heard once. He threw out a warm invitation and then said, "As long as you are willing, our company will be willing to pay you the price of a C-list celebrity. The commercial planning fees will be separately counted." It seemed like a generous offer since Zhang Ye was offered the cost it took to hire a C-list celebrity despite being one of the top few D-list celebrities. In fact, that was not the case because Zhang Ye walked the untrodden path. Although the celebrity rankings had yet to push him into the cadres of C-list celebrities, the cohesiveness of his fans were even better than lowly ranked C-list celebrities. Typical C-list celebrities had large number of fans, but the fans lacked cohesion. To put it another way, these fans liked them, but did not like them to the bone. However, Zhang Ye was different. There were people who did not like him, or people who did not like any literature, novels, or television programs existed. There were even people who did not know him. However, those who truly liked Zhang Ye liked him to their very bones. Some loved his poems deeply, and there were others who were completely smitten by his talk show. This was his value, the core value that Zhang Ye had, which was different from others. Hence, he was worth such spokesperson fees. Zhang Ye asked courteously, "May I know what the situation is of your company?" Wu Mo's eyes flickered as he said, "We sell health supplements. The product's name is Brain Gold, made of DHA. It improves the brain's functions and is extremely good for the elderly. It promotes longevity and is anti-aging. It also slows down the effects of memory loss and diseases such as Alzheimer's. It lowers blood pressure and cholesterol, widens blood vessels, and rejuvenates." Got it. It was something that cured 100 illnesses. And it's called Brain Gold? Why did this name sound so familiar? Zhang Ye found the sales talk unreliable. "Friend, are your products certified?" Wu Mo apologized. "You can rest assured that they are definitely certified. I got carried away. There's nothing I can't tell you. The product is really good, but it's not so miraculous. It can improve memory and promote good health. That is true. As for the rest, it's just in principle or theory, and the actual effects might not be too apparent. For example, we add ginseng, and would naturally add the effects that comes from ginseng. However, as the amount we add isn't in large, it is all just in principle. The medical effectiveness might not be that great, but in the realm of health supplements, it is definitely beneficial to the body without any adverse effects. I can guarantee this with my personal reputation. If not, it would not have passed the certifications from relevant authorities, right?" That was the truth. Zhang Ye nodded. "That's good then." Wu Mo observed Zhang Ye's expression. "So, do you think we can discuss this matter in detail? It's best if we can discuss it now, as time is tight to produce the commercial. There's less than 2 days left." Zhang Ye confirmed once again. "Are you sure your health supplements are beneficial to the body?" Wu Mo immediately responded. "Definitely. Why don't I give you a few boxes so that your parents can try it? Also, young people can drink it too. It's beneficial to anyone who uses their brain. If you don't believe, you can ask my aunt. I bought the authorization to sell the product at a high price a few years ago. Our company has all the relevant certification and documents. I'll give it to my family monthly too. My parents drink it daily. If you don't believe me, you can even visit our company at any time." Zhang Ye acknowledged. "I believe you. There's no need to visit. I'll agree to the endorsement." Wu Mo was stunned. He knew from a long time ago that Zhang Ye never wanted to be a spokesperson for a small company. Furthermore, they had not even discussed the exact fees for his services, but he had already decisively agreed to it. Wu Ziqing noticed this and interrupted. "Teacher Little Zhang, you must give this matter some thought. You don't have to consider me." Zhang Ye chuckled and said, "It's not because of you. I have never been a spokesperson for any product, and since this Brain Gold seems pretty good, I was tempted." Wu Mo was extremely excited. "That's great. Then that's too great." Everyone could tell that Zhang Ye was clearly giving Wu Ziqing face. Brain Gold? What did their company have? Money? The money they gave was not the highest. Product? The product was also not the best. The company's scale? It completely lacked any scale. For what reason would Zhang Ye be their company's spokesperson even though he had never conceded or lowered his standards? He did not even talk about price. It was, of course, due to Wu Ziqing. Wu Mo felt utterly relieved. He had finally solved the biggest problem he had. He was extremely confident with Zhang Ye. It was all thanks to his aunt. He was very grateful. Although his aunt said she would not help, they were, after all, relatives. So even if she did not say a word and stood by the side, that was an attitude that spoke volumes. She had her nephew's interests at heart. However, upon further thought, Wu Mo felt that he had to thank teacher Zhang Ye. If it was any other Peking University lecturer, it would not have mattered much. But who was Zhang Ye? Who didn't know Zhang Ye's position in Peking University? It was an extremely independent one. Furthermore, education was not Zhang Ye's main job. It did not matter much with or without it. On the contrary, Peking University desperately needed him. Even Nanjing University's Chinese department attempted to pull him in. Hence, Zhang Ye's decision was clearly not because he was trying to suck up to Wu Ziqing, as he did not need anything from her. There was no need for him to do so. With Wu Mo being cognizant of this point, Wu Ziqing was naturally fully aware of this. Chapter 358, Signing the Endorsement Contract. The endorsement deal was settled. Wu Mo said happily, "Teacher Zhang, let me treat you to a meal." Zhang Ye pointed to his watch. "It's still early in the morning, and I ate just before I arrived." "Then let us do it at noon. I'll invite the people from the commercial company to join us, so that we can negotiate the contract. After that, we can discuss the commercial's planning, and then let them produce it according to your intent." Wu Mo said. Zhang Ye blinked before suddenly making a request. "The contract can be signed any time. You can decide on the endorsement fees. As for other matters, I'm fine with anything. I only have one request, but if your company can't agree to it, then I won't be signing the contract. This is the only request I have for your company before being your spokesperson." "Just one request? No problem, as long as it's not about increasing the fees." Wu Mo joyfully smiled and said, "No problem. Go ahead and tell me." Zhang Ye said, "The planning for the commercial I'll be endorsing must be decided by me alone." Wu Mo nearly failed to stifle his laugh. He was still wondering what the matter was. "Definitely. We invited you mainly because of your commercial planning ability. If you didn't suggest any ideas for us, the commercial might not even be done in the next few days. Even though we have been racking our brains for many days, not a single suitable proposal has been produced. We will definitely have to listen to you. I can immediately agree on this. We were still afraid you did not want to participate in the planning." Zhang Ye looked at him and said, "This request has to be written in the contract." Wu Mo was stunned. "Oh, write it in the contract? About that, typical contracts don't include this, right?" Wu Ziqing was directing the construction workers by the side, but when she heard this, she turned around and glanced at them. Zhang Ye said, "I know. It is also why this is a request of mine, and the sole one. The commercial planning must go through me during its entire process. Since you want to do a one-off payment for the commercial, then let's do it that way. It doesn't matter how much you give. I do not have any problems regarding the price. However, the commercial company has to produce the content according to my requests. To put it bluntly, regardless of the commercial's content, everything will be decided by me. This clause has to be written into the contract. If your company does not agree to my commercial planning, I will pull out from the endorsement. You will have to pay me an amount no less than the endorsement fees and the commercial fees for breaking the contract. Other than that, I have no other requests." Wu Mo was stunned. About that, the commercial was to be fully decided by Zhang Ye? Even the company's boss who paid for it had no right to veto? Zhang Ye said, "I know this might be a bit difficult on you, and there is no such precedent. However, I only have this tiny request, so if you are agreeable to it, we can sign the contract now." Wu Mo broke out in cold sweat as he wiped his forehead before saying, "Teacher Zhang, it's not that I don't trust you. Anyone in the commercial world knows your ability in commercial planning. But as the saying goes, what was it? Right. Horses might lose their footing, while humans might lose their touch. Everyone is convinced with your ability, but to err is human, right? There is a need for the wisdom of the crowds and bystanders' foresight. Furthermore, shouldn't I check my own company's commercial? Shouldn't me and the few major shareholders of the company need to watch the commercial first before deciding? If the commercial really is, and I'm just saying in the unlikely event that it is inappropriate, then we have to find other commercial proposals. If it's decided by you alone, isn't that a bit? What say you?" Zhang Ye was insistent on this point, because he already had a general gist in his mind. Furthermore, he did not know how difficult it would be to execute it. Hence, he decided to play the villain first. It was best to agree on everything beforehand. Even though he was Wu Ziqing's nephew, Zhang Ye would not abandon this principle. There was no need for Zhang Ye to take on this sort of endorsement, and if he were not Wu Ziqing's relative, Zhang Ye would have completely ignored him. Taking on the endorsement was 80% due to President Wu. The other 20% was because the company's product garnered the interest of Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye believed he could make the health supplement, Brain Gold, into something greater. Large companies did not consider Zhang Ye. Was he a celebrity who wasn't too famous or unknown? Good endorsements were not something a celebrity of Zhang Ye's caliber could place his hands on. Since he could not do those endorsements, how many years would he have to wait before he could take on those commercials when he became a A-list celebrity? It was better to strive for it himself. If not, it would be a waste of his popularity. For his ambitious goals, Zhang Ye naturally did not want to squander every chance and resource. Hence, it was best to start off through commercials. If the commercial really succeeded, the sales of the company's product would massively increase. From this, Zhang Ye would gain popularity. It was a good thing for him. Many people might even get to know him through the endorsement and could increase Zhang Ye's reputation, allowing him to forge ahead steadily. Hence, there was such a request. If the other party could not accept it, Zhang Ye would not agree to the endorsement. He needed absolute control because the commercial was a bit lame. Zhang Ye said, "CEO Wu, I know what you were getting at. It's not like I've never been in the advertising circles. I know all about it, so I can understand your reservations." Wu Mo said, "It's great that you can understand." Zhang Ye carried on speaking, "But I still have to insist on this request of mine." Wu Mo, Zhang Ye said, "You can first consider it. If your company can agree to it, I'll take on the job. If not, then please trouble someone else." Wu Mo was troubled. He never expected that Zhang Ye would have such a request for a simple endorsement. He knew Zhang Ye would not harm him, as there was this level of relations from his aunt. Although Zhang Ye was not purposely harming him, who could guarantee that the commercial he produced would be excellent? Zhang Ye would guarantee it himself. That would be useless. It had to be affirmed by the market. Hence, Wu Mo faced a dilemma. What was he to do? Should he agree to it? Eventually, Wu Mo's eyebrows were already fully knitted together. "Teacher Zhang, I can't make the decision on this matter. I will need to discuss it with the other shareholders." Zhang Ye nodded and said, "All right." Wu Mo was in a rush to return. "Then wait for my phone call. I'll be leaving first." "Aunt, I'm leaving." Wu Ziqing gave a dull acknowledge. "Don't speed." "Got it." Wu Mo's mind was preoccupied, and he quickly drove off. Zhang Ye looked at Wu Ziqing as he explained, "Sorry about that, President Wu. I did that because..." Wu Ziqing gave him a gentle smile. "There's no need to explain it to me. Let's go to my office." After instructing the construction works supervisor, she left. Zhang Ye followed behind her. President Wu's Chi Pao was really very beautiful. He could not help but steal a few glances at it, as his eyes landed on Wu Ziqing's perky butt. Just looking at her made his hands itch. He really wanted to give it a touch, and felt it would be worth it to be beaten up over it. In a building, Wu Ziqing's office. "What tea would you like to drink?" "Anything would do." "Let me do it." "Tai Guanyin it is." "Just stay seated." President Wu boiled a kettle of tea before pouring it into 2 cups. She then pushed a small teacup to Zhang Ye. "Thank you," Zhang Ye said gratefully. Then he gave the teacup a whiff and said, "Nice tea." ** tea nice tea. This fellow didn't even know the difference between Tai Guanyin and Longjing. So how could he tell what tea was good? However, since it was a chat, he had to say it that way. Wu Ziqing sat behind her office desk and took off her jacket. As she held the teacup, she took a sip in a very proper manner. She said with a smile, "A friend gave it to me. If you think it's nice, take some when you leave." Zhang Ye hurriedly said, "There's no need. It wouldn't be appropriate." The slit in her chi pao reached high up. The purplish-blue chi pao reached up to her thighs, and through the slit, one could see her soft, white skin. Zhang Ye, who had eaten breakfast, turned hungry just watching this. The saying how beauty could be consumed was probably such a situation. If it was anyone else, a glance would be fine. However, the critical point was Zhang Ye was different. He had seen Wu Ziqing's nude pictures. Which part of her body had he not seen before? Just seeing her thighs made his thoughts wander to her other parts. As he turned warm inside, he knew how full Wu Ziqing's breasts were. He knew that Wu Ziqing had a mole on her inner thigh. However, they were all hidden underneath the chi pao, not to be seen. Suddenly, Wu Ziqing spoke. "That nephew of mine has been spoiled since he was young. He has never suffered, so he doesn't know hardship. Do you think it was incurring of ridicule?" Zhang Ye hurriedly said, "Not at all. CEO Wu is much better than me. Not experiencing hardship doesn't mean immaturity. Similarly, having experienced hardship doesn't necessarily mean maturity. I am the best negative example." Wu Ziqing laughed. "The both of you are incomparable. That tiny bit of talent my nephew has is not even worth 1,000th of yours. If the opportunity comes, Please advise him. Advise him? Advise him on literature? That was clearly impossible. Zhang Ye understood Wu Ziqing's intentions. She wanted him to help Wu Mo, and helping his company tide over the crisis. He said, "Don't worry. I will definitely help if I can do it. I will not spare any effort. That is the reason why I made that request, and for it to be in the contract, because..." Wu Ziqing waved her hand and said gently, "You don't have to explain it to me. I will not barge in on matters regarding business. I invited you here to talk about the classes for next semester." Zhang Ye said, "About that, I haven't decided on what to lecture." The two of them chatted for more than 10 minutes. Finally, Zhang Ye bade farewell and left. He took a pound of Thai guanyin. He knew that Wu Ziqing had owed him one, and the matter regarding the photos had come to a close. It would probably not be pursued further. That was great. If not, he would feel jittery every day. On his way back to the Chinese department, Zhang Ye felt completely relaxed. At this moment, Wu Mo called. "Teacher Zhang." "Hi, CEO Wu, please speak." Zhang Ye did not know what his answer would be. After a pause, Wu Mo said, "The few of us shareholders have discussed and come to a decision. Let us sign the contract before noon. We will add a clause to the contract as requested by you." Zhang Ye chuckled. "All right. Thank you for CEO Wu's trust." Wu Mo said, "I can't not trust in all the talent you have." Chapter 359. The Brain Platinum's commercial copy has landed. Afternoon. After lunch, Zhang Ye and Wu Mo signed the contract. The contractual terms were all standard, and in addition, a term stating that Zhang Ye would have full rights to directing the commercial was added. Zhang Ye checked that everything was in order. The company did not lowball the endorsement fee either. In fact, they had given quite a tidy sum. "Teacher Zhang, I'm glad to be working together with you." "Glad to be working with you too. Do you think we should head over to the advertising company?" "Sure, anytime." "Okay, let's head over now then. I've already made an appointment with them. The thing is that we only have a few more days before the commercial is slated for broadcast. It would be best if we could get the draft out by today and then start on its production. Otherwise, it might be too late and fees paid to Beijing television station would not be refunded." "Okay, I will do my best. We are all depending on you." Then, a group of them all headed to the creative department of the advertising company. Wu Mo had actually agreed to the terms of the contract as he was left with no choice. The shareholders of the company did not really support this decision either, but were out of choices too and had to agree. The commercial was due soon and the company was on the verge of bankruptcy. If their products did not sell, they would be left with nothing but a huge debt. This was what every one of them wanted to avoid at all costs, and therefore, they agreed to bet on this. At the advertising company, Wu Mo began introducing everyone. Zhang Ye also greeted everyone from the advertising company. Many of them were quite friendly. When they saw Zhang Ye, their eyes glowed with admiration. It was clear that they had all heard of Zhang Ye's advertising achievements. "Teacher Zhang, nice to meet you," said a middle-aged man. "Nice to meet you, Director Wang." Zhang Ye shook hands with him. "I am in charge of this project. Why don't we discuss it further inside?" Director Wang was a man in his 40s who was a little plump and looked honest and good-natured. "We've all heard about your achievements in the advertising circle. When we first heard that you would be coming over to take charge of the planning this time, a lot of our staff wanted to join in to get some guidance from you." Zhang Ye quickly replied, "You speak too highly of me. You are the professionals, and I'm just an amateur fooling around." A youth standing behind said, "Teacher Zhang, you're too humble. All the advertisements you have planned turned out to be classics. Even us professional use them as study material in our classes." Zhang Ye said, "Your company is one of the leading names in the advertising world in Beijing. I dare not accept such a title." Everyone did not say too much as it was only their first time meeting. It was just some random chatter and complimentary greetings to one another. Actually, the advertising company was not just complimenting Zhang Ye without any reason. If it were any other person who was taking over the production planning of the commercial, they would definitely be unhappy about it. After all, they were the true professionals in this field. But Zhang Ye was different. He had experience, and even a few accolades to back him up. He even created a new style of creative advertising. It was rumored at that time that the top 3 advertising firms had all headhunted Zhang Ye, and this was why Zhang Ye's abilities in this field was doubted by no one. A crowd of people streamed into the meeting room. After the doors closed, Everyone settled down to discuss the agenda. Wu Mo was very focused as he had paid a lot of money for this. To the advertising firm, it was also a big project that they placed great importance on. Director Wang got the staff to give out copies of the project plans. This is a copy of plans that we came up with earlier. As CEO, Wu was not too satisfied. We did not use them. Wu Mo said to Zhang Ye, "Take a look." Okay. Zhang Ye took a copy and glanced at it for a while. It was not flawed, but neither were there any highlights. It was quite normal. Wu Mo said, "We don't ask for much in the commercial planning. It can be any type of commercial, as long as it can boost our sales. What we need now is sales figures, otherwise the company will not be able to operate any further. We cannot afford our high overheads anymore." In front of them, Wu Mo did not have anything to hide anymore. There was no need to. Zhang Ye said, "For commercials, they are assessed by whether they can sell the products. This is the requirement and not something that you just talk about. If it were me, I would not agree to it either." Director Wang, "Oh, it seems like Teacher Zhang already has some ideas." Wu Mo quickly interrupted. "Tell us what's on your mind. What direction should we take for this commercial?" Everyone in the meeting room focused on Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye coughed a few times. Right now, he felt a little embarrassed and was not sure if this advertisement would work, but there was no turning back now, so he proceeded to expand on his idea, saying, "I do have a plan. Shall we listen to it? Please. I'm all ears." Everyone turned serious. A few creatives even took out pens and paper. Some even brought voice recorders, wishing to record everything Zhang Ye had to say, making it convenient for them to learn from in the future. Zhang Ye cleared his throat. This commercial is actually not complex. It is very simple, and generally it's just one advertising catchphrase that will be sung. Sung? In the form of a song? That's new. As expected of Teacher Zhang Ye. Just think about that Shui Diao Gedu that was adapted to become Wishing We Last Forever. It came from Zhang Ye, and even the melody was composed by him. He was deeply skilled in this. Everyone's eyes became even brighter as they stared unblinkingly at Zhang Ye's face. Then Zhang Ye began to sing. "I'll just sing it simply for you to get a taste of it. Well, here goes." With a deep breath, and under the gazes of eyes filled with anticipation, Zhang Ye sang with a high note. "I will not accept any gifts this year. No gifts accepted, no gifts accepted, no gifts accepted, no gifts accepted. The only gift I will accept is brain gold. Brain gold." Then, Zhang Ye noticed how everyone in the entire meeting room was dumbfounded. Each and everyone was stunned silent. Wu Mo stared and said, "Is that it?" Zhang Ye acknowledged with a cough. "Yeah." Wu Mo nearly fainted on the table. "What sort of commercial is that?" Director Wang's eyebrows kept twitching as he forced a laugh and said, "Teacher Zhang, I know you do talk shows. You sure are humorous. Let's get serious. What's the real advertising catchphrase?" Zhang Ye said with a sweat, "That was it." When Director Wang heard this, he nearly fell to ground. "That was it. You ***king call this an advertisement?" Everyone present nearly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Wu Mo was nearly crying his heart out. "Teacher Zhang, can we do it properly? This advertisement is really too shameful. If this thing goes on TV, wouldn't my company become the laughing stock of the entire industry? That can't happen. This commercial won't be able to drive sales up." Director Wang dabbed the sweat off his forehead. "About that, I also suggest changing it." Zhang Ye refused to agree. "CEO Wu, didn't you forget the clause on our contract? You have to listen to me on this matter. There will definitely not be any problems. I guarantee you that the sales will soar." Wu Mo. Director Wang. Others. "So your sister. What the heck?" Wu Mo immediately said, "No. This commercial will definitely not do." Zhang Ye leered at him and threw his hands up. "Then I can't do anything about that. I won't take on this endorsement. Your company can choose not to use the advertisement, but you will need to pay the penalty for breaking the contract." The contract was still held close to Zhang Ye's chest and had not even cooled down. It was written in black and white what breaking the contract cost. When Wu Mo heard this, his face turned green. Holy ***T. Why do I feel like I was scammed by Zhang Ye? Wu Mo's tears were about to flood down his cheeks. "Teacher Zhang, you are harming me." Zhang Ye said with a wry smile. "I'm not harming you. You know I wouldn't too. How the commercial turns out will be decided by the market. When the commercial is broadcasted, you will know the situation. When that happens, everything will be decided. So now, the content of the commercial has to follow my instructions. Furthermore, do you think I will stake my reputation on this? If the results of the commercial are bad, it's bad for me too. Wu Mo's eyes were already red. But this commercial, isn't it too brainless? Director Wang added on. Not only is it brainless, there's nothing that puts the commercial in the spotlight. How can you call this a commercial? It's not as good as the few proposals we had before. And let me say something unpleasant. Your proposal is so much worse than ours. It's really a commercial that can't be aired. Not only Brain Gold Company, even we will become laughing stocks. Zhang Ye still insisted and said, just use it. You have to believe in me. Wu Mo grabbed Zhang Ye's shoulders. It's not that I don't believe you, but it's too. Can we change it? Please don't fool around, Teacher Zhang. Can we change the commercial? I know you are a comedian, so you must be pulling our legs, right? Zhang Ye shrugged his shoulders. I am serious. Wu Mo. $##% added #@ Zhang Ye had expected this, so he had requested for that clause to be added to the contract beforehand. Anyway, that was my plan. CEO Wu, please believe me. Just with Wu, Big Sis Wu's level of relation to you, I will not scam you. If you really think it won't do, then I'll give up the endorsement. You aren't scamming me. You are king scamming me. Wu Mo felt he was a true retard, a pure retard. Why wasn't he satisfied with the proposals from Director Wang's advertising firm? Even the trash amongst those proposals were 10,000 times, or even 100 million times better than Zhang Ye's. If he had known so, he would have directly used theirs. Would there be a need to agree to that contractual clause of Zhang Ye's? This was scamming him to dig a hole, pushing him in, and then burying him. The company was already in bad shape. Now it's even better. Zhang Ye was making the matters worse. Using this commercial? Or pay the breach of contract fees that amounted to more than 1,000,000 yuan, 147,600 USD. Wu Mo wanted to pay the fees. He really wanted to, but the company was already drained of all its liquidity. This was a desperate bet of the company, so why would there be any additional money left? Zhang Ye asked CEO Wu. Director Wang also said, CEO Wu, you must think carefully. Wu Mo struggled for a long time, and after more than 10 minutes, he slammed the table with tears nearly streaming down his face. I'll use Zhang Ye's commercial. So what if I die? At most I'll start from zero again. At this moment, he no longer addressed him as Teacher Zhang and used his full name. Zhang Ye did not mind and smiled. Chapter 360, a series of shocking promotional bursts. Afternoon. The production of the commercial had begun. In the modern office space, Zhang Ye was the authoritative figure. He began instructing the advertising firm's staff to follow his directions and the requirements needed for the content of the commercial. Zhang Ye did not listen to anything that they tried to suggest, as he took charge of everything down to the details that were seemingly unimportant to the others. Zhang Ye made sure that everything was done according to his instructions. There was no other way. Zhang Ye was forced to do things his way as he knew of the miracle the Brain Platinum commercial had created in his world. In this world, only Zhang Ye knew about it. In order to recreate the miracle over here, he had to be on the safe side and did not intend to change the content of the commercial at all. At least it could not stray too much from the original. Every step had to be done accordingly, in the way it had been done in his world, so that nothing unexpected could happen. What? You are not going to sing the jingle? Director Wang asked in a stupefied fashion. Zhang Ye said it in a matter-of-fact manner. Of course I'm not going to sing it. Let the dubbing artist do it. He thought to himself that since it was such a retarded jingle, how could this bro go and sing it? Do they think that I'm stupid? Director Wang asked, surprised. Then how is the commercial going to be filmed? Zhang Ye said, didn't I already explain it to you? There will be 2 animated characters, an old man and old lady who will be dubbed as if they are singing. Their characters will be dancing around. The characters will look cartoonish and cute. Can your team do the designs according to those requirements first? I will take a look at it later. Director Wang asked incredulously. Then what will you be doing in the commercial? Zhang Ye pointed to himself. Me? I will just make an appearance, holding the Brain Gold product at the end of it. The focus of this commercial should not be on me. Today, Director Wang and the project team staff had their eyes opened for once. After so many years of experience in the advertising industry, It was their first time they had witnessed such a production. A big company had spent so much to employ you to endorse their product, and you sure are good. All you do is appear in a perfunctory shot, and that's it? Isn't that too easy an endorsement fee that you're getting? And what's with the Brain Gold Company? Why did they even include a clause like that in the contract? Director Wang looked at Wu Mo, CEO Wu, this. Wu Mo looked like his confidence was completely shattered and only simply waved his hand saying, "Just do as Zhang Ye says, don't ask me anymore. I'm going outside for a smoke." He didn't care anymore and felt like he was just throwing a tantrum. It seemed like he had boarded Zhang Ye's pirate ship this time and was forced into a corner. He was not going to do anything about it anymore. Zhang Ye was not bothered by this and continued giving out instructions. "Is this image okay? No, they look too young. How about this? The hair is now white. I'm looking for a cartoonish character. This is not cute at all. They need to look cuter and look kind. In their kindness, they also need to look like they are full of vitality. Adjust their eyes to look bigger. Yes, the body proportions should decrease a little more. Make the old man wear a suit and the old lady dressed in a bridal gown. Don't make them too old either. They need to show a youthful vigor. How about now? Good, that's okay. That's perfect." The commercial's proposal had been decided, so all that was left was the production. This was not something that Zhang Ye could participate in, as he did not have any animation skills. Outside, on a balcony at the end of the corridor, Wu Mo was smoking over there. There were already 7 to 8 cigarette butts lying on the ground. "CEO Wu," Zhang Ye smilingly said as he walked over. He took out a cigarette. "I'll have one too." Wu Mo glanced back at him, but didn't say a word. He was ignoring Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye knew that he was angry at him since this afternoon. He lit his cigarette and walked over to the bench and took a seat. He offered a cigarette to him, having one. Wu Mo grabbed a stick. "Teacher Zhang, my aunt mentioned you to me before. She said she really admires your literary skills and even said that you were a talent that no one else could ever replace in our nation. I've also seen your poems, listened to your speeches, and watched your advertisements. I believe in your abilities. You are also older than me by a year or two, and so I address you as Brother Zhang. But you can't go and take advantage of me like this. I'm just a small businessman, and my company is going to go bankrupt soon. I can't go through this sort of setback now." Zhang Ye's status as a famous host, writer, literary person, and radiologist was known by all. He was even a very popular person in the Chinese department of Peking University, so Wu Mo didn't direct his anger at him. Zhang Ye did not know what to say either. After some thought, he asked Wu Mo, "CEO Wu, since you've watched my advertisements before, then tell me whether the saving electricity advertisement was influential or not." Wu Mo said with a sigh, "Influential?" Zhang Ye asked again, "Then my I'll speak for myself advertisement, was it hot or not?" Wu Mo was stunned but still said, "It was hot." Zhang Ye said with a smile, "If I may say so, whether it's in the field of broadcast, novels, TV hosting, poetry, literature, giving speeches, or even advertising, have I ever made a wrong move before?" Wu Mo was surprised for a moment, then pondered over what Zhang Ye said. He realized what Zhang Ye said was true. He had really never made a wrong move before. No matter what sort of work he did, it was all extremely popular. Even if others did not think he would succeed, Zhang Ye would eventually prove them wrong. Since he was Wu Ziqing's nephew and also quite a nice guy who placed great importance on a commitment, and also because he was young and not such a scrupulous businessman, Zhang Ye decided to say a few more words. "When I did my lecture on the Three Kingdoms, how many people doubted me? When I created my talk show, how many people called for my death? When I started lecturing on Dream of the Red Chamber, how many people were ready to skin me alive? In the end, I have never disappointed those who have trusted in me. CEO Wu, if you believe me, then just leave the whole advertising project planning to me. I will bend over backwards just to ensure your company is profitable." Wu Mo stamped out his cigarette. "I have no other choice." Zhang Ye had also finished smoking. "Then why don't we go inside? What sort of concept does the product, Brain Gold, have? Explain to me in detail the science and technicalities behind the product." Wu Mo asked, "Why do you need to know about these things?" Zhang Ye asked, "The commercial we are doing is actually the trump card, but having a trump card is not enough to create a miracle. We still need a supporting strategy." Wu Mo naturally had no objections. "All right, let's talk while we walk. Along the way, Wu Mo gave Zhang Ye a detailed explanation of the product. Zhang Ye discovered that this brain gold was actually the same as his previous world's brain platinum. The main ingredient was melatonin and only slightly differed on the additional ingredients. This was even better than expected. This campaign is almost a done deal. In the meeting room, Wu Mo called for a meeting with all involved personnel. But Zhang Ye closed his eyes instead and bought a memory search capsule from the game ring system. After eating it, he went back to his world within his memory to remember all there was to know about the Brain Platinum's advertising campaign strategy. In his previous world, the biggest reason for Brain Platinum's success was the television commercial. It was especially retarded, but in the face of all those who thought it was the most retarded commercial ever broadcasted, it had created a miracle that had left everyone in the industry dumbfounded. In fact, in the history of the People's Republic of China, there had never been a commercial that had created a miracle like this that had left the deepest impression on so many eyeballs. Zhang Ye was one of those who had personally experienced it. But the success of Brain Platinum was not down to just the credit of the commercial. Zhang Ye had mentioned that it was only the trump card in creating this miracle, but it still needed some special conditions. One of these was the quality of the product. This was already a present condition. The second was an omnipresent marketing campaign. Thirdly, scientific editorials that did not have any traces of advertising to build up the campaign. The last was the miraculous TV commercial that could brainwash people. Teacher Zhang Ye, aren't we having a meeting? Why did he fall asleep? Everyone was discussing while at a loss at whether to laugh or cry. This person was a legend of the advertising world? T. It's really a case of meeting beats hearsay. To them, the legendary Zhang Ye was really too damn unprofessional. Finally, Zhang Ye opened his eyes. Sorry, I was just thinking about something. Wu Mo was now resigned to his fate. Tell us, what else do you need us to do? Zhang Ye said, CEO Wu, I would like to know how much of our marketing budget is left. What I mean is, are there any additional funds that could be used? What is the highest figure? Wu Mo said helplessly, excluding your endorsement fee and advertising costs, we still have about 1 million. Zhang Ye found it quite small. Could we increase that? Wu Mo rolled his eyes. We are an almost bankrupt company. How much more do you think I can use? We are already going for broke. We even took out a loan and put our bets on this. Zhang Ye immediately said, how about this? I won't take my endorsement fee and advertisement planning fees for now. Your company can pay me in a few months' time instead. A few years later is fine too. We can add that clause to the contract too. Payment can be made in installments within 5 years. I'm fine with that. Then we can add that sum to the marketing budget. Since we are betting big, we might as well bet as much as we can. Knock on wood, because if the company really closes down, then I won't take a single cent in endorsement fees. This can be added into the contract too. Director Wang was stunned. Wu Mo and the staff of Brain Gold Company were also stunned. Brother Zhang, Wu Mo said, are you serious? Zhang Ye smiled. I'm a man of my word. If I said it, then I definitely won't go back on it. Even if you don't put it in the contract, I will still do as I said. If it were others who said this, no one would have believed them. But since these words were uttered by Zhang Ye, no one doubted it. What sort of person was Zhang Ye? This was a man who became broke to help save the life of a fan that he barely knew. At that time, how much money did he spend to help with his fans' treatment? It was much more than this endorsement fee. Zhang Ye did not care about money. That matter was just too beautiful. Even now, there were still many people and media relishing over this matter. This was also the only incident since his debut that Zhang Ye did not receive flack for. Zhang Ye's personality and other aspects may be considered terrible, and he was infamous. But in terms of his character, no one had ever doubted him, nor could they doubt him. He had indeed done things in a fashion more beautiful than anyone else. No one had expected these words from Zhang Ye. This was clearly a suggestion that was not in line with the interests of Zhang Ye. Wu Mo's eyes quivered for a moment. At this time, he finally believed that teacher Zhang Ye was sincere in helping him. He had not been teasing him and was definitely not kidding everyone. Wu Mo was still a fair-minded person. In a certain sense, he was very similar to Zhang Ye. They acted according to the maxim, however I get treated, I will treat others back the same. Teacher Zhang, that's not necessary. We will pay you however much you deserve. our company will still be able to cough up another 300 to 400,000. With 1.3 to 1.4 million, that should be enough. Zhang Ye shook his head. It's really not enough. CEO Wu, listen to me. Just include my endorsement fee into the marketing budget. Even with that, I still find it lacking. A woman from Brain Gold Company asked in surprise, what do you intend to do with that much money? Zhang Ye answered, we will carry out large-scale advertising with it. We can't afford another TV commercial spot for now, but in Tieba pages, forums, internet TV, newspapers, we can still do a lot of advertising. We need to maximize the exposure for the provincial level, prefecture level, county level, and even the special districts. I am planning a large-scale and multi-pronged carpet bombing attack of advertisements on all fronts. We cannot afford to do that for the long term at the moment, but in the short term, it is still possible. We need to do it all in the golden period during these few days before Chinese New Year. The more advertisements, the better. Director Wang was sweating. Is that okay? Zhang Ye answered him. Even that is not enough. Wu Mo's eyes blackened. Not enough? We still need more money. Zhang Ye smiled. Not anymore. After we do all of this, the rest of it is simple. The money we need is also significantly less. Not even 100K is needed. We need to find a guerrilla team. An advertising firm staff asked, why do we need them for? Zhang Ye said, to post on forums and Tieba. Yo, help us rally up awareness of our product. CEO Wang was almost speechless. A guerrilla tactic is such a cheap technique. They can't do it legitimately, and there's no meaning to it, right? It is already a thing of the past. Zhang Ye said confidently. The guerrilla tactic is a thing of the past? That is because the correct method and strategy has never been used. This sort of promotion technique will never get outdated. Wu Mo said. But if we resort to making advertisements in this manner, we would attract the ire of the masses. Everyone would be conflicted against us, and the campaign would have a negative effect. The people these days are much more aware than in the past. They would easily be able to tell if it is an advertisement and won't even click on it. Director Wang also said very professionally, it's like this. In the past, our company had employed such means, but we no longer do so. Because it really is a waste of time. Zhang Ye said joyfully, when did I say we were going to advertise? Many advertising people who were present were left wondering, not advertising? Then why are we spending so much money for? Zhang Ye explained, we are going to do a scientific editorial, going the deceptive path of a public service announcement. There will be no traces of advertising. Wu Mo did not understand. What do you mean? Zhang Ye looked around. Do you have a pen and paper? Yeah, what kind of paper and pen? An advertising firm member asked. Zhang Ye thought of showing everyone, so the words would have to be big. So he said, some Xian paper and a calligraphy brush. A thin brush. Then I will go get them. A youth said. In a short moment, the four treasures of the study were prepared for Zhang Ye. They did not know what kind of editorial script Zhang Ye was talking about, so all of them gathered around to see. Zhang Ye did not eat the memory search capsule for nothing earlier. He picked up the brush and immediately started writing. He would bring over all the scientific editorials for Brain Platinum from his world into this one. With some slight modifications, he wrote, a woman at 40 could be a blooming flower or a wilted flower. For a woman who is past 40, her skin becomes rougher and more wrinkly. Her body also becomes more bloated, and there would be constant hair loss. All kinds of blemishes would appear and cause her to be more self-conscious about her appearance. Unable to face herself in the mirror, and with impending menopause, a large change would happen psychologically and physiologically. Due to this, people say, a woman at 40 could be a blooming flower or a wilted flower. Modern science has discovered that all of these changes in the brain are dictated by DHA, brain gold. The brain is structured layer by layer, like an onion. The outermost layer is the cerebral cortex, while the innermost of the core is comprised of DHA. The amount of DHA in the brain directly affects the aging of organs in a person's body, and at the age of 40, the amount of DHA would be about 30% of the amount one has in childhood, resulting in most organs beginning to age. If a moderate amount of DHA is consumed every day, it can return one's organs to their youthful state. Skin cells will begin massive production in deep sleep. Dead cells will be removed, and loose skin will turn elastic again. It will greatly delay the formation of wrinkles. The intestines would also return to a youthful state, effectively preventing toxins that are harmful to the skin from invading the body. It would eliminate colored spots and even push back menopause, etc., etc., etc. Zhang Ye finished writing. Wu Mo exclaimed. Is this the scientific editorial public service announcement that you were talking about? Director Wang was also staring dumbfounded. He suddenly exclaimed, Great creativity. This is really great creativity. One will look at it and think it is scientific fact, but in reality, this is really advertising. It may not be written clearly and obviously, but a seed would be buried. Once the Brain Gold advertisement is released, everyone would immediately recall the scientific editorials. A few other advertising creatives also gave remarks of admiration. So an advertisement could be done this way too. It can even be so silent and not outstanding. It's too sinister. Was it unethical? It was indeed a little bit unethical. But those present looked at Zhang Ye with admiration. However, Zhang Ye was not bothered by them. He just kept on writing the editorials with such speed onto the Xian paper. Can humans become immortal? 2 biological bombs. Americans can sleep soundly, while the Chinese work. A clock exists in the human body. How astronauts sleep. A human can survive only 5 days without sleep. Not passing motion for a day equals smoking 3 packs of cigarettes. He began writing from 3 p.m. in the afternoon and continued on until it was 7:30 p.m. For almost 5 hours straight, Zhang Ye did not say a word and just wrote. He did not stop to have a drink, a bite of food, or even a rest in this period of time. It felt like he did not even blink or put down his brush during these 5 hours. Everyone around him could only look on in awe. Teacher Zhang. Do you want to rest for a while? We still have time. Teacher Zhang. Why don't you have something to eat first? Zhang Ye's memories were strengthened by the memory search capsule, and he continued on writing. He did not reply to them and just concentrated on writing. Only after he finished his last editorial did he put down his brush. He suddenly felt a rush of tiredness and he heaved a sigh and rubbed his eyes before quickly sitting down. Wu Mo shouted, Water! Water! A person rushed to get it. Coming! Coming! Go and get takeout for Teacher Zhang. Director Wang was also rather worried. Quite a few of them had taken their time earlier to go and have their dinner while Zhang Ye was busying himself with his writings. Many of the advertising creatives were curious about the writings that Zhang Ye had done. They browsed through a few pages of it and counted each one. All of them could only look on admirably at Zhang Ye. They finally understood why Teacher Zhang Ye was so famous. With this skill of his, who could ever compete with him? He stood there motionlessly on the spot for 5 hours writing. He did not even have a draft, and yet there was not a single wrong word. The writing was fluent, and every sentence was on point. It was so well written that it made the point directed at the sales crowd. Things like insomnia or aging for women were all presented in a way that maximized the use of scientific knowledge to back it up. If someone read this, they would be brainwashed by all the DHA, brain gold, words that were used. Every word was a classic. Every sentence was shocking. The words were good, so the sentences were even better. He definitely deserved the title of a legend. He was just as good as they had heard he was. The creative writing was just too impressive. If it were any other advertiser, just picking out a random editorial from those that were written would have required the brainstorming of a team for several days before they could come up with a copy at such a standard. But look at Teacher Zhang Ye. Without rest, he had written 7 to 8 editorials in one fell swoop. One of him would be enough to match 10 advertising teams. They all looked at each other, stunned by the capabilities of Zhang Ye. Director Wang, who had taken a look too, could only suck in a deep breath. He looked at Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang, if you would join our firm, we would definitely break out of Asia. Your writing talent is too amazing. Our company's staff strength, even when combined, would not match up to your ability. Zhang Ye just smiled. This is what I do professionally. Writing something like this is my forte. That is why I might be a little quicker than you all. Here, take a look, everyone. They had all finished reading it already, and they couldn't stop praising it at all. It was so crafty. This advertisement was full of deception. There was not a single mention of eating brain gold anywhere, but yet every sentence was telling everyone that if there was a lack of brain gold, they would not able to survive. Zhang Ye said, with these, we need to send people to post them onto Tieba pages and forums to spread the word. Then through the guerrilla teams, we can make it go viral to complement the TV commercial. This would signal the beginning of the first step. Wu Mo finally revealed a smile. Brother Zhang Ye. Only now do I realize that giving you over $1 million in endorsement fee was well worth the money. If it were anyone else who would work as hard as teacher Zhang Ye, it was really worth every dollar. Zhang Ye gulped down his water and finished the bottle. Then he said, "It was definitely worth it for you, but now I'm exhausted. Can I get a meal? I need some food desperately." Although Wu Mo and Director Wang still did not think that the jingle, "The only gift I will accept is brain gold," was good, they still recognized the guerrilla marketing tactics. There was also nothing to criticize about Zhang Ye's editorials. Director Wang's team looked like amateurs in front of Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye began eating, while stuffing food into his mouth. Spotting a chance, Wu Mo suggested, "This marketing technique is so good, we should really focus more on it. As for the TV commercial, shouldn't we change it a little? Change it to a promotion style similar to propaganda? We could first talk about the harms before we promote our product. Although 15 seconds is not enough, by condensing it a little, there should not be any problems." Zhang Ye shook his head and carried on with his dinner without a word. No one was clearer about it than Zhang Ye. If not for the TV commercial, all of this publicity would amount to nothing. Forum advertising, spreading editorial messages, guerrilla marketing online, any of these could be canceled, but definitely not the retarded TV commercial. But this was not the time to explain, since none of them would get it anyway. This was why Zhang Ye did not bother to explain. As long as the whole process was done according to his instructions, they could always thank him later. Chapter 361, Wu Ziqing's birthday. At night, he reached home after 8. Mom opened the door. "Why are you home so late?" "Someone invited me to be a commercial spokesperson, so I was busy." "Discussing," Zhang Ye said. Dad lowered the television's volume. "Spokesperson? For what commercial?" Zhang Ye chuckled and said, "It's a health supplement. It's called Brain Gold. You will know about it in 2 days when it goes on TV. It will definitely be broadcasted before Chinese New Year." Mom immediately became high-spirited. "How much are they paying?" Zhang Ye said, "Around $1 million. It's a year's worth of endorsement and advertising planning." Mom said in an overjoyed manner, "That's not a small amount. They will give you $1 million a year if you just need to come up with an idea, shoot the commercial, and ignore everything from then on. This amount of money sure is easily earned. It's so much more than what you can earn working at the television station. You tire yourself endlessly for those television programs, but how much is your monthly salary and bonuses? It can't even compare with the income you receive doing a commercial in one day. What's the point? I think you might as well just focus on endorsements. By being a spokesperson for a few products, wouldn't the money just come rolling in?" "Hee, that's so lucrative," Dad said in a speechless manner. "Why are you only concerned with money?" Zhang Ye also laughed. "Mom, you don't understand. You may think the endorsement fee for a commercial is a lot and seems relaxing, but why would others pay so much money to be their product spokesperson? It is still the popularity I gained due to my novels, poems, television programs, etc. It's because of my fame that others would even offer me so much money. If I did not produce programs or work, without the support of my popularity, who would want me to be a spokesperson?" He then used a different manner to explain. "Just like the Spring Festival Gala in a few days, everyone knows not a single cent is earned from it, and you might even up spending money because of it. One needs to pay for board and lodging, delaying one's working schedule, canceling commercial performances, but even so, why do people try with all their might to appear on the Spring Festival Gala? It's all due to popularity. No matter how rich a celebrity is, without popularity, they cannot even be considered a celebrity. Popularity is of the essence." Mom said in an enlightened manner. "That's true. Have you eaten, son?" Dad asked. Zhang Ye smiled and said, "I ate takeout, and I'm still quite full." Mom said unhappily, "Why did you eat takeout? I'll make something good for you." "There's no need, Mom. I'm already full. Let me take a warm bath. I'm a bit tired. By the way, someone gave me tea leaves. Try some of it with Dad. It should be pretty good tea." Zhang Ye returned to his room, taking off his coat, and then wore his autumn wear to the bathroom. He then enjoyed a bath. In the bedroom, he lay comfortably in bed. As Zhang Ye scratched his wet hair, he began to fiddle with his cell phone. After flipping through a few web pages of entertainment, news, This year's Spring Festival Gala's lineup was mostly out. They were undergoing rehearsals now, and in the lineup, Zhang Ye saw Zhang Yuanqi's name. The song's name was Wishing We Last Forever, which had its lyrics adapted from Zhang Ye's Shudiao Ghetto. This song was not very appropriate for the Spring Festival Gala, but it was not too much a problem. As long as the words used were beautiful, everything would be all right. Furthermore, she was the heavenly queen Zhang Yuanqi. She was a regular on the Spring Festival Gala. Spring Festival Gala. Hi. When would he have the opportunity to be on it? Let's take it slow. He still was not popular enough, and it had to be slowly accumulated. There was no way to rush it. Next year, Zhang Ye could attempt, but now, he was still lacking in popularity. Furthermore, he was lacking in productions that could possibly go on the Spring Festival Gala. Recite a poem at the Spring Festival Gala? Or give a talk show. Talk about Three Kingdoms, Dream of the Red Chamber, or some ghost story. It would not be a wonder if people cursed him to death. There was no such precedent. Hence, it looked like he needed to expand in several directions this year. Either he produced a work that could vie for a spot on the Spring Festival Gala next year, or he would have to take on the route of being a professional host, so as to become the Spring Festival Gala's host. The latter was a bit difficult. Let's not think about it. We can talk about it. In the future, since a song with his lyrics and melody was going the Spring Festival Gala, it was also an honor. His popularity and game reputation would also increase a bit as a result of this. Reputation? Right. Let's play the lottery. The total reputation points was already at 40 million. A few days ago, Zhang Ye did not feel any need for it. He was also planning on leaving the reputation points for his next step. Now, his reputation was increasing by the day. Also, his inventory did not have many items, so it was time to substantiate it. Of course, he could not spend it all in one go. He still needed to leave it for future use. Well, let's use 10 million and try our luck first. If he was lucky, he could carry on playing the lottery. In the past, 10 million reputation points was an astronomical value to Zhang Ye, but now, this fellow was extremely wealthy. He no longer thought too much about it. As his fame grew, the amount of reputation points also increased rapidly. He was now on a different plane. He could not be the same person from half a year ago, who felt distressed just spending 100,000 reputation points for each draw at the lottery. That would be too much a loser. This bro has all the reputation in the world now. As long as the items he drew were useful, he was not afraid of spending much. Without any hesitation, Zhang Ye tapped open the lottery interface and bought a chance at the lottery. The needle began spinning. He was definitely going to buy additional stakes, but he wanted to observe the situation. He planned on buying additional stakes for consumption category items. After all, his inventory was nearly empty. He had used the red string of fate and save, and the remaining items in his inventory was the 2 difficulty adjustment dice. Zhang Ye did not dare to use these items. He had been horrified by the hijacking last time. So naturally, he needed to replenish his inventory, such as Lucky Bread, or a save, or Cupid sachets. Anything would do. With 10 million reputation points, he could buy 99 additional stakes. If he exchanged for 100 of the same item, especially if he was lucky enough to obtain the Lucky Bread that was never enough, Zhang Ye was willing to spend all the 40 million reputation points just for it, let alone 10 million. This was because the item was too amazing. The needle started to slow down. Slowly, it was about to stop. With his keen eyes, Zhang Ye immediately tapped the additional stakes button. He made the wheel stop and then looked at the needle's momentum. It was already in the consumption category region and had just entered it. According to the situation and the speed at which the needle slowed down, it was likely to stop in the consumption category. There was a very high chance. He got whatever he wanted. Was he able to get it all in one fell swoop? Zhang Ye was pretty happy and planned on buying additional stakes. How much should he add? 1 million or 5 million? Or should he add all the 10 million? Thinking how he was like a nouveau riche now, he was not lacking in that part. If he really struck the Lucky Bread or something even better, wouldn't he receive a windfall? If he only bought a few additional stakes, that would be too regretful. With enough courage and increasing capital, he also began to gamble at a larger scale. Hence, Zhang Ye directly tapped 99, throwing 10 million reputation points into it. The spin continued. The needle slowed down. A bit, just a bit more. However, maybe it was due to not having played the lottery for quite some time. Zhang Ye's sense of the wheel and needle's speed had deteriorated. He watched the needle move forward, and just as it was about to stop in the consumption category region, it suddenly moved forward a bit, entering the next region. Holy sh**t. It was a skills category region. Zhang Ye nearly cried out. His luck was too bad, wasn't it? He did not get whatever he wanted. However, the skills category prize had previously given Zhang Ye some pretty good skills. Even the computer or the lock-picking skill books he received had been put to good use. As such, he was also not that depressed. Treasure chests appeared, flooding the ground. There were a total of 100 golden treasure chests, small. As there was not enough space in the room, the treasure chests stacked over each other, making it quite a spectacular sight. Zhang Ye reached out and opened the lid of one of the treasure chests. Calligraphy Skill Experience Book, 100. Seeing the calligraphy skill books-laden chests, Zhang Ye was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He had obtained these skill books in the past. Be it his brush or pen writing, they were already more beautiful than in the past. And it only had that bit of use, and did not seem of much practical significance. Why did I get it again? If it was Taiji Fist, how great would that have been? If he had bought it, the Taiji Fist skill books would cost 1,000,000 reputation points per book, but if it was obtained from the lottery, every book cost only 100,000. It was 10 times cheaper. Skill books, such as Taiji Fist, were extremely valuable to Zhang Ye. If not, he would not have spent the 10 million reputation points to buy the Taiji Fist after earning it from the hijacking. This was a defensive skill. There was never too much of such a skill. Calligraphy? Why did it have to be calligraphy? Zhang Ye felt it was not something very useful. However, he had already received it, and there was no way to return it. His save had already been used up, so there was no way to regret it anymore. He could only flip through the calligraphy skill experience books and consume experience. 1 book, 10 books, 100 books. He had finished consuming them. All the information in the calligraphy skill experience books entered Zhang Ye's brain. Since he had a bad beginning and made poor judgment, forget it. No more drawing.